free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns got blitzed by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night without Jalen Green and Devin Booker in a 136-109 loss. Dillon Brooks also received his 16th technical foul of the season and will face a one-game suspension as the Suns now head to the All-Star break with a 32-23 record. They'll next be in action a week from today. If you missed it, Arizona Diamondbacks star Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone and underwent surgery yesterday and is questionable for opening day on March 26th. As Mike LaFleur continues to fill out his staff, the Cardinals are hiring Tony Sorrentino from the Minnesota Vikings as their next wide receivers coach as they still look for their next defensive coordinator. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number one by consumers 15 years in a row, Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. We may not have a football game to get ready for this weekend, but Sammy and I have Pebble Beach.
The Mecca.
Yeah, let's go.
The other two could care less.
You guys have fun with that.
I will say that to watch on TV, I don't think there's a more beautiful
Yeah, I will
setting.
say that.
Yeah, when they start sending those drones off the coast of the Monterey Peninsula, there is. You guys have been to the Monterey Peninsula, right? Is there any prettier place in this country?
I've not been.
Oh,
I haven't been either.
You gotta go, Jarrett.
Yes,
Okay.
beautiful, gorgeous.
Yes, unbelievable.
But I'm a sucker, though, for coastlines and that kind of thing. I love oceans and beaches and that kind of those views, cliffs and rocks and all that stuff. In fact, I have on my wallpaper on the computers around here, a montage series of rotating. It's supposed to be beautiful landscapes and stuff, scenery.
Oh.
But then every now and then, they throw in a big freaking emu or something, or
right.
like an animal looking at me. I don't want to see that.
So a few years.
The Kremlin now they're showing me.
Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Is that on your bucket list, Jerry?
No.
You want to go visit Moscow? Do you?
No, but on Pebble Beach though, it's not one of the more difficult courses, right? For these pros?
No, that's not accurate. There are holes that are very, very garden variety, but then there are some near the ocean where the wind can be insane. I mean, people were hitting drivers into a par 3 in a practice round. because the wind coming off the ocean was so intense. Let me say one quick story about Pebble Beach. One time we went on a group vacation, me and about 3 other couples, and the dudes in the group said, hey, let's all go up to Pebble Beach. And our wives all went along. Oh, sure, absolutely. It's going to be gorgeous. So we got to the golf course, and we went and we sat down, and there's this elevated berm, a hill, right to the right of the 18th green where you can go and sit and watch golfers come in. Mm-hmm. So we went and did that, and the wives were all like, are we really here watching golf? And
yes.
We were all like, yeah, didn't you get the memo?
Yes, we are. Man.
Yeah, right? And they're like, well, we don't want to do, well, okay. We were sitting on the 18th, that hill. There was a dude who was playing the course, Sammy. He brought a video recorder on a tripod. He was recording every shot he took.
Oh,
I can only imagine if I were in the group behind that guy.
Or
he would
in
have
his
gotten
group.
Titleist up.
The wazoo.
Exactly.
A pebble up his beach.
But Vinny, no Suns this weekend. You're gonna watch the All-Star stuff instead of maybe turn on the Golf Channel.
I might just completely unplug this weekend.
And that's totally okay.
Yeah. This is the Pro-Am too, right? The Pebble Beach, or is that yeah?
That's a kind of a weird. Do you think that takes away from the experience of Pebble Beach?
It's very weird the way they do
If
that.
it weren't for Bill Murray, I would want to blow it up.
Why do they do it that way, though, rather than like how
it used to be the big fundraising thing.
So.
It used to be the big fundraiser on the PGA Tour. It was where all the sponsors came because all the celebrities were there. Then all the big CEOs who have their companies donating and hosting and staging tournaments. That's the mecca for the economic engine inside the tour.
It's where all the radio station sales staffs go.
No, this is even too pricey for them. This is where the CEOs are.
It's like Rolex. This is the big schmooze time.
This is the engines of the commerce
it's
inside.
Just weird
do
that
they
they
still
don't
need to do it that way?
Right.
I mean, or are they just clinging
There's a lot of arguments about that.
Yeah.
That you probably don't, but at the same time, do rich people have egos?
I mean, couldn't you do it on the Wednesday?
The ones that I know
don't. What, Jarrett?
No, I'm saying couldn't they do it on like a Wednesday like the Phoenix Open does
but
instead
again,
of making it like part of the tournament? I always thought it was very strange also.
It's making the donors feel like big shots, man. It's it's fundraising 101. Yeah, so whatever. It's a great, but like you said, if you just want visuals, no place better to watch golf.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
Yeah. All right, start the show.
Well, depending on the visuals, it might be Scottsdale.
Well, there is that. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash.
Cut me off.
The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns head to the All-Star break. They were handed a 136-109 beatdown by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night. OKC didn't have SGA, but they said WDC and KSA. You know what that stands for? We don't care, and kicked some ass.
IYKYK.
WTF.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for Generation Gap later, guys.
Jalen Williams hit 11 of 12 shots from the floor, scored 28 points, while Isaiah Joe came off the bench and hit 6 threes and scored 21. My question is this. When did Joe become a last name?
That kid can fill it up.
The only other guy with
that kid can fill it up.
There was a baseball player named Connor Joe.
The only other guy with that last name I know is Guitar Joe.
The only guy, Cotton-eyed.
Chicken Joe.
Cotton-eyed Joe.
Thunder had 5 bench players scoring double figures, and their reserves combined to score 74 points. It is the All-Star break. Suns hit the break at 32-23. Devin Booker on his way to Los Angeles to participate in Saturday's State Farm three-point contest and in Sunday's All-Star Game festivities as part of the USA Stars squad. Suns owner Matt Ishbia on the court as part of the Ruffles NBA All-Star Celebrity Game tomorrow night. Phoenix will resume its regular season schedule a week from tonight in San Antonio, actually in Austin, against the San Antonio Spurs. The NBA doled out suspensions for this week's Detroit-Charlotte brawl, and as expected, Pistons big man Isaiah Stewart got the harshest penalty a 7-game suspension. Hornets forwards Miles Bridges and Moussa Diabate were each suspended 4 games for fighting and escalating the altercation. And Pistons center Jalen Duren got 2 games for initiating the altercation and fighting. I'm kind of surprised Stewart only got 7 games. The guy's got a history. His quotes afterwards were, "They expect me to stay on the bench? They brought me to Detroit to fight." Like, he was looking for a fight, and he only got 7 games.
Beef stew? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, that's
Stew.
him. Beef stew.
Several key figures in Phoenix Suns history's finalists for induction into the Basketball Hall of Fame, former Suns All-Stars Amari Stoudemire and Kevin Johnson, and former head coach Mike D'Antoni, all part of this year's finalists. Hall of Fame class of 2026 will be announced April 4th in a special broadcast on ESPN2. Bad news happened during our show yesterday from D-back spring training. Outfielder Corbin Carroll suffered a broken bone in his right hand during a batting practice session on Tuesday. Will miss significant time. Steve Gilbert of MLB.com broke the news. He'll join us later today. Carroll reportedly had surgery yesterday. Will miss the upcoming World Baseball Classic, where he was going to be a part of Team USA. But D-backs reportedly still hoping that Carroll could be back for opening day, which is Thursday, March 26th against the Dodgers in L.A. Looks like the Cardinals are continuing to add to their coaching staff. Reports from ESPN's Peter Schrager indicate that they're hiring Tony Sorrentino as the new wide receivers coach. Sorrentino spent the last 4 years with the Minnesota Vikings as their assistant wide receivers coach. The filling in of Mike LaFleur's new coaching staff has been deliberate, though. Cards still have not named a defensive coordinator, even though LaFleur was hired almost 2 weeks ago. The clock is ticking. And GCU Hoops fell at home to New Mexico, 70-64. The Lopes trailed by 20 in the first half, rallied in the second, took a 2-point lead with just over 6 minutes to go, and then closed the game getting outscored 10-2 as New Mexico wins it, and they sweep the regular season series from GCU. The Lopes will hit the road to take on San Jose State. Do you know the way to San Jose, Dan
I've been away so long, Vinny.
That is Saturday. And I tried to ask...
Do you know how ridiculous recording that song would be in 2026? The answer would be, turn on your GPS, you idiot.
It's not really about being lost.
Yeah, there's a good...
oh, my goodness.
There's a good Mock My World category.
You know the backstory to that song?
Yes, of course.
It's 1,000,000 years old.
That's why he knows
lucky
it.
For you, my taste in pop culture is 1,001 years
Jarrett
old.
wearing
if you ever
Dionne Warwick t-shirt underneath.
Cue that up as our rejoin next segment, because if you ever want to hear a song that just screams old-timey, it's that one.
Dionne Warwick, yeah. It's about someone who goes to L.A. to try to be a star, and they can't make it in L.A., so they're like, do you know the way to San Jose? I need to get out of town. I can't make it here. L.A. is a
really
great
inspiring.
Wow.
What an inspirational anthem.
Wow.
Thanks, Dionne.
How about it? Yeah.
There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, February 12th. Coming up next, the Suns head to the break on an ugly note. We'll get into it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
More reaction to that whooping as we talk Suns at the All-Star break on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my friends at Advanced Window Products. And if you've been a homeowner for some time in Arizona, go look at your windows. How do they look? Are they warped? Is there condensation? Can you feel air coming through the panes? If so, if you've been in your house about 15 years, chances are pretty good you need new windows. And I've got a great opportunity for you to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, lower your energy bills at the same time. My friends at Advanced Window Products staging their February sale where you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you need fewer than 10 windows, they will prorate that discount so you do not miss out on anything. I took advantage of this exact same offer. Can't say enough good things about how my windows looked. This company and my general experience from installation to cleanup, immaculate the whole way through. Advanced Window Products, a window and door manufacturing company with no middleman markup. They sell directly to the public. 40 years of experience. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. Great financing options available. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
It's Desert Wind Harley's Black and Orange Tag Sale this week. Hundreds of pre-owned Harleys tagged with discount pricing. We're selling every pre-owned Harley to make room for more new 2026 Harleys. Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned Black and Orange Tag Sale ends this Sunday.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start, so he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Hey, it's Wolf. How important will the All-Star break be for the Phoenix Suns? We'll be talking Suns at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Do you know the way to San Jose? I've been away so long.
We're not sending a shout out to our listeners in San Jose, but instead Santan Valley this morning. A good morning and a thank you to our audience in Santan Valley. Appreciate it. Let's just take this in.
Do you know the way to Santan Valley?
I can't believe you just knew the backstory to this song.
Listen to the lyrics.
This is kind of a good rejoin.
No, but
It's
I mean,
really not.
again, when were you exposed to this music?
Yesterday.
This is a great song.
I mean, I remember my parents, sharing vodka martinis and dancing in the living room to this.
I feel like,
but I'm older than you. How in the heck do you know about
Jared
this
popped
song?
in the 8-track on his way home yesterday from work.
I may be wrong. I feel like this was a Burt Bacharach song, but maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not going to doubt your knowledge of Do You Know the Way to San Jose?
But again, with today's GPS, this song is about as dated lyrically as a song can get.
That would be a really, really challenging Mock My World. Songs that don't work with technology.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I thought you were going to go songs that are dated.
Outdated.
Jared would get 100%
exactly.
of
he would dominate. Dominate.
Yeah.
Speaking of getting dominated.
Hey-oh, perfect segue. Yeah, the Suns got dominated last night. They were shorthanded. The Thunder were shorthanded. The difference is the Thunder are a damn machine. 136 to 109.
Oh, Vinny's going to give him the title again.
I did. I already did. It's over. Here's Jordan Knott on why his team got dominated.
I mean, they're just the gold standard. They do it every
See?
night. That's what we're looking for. So possession by possession, doesn't matter who they play, who plays for them. That's what they do. That's why they are who they are. So they have it rolling. Every guy that steps on the floor plays the same way, plays the right way, competes defensively. From Jump Street, we just didn't have it.
Yeah, 74 points from the bench last night. They did not have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Jalen Williams took things into his own hands really in the third quarter and dominated. He made 11 of 12 shots. Isaiah Joe was just filling it up from three-point range. The other Jalen Williams was good.
Mm-hmm.
There was a preponderance of Williamses on the floor last night.
Listen, and we're bearing the lead of the story here, folks. The lead of the story is the Suns lost this game before Jump Street. They decided not to play Devin Booker. They decided not to play Jalen Green. Neither one of them are injured. This was all precautionary going into the All-Star break. And if you were a fan going to the game, and I know a couple of them, one I threw out on social media, you probably were not happy at all. If you were hoping the Suns could notch another victory against Oklahoma City on the night that they didn't play Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you were not happy at all. If you were of the belief that this team is getting wobbly and they needed to get to the All-Star break, then you probably understand it.
Or,
Or you can feel both ways, I think.
Maybe.
I mean, Jalen Green played 20 minutes the night before against Dallas. He did not play in any real strenuous game situation, situations late in the game. So I feel both ways. Yeah, I think the Suns are a little bit wobbly. I think this break is coming at a good time for them. But I also couldn't get past the fact that watching your teammates get their heads kicked in while you were available to play can't be met with 100% of, oh, we understand.
He hasn't played 3 games in a row.
No.
Yeah, no, I know. It's like getting through 2 games in a row was like this massive accomplishment. This started for me yesterday. My radar went up on this early yesterday. Dwayne Rankin posted a piece about should the Suns sit Devin Booker and Jalen Green, and I'm like, wow, that's the first I've ever thought of that, because that's exactly how this team does not act. That's exactly how this team to this point in time has not acted. And I thought, okay, somebody floated a trial balloon to Dwayne, and he's throwing it out there. And it came true. The Suns ended up sitting both those dudes, and the outcome was as predictable as you might expect it to be.
Yeah.
So we're going to get into that and what it all means as the time goes along. Maybe it's the right call, just because, okay, even if you did have those guys or you beaten them, I would like to think you'd have a good shot.
Well, think about the 4 games this year versus Oklahoma City. A really, really close loss that they were leading late in that game. A win and 2 absolutely getting destroyed blowouts.
The 2 worst losses of the year.
Yep.
I mean, one of them was the worst loss in franchise history by 49.
Yeah.
27 last night. That ties the Clippers game early in the season for the second worst loss for the season for the Suns. And it's not just about availability. I was listening to Burns and Gambo yesterday, and Burnsy was citing some numbers about the analytic drop-off in the month of February by the Suns, and it's been stark. They're not rebounding the ball. Their defensive intensity is gone. Their efficiency's gone offensively. Dillon Brooks last night, who did play, he focused on the defense.
Yeah, that's big time on me. Had a lot of blow-bys, ain't getting defensive rebounds, and come back off the break. I'm going to definitely set the tone on that.
Yeah, so I think setting the tone, and he had another comment and quote where he talked about resetting things and recalibrating, getting ready for this. And look, I didn't expect, I didn't expect the Suns to win last night, especially after the rosters were announced, who was available and not available.
Right.
But
Nobody did.
I don't think you want to go into the break with a loss that ugly.
Well,
I mean, the arena was completely devoid of any energy last night from the start.
Brutal. Yeah, listen, and like I said, there were people who had really thought, who saw this game on the schedule and circled it. Oh, wow, the Thunder here, defending champions, Devin Booker, and those people I feel really, really bad for, because you got caught up in the NBA decision load management machine last night. The thing is, though, you and I talked about this on Monday, and I remember you brought it up explicitly, that if the Suns can win one of these 2 last home games, it's all good. You go into the break, you feel really good about yourself. Now, and they did that, and you can, but think about the timing of Matt Ishbia, another story we're going to get into today, poking back at Bill Simmons again yesterday. This is pregame. It was as if once you got that first victory in the first of the back-to-back going into this Oklahoma City game, everybody was like, shut the book. That is a spectacular first half for us. We are not going to risk anything else against Oklahoma City. We might be a little bit wobbly. This is the point where we're just going, okay, we're done for the first half. Now let's go off to the All-Star break. Okay, it's a tactical decision that I think 9 out of 10 NBA teams make, but the Suns are not one of those teams. And I'm curious what it does to everything, just the vibe and all that kind of stuff. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's one night in the league.
Because it's not exactly easy coming out of the break either.
No. And then there's Dillon Brooks, who if anybody maybe could have used a night off last night, it would have been him.
Well, it would have
Keep
delayed
him from getting a technical foul.
It would have delayed his suspension by a game.
By a game.
Yeah, they should have looked at the schedule. Which game do we want him to miss? Then we'll play him the game before that.
Hoping against all hope that he is able to control his emotions is it's a fool's errand. He can't.
I really loved Gambo's idea that with guys like that, if you could give them pre nights off and put them in a bank, so when you get suspended, you could apply the credits.
So is it every 2 technicals now?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So I think with 30-plus games left, I think the Suns can count on Dillon Brooks probably missing at least 2 or 3 more games because
that's fair.
Because of suspension.
Now, again, I didn't get to see any of what he did last night. The broadcast would not show a replay of it, or did not have the replay of it.
It was a quick way. It was something verbal.
They only have 27 games left, by the way.
Is it? Thank God.
And maybe more.
Here's something else we're going to get into later on. The NBA season is entirely too long. I'm okay with the long playoffs, Jarrett. The regular season is ridiculous. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, and you can donate and learn more. Text the word GEAR, GEAR, to 620-620. Coming up next, how much will the Corbin Carroll injury hurt the D-backs early in spring? We'll tell you about it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
When you're struggling with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves and options. I've heard from people who are in that situation. But for those people, and if you're one of them, just know there's a way forward, and it's called Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata back to tell you more about Why Refi and how they specialize in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. And in the process, they're not judging you, asking endless questions about how you got into the situation and why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Why Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say, and Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y-Refi a call if this is your situation, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford. We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be.
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, without Booker and Green last night, got bested by the NBA's best, the Oklahoma City Thunder, 136-109, and will now head to the All-Star break. 9 games above 500 and the 7 seed in the Western Conference. The Suns will pick it back up a week from today against Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. And other Phoenix Suns news, Amari Stoudemire, Kevin Johnson, and Mike D'Antoni are all finalists for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. And if you missed it yesterday, Corbin Carroll is now questionable for opening day in just 6 weeks. He underwent surgery to repair a broken hamate bone in his hand. For more on Carroll and the Diamondbacks as spring training is underway, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And the Arizona Cardinals are hiring Tony Sorrentino to be their new wide receivers coach as Mike LaFleur continues to fill out his coaching staff. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How can the Diamondbacks stay afloat if Corbin Carroll has to miss regular season action? We're talking D-back spring training at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, yesterday he walked off of field 3 saying that something was wrong with his hand, and he basically told me as he walked by me, I think I just broke my hand, and I thought he was kidding. You know, clearly there was something wrong, goes and gets the x-rays, and he broke his hamate, and that's just part of being a baseball player. It happens often. I know a couple more happened inside of baseball yesterday as well. So we're going to deal with it. We deal with things like this all the time. One of our best players goes down. We're going to rally around him, support him emotionally. He's going to have his procedure today. And then beyond that, we don't know what's going to happen. We might shuffle some things around in the outfield, but the bottom line is he's going to get healthy. He's going to return and hopefully miss as little time as possible.
Torey Lovello on MLB Network talking about Corbin Carroll's injury. Oh, my hamate! It's broken. How about that? I think I broke my hand.
Yeah.
Harrowing to hear on the first day of spring
exactly
training.
what you want to hear, especially as you're going to meet the media.
Yeah.
Right? And you're like, okay, how do I be happy Torey when this is in the back of my head now?
Well, Steve Gilbert broke the news yesterday via Twitter, via social media during our show yesterday, and we were speculating, how did this happen? Your first thought is he got hit by a pitch. Not the case.
Mm-hmm.
It was a live batting practice swing. According to Torey Lovello, Corbin Carroll had just hit a home run in live batting practice, but then felt something, didn't feel right, and had surgery yesterday to repair it, and now he's on the road back already.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. And I hope it's sooner rather than later. I'm a little bit worried that there are reports, and this isn't 100% across the board. What happens that the power comes back much later than the player does. And that's something that you hope doesn't happen with Corbin Carroll, and the reasons are obvious. It's you're not gripping the bat as tightly as you would if you were 100% healthy, or if you were, also not fearing how sturdy is my hand still. When you get back to sort of like Jalen Green and how a lingering injury can mess with the dude mentally. The fact that this has happened 3 times within the span of 48 hours in Major League Baseball is also very, very interesting to me.
What's the 3 key players?
Yeah, what's causing this?
Well, it's funny you say that because this is a rash. The hamate bone. I mean, last year it was the Achilles blowout in the NBA playoffs. Everybody had an Achilles blowout. People were wondering, what about this rash of injuries? Joel Sherman, a baseball writer from New York, was on MLB Network yesterday. And he was asked about that rash of injuries, and he shared his thoughts on why he thinks it might happen.
The fact that we've had 3 of these already, it would make me wonder about, are guys just guys used to come to spring training to get ready to play a major league season. I've been in the Met clubhouse for a few days. Those guys are ready to play a major league season. I mean, obviously, they're not as sharp as they would, but it's a different world from when I first started doing this in the 1980s and 1990s. What shape? Most of these guys have been using the facility since December, January, early February, and they're in a different kind of shape. The question is, they can do it. Should they do it? Are we kind of overdoing it at this point?
I think that is a very fair question, and I think it applies to
Corbin Carroll,
to
no
baseball.
doubt.
I think it applies to basketball. Football, not so much. These guys aren't playing football in the offseason. But if you look at the rash of injuries, why are there more injuries today in the NBA when the training is better, when the science is better, the nutrition is better, the coaching is better? All of it's better, but there's more injuries. The guys can't play through stuff like they used to. I think they're overworking themselves. I think there's certainly something to that. We know what Corbin Carroll's work ethic is.
Yeah, it's obvious. It's very, very obvious. It was obvious last year going into when asked about, were you here on Christmas Eve? And he's like, I don't know. What day of the week was that? Was that Monday through Saturday? Because if so, I was. And you're like, okay, dude. And then
But you can't get mad.
And Channel 12 had that great video of Corbin Carroll just looking yoked up from head to toe, throwing a heavy replica baseball against the wall for more arm strength. And it's like, dude. Pitchers and catchers have just reported. You know what I mean? It's like back in the day, pitchers and catchers would report it would take them a couple of days to get the smell of nicotine off their clothes. That's how they spent their off seasons.
The stains off their fingertips.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Vinny's right. These guys like Corbin Carroll could have just stepped in and started the season 2 days ago.
Well, Carroll famously is always working, always tinkering, sometimes to his detriment, as we saw 2 years ago when he slightly changed his swing and he had a terrible start to the season. But he's always adjusting, always working, always.
But that is also a byproduct of the finances of the sport now. Once upon a time, baseball players didn't work that hard because they were making $68,000 a year. And they had to go sell cars in the offseason to make ends meet.
They did.
Now, and you can't get mad at it. Nobody's going to get mad at having a great work ethic and working hard to be the best that you can be in the sport, but there's byproducts to it. Your body's only able to take so much.
Well, and also I think this is, when reading about this yesterday, and I didn't think I'd be reading about hamate bones yesterday.
Bone.
That it's basically when some of the players let the knob of the bat drift up into the middle or the quarter far portion of the hand. That's where it knocks against the hamate bone. That's when the damage can happen.
Yeah.
So if you keep your bottom hand above the knob of the bat, then you should be okay. But a lot of players looking for the length of the bat without adding weight to the bat go down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've seen them.
Yeah.
They kind of get half their bottom hand over the knob of the bat.
Well,
and that's a dangerous thing, obviously, to do.
I was watching a video yesterday of Harold Reynolds talking about this as well on MLB Network. And he said there's drills that exist now, and he couldn't speak to the major leaguers, but he was focusing on Jackson Holliday especially and looking at the video and how he's changed his swing and how he used to be a full swinger and that the follow-through of the swing would end. But he also told a story about he has a daughter who plays softball, and she suffered a similar injury that kept her out for 8 weeks. And he blamed it on these drills that exist now. These teams, and he couldn't speak to the major leagues, but he suspects it's happening in certain camps.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing check swing drills where these players are doing a regular swing and then practicing their check swings holding up.
That
and all the
can't be
pressure
good.
it builds on your wrists and your hands,
Yeah.
certain bones in your hands, and the hamate bone, and reading on it, is susceptible to breaking.
That's like driving 80 miles an hour and slamming on the brakes and just practicing that.
So Harold Reynolds said he told the coach, no more of this drill.
Yeah, that's...
It's because we're all
That's
not
a bad
drinking
drill.
enough whole milk, guys.
Is that what it is, Jarrett?
You need that calcium.
We need more milk fat is what we need.
That's what it is.
Jarrett's got the answer to everything. About possible solutions in the outfield, Torey Lavello.
The candidates are Tim Tawa, right? We know that, and Barossa. They're very good center fielders. I feel that strongly that Alec can go out and play right field as good as he can play center. I just want the most dynamic defense moving forward. We all know what happened to us defensively last year, and I just want the best moving parts out there that are going to make plays and win us games. And I know you guys are ready for this news, right? Jordan Lawler will probably be getting reps in the outfield as well. So we just want to make sure we put the right guys in the right spots.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday with Alex Weiner when he joined us. But the Diamondbacks, seeing this unfold, and they had no way of knowing this was going to happen. But when you trade Jake McCarthy and you trade Blaze Alexander, those guys would have fit in quite nicely in this current situation. There's no doubt.
Maybe they'll get lucky.
It's a temporary situation. I think Jordan Lawler can be the solution. But
Maybe
man,
that's like what unlocks it.
That's
Move
a
to
lot.
the outfield.
That's a lot to put on him because defensively in his time last year in the infield, not good. And if you're prioritizing defense and improved defense, and that's going to be the backbone of your team, that's quite a roll of the dice right there. We'll see. They have no choice but to see. But this is about as unfortunate as it gets early in camp.
No. This is, again, as much as I didn't want to go down the victimization path with Andrew Saalfrank, Corbin Carroll's a different deal. This is a guy that I was hoping was going to have an MVP-type campaign this year. In fact, the Diamondbacks need it. So, yeah. Hopefully the recovery from these injuries will soon become as commonplace and routine as the injuries themselves have become in baseball.
Yeah, we shall see. Coming up next, apparently the Steelers quarterback is a jerk. No, not that hump Aaron Rodgers, their old quarterback. We'll get into that and more in NFL hash marks. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, so QC Kinetics has got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you need to know that if you are dealing with any kind of chronic joint pain, the chronic joint pain that might come with decades of hard work from a sporting injury that never quite healed, maybe it's arthritis, whatever it is, if you are limited by joint pain and not able to do what you want to do, you need to go check out my friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, and what they basically do is they empower your body to heal itself by restoring and repairing that damaged joint tissue wherever it is located in your body. And for years, athletes like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, they'd all go get these treatments in Europe during the offseason because they were not available in America. They're here now. They're in our backyard. And like I said, if you go see QC Kinetics, you'll be one of 40,000 people who have, and they've got a 92% satisfaction rate, which is an incredible number. It includes me. I've leaned on them twice. It also includes Emmett Smith, who raves about QC Kinetics. Get on the books for a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Before we get to hash marks, I want to sprinkle in some more knowledge of Do You Know the Way to San Jose?
All right,
is that
go ahead.
okay?
Yeah, sure.
It was a Burt Bacharach song. He wrote the music, not the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
It topped out at number 10 on the Billboard charts. And I just found this out. Dionne Warwick hated the song. Had to be convinced to record it.
No,
she
go
said
ahead.
in a 1983 interview with Ebony Magazine, it's a dumb song and I didn't want to sing it.
Wow.
But it was a hit. I'm happy these songs were successful, but that still doesn't change my opinion about them.
She's sassy.
What'd you just say?
She's
sexy?
Sassy.
Oh, she's sassy.
I thought you said she's sexy.
She's sexy and sassy.
85 years old,
Yeah.
Dionne Warwick.
Still sexy, still sassy.
What do you think of Petunia Clark, Jarrett?
I love that song.
I bet you do.
When you're alone and life is getting you lonely, you can always go
downtown.
Thank you.
Boy.
If
All right,
Gambo's listening right
Yeah.
now, he is loving it.
Dionne Warwick is Whitney Houston's aunt, I believe.
Yes. Or was.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. To hash marks. The T's. Their old quarterback is a jerk. Aaron Rodgers, the current quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But there's been talk about Ben Roethlisberger in the last couple days. On the Cam Hayward podcast, former Steelers linebacker Joey Porter threw Big Ben under the bus. Had some interesting things to say about him.
7 definitely broke the brotherhood because, like,
that's the one I don't understand.
The 7 dude that did that we don't talk about.
I know.
is crazy. Like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Like the that he's did is foul of all foul. He's not a good teammate. Won the Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like, he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that, but we protected him because I've only won 1 Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
That's insane.
So he starts it by talking and transitioning from breaking the Steeler brotherhood. Okay? Mm-hmm. You might have those feelings about Ben Roethlisberger if you were part of that team. And I think a lot of people have those feelings about Ben Roethlisberger and some of his off-the-field activities and headlines that he generated during his career are not very good. But did Joey Porter himself break the Steeler brotherhood by saying what he said on a podcast?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean,
he was probably referencing when Ben was saying it was time for them to move on from Mike Tomlin and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was getting at.
Yes.
He was the one speaking on saying this after this many years, enough is enough. It's time to move on. Yeah, that's exactly what he was getting at. And for the people and for the people on that team that love Mike Tomlin, those comments did not go over very, very well.
No, but I think it's a little bit hypocritical. Yeah, he broke the Steeler brotherhood, but so did you. And there's a lot of
different ways.
There's a lot of former players that can't help themselves when they get on a podcast.
Okay,
it's great for content. It's great for conversation. But elsewhere in the NFL, it was made known last week leading up to the Super Bowl that the league is obviously continuing their international exploits. Roger Goodell wants world domination. 9 international games as the NFL slowly builds up to 16, meaning 1 international game pretty much for every team in the league.
Yep.
But it was made known that they're going to play a game in Melbourne, Australia for the first time. And one of the teams was announced. Now we know both of the teams that are going to participate. It's the Rams and the 49ers. Ooh. And it could be a season opener down under.
Yeah, that's what the reports are, that this might take place Labor Day weekend before the NFL season plans on opening. So very much like the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers going down to Australia to play 2 games while the rest of everybody else is still playing Cactus League games, you're going to have this really weird dynamic in the NFL where ostensibly the defending NFL champions will not break the glass on a new season, but 2 of their division rivals will, in a different country.
Which I think Seattle is probably okay with it, because I'm sure they'll still get that first Thursday night game of the first regular week. But what are we going to week 0 in the NFL now?
Well, I mean, again, there are very, very few things more important in the NFL than this globalization campaign.
Yeah.
Very, very few things more important.
And from one aspect, I understand it, because the travel is so intense to and from Australia for these teams. Mm-hmm. You can't, in week 1, expect a team to do it. And what, are you going to give them a week 2 bye? You can't do it. So they'll get a week 1 bye. I just think you have to consider the logistics of the travel. Like you mentioned, the Diamondbacks and Dodgers did it. But they made arrangements for both of those teams to mitigate the effects of it. like you said, they came back. They played Cactus League games when they got back to the United States.
They were 0-2, but hey,
and those 2 games in Australia weren't just 2 games. They set the tone for an entire terrible Diamondback season. But they might have been terrible anyway. I wasn't crazy about the last 2 years teams opening up in Brazil. Last year it was the Chargers and Chiefs. They opened up in Brazil. But the travel is a lot less taxing in South America than it is in Australia.
Yeah, but I would also say to counter that if there was one country I could circle on the globe that would be ripe to love NFL and American football, it would be the country of Australia. I mean, they absolutely adore rugby, and rugby is as close of a cousin to the NFL as you're going to find.
They have Australian rules football.
They have Australian rules football as well. So if you get to the point now where you get that symbiosis, where you get a couple of Aussie mates,
good eye, mate,
making it to the NFL, mate, and then that country might be that might be fertile ground for the NFL. But again, it's a lot of effort. It's a lot of kneeling to the schedule. And what this all entails, because you're right, you would have to give both those teams ample time on the back end.
Yeah, so 17 hours both ways.
Yeah, it's a lot. Listen, I've done the flight.
And that's 2 West Coast. Well, I guess
the West Coast. It has to be West Coast. Yeah, it's 5 hours quicker than the East Coast.
Yeah, but what does it lead to? Does it lead to an annual game in Australia? Okay, fine. Is there any? You talk about the potential.
What does it lead to?
Is there further
they're
potential?
They're playing the long game, man. We can't see what it leads to because what they're trying to cultivate globally takes decades.
True. We'll be long gone by the time.
We'll be long gone.
Yeah.
I think almost everything they're doing now is for worldwide domination.
It is.
I think some of the halftime show was misinterpreted of the Super Bowl as a political move when I think it was more the NFL, again, trying for global domination by picking the world's most popular
streamed artist. Yeah. Imagine that, right?
But I think
what an odd business strategy.
Who's this Bad Bunny guy?
Right.
Never heard of him. Yeah. Okay, fine. Everybody else has.
Right, but I think that was part that factored into it. They're just thinking
all
about
the people who thought the NFL was giving the middle finger to American sports fans by trotting out Bad Bunny. You're completely missing the plot. They're following their master, which is money. That's exactly what they're doing. It's a greed, profit-motivated move. It's nothing more than that. But what it also, though, sort of foreshadows is that the NFC West, because we're on the left coast, because we involve a team way up in the Pacific Northwest, because the Cardinals don't get a lot of national attention, the NFC West doesn't get a lot of mass media attention. That's going to change this year. The NFC West is going to be, everybody knew by the end of the Super Bowl that the NFC West was by far the best division in football, and maybe historically so. Mm-hmm. And what the Seahawks just did, not only to the league, but to that division in particular, then you factor in the fact that the Rams are going to play the 49ers on opening night in Australia, followed by the Seahawks playing on what will be the Thursday night game in America. It shows you that the spotlight will never have been brighter on the Cardinals division than it is right here and right now. All because of the 3 teams in front of you. That's where you got to find a way to hang with this.
Googly-eyed dragon.
That's it. That's exactly what it is. You got to find a way to not be googly-eyed next year. That's the Cardinals.
Hit yourself on the back of the head.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the mock-ups. It's their new marketing slogan. We're not googly-eyed in 2026.
It's controversial, but it's something we can get behind.
Oh, absolutely.
Coming up next.
Googly-eyed, my drunk brother.
Google it. Coming up next, the short-handed Suns were thunderstruck by OKC last night. We'll tell you more about it in Vinny's View next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so here's the story of two of our listeners, Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. Before they called Life Changer Loan, they had an interest rate on their home below 3%, which is good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of the credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. They are proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying off all of your debt without any worry, because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of the Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You're going to pay off your mortgage in a matter of years, not decades. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, obviously. But more than anything, you're now debt-free, and you've got decades to build personal wealth while everybody else is chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. Find out more. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials, but if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I can, and pay.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now, and maybe you are looking to do something big this year. Maybe you're buying a new home. Picture this. You find the new place. It's your dream house. You move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place first. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there. It's perfect. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing it again. You don't have to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns got blitzed by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night without Jalen Green and Devin Booker in a 136-109 loss. Dillon Brooks also received his 16th technical foul of the season and will face a one-game suspension as the Suns now head into the All-Star break with a 32-23 record. They'll next be in action a week from today. If you missed it, the Arizona Diamondbacks star Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone and underwent surgery yesterday and is questionable for opening day on March 26th. And as Mike LaFleur continues to fill out his staff, the Cardinals are hiring Tony Sorrentino from the Minnesota Vikings as their wide receivers coach, as they still are looking for their next defensive coordinator as well. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
That boy is good. It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
No Booker, no Green, no defense, no chance. That was the basic plot of the Suns' 136-109 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder Wednesday night at Mortgage Matchup Center. Devin Booker and Jalen Green, who both played the night before in the win over Dallas, couldn't go in the second game of a back-to-back. And the Suns that did take the court didn't exactly offer much resistance on the defensive end of the defending champs. Through three quarters, the Thunder were shooting 65.6% from the floor and basically doing whatever they wanted, even without reigning league MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who did not play because of an abdominal strain. Less on the game, more on the Suns at the break. They're 32-23. They're in 7th in the Western Conference. They're 2-4 in February and 4-5 in a pivotal stretch of 16 out of 19 games being at home. Analytics indicate there's been a big drop-off in offensive and defensive efficiency and rebounding. Throw all that out. For the Suns to be a top 6 seed in the Western Conference, one factor supersedes all the others: health. Through 55 games, the Suns have had full rotational health in a small handful of contests. Jalen Green's epic struggle with hamstring injury recovery has been a season-long storyline, as has the on-again, off-again health of Grayson Allen. With all the deficiencies the Phoenix Suns roster has from a construction standpoint, availability truly becomes the best ability post-All-Star break. Without it, the Suns season will likely just evolve into a nice story about a team that might have been good enough to qualify for the play-in. That's today's edition of Vinny's View.
Just all of it. I think this is a time where we can evaluate exactly who we are, how we've been. I think even in this last stretch without Book, I just don't think we've been as good defensively, honestly. And that's where we got to get back to. We got to get back to doing what we do defensively. Offensively, it's going to change. It's going to change when we're healthy. So evaluating all that and kind of just seeing, like, what did we like? What didn't we like? What can we adjust a little bit? I mean, we don't have a ton of practice time, but there is some time here to kind of dive into it. On top of everyone getting the necessary recovery, not only physically, just mentally, a couple of days. But this group is going to be ready. You know, Monday, Tuesday, these guys are going to be back. That's how they're wired. And like I said, we're going to turn this one into a positive, not as a result, but we're gonna see these guys again. We know we play them at the end of the season. You got to go through them to where you want to get to. So these types of games are going to be used in a positive manner.
That's Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Suns, after yesterday's game. And part of that quote is very, very inspiring and should be inspiring to Suns fans, because he's looking at the problem, and he said it. We're not as good defensively as we were, and we have to get back there. When you're willing to admit things that are wrong as a coach and as a team, you can correct them. It works in real life that way too. So that gives you hope. Last night was crap. That was not a good offering of NBA basketball. It was by Oklahoma City, who overcame their shortcomings to do it. But
yeah,
that was not a good offering from the Suns last night.
Right. No, I know. But again, it's the idea that they sat those guys last night. It was basically an admission that, man, we're just glad we're here. Let's lick whatever perceived wounds we have. Yep. In watching the team play, I do agree with what Jordan Ott said. I think defensively they're not as on it as they've been, but they're still pretty darn good, and they're still fantastic when it comes to offensive rebounding. I agree that the idea that they're going to get better offensively when Jalen Green finally gets fully integrated, at least we hope that. But this team has been very good offensively at times without Jalen Green. So it's not like a healthy Jalen Green is going to be pivotal for them to get to a certain level that they've already been at.
Mm-hmm.
But the defense is. Playing that level of defense obviously is a big, big deal. And as we've talked about before, Jalen Green and getting him assimilated offensively, that's a part of it. He's not known as a great defensive player. So there's things they got to work out, quite clearly.
Definitely. Another thing to look for if you're gauging availability post All-Star break, what will Dillon Brooks' availability be the rest of the way? Not talking about health, talking about suspension. He picked up his 15th technical foul in the Dallas game. That was right on the doorstep of suspension. Last night, couldn't help himself, got frustrated with the officiating, said something he shouldn't have said, got teed up again, number 16, and that's the magic number. Here was Dillon Brooks' explanation after the game.
The ref told me that I played a victim, so I ain't talking no more about that. No more.
He literally said that to you? Was that James?
Yeah. Said I'm playing victim all the time, and when I don't play victim, I'm a bad guy. So, choose one.
Sounds like the ref is saying one thing. If you're not doing one thing, you're doing the other. How do you handle that frustration?
It's just consistency. You're going to be consistently bad and be consistently bad throughout the whole game. Don't try to fix it during the game. Don't try to be doing any of that. Or try to even out foul call. Where you're going to be bad, you're going to be bad. Be bad the whole game.
I don't think that was the case last night. I think there was evening out of fouls the night before. But I don't agree with Dillon Brooks' thought. If you're going to be bad, be consistently bad. Don't try to get better during the game from an officiating standpoint. He is who he is, and you have to count on him missing probably, like I said, 3 or 4 games the rest of the way. And those are going to be crucial games. The one right out of the break against San Antonio. Would you rather have him on the floor or not? Yes, he's not going to be on the floor.
No, that's something where coming out of the All-Star break, if you're looking to make, okay, we're going to regroup now, we're going to give up this game against Oklahoma City because we want to be firing on all cylinders out of the break, you're going to do it without Dillon Brooks.
Yeah. So game one.
Again, I get the idea of yeah, the refs suck, we get it. But Dillon Brooks has got to realize this line of behavior is leading in one direction. One direction. He's not going to course correct the way officials officiate games.
Yeah. And I couldn't help but have the thought, Bick, and we've talked about this being the case with Suns players of the past. I am in agreement with you. We're not talking about the Suns being the 7th seed without Dillon Brooks' contributions. He's been overall a fantastic addition.
Incredible.
But I think there's a shelf life on the Dillon Brooks experience. And I'm not saying that now just because he got the technical. But, last night he went out of his way to name the official again. And they called James Williams, the crew chief, Gucci. And he's like, we haven't won a game all year with Gucci. Well, they're 0-2. He's ref 2 games. I don't think officiating was the problem last night. They lost by 27 points. They didn't play defense, and Oklahoma City couldn't miss. You're not doing any good by constantly getting technicals and constantly – on the back end of getting the technicals, questioning why you got them. You know your reputation. You just referenced it.
Yeah. You watch the Suns play. They're a very physical team. It's part of the reason why they've been as good as they've been defensively. They're very physical. Chances are most games they're going to get called for more fouls. And I think the idea that the Suns were griping about officiating in a game in which they led 61-30 is absurd. You're up by 31 points, and you're bitching about the officiating.
It was not a plot line last night.
Again, you may feel that way. You might feel like, but they're calling all these fouls on us they shouldn't call. You're up 30 points. If you start acting the victim in a game in which you're up 30 points, you're not going to get any sympathy from anybody, especially the referees.
Yeah, coming up next on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, the Cardinals are assembling their coaching staff, but was the guy at the top of that staff really the Cardinals' first choice? Some reporting to the opposite. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers, now Cactus League play, soon.
This ball is gone! one.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Marotta.
Let's say good morning, shout out, and a thank you to everybody taking the show in this morning out in the West Valley in Tolleson. We appreciate you out in Tolleson today.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur. He's ready for this. He's innovative. He's smart. He's been training under the brightest offensive coaches in the NFC West and arguably in the NFL, if not the NFL. And we're super excited about all the things that he's going to bring. And we talked about the future. We talked about the plans.
That is Michael Bidwell, the owner of the Arizona Cardinals, kind of putting the opening statement on the Mike LaFleur introductory press conference last week. He was introduced at the Cardinals facility, but the unequivocal, he was the clear winner of this. Now, leading up to that press conference, the prior weekend, Bick, we had kind of wondered, all right, they did the interview with Mike LaFleur. On a Monday, they had dinner. On a Tuesday, the interview, and then nothing. There was no movement. And then it came out later in the week. The Cardinals have said, hey, we want to talk to one more guy. That guy was Clint Kubiak. They went to Seattle on the week before the Super Bowl. They had their time with Clint Kubiak. They made their pitch, and Clint Kubiak, obviously, right after the Seahawks won the Super Bowl the next day, he accepted the job with the Raiders. We knew that was going to happen because the Cardinals had announced Mike LaFleur at that point. Jason La Canfora, NFL insider, used to be with CBS Sports, now writing for an outfit called Sports Boom. But he's got an exclusive. And he said he talked to an NFL general manager that said, unequivocally 100%, Clint Kubiak was the guy that the Arizona Cardinals were longing for. And indicating that they settled for Mike LaFleur in this process. Surprise or no?
Not necessarily. I think that if you polled a lot of the NFL, Clint Kubiak would largely be considered a superior head coaching candidate over Mike LaFleur. I believe just where each are in their own journey, I think that's kind of the truth of the matter. And I think it's because Clint Kubiak is calling the plays and running the offense in Seattle, where Mike LaFleur was not calling the plays in Los Angeles. Right-hand man of Sean McVay. So a lot of this might be perceptual. But I think also the Cardinals' actions in all of this. They interviewed Mike LaFleur. They announced that they were going to meet with him on 2 days. A lot of us all believed that meant, okay, they're right on the doorstep of marriage. And then suddenly the Cardinals are backing off because they want to stay involved in the Clint Kubiak sweepstakes, even though a lot of people said, what are you doing that for? He's clearly going to Vegas. So I think that if you go by the Occam's razor theory, that you look for the simplest solution. The simplest solution is the Cardinals had a real fancy for Clint Kubiak. And Mike LaFleur might have been their second choice.
From the article written by Jason La Canfora, quote, trust me, Kubiak was their guy, end quote, said one NFL general manager, whose team also had interest in Kubiak as their next head coach. Quote, they would have done whatever they could to get him, but it wasn't going to happen. They waited as long as it took, and then they had to scramble. One top NFL coaching agent who had a multitude of clients interviewed for jobs in this hiring cycle put it this way, quote, if you had a top guy, one of the hot young coordinators, you weren't going to Arizona or Cleveland. They literally couldn't get people to take their jobs. That's just a blanking fact. The top guys didn't want their jobs, end quote.
Listen, that blanking fact, I think, is the blanking truth. And I think it's okay to say that. It's the blanking truth for a number of reasons. The quality of the division, where they're at in the division, the uncertainty at quarterback, how many years that might mean, the perception of ownership, the spending hat, all of it. You throw it all together, and the Cardinals, they've got to work their way out of this. And it wasn't going to be with Clint Kubiak. Now, of course, Michael Bidwell, when you announce Mike LaFleur as your hire, you're not going to say we were thinking of anybody else. But their actions would obviously speak otherwise. To the point where I was positing that there must be an alternative solution, that maybe Mike LaFleur was waiting to find out what Clint Kubiak was going to do. That's how senseless it seemed to me. And most people assume the same thing. Why are you wasting your time on Clint Kubiak? There is no comparison between the Raiders' job and the Cardinals' job.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Clint Kubiak at his press conference, too, and he was very, very jacked up about it, but he said why he chose the Raiders.
The resources that the Raiders have, this building, obviously having cap space, having the first pick, those all go into the decision. And as far as who the first pick is going to be, we got a lot of tape to watch before we determine who that's going to be. But I'm excited to get into that process. But yeah, kind of going back to the last two questions, there's just a lot to love about this organization. We look around this building and the resources that we have, our meal room, the weight room, the fields outside, the coaches' offices. I mean, it's as good as it gets in the NFL.
Yeah, that's a perfect 37-second description of everything that went into that decision. And we said it in real time.
Mm-hmm.
The Cardinals wanted to meet with Kubiak. They're making their last-ditch attempt to try to convince him. In this situation, head-to-head, look, the Raiders aren't a great organization. They do have Tom Brady now involved. That gives them an air of credibility. But over the last 20 years, they've been a dumpster fire. But they have a new stadium. They've got a new facility. They've got oodles of cap space. They have offensive weapons in place already in Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty. They've got a top-flight defensive player in Max Crosby should they choose to patch things up. And the number 1 overall pick, it was really a no-brainer. This isn't organization against organization, and I know a lot of the Cardinals naysayers, and I said this at the time. It doesn't matter who gets the job, how you get there. The job remains the same. Mike LaFleur has a job to do now, and he might turn out to be a great head coach. But the naysayers and the Cardinal bashers will say, well, it's just a nobody wants to work for this dumpster fire organization. Even that executive's quote saying nobody wanted to touch those jobs, there are reasons why, and the reasons are football related. The Cardinals don't have the cap space. The Cardinals have a very uncertain future at quarterback and a lot of work to do to fix it. So they weren't going to get their first choice.
Yeah,
that's just the reality of the situation.
I don't think anybody would look at the Cardinals and say the cap space is ever an issue. They never spend to the end of the cap anyways. But the rest of what you're saying, I agree with. I also think, though, that on the flip side of this, Albert Breer broke this out about 15 hours ago, that the Raiders decided to tank last year to get the number 1 pick in the draft, to become a job to give them an added chip in pursuing a head coach, which worked, right? They've got the number 1 pick in the draft. They're going to select Fernando Mendoza. I think he's going to be a terrific pro, and yet it might cost him Max Crosby, because the tanking has gone over so badly with Max Crosby that according to Albert Breer, he might want out. And people think that's absurd until you understand what pro athletes are really like and how the most competitive would go, hold on a minute here. You've been preaching to me for months and months and months about the Raider way and about we do this, and we're getting into a football game, and I've given all this blood, sweat, equity to you, and you're telling me we're not trying to win these games? There are athletes who take tremendous offense to that. Max Crosby might be one of them, and it might cost them. Max Crosby.
Although last week, Max Crosby was making the interview rounds too, but he was doing a lot of interviews via Zoom or video link up, and he was wearing Raiders gear, and he talked about how silly he thought all the talk was. So I don't know if that's posturing by him as, instructed by his agent to try to patch things up and make things more at least smoother for a possible trade. I don't know what to make of it. But I know there was a time where he was not very happy with the way that he was being handled.
They're not real happy that Alex Guerrero is kind of running shop over there in Vegas, apparently, according to Albert Breer, and we all know that Bill Belichick had a lot of issues with him. That's the guy that's Tom Brady's fitness guru, the TB12, the wellness coordinator, as they call him in Vegas. So I don't know. I just think that a lot of that really is a reality check for where the Cardinals are on a lot of different fronts.
Yeah,
it's just the reality of it.
I would agree, but again, it doesn't change my thoughts on Mike LaFleur as an individual and my optimism that he can get this done. Now, there's a lot of work to do, but anybody who got that job was going to be in that same situation, and he's the guy. Coming up next, the guy is Sammy Sabalka. He'll take us through the big stories on this Thursday in the Rush Hour Reboot here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers, now. Cactus League play, soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
When you're struggling with private student loan debt, feels awful, you feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you feel like you've run out of moves and options. I've heard from people who are in that situation. But for those people, and if you're one of them, just know there's a way forward, and it's called Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata back to tell you more about Why Refi and how they specialize in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. And in the process, they're not judging you, asking endless questions about how you got into the situation and why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Why Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say, and Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y-Refi a call if this is your situation, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, without Devin Booker and Jalen Green last night, got bested by the NBA's best Oklahoma City Thunder, 136-109, and will now head to the All-Star break 9 games above 500 in the 7th seed in the Western Conference. The Suns will pick it back up a week from today against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. In other Phoenix Suns news, Amari Stoudemire, Kevin Johnson, and Mike D'Antoni are all finalists for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. And if you missed it yesterday, Corbin Carroll is officially questionable for opening day in 6 weeks. He underwent surgery to repair a broken hamate bone in his hand. For more on Carroll and the Diamondbacks as spring training is underway, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Cardinals are hiring Tony Sorrentino to be their new wide receivers coach as Mike LaFleur continues to fill out his coaching staff this offseason. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, family owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Morado Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning, 7:30 on a Thursday. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I am Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys up to speed on the big sports stories. And I want to give a shout out to those watching on YouTube this morning. We're at Arizona Sports. Thank you to the 210 of you this morning. But I want to start. Yesterday, the news came down that Corbin Carroll would be having surgery on his broken hamate bone. So he's maybe the last person in that building you want to have gotten injured right now. So who is now under the most pressure after this Corbin Carroll injury?
I thought you were going to ask, the way you set it up, I thought you were going to ask, who is the Diamondbacks player you wish would get injured?
I would just say the quality of the outfield. It's so ironic and maybe just buzzard's luck that you trade off a couple of guys, you let a couple of guys go, then suddenly it becomes an area of need.
And an injury we just aren't talking about because we're talking so much about the pitching injuries is Gurriel's out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they feel that a lot more now too, but you knew that going in, and I think they made the decision to deal those two outfielders in Alexander and McCarthy, knowing that Gurriel wasn't going to be available to start the season. The landscape has changed. You have to shift your thinking, and the Diamondbacks are really good at shifting their thinking positively and optimistically. And maybe this creates an opportunity. And Torey Lovullo said Tim Tao is a name that comes up. There's other players that are going to get opportunity, and maybe they can seize that opportunity. It's not a great place to be in, but maybe when it's all said and done, if Corbin Carroll can use that legendary work ethic to come back from the injury and get back in late March, early April, it won't be that big of a deal. But if it lingers, I think the pressure offensively goes to the second baseman, Ketel Marte, to carry the offense.
Okay. For me, it just my brain went to Jordan Lawler immediately. Okay, so...
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think that even without this injury and this opportunity to play the outfield, this is really a make-or-break time for Jordan Lawler.
Yes.
I mean, it's been long enough. You're either going to make it on this level or you're not.
Yes, and so...
Or you're on your way to San Jose.
In the past...
Reno. Jarrett? Right, Reno. That's right.
Reno. In the past, we've seen the Diamondbacks add an arm right at the beginning or around spring training. So if they were to add another arm, what do they need more? Another bullpen arm or a starting pitching arm, and why?
I mean, I'm biased. I want to see Zach Gallen back. He's lingered this long. I know not everybody feels that way. Is it the best use of funds because it's going to cost you upwards of $20 million? Because obviously having more starting arms can ease the burden on the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
I think what they will do is focus on the bullpen. I think the temptation to have Zach Gallen back will be defeated by the actual finances of it.
Yeah, listen, I don't feel as strongly about Zach given what I saw last year as Vinny does. I like the way he ended the season, but I don't know. If it were a binary question, do you want Zach Gallen back or not? I'd say of course.
Yeah.
But if it were, you can have him back or you can spend $20 million on 3 relievers, I'm going the latter.
Okay, fair. All right, so the Phoenix Suns, they head into the All-Star break on a little bit of a down note, but how can they turn what has been the feel-good story of the NBA into a team that can win at least one playoff series?
I talked about it in Vinny's view. It might be a pipe dream in today's NBA. Stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Be available. I think once they get back from the All-Star break, it's a serious ramp-up for Jalen Green. They can't the babying has to stop. And that goes for him, too, because I think he is taking a very long route to get back because of his uncertainty. If you want to prove something, if you want to accomplish something, you got to be all in, and that goes for everybody on the roster. So
yeah, I think a lot of it is tied to Jalen Green and Devin Booker and what this offense is going to look like. I do think a lot of the things that the Suns did incredibly well over the first 55 games, not all of it is going to translate to the postseason. Again, their ability to rebound the ball offensively, they're about as good as you're going to find from an undersized team at just staying committed, playing the angles, staying involved, engaged. I think that goes away when you start playing teams in series and they start scheming against you. Teams are going to have a body in every member of the Suns. Some of the things that they've gotten by with have been effort-driven, where they've just out-efforted the other team.
Yeah.
Those are not the way.
Yes.
That you don't succeed in the postseason like that.
No, you don't. Especially now, post-All-Star break, these teams are going to be ramping up for the postseason. Effort has gotten them this far.
That's it.
Along with other things.
So now it's going to have to be some things that transcend effort.
Yes. Okay, so I was scrolling through the channels yesterday, very bored, and I came upon the NBA channel, and they were showing a rerun of the 1983 All-Star game. Okay, so this got me thinking, and I texted you guys this. What was the best thing about watching basketball in that era, and maybe what was the most annoying or worst thing about watching basketball in that era?
To me, it was, I mean, this has been true for every era, but just that's when I fell in love with the game. So the star power that was, and 83, I mean, Michael Jordan wasn't even in the league yet. It was kind of still on that upward trajectory, but I mean, Dr. J, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, there was just mega stars that I took for granted as a kid because it was a lot of fun to watch.
When I was a kid, I went to my dad took me to a lot of basketball games, and I remember getting to see. I remember I was at a game very, very young, but Wilt Chamberlain I think was playing for the Lakers in that game. Nobody, when you went to see a star play back in those days, the star played. Yeah. And not to sound like old guy in the lawn, but it's true. You go look at the games played logs of some of those stars in the 80s, and they're all 78 to 82. Mm-hmm. And that's not the case. I miss that. Some people will say that the defensive style of the late 80s and the early 90s made for unwatchable basketball. That is absolutely true. But the idea of guys being tough and the sport having a little more toughness to it, I miss that.
Yeah. The worst part about it back then was, look, you're saturated with basketball. You can watch every single game, basically. Mm-hmm. That was not the case back then. The scarcity was not great. It was kind of when I'm old enough to remember, and Bick was right there with me, watching the 1980 NBA Finals on tape delay. Mm-hmm. Game 6 was a legendary performance by Magic Johnson. It wasn't even shown live in most of the country.
Yeah. And just scrolling through, like looking at these rosters, I thought, and I would say I do know the NBA and its history pretty well. Some of these names, Reggie Theis or Theus. I mean, you got
Star of Hang Time on NBC Saturday morning.
Jack Sikma, Gus Williams.
Jack Sikma, Seattle Supersonics.
Jamal,
just best perm in the league.
Yeah, Reggie Theus was unbelievable.
Just some
great
names.
Mustache too, Jarrett.
Buck Williams,
Buck Williams, former
Marquise Johnson's,
Maryland Terrapin.
Marcus. So it was overall a pretty fun watch. Okay,
Marcus Johnson, Yaka. He says as an announcer. I think there's far better athletes.
He was Raymond in White Men Can't Jump, Marcus Johnson. I'm going to go back and get my other gun. Shoot everybody.
The last question I had for you guys, this is some post-Super Bowl thought, all right? So Drake May and that Patriots offensive line, not very good, okay? But on the flip side, Sam Darnold's offensive line protected him well enough, again, to get to a Super Bowl. So what's more important, being able to protect the quarterback or get to the quarterback in today's NFL?
Ooh.
That's a good question.
I think being able to get to the quarterback. Because if you're giving up a lot of pressures, there's way out of that. If you can't block the guy coming at your quarterback, I don't know.
And the real disruptive defenses that get to the quarterback create more turnovers and create more.
I think that's marginally better.
Both incredibly important.
Yes,
but I would
interesting question.
I would side to the pass rush too.
Yeah, I was just listening to it, and someone was saying the most important attribute for a team is to be able to get to the quarterback with only rushing 4, and that's what Seattle did all season long. And Sam Darnold's not necessarily a world beater, but now they're the Super Bowl champs. And so thank you, guys.
You also had mentioned in that text you sent out things that you loved about basketball back then. And one of the things that I loved about basketball in my generation was the red, white, and blue ABA basketball. Vinny probably remembers this. Mm-hmm. It was much more rubbery than your typical leather/composite leather basketball. Much more tacky, and I love that.
Yeah.
Instant handles with that thing.
Plus also the optics of the rotation of the ball.
Yeah, right. You get a good rotation on your shot. The red, white, and blue spinning is fantastic.
Yeah, I don't have a lot. I mean, I've read a lot about the ABA and studied. I don't have much other than video clips. I don't ever remember watching an ABA game live.
Yeah, I don't
But they
either.
were so innovative.
Yeah.
And
they were focused on offense. They introduced the three-point shot before the NBA did. That was cool.
And the one thing too, and I know we got to go, but the NBA, like when did it become cool? Was that Like, did Frazier make the game, like, because now all these guys.
Frazier was great on Cheers. I think by the time he got his spinoff, it wasn't considered cool anymore.
I'm going to say
Michael Jordan.
The NBA became cool the day Michael Jordan scored 63 points in the playoffs against the Celtics, who are arguably the greatest team of all time.
The Showtime Lakers helped too, right?
Showtime Lakers.
Yeah.
But Michael Jordan.
It was all kind of starting to ramp, and then Jordan just
Jordan
elevation.
took it off.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Sweet. There you guys
At
go.
least that's my belief.
Yeah.
Coming up, thanks, Sammy. Coming
thanks,
up
Sammy.
next, is oversaturation the biggest problem facing certain sports? Some interesting thoughts from an athlete outside of team sports. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
More reaction to that whooping as we talk Suns at the All-Star break on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply. Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Carroll, who could see time in the D-backs outfield until he returns. We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We continue live here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up till 10 o'clock. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka with you. The NBA season is over. The NFL season is over. The NBA season's over, too. Oklahoma City's winning the title. Did I make that clear? The NFL season is over. Super Bowl putting a wrap on it on Sunday with the Seahawks winning the championship. But the NFL, as we've talked about a lot, and a lot of other people have talked about, they are really, really good at creating, it's basically different seasons. It's the regular season is one, the playoffs is one, the Super Bowl is almost a season unto itself. And then you get immediately into the coaching cycle. That's turned into a season. Draft prep is a season. Free agency is a season. OTAs become the combine. All of it. They've created all of it. And they've done a masterful job at it. Now, it's interesting to hear the viewpoints of people outside the sport of football. Really interesting to hear the viewpoints of an athlete outside the United States who didn't grow up with football. Rory McIlroy is making his debut on the PGA Tour this week at Pebble Beach, and he had his press conference. And because they are in that area, not terribly far away from Santa Clara where the Super Bowl was, Rory was asked about his thoughts on the Super Bowl. And he gave a very wide-ranging and very, very smart answer. Listen to Rory McIlroy on the NFL.
Yeah, football is – I've tried really hard with football. Like, I've tried really hard. And in a way, like, I appreciated the Super Bowl because of the defensive capabilities of both teams, and especially the Seahawks. And I could watch a game of cricket for 5 days and be mesmerized. I think I didn't grow up with it, so that's why I maybe don't take to it quite as naturally. But I can appreciate it. But I also, it's a short season, and then once it goes away, people miss it, and then they just from a marketing perspective, it's genius, right? They drip feed things. It's the combine, then it's the draft, and then it's preseason. And it's like, okay, the season is short, but they drip feed just enough to keep you really interested the whole way through the year. And as we in golf are contemplating going to more of that scarcity model, there's certainly a lot to be learned from the NFL from that standpoint.
Very interesting thoughts. And the use of the term drip feed is interesting to me.
Here's what I would say about that. If the NFL could roll out an 82-game season, they would.
Oh, they're moving there slowly, right?
If they could play 82 games like the NBA, they would. They can't get away with it, so they don't. So they're pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. They know there are limits to it. Might it be 18 games? We'll see. We'll see how far they push it. But because they know they can't impose any more inventory because of the fragility of human. I don't know how, to this day, I don't know how the NHL gets away with the inventory they ask their players to shoulder on a yearly basis, given how incredibly violent that sport can be. But that's another story. When it comes to football, so in place of the inventory, they've created pseudo events. They've taken a calendar and manipulated the calendar, so there's always something coming at you.
It's true, and that probably was a response. And look, that's brilliance by Roger Goodell, because this calendar has come to fruition under his watch. Mm-hmm. But you look at apply this to the other sports. Could baseball or basketball or hockey get away with lessening the inventory? And the answer is a resounding no, because the interest in their non-event inventory is a fraction of what it is in the NFL. Nobody cares about the NBA scouting combine. Very few people care about the NBA draft anymore because of what college basketball has done. The NBA has to rely on 82 games, and you have owners who don't want to give away those gate receipts. It's way too long.
Very early in my life, I learned a very, very painful lesson about capitalism and business in the United States of America. I learned that because I loved Honey Bunches of Oats. I'd have a box every 2 to 3 days. Then one year I noticed these don't taste as good as they used to. And it turns out they didn't because they changed the recipe. Why? Because they wanted to make it cheaper to produce. Why? So they could continue to wring more and more money out of the exact same product to the point where they ruined the product. This, unfortunately, in my opinion, you see all over this country where the need, this almost psychopathic need to continue to grow overshadows what is and are currently great products that should not be trifled with, that should not be tampered with, that have been grown as far as they can without sacrificing the quality of it. Part of the reason why I admire what the Thunderbirds and the WM Phoenix Open are doing is because, in a lot of it, they didn't have much of a choice, but they still did this voluntarily. They shrunk their tournament.
Yes.
Not many people do that.
And they publicly, they said the quiet part out loud. We don't want to get bigger. We want to get better.
That's it.
Very few entities have that stance on anything anymore.
On anything.
It's never going to happen, but I'm just saying, what if all sports did follow the NFL model? Do you think interest in baseball and basketball would be more if they only played 17 games a year? And they only played one game a week.
That's not the number, but if you cut it down to where it changed the way the players looked at the schedule, it would make a dramatic difference.
I'm saying literally, if they literally only played once a week for 17
that's not
weeks.
enough for basketball.
No. You have to consider the nature of the sport.
You've got to consider the nature of the
because
sport.
We
because it's drilled into our head.
As basketball consumers over the years, go back and look at the schedules from the late 60s and early 70s, what those guys put themselves through. In what was still a fledgling league at that point. They were playing 4 days in a row. They were playing 6 games in 7 nights. It was physically possible to do. And that's why the NFL realized we can't play 25 games a year. We'd love to.
Yeah.
The fans would love it, but we can't because these guys would drop dead.
Right.
So we have to create other avenues to make this interesting and hope the public latches on, and they did.
Until Elon Musk rolls out his first wave of bot football players.
I think they'll explode and break if he does that.
I think what Jared's getting at.
Well, what a hump, Jared, isn't he?
Thank you.
I think what Jared's getting at is that the scarcity, and Rory pointed to it too, of the NFL is, okay, there's only 18 weeks, games, and Super Bowl. If the NBA season were to be cut in half, there's 82 games. If there were 41 games, they play 2 games a week. Just think about how much, I don't want to use the word hype, but how much meaning each of those games now have. These players are going to be a lot more healthy. They're going to be more tuned into playing these games. And what we've seen from the Suns pre-All-Star break, the effort, I think you would see throughout the rest of the NBA.
Okay, let me draw the parallel. A college basketball team, a good one's going to play what, 30 to 35 games a year?
If you make a run deep into the tournament, you can get close to 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your number. Somewhere around 40. 40 to 45 would be ideal for the sport of basketball.
The WNBA's got the right schedule, is what you're saying. Because they're up to 44 if there's a season this year.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point.
I think when the NBA expands, which they will, they get 2 more teams, that is the time they have to do the deep, hard look at what's actually going to have to happen.
I think they're already looking at it. But
I think
also
so too.
think the owners won't look at it because it's not as much money.
Right. But
nobody would care. Not even the biggest basketball freak on the planet. Not even Kellen Olsen would care if they went to 70 games.
We're going to play a soundbite later from literally the biggest basketball freak in America, Bill Simmons, talking about that they need to reduce the schedule.
Yes.
But scarcity breeds interest in general.
It does.
The reason people watch dozens of sports that they never, ever watch ever in the Olympics is because they only see them once every 4 years.
Yeah, no, it's true.
There's the patriotism thing,
They
too.
don't subscribe to the curling network.
I know.
Come on.
But
Are
the
you a
problem
fan
is,
or not?
Look, those streaming platforms aren't going to feed themselves.
No.
So when they say streaming, Jared, what do they mean exactly?
Something to do with urine, I think.
So, but again, this is it's an unfortunate element of the way we are as people. That never is good, and there's never a number that's good enough. where you recognize and go, chef's kiss. Perfect. Stop right here. This is the recipe. Yes. Stop rubbing your eyes, Farron!
But why can't people realize that from a sporting standpoint? Filet mignon is like the greatest thing ever to me. Like I could, when I eat it, I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to eat it every day.
No.
Of course, I probably wouldn't be alive either, but it's a fascinating topic. And Jared said, as Jared said, we'll get back into it from a different angle a little bit later on. Coming up next, Vic's going to kick ass. He's going to kick ass in the second half of the show.
Fire!
And it's going to kick off with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons. And Parker & Sons, something very fundamentally important to people. When people have emergencies, they don't want to have to wait and they don't want to have to leave a message on a voice recorder. Parker & Sons is great in your time of emergency. I'm proof. I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night not that long ago. Called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone. That blew my mind. Later learned that a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons, which means no leaving a message, no waiting, just instant help when you need it by 8 a.m. the same day. I hadn't even done the Bickley blast yet. They were at my house fixing my issue. I was tremendously impressed. Parker & Sons also great for preventative measures. This is the time of year I recommend to people about the air quality in your home. Highly recommend the Captura air scrubber. Cleans the air in your house 24/7, makes a big difference. Most people do not know the amount of gunk they are breathing in the comfort and the safety of their own home. This takes care of it. It's a great time of the year to do it with cold and flu season all over the place. Remember, Parker & Sons has been serving Arizona for over 50 years. They're reputable, highly decorated, fast, reliable. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They'll show up on time. They will fix it right at a fair price. 602 to repair. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns got blitzed by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night without Jalen Green and Devin Booker in a 136-109 loss. Dillon Brooks also received his 16th technical foul of the season and will face a one-game suspension as the Suns now head to the All-Star break with a 32-23 record. They'll next be in action in a week from today. If you missed it, Arizona Diamondbacks star Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone and underwent surgery yesterday and is now questionable for opening day on March 26th. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No reader's glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Phoenix Suns did something last night they haven't done all season. They waved a white flag, they managed a load, they took the L, and for those who bought tickets for what looked like a marquee matchup a few weeks ago, well, this loss went down especially hard. Now, granted, it might be the smart strategic maneuver, resting both Devin Booker's ankle and Jalen Green's hamstrings from the harm of 2 games in 2 nights, conceding a game to the best team in basketball, but for all the magical moments in the first half of our NBA season, the Suns still sit in 7th place in the Western Conference, so obviously every game matters when you do not want to be part of the play-in tournament. And more to the point, what does it do to the psychology of this particular team? Because sitting Book and Green last night was an admission that the #1 priority was getting to the All-Star break. Maybe an admission that the Suns are a bit wobbly at the moment, and that all sounds about right. But the beauty of the current team is in its defiance, its resistance, its ability to punch up against the better teams. They're a team known to fight for every possession, not a team that concedes 48 minutes of basketball to a superior opponent just to protect their health. So a small tip of the cap to the first half Suns, even with that ugly, uncharacteristic loss on Wednesday, the one that came with a small piece of their soul. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
No, I think it's motivation to be better in the next 25 games. Last game we had no Book, no Jalen, no Grayson, so we get healthy and we put it together and we go out these 25 games like we were trying to prove something like we did at the beginning of the year.
That is Dillon Brooks talking about coming out of the All-Star break like they have something to prove, and that's got to be the top to bottom goal for this team because I'm not going to say they limped into the All-Star break, but they're not playing their best basketball. The analytic drop-off is there. The wins haven't been there to the same degree. Going back to your point about, selling a little bit of their soul last night, protecting health, not putting their best out there in a game against the defending champs, and the marquee nature of it, that was an attractive game. And you mentioned somebody who hit you up on Twitter who talked about, being hundreds of dollars in after circling that. And look, injuries happen. The Shai Gilgeous-Alexander thing, that's a real injury. He's not going to play in the All-Star game. He's missed several games with the abdominal strain. They want to defend their title. Could Devin Booker have played last night? Could Jalen Green have played last night? I think the answer is yes.
Of course they could have.
They didn't. So there's where the selling of the soul comes in. But I walked by last night. I was walking from the bowels of Mortgage Matchup Center back out to my courtside seat, and I walked by a fan who was watching the warm-ups, and he was sitting by himself, and he was holding a sign, and I read the sign. traveled 6,700 miles from Taiwan to come watch my favorite player, Devin Booker, play basketball. And look, they're looking for attention by making signs like that. I get it. I see signs like that very often. Devin Booker has a great appeal among Asian fans who travel to the United States to see him play. That one hit me a little bit.
I
don't
that's
know
something.
if you're planning a basketball vacation from Taiwan to the United States, you're probably not doing one game right before the All-Star break. So I don't know if this fan was in attendance the night before and got to see Devin Booker play. But that's kind of what people are talking about now. That's one of the aspects of it, because the cost of these games is immense.
Exorbitant. Now, the listener that Jeff in Phoenix, he's been a longtime listener of our show. He's a great Phoenix sports fan. I interact with him quite frequently. He's not a Kyler Murray fan, and I've gone back at him for years over this. He added me last night, quote, I paid over $300 for my tickets, add parking and drinks. I'm over $400 for one game. I thought I was getting the Suns versus OKC, and they flat out sit Green and Booker. This is flat out bleep. And some of the comments were, dude, this is on you. You should have looked at the schedule and known it's a back-to-back game. And just that mindset in the comments tells you how jaded and prevalent this problem has become.
Well, and that it's seeped in and become acceptable to a lot of the fan base.
That's it. And I had another who said, brought my wife and my son to the game, seriously bummed out by this. And again, the Phoenix Suns, out of all the teams in the NBA, they have given you, the basketball fan, more than your money's worth. More than any other team in the NBA, they have fought from beginning to end of almost every game they've been in, which is why last night struck me as very, very wow, this is not what I would expect from this team, even though part of me fully understands the maneuver. Because this Jalen Green thing, the coddling and the babying of him, like you said, it's got to come to an end. If he's at the point where he can't play 3 consecutive games, then it's like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't the competitor in you scream in defiance to that? Aren't you? At what point in time would you, as a basketball player, be yearning to be out there rather than giving into this? So, whatever. I understand the why of it, but when it comes to the way this team is rolled, it wouldn't surprise me if Dillon Brooks looks at what the Suns did last night the same way Max Crosby looked at what the Raiders did last year, where you can't see the big picture. You're not asking me to be in the big picture. You're asking me to be in the arena every night, fighting for every loose ball and diving for every loose ball, fighting for every possession on defense. And now you're telling me we're giving this game up?
And think about it also, like we talked about starting to having to put a governor on Dillon Brooks. Maybe don't be so aggressive, pass the ball more, don't shoot so much, don't this, that, and the other. But when he's playing every single game, and these games when the stars aren't playing, and he has to be that way, for them to say,
it's kind of
you have to carry our team this game, but, when Devin Booker and guys come back, we don't want you
so much.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's going to happen to this team, but little things like this can make a team look up at the front office and the decision makers and go, I thought we were different than that. I thought we were better than that. It's not at all what I expected from this team. Yeah. I told you yesterday, when I first read that the Suns might be doing this, it didn't even occur to me during yesterday's broadcast to talk about this as a possibility. Didn't even occur to me. I don't know if it occurred to you, but we didn't talk about it.
No, I really didn't start thinking about it till later in the day.
I didn't think they'd both be out.
No, and look, we've been kind of conditioned through in back-to-backs. Not so much recently, but ask the Mark Williams question. Is Mark Williams going to play? Well, he played. No problem. Here was Jordan Ott last night, the head coach of the Suns, giving the Jalen Green update.
Yeah, it's just conditioning. His strength numbers are there. So it's the strength is there. It's just now it's a conditioning piece. Continuous days of building that back up to then play, his normal minutes of Jalen Green. So that's why these days are good.
Yeah, the Suns have played 55 games, and as Jarrett pointed out earlier, Jalen Green's yet to appear in 3 consecutive games.
Wild.
Look, I'm not doubting.
He played 2 in a row 3 different times, and that's it.
Yes, but this one's different because the third one wasn't because of a setback or another injury creeping in. This was just... It was
managing a load
schedule thing.
That's yeah. And a lot of fans are like, "What are you doing, man? You've got an entire week off in front of you." Their thinking was we don't want these guys to tweak anything and then have this be 2-3 weeks.
Well, there was other people that were. I'm sorry, they're bringing up the fact if you have back-to-back games, why didn't you stagger the rest? Against Dallas and have somebody available for Oklahoma City. I don't know if they were beating Oklahoma City last night anyway.
Do you know why? Well, again, to say that,
it changes.
Hold on, let me finish. To say that invalidates everything this basketball team has done.
True.
They've beaten Oklahoma City this year.
If you're conceding a game to them before it starts, even at full strength, then you're invalidating everything this team has accomplished.
They beat them with SGA, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so that's why that's where this whole thing is kind of like, wow, that's just not like this basketball team. Yeah. But let's hope it works out.
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, already some injury news coming out of Diamondback spring training. We'll get the latest and maybe some paths forward from D-backs reporter for MLB.com, Steve Gilbert. He joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
More reaction to that whooping as we talk Suns at the All-Star break on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
So here's the story of two of our listeners, Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. Before they called Life Changer Loan, they had an interest rate on their home below 3%, which is good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of the credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. They are proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying off all of your debt without any worry, because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of the Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You're going to pay off your mortgage in a matter of years, not decades. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, obviously. But more than anything, you're now debt-free, and you've got decades to build personal wealth while everybody else is chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials, but if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Stop panic buying chocolates. This Valentine's Day, give her something she'll actually love. Welcome to the annual Valentine's Day sale at Mo Money Pawn Shop. From now until February 14th, get up to 50% off silver jewelry, 45% off diamond jewelry, which will save you hundreds from the mall stores. Need a last-minute miracle? We've got you covered. Gold jewelry at only $15 over melt value. Our amazing selection of handbags are 25% off. Don't wait. Make her heart skip a beat with Mo Money Pawn Shop in the heart of Phoenix at 12th Street and Indian School, or momoneypawn.com.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Let's talk letters, starting with C.
C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Bickley and Murata talk spring training now.
Hey, good morning on this Thursday to everybody listening and watching the show in El Mirage today. We appreciate you taking in the show in El Mirage. Diamondbacks have been hit by some unfortunate injury news with the Andrew Saalfrank reality and the Corbin Carroll news from yesterday, but life goes on, and how they deal with the obstacles in front of them, that's the next task for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Here to talk about it with us, Steve Gilbert covers the team for MLB.com. He joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Steve, good morning to you, sir.
Steve.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Did you think you'd be talking about hamate bones this early in camp?
Well, you know, good thing I studied up on my physiology this winter so I could get all this down pat with all the different types of injuries, labrum, shaving, and all kinds of stuff that they did with Andrew Saalfrank. So getting my medical degree here on the side.
Nice. The Corbin Carroll thing, obviously very unfortunate. If there's a guy that's going to press to come back early, it would be somebody with the work ethic of Corbin Carroll. But we heard Torey Lovullo talk about some possibilities, how to overcome this in the interim. What are some of those options in your mind that make the most sense, Steve?
Yeah, it's interesting. Torey was talking yesterday, and he was just still digesting the news. It felt like, so I don't know that he had fully thought things out, but he was talking about the possibility of moving Alek Thomas around, maybe to right field and left field. I think they want to get Jordan Lawler some reps in the outfield, and there's a thinking that the easiest, quote unquote, easiest of the outfield positions to play is center field, because the angles off the bat are truer than they are like if you're playing on either corner where you gotta worry about the ball hooking one way or the other, and so sometimes it's an easier adjustment for a guy who's not experienced in the outfield to just let him go out in center field and run down baseball. So that might be one of the reasons. We didn't kind of get that clear answer from him, but that might be one of the reasons why they think that, maybe moving Alek Thomas around opens up center field for Lawler. And then what they do in left field will kind of remains to be seen.
All right, so I'm not saying the hamate bone thing is anywhere near pitchers and Tommy John surgeries and what we've seen in baseball in recent years, but why is this happening to multiple baseball players, particularly when you're not talking about hit by pitches on the back of your hand?
Well, I was listening to Buster Olney talk about that, and he was talking about the fact that, the way guys are now leveraging everything, first it was pitchers trying to get, more velocity, more spin. So you started to see more Tommy John type injuries, and now hitters are in hitting labs. We had the pitching labs, now we have the hitting labs, and they're measuring bat speed and how can they get more whip in their swings. And the handles are rub against that hamate bone sometimes on the swings. And guys are taking so many swings that a lot of times that's the bone that breaks. Rubio Durazo had it years ago for the Diamondbacks. It's something that tends to happen, and just right now we've seen three pretty prominent players go down with it.
D-backs insider Steve Gilbert, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. In terms of the possibilities, you mentioned Jordan Lawler. It's 2026. Jordan Lawler. We've been excited about Jordan Lawler for a really long time, and here we are. We're still waiting. And I'm not going to talk about the expiration of patience with Jordan Lawler, but let's phrase it this way, Steve. With this opportunity that's in front of him, how big is 2026 for Jordan Lawler's future in Arizona and his MLB career?
Yeah, certainly. I think this is a huge opportunity for him. I think, he got called up in September of 2023, and you understand kind of the thinking around that at the time. Nick Ahmed wasn't really producing with the bat. They were looking to try to, get that final wild card spot, and they thought maybe Jordan Lawler could kind of give them a push. But that was a tough spot to be thrown into for him, and he really wasn't an everyday player at that point. They were still playing Perdomo, so it wasn't like he got consistent at bats. And then was injured the following year, and then last year came up and again didn't really get everyday at bats for reasons. They had guys in those positions, but they needed an extra player. That's always tough. It feels like for me, for hitters to kind of break in that way when you're not getting consistent at bats, because then the offers kind of linger a little bit. You can't get in a rhythm. So I think they really want to see what he can do with a little bit of a runway here and give him some consistent at bats and see what he can do. But yes, this is a huge year for him if he does indeed get that opportunity.
So now I know that the Diamondbacks are made a couple of bets on some aging players to see if they can catch one more year in a bottle, whether it's Nolan Arenado. Or whatever you're looking at in terms of this roster. I was interested in what Mike Hazen said the other day when he said we might not look as good as we did last year on paper. What are the realistic expectations for this team going into the season now that you're hoping for something from Carlos Santana, you're hoping to get the best out of Nolan Arenado? The ceiling for this team, what is it?
Well, I have a hard time with ceilings, because if you'd asked me this question in 2023, even when they made the playoffs, Bick, I would have said, oh, yeah, this is great. What a great accomplishment for them. Now they're going to go to Milwaukee, probably lose a couple games in Milwaukee, and then, they can build off this season. And they got hot at the right time. So I think the lesson that we've taken away from the last few years is you just got to get in the postseason and see what happens. See if you can possibly be playing your best baseball if you can sneak into that final wild card spot. So I think for them, wild card spot is what they're looking at. I think they have to try to find a way to kind of stay afloat early in the season. I know that makes Mike Hazen cringe, and that was kind of what he was answering, was he wants them to be, whatever their best is, he wants it on day one. But I think for them kind of staying afloat until they start to get, A.J. Puck back, Justin Martinez back, Corbin Burns back, that's going to be key. They have a tough early schedule, so that's not going to be easy for them. But I think that's kind of their goal right now, is to stay afloat and hope when those guys return they get a big boost from that.
Steve Gilbert, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. From the All-Star game on last year, the whole second half of the season, Steve, was really defined by the Ketel Marte story that lingered with the trade rumors. Ketel Marte is here. I know you recently sat down with him. You wrote about his mindset going into the season. Are you convinced that this is no longer a story and that both sides can move in with clear heads to 2026?
It seems like that. When I talked to Ketel, he didn't seem to hold any bad feelings towards the organization. He's met since then with Mike Hazen. I guess they had dinner since then even. And they've always been pretty close. I mean, they've had a relationship. He was the first player that Mike acquired when he came over here and took over as GM. And when Ketel's mom unfortunately passed away suddenly in 2017, Mike Hazen flew down to the Dominican to be there for the funeral. That always meant a lot to Ketel. He signed him to 3 contract extensions. They've always had a really good relationship. So I think that's what allows them to kind of get back to, the way things were, as opposed to if he didn't have that relationship with him, this might be a little more difficult. But it seems like right now everybody's kind of put that behind him.
All right, so in terms of pitching, what are we going to expect now? Do you think Zach Gallen is still in play? I read yesterday that finally the free agent market might be heating up for him. And what do you think they're going to look at for in terms of the bullpen?
Well, I think, you can never rule Ken Kendrick out in these situations. Whenever he feels like there's a chance to win and a player that could possibly put them over the top, he hasn't been afraid to go out and spend money on that player. Whether or not he will or not, that I can't tell you. As far as the bullpen goes, that's one of those things where you always look at from year to year, the bullpen is the hardest thing for a team to predict. You see just wild variances in how pitchers, unless you're Mariano Rivera or somebody with remarkable consistency, it's hard to predict bullpens. So is it possible that somebody jumps out in this bullpen that we're not expecting, 2 or 3 guys, and have really good years? Certainly possible. But they're going to need some people to step up, because right now, without A.J. Puck and without Justin Martinez, it certainly looks like a spot in the team that you would be a little bit concerned with. But, we'll see how that plays out over the course of the year.
Steve, always appreciate the time and the insight. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you, Steve.
Guys, always my pleasure to be with you. Have a great day.
You too. Steve Gilbert covers the D-backs for MLB.com. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, tanking, load management, season length. We've reached the point in the calendar where everybody's focusing on what's wrong with the NBA. So we will too. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas also proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas, the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking, at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or getting cozy by the fire, roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, without Devin Booker and Jalen Green last night, got bested by the NBA's best Oklahoma City Thunder, 136-109, and will now head to the All-Star break 9 games above 500 and the 7th seed in the Western Conference. The Suns will pick it back up a week from today against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. In other Phoenix Suns news, Amari Stoudemire, Kevin Johnson, and Mike D'Antoni are all finalists for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. And if you missed it yesterday, Corbin Carroll is questionable for opening day in just 6 weeks. He underwent surgery to repair a broken hamate bone in his hand. For more on Corbin Carroll and the Diamondbacks as spring training is underway, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Cardinals are hiring Tony Sorrentino to be their new wide receivers coach as Mike LaFleur continues to fill out his staff this offseason. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more, all in stock at The Window Depot, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Driving home last night from the Suns game, and I'm listening to Mitch Veraldis on the post-game show, and he brought up a good point. He's like, we're at the point in the calendar now that the season length has something to do with it, that everybody at this point just starts talking about what's wrong with the NBA. Now that the trade deadline's over, and everybody's complaining about that too, because most of the big trades were done for the future, not for this year. Whatever. Jarrett said earlier in the show, we've had our discussions too about the length of the season and whatnot, right, Bick?
Mm-hmm.
Jarrett said the biggest sports nerd on the planet.
Biggest basketball specifically.
Yeah, biggest basketball nerd, Bill Simmons of the Bill Simmons Show.
All right.
He's sounded off too. And I'm going to play this. It's about a minute long, but this is Bill Simmons kind of going over everything he thinks is wrong with the NBA. And is the right guy in place to fix it?
To me, there's like huge fundamental issues with the league that they're just yada-yadaing and pointing to all the media money they've made and the fact that their players are famous and that everybody loves the playoffs. It's like the regular season has real issues. It's too long. Guys are getting hurt too much. Everybody is making so much money. The only reason to have 82 games is because you make money from it. You go down to 70, you make less money. Guess what? Devin Booker, instead of making $75 million in 2028, he'll make 73. He'll be fine. All this, everything they're doing, they're not serving the larger picture of what do fans want? How do we keep our players healthy? How do we have a competitive season from start to finish? How do we avoid over 1/4 of our league not giving a for the last 2 months? How do we fix this? And it's the first time I've really wondered, do we have the right guy running the league? Because he doesn't seem interested in actually fixing real problems that everybody can see. And it's not about look at the NBA Cup. Oh, we created this thing. It's like, your schedule's too long. You have to fix this. It's too long. It should be 70 games.
I mean, he's a cheerleader for the NBA too, and he does a lot of good and a lot of promotion for the league by just the amount of discussion he has on it. But when a guy of that prominence is saying it, maybe that's the impetus to get the commissioner and the owners to start thinking along those lines?
Well, yeah. And again, I think when you talk about what a commissioner does, a commissioner exacts and enacts the will of the owners and the people that he works for. And some of the best commissioners, they tend to carve out a bit of autonomy and serve the good of the game. And the ones that have enough strength of personality and are good at building coalitions, they can get owners to submit to their will if they are custodians of the good of the game. Yeah, I tend to agree with Bill Simmons in this. I do wonder very much because I'm somebody who, unlike Jarrett, who has a very high opinion of Adam Silver. What?
I've never said anything bad about him. Adam Silver, the commissioner? Nothing but respect.
Have you seen this guy?
Handsome
Have you
fella.
seen this guy?
Handsome guy.
Yeah. But to me, I think he is right about this. I think this is an issue that is screaming for an obvious solution because all the anti-tanking measures you put in, which have real effects, like, for instance, LeBron James, now that he's not going to play 65 games, he is no longer going to be eligible to be All-NBA. Now, this might be a good thing because he doesn't deserve it this year, and you wouldn't want him getting it from a ceremonial standpoint.
Yeah, it's also easier for him to not get it under these circumstances than he didn't earn it.
That's it. But I do think that they've already tried to throw solutions at this problem, and it hasn't worked. So what do? You just give up?
No. I will never be the commissioner of the NBA, but I have thoughts on what they.
Don't say that. You can do whatever you put your mind.
I'd be too rash if I'm gonna be honest as the commissioner of the NBA. But I mentioned this. This could happen. This is just what I would do when the NBA expands. You go to 64 games. Every team plays each other twice, and then this is the controversial one. You do away with the NBA lottery odds. Every single team has the same odds. No one will tank.
You think you're rash? Let me go a step further.
Yes, go. Let's go.
Do away with the NBA draft.
They're just free agents?
Yeah.
Okay.
You still have salary cap in place.
That's chaos.
Yeah?
It's I hear what you're saying. I don't know how realistic that would be. I mean, where would the pop in the circumstance come from?
All right, here's another idea I just thought of. Could they go? I mean, these are all ideas that will never, ever happen because they're never reducing the schedule. They're never getting rid of the draft, et cetera. But here's another idea that will never happen but is interesting. What if they went to the European soccer model of regulation?
Relegation.
What if they regulated each game? No,
I'm
relegation.
about to go to the policy of strangulation.
I thought about that.
That would potentially stop tanking because the bottom, 4-6 teams every year would cycle out. And you don't want to drop down out of the NBA to the G League.
You would have much better chance at shortening the schedule than that.
I know.
Than making it such so that a billionaire owner, now cannot get into the playoffs the next year.
I don't get how
the only way
happens in soccer.
The only way it works in soccer is because that's the way it was. That was the way it's set up.
Always been.
Right.
Yeah. You can't go from what you have now to that.
Yeah, but
as great as it would be.
We also talked about the different mindset of European soccer fans as opposed to the typical American sports fan. They also can't fathom playoffs.
Right.
I mean, so that's how different the thinking is.
Look at if you want to do a quick compare, Premier League soccer games only once or twice a week. The scarcity of play during the week is there for that.
But also, it's a strenuous sport that requires tremendous conditioning. And the NBA set that precedent years ago. They went to 82 games. Baseball, if you take baseball, is baseball too long? Yes, probably. Yes. Do we need 162 games? No. The only people that are clamoring for that still are the people that cling to season statistic. And it does mean a lot in the storytelling of baseball. Yeah. Season statistics mean absolutely nothing in the storytelling of basketball.
That's true.
None, zero.
Because everything is based on per-game averages. For whatever reason, they went down that road a long time ago to go to averages. It doesn't matter. Can you name off the top of your head who's got the most points in one season in NBA history? We know it's Wilt Chamberlain. Yeah. Nobody knows what the number is.
They just look at the average.
It doesn't matter. They know that he averaged 50 points per game.
Yeah.
So he scored over 4,000 points. But nobody cares about that stuff. I'm all on board with Bill Simmons.
Never going to happen, though. Never.
No,
any major professional league has never, ever reduced their games.
Well, and especially now when they want more inventory to siphon off and sell to streaming platforms. It's not only is it never going to happen, now is the time it would most likely never, ever happen. Given the fact that there's so much demand now.
They're about to expand because they want more money. Do they need 2 more teams in the NBA right now?
No. And you're right, it's money because it's about probably $1 billion each for expansion fees going into the pockets of the owners, yes. but they're also righting a wrong by doing this on the Seattle front. When Seattle gets a team, it's going to be a feel-good story. I don't have a rooting interest in Seattle, but I believe they should have a basketball team, and they should have had a basketball team probably 12 years ago.
They could solve that by moving a franchise that's failing right now, but they're not going to do that because they'd rather just add more teams and more money.
Yeah, but you take away a team that was born in Seattle and then you replace it with a team that was born somewhere else. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Move Oklahoma City back there. What have they ever done?
Yeah.
Coming up next, we'll talk some NFL. We're into the offseason with the Super Bowl behind us. Steve Weish from NFL Network will be our guest. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. Sports fans know better than anyone that results matter, wins and losses matter, scoreboard matters. This is why if you are ever injured in an accident, make sure you pick up the phone and call the accident attorneys at Sweet James. And whatever you do not try to go up against the insurance companies alone. Here's a story that proves why. One of our listeners, seriously injured in a trucking accident, thought the insurance companies would be reasonable, thought he could negotiate on his own. Guess what they offered him? Nothing. Zero for his injuries. Nothing. Indignant, he picked up the phone. He called Sweet James. Not only did they get him the medical care he needed, they went out and secured a whopping $10 million victory, a life-changing kind of outcome, and way more than the nothing burger the insurance companies were initially offering up. Now, Sweet James cannot guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but in our legal system, having the right attorney on your side makes all the difference in the world. That's why you call Sweet James. They get results. They win 98% of the time. They've got extensive trial experience, which means they don't just win, they win big. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, EVs. If it's on the lot, it's marked down thousands off MSRP. And for 4 days only, Friday through Monday, we've partnered with Landings Credit Union for exclusive special financing rates. We're working with all credit types, and our goal is 100% approval. During the President's Day event at Santan Ford, enjoy simple, transparent pricing for everyone. Hurry in for the best selection during this 4-day President's Day event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Ends Monday. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How can the Diamondbacks stay afloat if Corbin Carroll has to miss regular season action? We're talking D-back spring training at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. We continue on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Football offseason is a reality now after the Seahawks beat the New England Patriots at Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara on Sunday. Here to talk NFL with us, one of our favorite guests from the NFL Network, Steve Weish, joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Steve, good morning to you, sir.
Steve.
Good morning, guys. How's everything going?
Going well. I know you were there in Santa Clara. You did some on-field interviews post-game, and something that stood out to me that Julian Love told you, that he's never been part of a team that's this complete. Where do you look at the Seattle Seahawks in recent memory in terms of completeness? Because that was an impressive run. After they had that last loss to the Rams, they were pretty much untouchable, Steve.
Yeah, look, and I think part of it is it's weird. I was around that team for a lot the last final 3 or 4 weeks of the season before we get to the playoffs, and they talk about being unified. There was a bunch of mutts, guys who'd been kicked off of other teams with draft picks, and somehow they have found the chemistry to really pull for one another. So I think that's part of it. But then you saw all three components come together, and I go back to that Week 16 game against the Rams where Rashid Shaheed returned the punt that led to the 16-point comeback and the overtime win. And so you saw how strong the special teams were. From that point on, Shaheed returned another punt. They recover a fumbled punt against the Rams in the playoffs. Defensively, they were just overwhelming. They just devastated teams. And you talk to folks who play them, they're like, they don't do anything overly exotic. They just beat you. They just have guys who beat you, and their coaching staff turns them loose. And Sam Darnold in that offense, they got the run game going probably about the last month of the season. That carried through the playoffs. So they were balanced. And that play-action passing game was as deadly as we've seen. So they are truly a complete team. And the complete teams and the healthy teams are usually the ones who are there at the end, and they showed that.
Steve, Sam Darnold, is he a story of resilience and personal growth, or is he kind of proof that if you're a quarterback and you will end up in one of the 8 to 10 truly dysfunctional organizations in the NFL, that your career might be tanked?
Great question. I love the phrasing of it, but no, it's both. I mean, look, a lot of guys go to bad organizations and they just can't come out of it. They become, well, I'm just this type of quarterback, or I got beat up by the media and I hate everybody. He was young enough and talented enough to put in the work to continue to get better, to continue to try to take chances on himself. He goes to the Niners. He gets in the scheme. He understands it. Remember, there was a lot of talk when Darnold was with the Niners that if Purdy wasn't healthy, he was coming off that arm injury, that Darnold could be the guy.
Yeah.
And so that's how much they thought of him. He feels comfortable in the system, gets his chance in Minnesota, kills it up there, but there's still doubts because of the way he finished, and then he gets around the complete team like we just talked about. So everything fit in place. He started believing in himself because the teammates and coaching staff believed in him, and you saw the rewards that bore out.
Talking with Steve Weish from NFL Network here on Arizona Sports. The part of the Darnold story that bugs me, it's a great story. We spent a lot of Monday on our show just talking about redemption. being the arc for Sam Darnold, a guy that was given up on and a guy that was really thought of as a bust. And here he is on top of the world. And also curing himself of his biggest detriment as a quarterback was being turnover prone. To go through a postseason with no turnovers, great thing. And he's a Super Bowl champion now. But then the media talk went to, well, who's the next Sam Darnold? To me, that's kind of disrespectful of what Sam Darnold just did because we don't see this all the time, Steve.
I agree. I think the reason why people are biting that apple is because we've seen Baker Mayfield now do it, right? We've seen a couple of quarterbacks, Baker, Sam Darnold, who, high picks, who've gone to situations, struggled, and really worked their way out of it. So I think there's still kind of this, Cinderella tale that we want to hang on to because it's something we cherish. As media members, it's a great narrative of historians. It's a great narrative. But, is that person out there? Is that system out there? We'll find out because, maybe it's Mac Jones, right? Maybe it's somebody, Malik, why am I blanking on the kid at Green Bay?
Malik Willis,
right? If he gets a shot, we'll see. Or maybe it's Tua, right? Or Kyler, someone like that. So we'll see. We're always hoping for triumph over failure. But these are two great examples. But these aren't everyday stories either.
All right, so what the Seahawks did with Mike Macdonald, I wasn't prepared for Mike Macdonald being this impact head coach, and as a defensive play caller, he is just a monster. Now the Cardinals have to deal with him as well as Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan in this NFC West. Do you have any historical perspective on what divisions have been better than the NFC West in the past, and how in the world is Mike LaFleur, the new head coach in the Cardinals, going to hang and get out of the basement in this division?
Well, we'll see. The NFC North is pretty darn good, too, with the Bears, Packers, and Lions, and the Vikings. But, you see kind of a common thread with the coaches there as well. I mean, look, the thing for Mike LaFleur, and I found it interesting when I look at the composition of his coaching staff. Sean McVay, what's the first thing he did when he took over as a 32-year head coach? He hired Wade Phillips, a former head coach and a defensive guy. What does Mike Macdonald do? He's a very young head coach. He hires Leslie Frazier, a former head coach and like one of the most astute people. And I look at how Mike LaFleur has assembled his staff, and it's incredibly young. And I'm kind of waiting for him to add, the Yoda, the Ben Kenobi, to come in to help him, have that presence to help him. For the things that slip through the cracks, you've got the safety net there, and I don't see it yet. That's not saying he won't add somebody who can do that, the Tom Moore types. But look, this is something where you've got to beat your division. And the one thing that these teams have, besides great play callers and great leadership, is they're tough on their lines, right? The Rams' defensive line is really tough. The Niners are historically really tough on the defensive front. They've got some age here. They've got to change it, but that's where we know the strength of the Seahawks are. So, besides having talent on the offensive line in Arizona, they've got to get to some goons, right? They've got to get some tough guys who don't mind breaking someone's finger, and instead of helping the guy up in the field after doing it, they step on the hand, right? They've got to get that type of mentality going. And then once you build it up on both sides of the ball, then that's when the other pieces can really shine. And I think that's where the other teams have really done themselves a great service in building their success.
I think you hit on something very important, something we've talked about on this show too, and it really came to light in the last year of the Jonathan Gannon era here in Arizona. Was he also did the same thing when he became the head coach of the Cardinals? He hired the youngest staff we've ever seen assembled and got away with it for 2 years. When things went south early this past season, Steve, I don't think they had the experience to lean on. So going back to what Mike LaFleur is doing, they don't have a defensive coordinator yet. Wink Martindale is a very experienced guy, doesn't have that head coaching position. But do you think if he were able to get that DC job, that would check the box of bringing in that Yoda that you referred to?
Well, it could, but there's a guy out there in Cleveland named Jim Schwartz who's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I'd be thinking about ways to maybe get him in the mix as well.
He'd be great. Yep.
He would be great. He would be great because he's an analytics-driven guy, which a lot of these NFC West team head coaches are analytically driven. He gets the most out of people. He can scheme every level. So we'll see. Wink Martindale can do it the same, but Wink, he's a true we get off the bus blitzing type of guy, huge personality. I think Schwartz is a little bit more understated. So, look, more than anything, besides the track record, you've got to get people who fit into what you want to do culturally, right? And I think that's what, Mike McDonald has done. Now he's got to find an OC, though, who fits in there once your staff starts getting poached. That's what Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan have done brilliantly, is identifying talent, developing them, and preparing them to move on to the next level and having somebody in the chamber.
Great point.
So I think that's what Mike LaFleur's got to really work on, getting the right people in there to kind of have his back at all times.
Steve, great conversation. Thanks so much for joining us. We always appreciate it.
Talk to you next season, Steve.
Appreciate you guys.
See you,
Thanks. Steve White, NFL Network. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Thursday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marotta talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Reputations matter, they just do. Trust matters, that's especially true in making a major purchase like buying a car. Reputation and trust, two foundational reasons you shop at Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966, which is a rarity in today's corporate automotive world. In fact, they've got employees who have worked at Chapman BMW stores for 30 and 40 years, which is equally unheard of in the industry. It also says something about the Chapman family. Great family to work for, great family to do business with. During their President's Day sale, all sorts of deals going on at Chapman BMW. Primarily, you can get 0.9 APR% financing on select models. Go pick a location, and those two locations at Chapman BMW guarantee you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. And once you take that test drive, once you find what you like, take advantage of the hookup that's available to every listener of this radio station. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. Great dude. Ask for him by name. He has vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Go put him to the test. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
If the 30-year mortgage wasn't bad enough, now they are considering a 50-year mortgage. Are you kidding me? Hashtag worst financial decision ever. Take the time to become familiar with how a Life Changer loan works, where all your income attacks all of your debt and you pay off your home in just a few short years. Imagine how quickly your nest egg could grow if you had zero mortgage payments. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free.
Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns got blitzed by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night without Jalen Green and Devin Booker in a 136-109 loss. Dillon Brooks also received his 16th technical foul of the season and will face a one-game suspension as the Suns now head to the All-Star break with a 32-23 record. They'll next be in action a week from today. If you missed it, Arizona Diamondbacks star Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone and underwent surgery yesterday and is now questionable for opening day on March 26th. As Mike LaFleur continues to fill out his coaching staff, the Cardinals are hiring Tony Sorrentino from the Minnesota Vikings as their wide receivers coach, as they're still on the look for a defensive coordinator as well. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Center's Help Kids Get in the Game. Drop off new or used gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it's the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for Social Studies, and you can find us on social media. We are on X at Bickley_Murata, where we post our questions daily. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook and on YouTube. If you want to give us a watch, interact with the chat, we are at Arizona Sports over there. So our first question today, the Suns head into the All-Star break, and we asked, what are your biggest takeaways from this team at the All-Star break and why?
They're a testament to what a truly connected basketball team that plays extremely hard on the both ends of the floor and believes in their head coach, and that head coach really has a clue what they can do. And I think they've the way they've blown the ceiling off expectations is really proof of the power of having a committed team in basketball, more so than any other sport. The numbers in basketball make it possible. And I think that as the season goes on and as our expectations continue to rise, I think we need to remember how rare this is, what we're watching.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, to me, a reminder that chemistry certainly matters, and effort certainly matters, and belief in messaging matters. There was no belief in whatever the messaging was coming from the top last year. Matt Ishbia, to his credit, looks really smart right now. The message started from the top very early on. They hammered the message home. And for 55 games, for the most part, it's been carried out. All of that stuff matters. That's my takeaway.
Yeah, and I'd like to quickly point out, like, half of the responses are so recent bias of they've dropped a couple games and they don't look great. Some guys are hurt. So I just want to those responding that, oh, this team isn't ready, it's not as good, like, it's one stretch of basketball. But Tom Foss said that they are way better than anyone ever expected. They absolutely have their flaws and limitations, sure, but they're super fun to watch, and I and they haven't reached their ceiling yet. Looking forward to the rest of the season because you never know what will happen. Chalk Riley said that the season is 30 games too long for their style of play. He's worried about fatigue, but hopefully they come back from the break ready to slap their hands on the floor and D-up everyone down the stretch. And then Stephen Ruiz just chimed in saying that the break is coming at a perfect time. And I think
I agree with that.
Us four can agree with that as well. Also, coming down yesterday for Suns fans, Amari Stoudemire, Kevin Johnson, and Mike D'Antoni all named finalists for the Basketball Hall of Fame. So we asked, which player is most worthy of the Hall of Fame player or coach?
Great question. In fact, on my notes prepping for today's show, I actually put start, sit, or cut. This is a great question.
Yeah,
it is.
Although I don't remember Mike D'Antoni as a player.
Yeah.
But
did I put
No.
You
Mike
did.
D'Antoni is a head coach.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't win a championship in Phoenix, he was a legend in Italy. And this is an international Hall of Fame.
It is, and he is on the contributors list.
Yes, not as a...
I meant person. What a schmucko I am.
And Mike D'Antoni basically started a basketball revolution.
Yes.
With the three-point shots, the playing fast, the 7 seconds or less. He kind of laid the groundwork for the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry. So Mike D'Antoni is every bit of a candidate, in my opinion, as Kevin Johnson and Amari Stoudemire.
Yes.
Now, good luck navigating between these two. Amari was a 6-time All-Star. KJ was a 3-time All-Star. They both averaged between 18 and 19 points per game. Amari gave you the rebounds. KJ gave you the assists. Both had one spectacular dunk that you will see in highlight reels of the best dunks of all time. So who would you pick out of those two? I personally would pick Amari, but I didn't see a lot of KJ's career.
I saw all of KJ's career here. I saw all of Amari's career here. I think all three of them are Hall of Famers.
Okay.
Based on their merit and based on the fact that it's not the
best class,
the highest barrier to entry into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But to put it in Bick's terms, start, sit, cut. Bick said something very important. Sparking a revolution of offense.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm starting Mike D'Antoni.
So am I. So am I. And plus, his resume in Italy, he is revered.
Yes. And it's international. It is the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yep. Will his mustache be on the bust, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Has to be. It's
Later in
gotta
his
be.
career, he did
Has
shave
to be.
it.
If it's not, there's a problem.
Not a bustache.
Oh, you're talking.
What do you guys think are the poll results? Because they're pretty interesting.
The most worthy.
I'm going to go recency bias, probably Amari.
Probably Amari.
I thought Amari was going to run away with this.
Kevin Johnson, 53% of the vote.
I think they're all worthy.
Amari Stoudemire, 30. Mike D'Antoni, only 16% of the vote. And Rhett Reese kind of echoed what you guys said, and that Mike D'Antoni changed the nature/history of basketball, so he should absolutely win this poll. Daryl Lee says, I don't think Hall of Fame when I think any of these. I feel like if I told the story of basketball, though, to an alien, these names maybe wouldn't come up. Maybe D'Antoni because of the revolutionary 7 seconds or less offense that he created.
I'll go a step further than Daryl Lee. I think there's another name that's on this list that's not on the finalist list that should be on this list. Tom Chambers. Should be in the Hall of Fame.
Tom Chambers had a fantastic line last night, and for all the grief I give some Suns broadcasters for incessantly talking about officiating, love the pregame and halftime show with Tom Leander and Tom Chambers. Love it.
It is great.
And they brought up Mexico, and Tom out of the blue, deadpan said, "I've been there. I'm going there tomorrow." Tom Chambers might be on the way to Rocky Point. In fact, Tom Chambers famously. One of the first times my band, Whiskey's Quicker, played the Roger Klein Circus Mexicus, I look up and I'm like, who is that big dude giving me the finger? It was Tom Chambers. It was fantastic.
Yeah, on the way to Mexico.
Spending his All-Star break.
And Chambers would fit in with KJ and Amari
With the
on
dunk.
the dunk highlight.
Yes,
Isn't
he
that
would.
amazing?
He would. Okay, so at the beginning of the show, we were talking about places, correct, Jarrett? Beautiful places.
You were here.
I was here.
Remember?
I was trying.
We were talking about Pebble Beach.
Yes, Pebble. Okay, so we asked just simply where is the most beautiful place in the world, and why?
As somebody who's been blessed to travel the world, the Amalfi Coast in Italy is right near the top. I mentioned the Monterey Peninsula in Northern California. It is breathtaking. You go up to Canada to Whistler. It is breathtaking.
And I'm not nearly as qualified as Bick to answer this question. So I'll say Apache Junction.
There's a couple of those responses.
No, I mean, I've been to Hawaii several times.
How do you beat that?
It's fantastic.
It is.
And then you've been to Iceland, been to Brazil. I'm sure I had beautiful things.
He's like Johnny Cash. He's been everywhere, man.
A couple Grand Canyon responses, and this is a fatal flaw of mine. Having been born and raised here, I've never been.
Really?
To the Grand Canyon.
Took me 20 years to get there.
Wow.
Took me a long time to get
and
there,
I went twice in the span of 5 months.
And yes, maybe that's just because we're not looking at it because it's right in our state. Unbelievable.
Sure.
Have you seen that big meteor up on the way to Albuquerque? Have you been to that?
No.
Oh, that's the...
Oh, I highly recommend that. When you go there, you will be unbelievably amazed at how close that meteor came to hitting the gift shop.
There we go.
That's hilarious.
It's true.
That's the crater that helped kill a lot of the dinosaurs, you know.
That one, I don't think
is that
that's
what you're talking
the one.
about?
No, I don't think that. I think the one that one's in Mexico. The one outside Albuquerque, that was not that old.
And Sun Devil Doug said, San Jose. I can show you a way there if you need me to. And then a quick Mock My World update.
I don't know if I want this.
Vinny's on the struggle bus. We did best celebrity stage names yesterday, and Dan Bickley, 40% of the vote with the team of Alice Cooper, Eminem, Snoop Dogg, and Ringo Starr. That was a tough one to beat. Jared and I jockeying for second and third. I have 23. Jared has 22%, and Vinny.
Rough start to the year for Vinny.
13%. So
I am the Utah
Vinny's
Jazz
a trivia
of
master. Vinny kills everybody in trivia. That's what he does.
I got to change my stance. I got to be more well-rounded.
Yeah.
So is this?
But I am right now the Utah Jazz of Mock My World.
So I have the updates.
Okay, here's the update
updating
for the
standings.
so
Dan
far.
and I are tied at the top with 2 wins to start the year. Jarrett Carlin 1 win. Luke Lipinski has 1 win.
I got less wins
You ever
than
heard
Luke.
that guy?
Yeah, you too. And then Vinny has no win.
Jared, what do you think of that guy?
What do you think of Luke Lipinski?
He's the Adam Silver of hosts.
The NBA season's too long. Luke's show is too long.
Oh my. Strays.
Just joking.
Yeah.
I have to deflect because I'm in so much pain from losing this badly every week. Thanks, Sammy.
Yep.
That's Social Studies. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're giving you, inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th versus Texas Tech and February 28th versus Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for complete info. Coming up next, little interesting interaction between the owner of the Suns and a media member who was critical of him earlier in the year. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Spinato's Pizzeria has been a Valley favorite for over 50 years. Hey, it's Vince Murata. One of the reasons I love Spinato's is because not only do they do pizza great and all their other food, but their love of basketball. They've combined the two again, not only as the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury, but they brought it back for a third year, the Spinatos Pizza Competition. It's just like the game Horse that we've all played. You can enter, you can show off your shooting skills, and you got a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout in front of 17,000 people. No pressure. But if you hit that, you win Spinatos Pizza for a year. You've got 1 week to get ready for the next qualifying competition when the Suns get back from the All-Star break. They'll be in Texas taking on the Spurs on February 19th, a week from today. And that leads into the championship event in Gilbert in April. The events are all Suns road game watch parties as well, so even if you're not shooting in the contest, go out to Spinato's Ahwatukee location next Thursday, enjoy some delicious food, watch great hoops action on TV, and hang out with fellow Suns fans. If you want more information on the events, locations, menus, and entry into this year's pizza competition, head on over to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Stop panic buying chocolates. This Valentine's Day, give her something she'll actually love. Welcome to the annual Valentine's Day sale at Mo Money Pawn Shop. From now until February 14th, get up to 50% off silver jewelry, 45% off diamond jewelry, which will save you hundreds from the mall stores. Need a last-minute miracle? We've got you covered. Gold jewelry at only $15 over melt value. Our amazing selection of handbags are 25% off. Don't wait. Make her heart skip a beat with Mo Money Pawn Shop in the heart of Phoenix at 12th Street and Indian School or MoMoneyPawn.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. Without Corbin Carroll, who could see time in the D-backs outfield until he returns? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Want to say good morning and a thank you for the support out to Sun Lakes today. Appreciate you listening to the show in Sun Lakes this and every morning.
Is this the worst situation since then?
Still have Booker in his prime.
All of their picks are gone or swapped until 2031. And that pick's gone too, I think. They have Booker locked down. They're going to buy Beal out, apparently, in the next 24 hours for some crazy price. Jalen Green, 3 for $105. I don't think either of us would want to pay that. Brooks for 2 years. Grayson Allen and Rose O'Neal in double figures for the next couple years. They have the 2 Charlotte centers, and they're going to be paying Booker like $75 million a year. They're going to be a lottery team without a pick.
That is Bill Simmons back in July on his podcast, the Bill Simmons podcast, talking about the plight of the Phoenix Suns. Didn't have a very good outlook of it. He doubled down at the beginning of the NBA season when he said that the Phoenix Suns would have the worst defense in the NBA, and he was willing to bet on it. That was answered by Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Suns, who said, no, you're wrong.
Was that what he said? I thought that was what somebody that put an aggregated story predicted, where Bill Simmons just predicted the over-under for wins and losses.
It was just somebody else on the ringer.
It was somebody on the ringer. It wasn't Bill Simmons who predicted they'd have the worst defense ever, because Bill made that distinction after Matt clapped at him the first time.
But he definitely did take the under on
But he
wins.
definitely took the under in terms of victories. So he was a doubter, but he was not the one that predicted the worst defense ever.
Yeah. So they went back and forth, and the timing of this is not all that great now, since the Suns gave up 75 points in the first half to the Oklahoma City Thunder without SGA last night. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's out there.
Yeah.
Matt Ishbia on X yesterday. 32 wins for the Suns, and all before the All-Star break. Think that puts us above your season prediction / bet of under 31.5 wins, Bill Simmons. You guys usually have great content and good stuff. Thanks for all you do. But also keep your eye on the Suns. Like I told you, we have a different culture and team and PHX these days. We still have a long way to go, but we're working hard to get there. Go Suns. Simmons on Twitter, congratulations on a very good season so far. I've enjoyed watching you guys and think you picked a terrific coach. Fun league pass team. For the record, I picked the Suns to win 50-plus games last season and never heard a peep from you when you went 36-46. So I was wrong twice.
Now everybody was applauding Bill Simmons for that clapback. To be fair, if somebody picks you to be good and you stink, you're not going to reach out to the guy and go, "Hey man, sorry about that."
You had our number, boy.
Right.
What was I thinking? That we would be good.
Right, exactly. But I do get that Bill Simmons, has got to be a little bit snarky. Can't just kind of take that L and move on. Because what Bill Simmons did say is very accurate. A, the Suns are very enjoyable to watch, which I didn't think anybody thought was going to be possible. And B, they found a gold mine with Jordan Knott.
Yeah, but let me add another wrinkle to this.
All right.
Because I was having a discussion with my son, Patrick, who were driving yesterday. And Patrick's very, very invested in the Phoenix Suns. He knows everything that's going on with everything. He took offense. He's not a Bill Simmons fan, by the way. He took offense to the term fun league pass team. Like, that's all they are? And I was like, I think you're reading too much into it. I think he meant that as a compliment.
No, he did. They do league pass rankings about 2 to 3 times a year, and it's a big thing for them. So to hear that is,
it's who you like to watch out of market. That's not your favorite team, right?
Yes.
That's what he's getting at.
Yeah, and I think anybody who's that in tune from a night-to-night basis in League Pass has their list of teams.
Oh yeah,
I guarantee that the Charlotte Hornets would be very high on everybody's League Pass list this year. They're a fun team to watch, and you might get a brawl.
Sure,
you never know what you're going to get. So I think some people took offense to the term, that's all they are, is a fun league pass team.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they're obviously in 7th place right now. Nobody expected them to be there. I think it's a fun exchange back and forth. I think it draws more eyeballs to the Phoenix Suns, which is a good thing at this point for the late adapters who haven't really been paying attention. But look, I was optimistic this year, and my bar was 36 wins. The bar that they set last year in completely underachieving, I thought they could reach that. They're going to blow right by that. There was a chance. If things had gone better in the last 2 weeks, there's a chance we'd be talking about a 37-win team going to the break, already having eclipsed that mark.
They're winning at about a 58% clip right now. So if they duplicate how they won in the first half in the final 27 games, this team's going to end up with 48 victories. That's what they're on pace for, given their current winning percentage, which is a massive jump from what most people thought. I thought it was also interesting, the timing of it, because it kind of plays into the idea that I think the Suns went into this week, beat the Mavericks, we're going to pull the plug, and we're going to celebrate internally a great first half. Because why did Matt Ishbia send that out to Bill Simmons after the Mavs game? Why didn't he wait till after the Thunder game? I think it's because of that. I think organizationally, when this team handled the Mavs, it was like, we did it. We got one of those last two. Let's pull the plug. Let's rest Book and Green. Let's regroup, regather, recalibrate, and try to duplicate this.
Yeah. I think that's a really good point.
Because otherwise, Matt Ishbia would have waited to after the Oklahoma City game to all the dust had settled.
Right.
Yeah. But, I mean, Matt Ishbia also said, and this is very much owner speak, but it's very true as well. There's a lot of work to be done. There's 27 games left. If the Suns come back after the All-Star break and go 10-17 and finish 42-40, guess what? It's not that much of a fun story anymore.
No.
Yes, but
good point.
I heard Burns and Gamble talking about this yesterday. I looked it up. 9 of those games of the 27 are against the Tankathon.
Did you see what Utah did last night?
I don't. It does not matter.
There was 2 of the worst games of the season, both last night. It was Brooklyn and Indiana in the early East Coast Tankathon, and then Utah and Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Sacramento should be ashamed of themselves.
I can't do it with them. I can't.
Those are teams that nobody's watching on League Pass, by the way.
The dregs.
That is being kind, Sandy.
Yeah, how about it?
Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. You can get involved. You can donate and learn more. Text the word gear to 620-620. Coming up next, one of the massive winning streaks of all time was snapped last week. We'll try to get back in the win column.
And I have some breaking news from Jamal. He is currently stuck in traffic.
All right, here we go.
Because there's an accident on the highway.
Oh, no.
So I do not know if we will make it here in time. Sammy may be defending on his own.
That's fine. Bring it on.
I don't care. We'll take a win however
Let's
we
go.
can get it.
Come on.
That's the Generation Gap is next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know that goals are great and all, but goals are not going to get you where you're going. You know what will? A great team, a great bunch of teammates, and the right game plan. That's how you get to the finish line. That is how you achieve your goals, and this is why if you are worried about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, if you're stressed out on what your golden years might look for, set up a free appointment with the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Go get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. Go get plans that are tailor-made directly to you and what you want out of your retirement. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated. They're going to give you answers and personalized strategies. They're not just financial advisors. They are fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I met with Trajan Wealth. I became a client because they earned my trust. Super impressed at their approach and their knowledge and their honesty. No confusing jargon. And if you want to get all that retirement anxiety out of your life, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia, and when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, without Devin Booker and Jalen Green last night, got bested by the NBA's best in the Oklahoma City Thunder, 136-109, and will now head to the All-Star break, 9 games above 500 and the 7 seed in the West. The Suns will pick it back up a week from today against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. And other Phoenix Suns news, Amari Stoudemire, Kevin Johnson, and Mike D'Antoni, all finalists for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. And if you missed it yesterday, Corbin Carroll is now questionable for opening day in just 6 weeks. He underwent surgery to repair a broken hamlet bone in his hand. For more on Carroll and the Diamondbacks as spring training is underway, head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers, trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is how concerned are you about Corbin Carroll's injury? Not concerned, slightly concerned, moderately concerned, or very concerned?
I would say moderately. And again, it's the Buster only caveat that while guys return relatively quick, their power isn't in tow with them when they return.
Yep. 41% agree with us, moderately concerned. 26 very. 19 slightly. 14 not at all.
So they didn't ask me how I felt.
Oh, Vin, I thought you were nodding head. I don't
even care anymore.
No, I'm sorry.
No, moderately is the word.
Okay.
I think the concern could grow if what Bick said comes to fruition. If he comes back and he's just not the same player right away, that could be rough. Yep. But yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
Talking about my generation. My generation, baby.
Oh, yes.
No.
Oh, yes. For the first time ever.
Come on.
We have a new defending champion on Generation Gap. The game where the older generation, represented by Dan Bickley and Vince Morana, takes on the younger generation, represented by Sammy Cebulka and Jamal Gumo, in trivia, sports, music, pop culture, and trends, fads, and slang. Now, for the first time ever, the young people actually won last week. And today is total chaos because Jamal unable to be here in person, but did not want to not
typical
defend.
of the younger generation.
I know, unbelievable. Quiet quitting as we speak.
I'm here.
But he is stuck in traffic. He has called in. Sammy is here, and we'll be asking each team questions from their opposing generation. Also, the printer is not working, so I have my glasses on so I can read the questions off of my computer.
All right.
Dan Bickley and Vince Marotta.
Yes.
Since you did not win last week,
We've got an L next to our names.
you can go first this week.
All right.
What topic would you like to start with? Sports, music, trends, slangs, fads, or pop culture?
Let's go sports.
All right. Sports, okay. Name 3 of the 4 current members of the USA Olympic hockey team that were raised in Arizona.
Ooh, man.
How about that, by the way?
Can we shut our mics off?
Yes, of course. You can think live on air too. It's fine as long as you don't give it.
Well, I don't want to give away our answers if we don't.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay.
Jamal and I will just catch up. What's up, Jamal?
Sammy, what's going on? Oh, okay, and this one I think I have one of them.
Okay. All right. I have a feeling they might get 3 out of the 4, but I think I can.
It's pretty cool on the roster of the U.S. Olympic team that there's
a lot of AZ.
4 Arizona people. All right, we need an answer, guys, please.
Okay. You want to go with the third one? All right, we're going to go with Matthew Tkachuk.
That is correct.
Austin Matthews.
That is correct.
And Matthew Nyes.
That is incorrect, unless I missed that one.
Okay.
Go. Steele.
Jamal, so those two, what was your name? What were you thinking?
Austin Matthews.
Okay, so Austin Matthews, Tkachuk, and give me I don't think it's right, but Oshie, the last name Oshie.
No.
Dang.
Matthew Tkachuk.
His brother, Brady
Tkachuk.
Oh. Come on.
And the other one is Tage Thompson.
Tage Thompson. Dang it, he plays for the Stars. I knew that.
All right, guys. 0 points on the board. Young people.
Yes, we'll go.
Name any members of the 1980 gold medal winning Miracle on Ice hockey team.
Any members of
the Miracle on Ice hockey
1980 hockey team.
Sammy, his name is Mike. I don't remember how to pronounce his last name. Mike Aruzian?
Mike Aruzian. We'll go there. I have.
Oh, Vinny's giving the thumbs down.
It's not his name.
That's not his name. He's sounds like he's read it, but doesn't know who it actually is. All right, for the steal.
We're not playing around anymore.
Okay. For the steal.
Go ahead, Vic.
No, you go ahead, Vinny.
Mike Rosioni.
Craig.
Neil Broughton.
All right.
Jim
Fair.
Craig.
Callahan.
Oh, that's a good one.
Mike Ramsey, Dave Silk. Okay, young people, what
category?
Yes,
we'll take trends and fads.
Okay. This out-of-work actor and model gained infamy and viral status in 1994 when he lived in O.J. Simpson's guest house and testified in the trial because he was eating McDonald's with O.J. the night of the murders.
Oh man,
this guy became very, very famous / infamous.
Okay, I have no idea, but I have a guess, Jamal. Do you know the answer?
I got nothing.
Okay, my guess is Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen is
not a bad guess.
Not a bad guess.
It's not a bad guess.
It sounds like something he might do.
All right, old people for the steal.
Cato Kalin.
Cato Kalin is the
became
correct.
quite the cottage industry celebrity.
Yes, he did.
He still pops up from time to time in places.
All right, older people.
No idea.
Instagram comedian Drew Disbotis, known for his viral sketches, music video cameos, and coulda bid records, is better known by what stage name?
What's his name?
Drew Disbodes or Drew Disbotis. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. He's an Instagram comedian known for viral sketches, music video cameos, and coulda been records.
Oh, they might get.
Jamal, I got this one, but
I don't know.
I don't either know.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
well,
for the steal,
we'll steal Drewski.
It is Drewski.
I know Drewski. I mean,
Drewski.
I didn't know the music part. I know. I know who Drewski is.
He's been in a whole bunch of music videos.
Back in it.
All right.
Not over.
Old people, what category?
Pop culture.
Pop culture. This Korean show is Netflix's most streamed TV show of all time.
Oh.
This what? Say again?
This Korean show is Netflix's most streamed TV show of all time.
I got you, Sammy.
Okay, cool. I think I know it too, but
You want to go with it?
You got the guess?
We're going with Squid Game.
Squid Game
Good
is
job, Vinny.
correct.
Good job, Vinny.
Well done. All right, young people.
Yep.
The finale of this 70s and 80s TV show about the Korean War is still the most watched scripted show of all time.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. I have no clue.
No idea? Very popular show about the Korean War and most watched series finale.
No.
No guess? Any guess?
No guess. I don't know. I don't know those shows.
Old people?
Go ahead, Vic.
That would be MASH.
That
Jerry
would be
Collins.
MASH. Have you ever heard of MASH?
I don't think so.
No, okay.
Dang it.
All right, last category for the... I don't even know what the score is.
I think it's
4-1.
4-1.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, for fun then.
We can have some pride here.
Yeah, we're having fun.
Young people.
Yeah.
Music category.
Okay, music.
With the lights out, it's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. A mulatto, an albino, a mosquito, my libido. What? Yeah, are lyrics from a seminal, influential 90s song by what band?
Dude.
Good.
Name a 90s band.
Yeah.
None of that sounded familiar to
No,
you?
zero of it, actually.
Wow.
90s band?
You got a 90s band?
I think it's cool that Jamal's on Shane Doan's cell phone to play.
Yeah, exactly.
What'd you say, Jamal?
I was going to say, like, Led Zeppelin? Is that a 90s
Sure,
band?
Led Zeppelin.
Wow. There you go, Jamal.
Led Zeppelin,
That's
famous
minus
90s
points.
band. I told you anything that happened before they were born could be from the 70s or the 90s. They don't know. All right, do you have a do you
By
know
the
the
guy
answer?
that was just ruled, it was a homicide.
By the way,
Oh,
how
wait,
wacky
What a
is
ridiculous
that?
I
thing.
haven't read that story yet. Nirvana is the
Nirvana is
answer.
correct.
It
Yeah.
smells like Teen Spirit.
Smells like Teen
All right, and
Spirit. Yep,
finally,
there we
real
go.
quick, just for fun. If this world was mine, I'd take your enemies in front of God, introduce them to that light, hit them strictly with that fire. Fa 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 fa. Are lyrics from a 2026 Grammy-winning song by what artist?
Kendrick Lamar.
Yes!
Oh, wow.
That was a shellacking.
Domination.
Thank you very much,
That's how you
ladies and
answer
gentlemen.
back. Good
Yeah.
job, guys.
Somebody was upset about the loss that they took last week.
That's how you do it, guys.
Jamal.
Here's another reference they won't understand. Jamal, I loved you as the teacher in the Charlie Brown cartoons.
All right, guys, there you go.
See
That's
you,
how you
Jamal.
play.
Dang.
Remember those?
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Get that man a cell phone endorsement. All right, it's good to be back where we belong.
Vinny had that attitude. Vinny was knives out. There you go.
And we should have known Drewski. Just I didn't know
Yeah,
that
from
was
the
a-
front. Yeah, first name we probably should have. But
All
it's
right,
okay.
some final
6-1 works.
Yeah, we'll take it. Generation gap. We wrapped it up back in the win column. Also want to remind you that Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event coming up on February 21st. Text the word hike to 620-620 to learn more and to sign up today. Some final thoughts straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Waltz. Did you know Waltz has been serving the Valley since 1957? They're a Valley institution. Their commitment to you, though, the customer in Arizona, has never changed, even though the marketplace and the trends change regularly. And by that I mean their commitment to you, their customer. They serve and overserve Arizonans. Lots of reasons why you head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance. I'm going to give you a special incentive they've got going on. Now through the end of March, you purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you're going to get an additional 43-inch Samsung television for free. You're going to walk in looking to get one television. You're going to walk out the door with two of them. Buy one, get one free, if you will. Great offer coming from my friends at Waltz, where you're going to find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. Great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Great selection of audio components, from speakers to sound bars. You put the right combination together. As a sports fan, you will have magic. I know Waltz did it for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do that for you and one better. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough, but you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi Plus. Right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
All right, here's a generational challenge for everybody. So I just found out about the existence of this version of this song today. This is obviously the Burt Bacharach, Dionne Warwick song that we mentioned to open the show. This is covered by a band who got infamy for a hit that they had in the mid-1980s. A British band, I believe. I wouldn't know it, and that's right in my alley. Remember Frankie Goes to Hollywood?
I do.
For Relax?
Yeah, I do.
This is them covering this on that same album from 1984.
Wow.
I had no idea this existed. The internet's amazing. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. San Jose is the name of their version of it. That's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We have an update on the Norwegian biathlete Sturla Holm Legreid, who bared his soul on international television after winning a bronze medal for Norway in a biathlon. He said it was the worst week of his life because he had cheated on the love of his life, a woman he had started dating 6 months ago. 3 months into the relationship, he cheated on her, and right before the Olympics started, he told her. They broke up, and he's downtrodden.
He's broken up about it.
He's heartbroken. They caught up with the woman.
Yeah.
She made a statement. I did not choose to be put in this position, and it hurts to have to be put in it. We have had contact, and he is aware of my opinions on this, said the woman who asked to remain anonymous. Quote, I am grateful to my family and friends who have embraced me and supported me during this time. Also to everyone else who has thought of me and sympathized without knowing who I am.
Wow.
So he's got all these regrets now about doing it. Mm-hmm. They have talked. He wanted to share that moment with her.
Uh-huh.
This story gets fishier and fishier by the day.
Oh, fishier.
How so?
I think he might have had a motive to rise above and become this viral Olympic star, even though he was only a bronze medal. Because...
Really?
I think he just was a very... maybe well-intentioned, but really badly...
I think he's a loser in every way. He didn't win the gold, he didn't win the silver, and he made a complete ass of himself and was a terrible teammate in the process.
Well, that's why I don't think it was planned, because the shame that he felt after learning that what he did actually caused more problems and overshadowed a gold medal winning teammate.
I think
who
he thought
in turn was honoring a former teammate who had passed away a few months earlier.
Yeah.
It was all about making it all about him and his problems.
I think he thought he was going to be in the middle of a rom-com.
Yeah.
Like this was the beginning of a winning her back, and it just was so poorly.
What would be the most satisfying twist in this story? The woman becomes unanonymous and starts dating the gold medal winning teammate.
Nice. I like that.
Oh.
Drama.
Now that's a good movie.
In Milan Cortina.
She's like, I don't date losers. First place or nothing.
Wow.
Kevin Durant was asked about the overall effort level in the upcoming NBA All-Star game.
Did he say, I know where you live, white boy?
He didn't say it this time.
Oh, he didn't say that?
But he's playing on a team with Kawhi. Steph Curry's not going to play, but he's on that team. It's kind of a team of old heads. Here's what he had to say.
You should ask the Europeans and the world team if they won't compete. Because when you look at Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic now, let's go back and look at what they do in the All-Star game. Is that competition? So we haven't questioned what they've been doing, but we're going to question the old heads. Luka and Jokic, they don't care about the game at all. These dudes be laying on the floor, they shoot from half court, but you got to worry about the old heads playing hard. I can read between the lines, bro. And I'm just thinking a lot of times, I'm just saying that I can read between the lines. And it's not just about you. It's just an overall topic that everybody's been talking about. You just haven't asked me that question.
He really is aggrieved by everything,
My
isn't he?
goodness, he's exhausted.
Hey, he's been in...
with all due respect, I am so glad he's gone. Just from that standpoint, he is exhausting.
The last 6 All-Star games.
Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
He's only scored 24 points in his last 6 All-Star games combined.
But he tried.
So so he's trying to say that the media in ridicule and making fun of all the NBA All-Stars who don't try in the All-Star game, they're only confining it to American All-Stars? That they don't give that kind of heat to foreign-born players?
I hadn't heard that. I think it was an overall effort issue, and that's why we have this format this year.
Same.
And I would be shocked if Luka and Jokic themselves don't put a little bit more effort into it this year, because now it's them against the United States.
Exactly.
And to be fair,
so maybe that'll work.
Those two players specifically don't look like they're trying that hard ever.
Well,
that's just their style of play.
It's true, too.
Everything with Kevin Durant flows back to the same place. Appreciate me and love me for what I do.
And it's not my fault.
And it's not my fault.
We didn't have time to get to the Jerome Tang stuff from Kansas State. You see his quotes?
I did not.
I did.
They're 1-10 in the Big 12, and he said, a lot of these guys don't even deserve to wear this uniform.
Oh, that's
fantastic. He is getting
fantastic.
so much heat for it. That is going to do it for us today. Thanks to Steve Weish, Steve Gilbert. We couldn't go for the Steve hat trick, unfortunately. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Suns blitzed by Thunder as they head into the All-Star break. Dillon Brooks charged with his 16th technical foul of the season and faces a 1-game suspension. And the Cardinals reportedly hiring Tony Sarantino as their wide receivers coach. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray. Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARB for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARB for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3-226. See dealer for details.
Low T? Start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns got blitzed by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night without Jalen Green and Devin Booker in a 136-109 loss. Dillon Brooks also received his 16th technical foul of the year and will face a one-game suspension as the Suns now head into the All-Star break with a 32-23 record. They'll be back in action a week from today. If you missed it, Arizona Diamondbacks star Corbin Carroll suffered a broken hamate bone and underwent surgery yesterday and is now questionable for opening day on March 26th. As Mike LaFleur continues to fill out his staff, the Cardinals are hiring Tony Sorrentino from the Minnesota Vikings as their wide receivers coach, as they still are on the looks for a defensive coordinator as well. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf, who I can only assume is somewhere watching Olympic hockey. But what's going on, John?
We are going to lose you. I know that.
I mean, yeah, whether you like it or not, you're also going to be watching Olympic hockey.
Right before the show, like a half hour before the show, all we were doing is talking hockey, and I walk in here, and there's hockey, and I'm like, oh boy.
Hey, I didn't even put that on,
ADD.
Actually. Although I did put that channel on like 2 days ago with the hopes that it would be left on for hockey today. So maybe. But yeah, the U.S. isn't playing yet, so you're good for a little bit. Canada's playing Czechia, who takes them out of the World Juniors every single year, but I don't think they're taking them out of the Olympics. All right, John Lund is in for Wolf today. We got a busy show today. We're going to talk to Tim Kirkjian in about an hour. Tim Kirkjian. Talk some baseball. Kevin Zimmerman's going to join us in the final hour of the show to talk Suns basketball as they head into the All-Star break. Charlie Turner-Thorne, former ASU women's basketball coach, of course, is going to join us in about a half hour with the women's Final Four coming to the Valley here in, honestly, month and a half? It's all of a sudden, it's not very far away at all. But, John, let's start with the Suns. And the Suns playing Oklahoma City last night. But the Suns playing Oklahoma City without Devin Booker and Jalen Green, and it's tough enough to beat Oklahoma City when you have all your players. I know KC didn't have SGA, but
look at you put that little mark right there.
But they weren't going to win that game, and they didn't, and they lost, and they go into the All-Star break with a loss. But overall, a pretty good first 2/3 of the season.
Yeah, look, last night was terrible. It was one of their worst games of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're going to get into Dillon Brooks and 16 technical fouls and all those things, but you know what calms me after every Suns game, win, lose, or draw? Jordan Ott never changes ever. He's one of those people, and this is what makes a great head coach. It's even keel. You wouldn't have known in the postgame last night if they had lost the way that they lost and were down at 1.37 and I started flipping channels. But and that has to permeate through the locker room, which I think is a really good thing, is that they've overachieved. They're going to be fine. Let's not panic. And we've talked about this a million times. When are you going to see everybody together? Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, Devin Booker have played a total together of 6 games, and they're 4-2. So as great as they've played, they've got upside on this team. Plus, half of the NBA is tanking for a great college draft that's coming up. So there's no chance they drop out of the playoffs. And there is a chance that Denver sitting at 3, 3 games behind in the loss column. Mm-hmm. So they're going to be in at least the play-in game. And if I had told you that, and I know I hate this phrase, but I'm going to do it. If I had told you that before the season had started, what percentage of Suns fans would be like, oh, my God, to be sitting where they're sitting now?
Absolutely. And Minnesota's been winning ever since I said this, but I still think Minnesota's the team they catch and they get a top 6 spot. Absolutely not something I was even considering before the season began. But they are going to have to. They're going to have to play at full strength. I mean, you mentioned what the 6 games that they have all played together with Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, and Devin Booker. I mean, a couple of those games, Jalen Green played like 4 minutes, 7 minutes. So
they haven't gotten any kind of rhythm. He averages 11 a game. I mean, he's not what we hope he's going to be. And I know every time I come in here, we seem to have the same conversation. So look, maybe he's just going to be nothing. Let's do this for a minute. Let's assume he's not going to, but let's just say that Booker can stay healthy, Grayson Allen can stay healthy, and the rest of the team can. They could still, as you said, you're looking at the standings right now, they could catch a Minnesota. Houston and Denver, I think, are in a different realm of them. But below them, nothing, because of the Warriors' injuries, because of the Clippers' trade, the Blazers are the Blazers, and then the rest of the teams are just tanking. So they're really not going to go anywhere, and they've only got upside.
That's a good point. It feels like 7's kind of the floor for them now, which would have felt like a crazy ceiling at the start of the season. But I do still think – I'm with you. I don't think they're catching Denver or Houston. They're only 2 games back of Houston, but I just think Denver and Houston, there's a lot of talent on those teams. Minnesota has talent, but I think they're catchable if the Suns can ever play together at full strength. And the Lakers, I don't really get the Lakers this year, where it's like you can't write them off because they're not bad, but they don't really play to any sort of – if this is their ceiling, they must be losing their mind in L.A. right now. But I almost kind of set them aside for a second. I mean, the Suns could easily catch them. They're a game back. They've beat them a few times.
I think they could. I think they're you know what I think the Lakers are in NFL terms? I think they're the Eagles. And I don't think they have the upside of the Eagles, but what I mean by that is
they hate each other.
They hate each other.
Okay,
and LeBron is such a misfit in what they're trying to do. So they're basically saying, hey, you sit over here because we have Luka and we want all these young 3-and-Ds, and they just picked up Kennard, which isn't a huge deal. But that's what they want to be. They want to be like they were in Dallas when they went to the finals. They want a bunch of 3-and-D guys. They want Luka to handle the ball. But, here's LeBron. We got to give him the ball every once in a while. If the Lakers were really being true, they should have traded LeBron at the deadline.
Yeah.
Maybe traded him to Golden State to make an all-old man team and then started right. I don't know why they're wasting time, because LeBron's not an all-time Laker. He's not Magic.
No.
He's not Kobe. He's not that.
He's an all-time player, but he's not an all-time Laker. Yeah, it's a great way to put it.
So they're not going anywhere. The Lakers aren't going anywhere.
No.
So the Suns could jump. I think everybody. You hit it right on the head. Houston has got too much talent. Denver's got too much talent. But outside of that, in the West this year, with all the tank at the bottom, and Oklahoma City at the top, you could see a team that could be like in the 4-5. And maybe have home court in that. Yeah. I mean, that's not too crazy to say.
It's crazy if they're hosting playoff games this season. I mean, even if they're the 7 seed and they're hosting a play-in game, you want to avoid. I mean, you want to make the playoffs. Don't get me wrong, but you want to avoid being in that round where you're playing Oklahoma City in the first round. I think anybody else the Suns play, they can make it interesting. I don't think they can beat Denver in a 7-game series. We've seen nothing to indicate in their matchups this year that they can beat Denver, but I still think they could win some games. I think San Antonio, they could beat. They wouldn't be favored, but they've beaten San Antonio a couple times this year. Houston, they've had a hard time with, but I still think they could make it a series. Minnesota or the Lakers, I think, are winnable series for sure. And I think the way this team has performed this year, they've earned the right to be in a playoff series that goes for a while. The only games this season where they've just looked woefully overmatched are the Oklahoma City ones. And I know last night's, you can quickly throw, hey, no Devin Booker, no Jalen Green. It almost felt like they threw that game away before it even started, and I understand the logic of second half of a back-to-back, and those guys have both been dealing with injuries. I kind of thought we'd see one of them, maybe not both, but the second they're both out, you're like, okay.
What else
like you
is
said,
on?
like is snowboarding tonight? Like, what is this?
No, I think that the basketball gods, as I'm looking at the standings, I mean, wouldn't a 4-5 where you played Houston in the first round be the one?
I'm sure the NBA wouldn't hate that.
There's that. And then what you just said is interesting because, again, to go back to the beginning of the season and what were expectations versus now where we are at the All-Star break, and again, it's not mid, there's only 27 left. But to think to yourself, we could be talking about where they would be, because now the expectation, at least to me, would be if you just got in the play-in, and you played Oklahoma City and you got knocked out, that would be a disappointment at this point.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you need to get into the second round for the season to be a success, but I do think a competitive first-round matchup would be what I would expect now.
This season should end with drama.
Yeah.
It shouldn't just be like, oh, what an amazing run. Nobody expected it.
We slid into the playoffs.
Yeah, and we played Oklahoma City and we were done in 4 games. Like, okay, probably anybody was going to be done in 4 games against Oklahoma City. The Suns are a better team than that to have to be stuck in that spot. So, it's going to be interesting to see what they look like coming out of the All-Star break. Last night is not what they're going to look like coming out of the All-Star break. Here's Jordan Ott after the game.
I mean, they're just the gold standard. They do it every night. That's what we're looking for. So possession by possession, doesn't matter who they play, who plays for them. That's what they do. That's why they are who they are. So they have it rolling. Every guy that steps on the floor plays the same way, plays the right way, competes defensively. From Jump Street, we just didn't have it.
And I'll just play this real quick. We're going to talk, obviously, a lot more about Dillon Brooks later in the show because he is now at 16 technicals, which we all know what that means. But I'm just going to play this cut from him about the defense, John, because he's been saying this a lot lately, almost like a warning message from Dillon Brooks that the defense has been slipping.
Yeah, that's big time on me. I had a lot of blow-bys, I ain't getting defensive rebounds. And come back off the break, I definitely set the tone on that.
So, he's been saying that after wins, that their defense needs to get back to where it was. And he's right. That's the foundation of this team.
Well, and what's frustrating about watching bad defense, especially from this team, Devin Booker's a good defender, not a great defender. The guys that are out are not great defenders. So the guys that are left are the guys that should be playing better defense. There were so many open shots last night. There were so many blow-bys, as Dillon Brooks said. You're watching just go – because, look, Oklahoma City's good, but if you give NBA players these kind of opportunities and these kind of looks, and that's what they did all last night, that comes down to effort. And if anybody says tired, I'm going to puke. Everybody always falls on that and nowadays. Well, we're just tired. We need this break. Stop it.
Yeah.
Because other teams in the NBA are tired too, and they're not doing that.
Yeah. All right, we come back. Do the Diamondbacks have enough offense if Corbin Carroll has to miss some time in the regular season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
More reaction to that whooping as we talk Suns at the All-Star break on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady. Metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem. That's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype, no shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn, designed for everyday use. It supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Arthur Nation.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Shout out to Queen Creek. What's going on, Queen Creek? It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. John, I just realized the U.S. game's not until 1:10.
So everybody back there, just so you know, we're going to lose Luke at 1:10.
But that's not much of the show. I mean, the worst part is I'm going to be driving during the second period of the game now. Who schedules a game at 1:10?
You could just stay here and watch it on the TV in the office.
You might as well.
How do you think that would work, though? Like, I feel like if I stayed here, people would put me to work.
No, I've done it before just to watch games.
Do you in the newsroom, or do you go like hide in Edibay or something?
I just sit at my desk and watch the game.
Okay.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: how do you watch a game? Like, do you like to be bothered? Do you like to watch by yourself? Because if you're out in the open, people are going to talk to you.
I don't mind. This early against Latvia, that's
Yeah,
fine.
you're good.
If we're in the third period of the gold medal game
you're
against Canada, I just know too many Canadians from working in hockey that my phone will be off for that.
I see
whenever we
that.
get to that point.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk a little baseball. And, of course, the news that came out yesterday morning, it's actually news from Tuesday, but the news that came out yesterday morning, that Corbin Carroll has a broken hamate bone in his hand. And it sounds like the timeline is 4 to 6 weeks, John. Jeff Passan posted on X yesterday because, Jackson Holliday's dealing with this and Francisco Lindor as well. He just posted sort of universally that timeline's pretty consistent, but a lot of times guys come back and they don't necessarily have their power for a lot more than 4 to 6 weeks. I'm just saying that because he said it. Obviously, every player is different, and Corbin Carroll is very different. I don't think anybody looked at Corbin Carroll when he first came in the majors like, oh, there's a 30 home run guy or maybe a 40 home run guy. So I'm not like freaking out about the power thing. And it sounds like he probably won't even miss that many games at the start of the regular season. But Wolf and I were talking about this yesterday as the news was coming out. Like, they're kind of up against it already as far as how many injuries they can handle.
Well, I was looking this morning. They scored 795 runs. If you just looked at it last year, they go, oh, they'll be fine. So they're fourth in the league, and the big behemoths ahead of them, right? The Dodgers, obviously the Cubs, the Brewers. So they're going to be fine, right? No, they're not going to be fine because their third baseman was pretty good last year. He's gone. Their first baseman was pretty good. He's in Seattle. So you're already losing those guys. They're done. You got a left fielder that's got a knee injury. So all of a sudden now you've got three major bats already out of the lineup of those 795 runs. And I don't want to alert anybody, and I'm sure as hell not a doctor. I mean, everybody's looking at me. You can tell I'm not a doctor. If you listen to 5 minutes, you can tell I'm not a doctor.
I could tell right around 10:05 if you weren't a doctor.
But I'm going to play it for like 30 seconds.
Okay.
Because I've covered teams that have had this injury. And first and foremost, there might be an English teacher or something. I don't know if it's hamate bone or you just say hamate, because a lot of people got on me. I'd say hamate bone, and a doctor texted me, it's already a bone. It's not a hamate bone. That's redundant. I'm like, whatever. Just don't be an English teacher on me. So if somebody's out there, whatever.
You're either a doctor or an English teacher. You're not both.
Yeah, I don't like either of you. But so this could linger, is what I'm saying. Is because I've dealt with some players that have had this thing, and like you said, it's such a small bone right there that this thing can linger. So hopefully that isn't the case.
Yeah.
But they're going to have Lawler is going to be a guy that's obvious. But even a guy like Tommy Troy, or they've got some guys, Waldschmidt, somebody like that,
probably needs to step up
right
now.
Even before this injury, right?
Yeah.
So I think what the Diamondbacks did is they said, okay, we'll spend X amount of dollars here, and I think we'll be okay. But you lost 2 major bats. You have one with an injury, and then this one pops up. You were going to be short on bats anyway.
Yeah, and that's it's something that kind of, not that people forget it. I mean, you don't have Geno and you don't have Josh Naylor, but you're right. I think a lot of people still look and they're like, man, I scored a lot of runs last year. We're fine. It's like, yeah, but you traded away maybe your I don't want to say your 2 best hitters, but 2 of your best, most productive hitters at least. Like if you just look at RBIs from last year, 3 of your top 6 are actually 4 of your top 7 right now. If you want to do math and you want to learn how to count,
boy.
If 4 of the top 6, if Corbin Carroll's hurt, are out right now. Now again, Corbin Carroll may be back for opening day. He may miss 2 or 3 games or whatever. But your RBI guys last year were Perdomo, which we all love Perdomo.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to count on him for 100 RBIs. It'd be great if he could do it again. Geno, gone. Carroll, hurt. Gurriel, hurt. Okay, you have Cattell and Josh Naylor, gone. Those are your top 6 RBI guys from a year ago. So to say they're just automatically going to be elite offensively is a stretch.
No, and I think what they as an organization, and probably it's driven by finances, but they looked at what they have. They have a couple of guys, actually 3, but one in particular in Lawler, that they absolutely positively, when they had their off-season meeting, they said, okay, he's coming through. We've got to rely on him. So we put one guy in there, and then you have 2 other guys who, if you look at the minor league baseball stuff in Baseball America, they're supposed to be here at some point this season. It says on ETA 2026. Those timelines have been moved up.
Yeah.
Because they need those guys. And we'll get into it a little bit later, but maybe there's somebody, because in spring what starts to happen is, do you have something excess? Can we get somebody? They may have to make some sort of a trade in the spring training and have somebody come over of another facility, because as it sits right now, they look to me like one of the worst offensive teams in the National League.
They have such a range right now because, like, Jordan Lawler has to hit. He's got to play and he's got to hit, and he's a career like 165 major league hitter. Now, I mean, he's torn up the minors and he hasn't batted a ton in the majors, and it's been inconsistent when he's been able to bat. And he dealt with injuries and he didn't have a clear path to consistent playing time. So nobody's writing Jordan Lawler off. But he's got to make the jump this year because he's basically a starter right now. And that was almost even before Corbin Carroll got hurt. And so even if Corbin Carroll comes back, you're still counting on Jordan Lawler a lot. You're right. I mean, this offense, the bottom could fall out, and you don't have a clear ace in your rotation right now. But the flip side is we've seen this offense. We've seen guys come in and overachieve. Like, it wouldn't shock me at all if Nolan Arenado came in and had like a resurgent year at the plate. And with Ken Kendrick, what we have seen in recent years is, and I hope he continues to do this, if they give him a reason to invest more money, he will. He's not going to go out there and spend wildly. They're not like a top spending team. And I'm not even counting the Dodgers. That's a whole different thing. But I'm just saying, like, they're not one of the top spending teams. And he's obviously pulled it back a little bit because of contracts like the Jordan Montgomery one. But if the Diamondbacks go out there and they survive the first couple months and Corbin Burns is coming back and they're right there in the wild card race, then he has shown he will be willing to spend at the trade deadline if they need to. So you have this range where, like, if you get out of the gate slowly and these guys can't hit and you're losing to the Dodgers and the Tigers and all these teams they play in the first month of the season, this could get away from them. But if they survive it, they could be dangerous. Like, that's a lot for one season.
Yeah, it's just the way that I look at rookies is, especially in their first go-around, like I said, Lawler has less than, I think, 100 career at-bats. So I'm not saying anything
They're all
negative.
over the place, yeah.
But what you would like rookies to do is, if they play well, then it's a bonus for you. When you start having to rely on rookies in any sport, you get yourself in trouble.
Yep.
So when you're off-season and planning and you say, okay, we lost these guys, and look, they got pitching prospects back. In the long run, that'll be great. But as of right now, their off-season plan was, okay, these guys have to come through. That's really dangerous to say rookies have to come through versus you look at, say, the Cubs last year. They had Matt Shaw at third base. Hey, if Matt Shaw plays well, whatever, but he's going to be our 9-hitter, it's fine. And then by the second half, he was coming around. That's most rookies. So to come into the season and say, we've got to have Lawler be, what does he got to be? 15 home run, 270, just something at least average to above. And that's really hard to expect.
And you could also, I mean, this is a whole different conversation probably to have. and I'd want to do more research before I had it. But you look at the players, and I'm not talking about like a Gabby Moreno or a guy they traded for that was young, but like players they have drafted and developed through their systems. There's been plenty of guys that's like, hey, this guy's going to be amazing, and he wasn't. Now Corbin Carroll has been amazing, but Corbin Carroll I think just naturally is amazing. Yeah. They've developed Perdomo, obviously, from even what he was a couple years ago, even when he made the All-Star team as a reserve a couple years ago, to what he is now. It's not like they're not developing any of their players, but there are plenty of guys that were supposed to be really good that never really panned out, and either now they're gone or they're just still in the minors. And so you can't just look at Jordan Lawler and say, super talented, you're going to hit 30 home runs this year, because you would have said that about Drew Jones a couple years ago or something.
Oh, that one hurts.
Yeah.
Well, and what they're going to have to do, too, is they're going to have to change their style of offense. Because you looked at those players last year, okay, we're gonna get a knock here, we're gonna get a long ball, we're gonna get something. They're gonna have to generate, and this is not something that baseball does really well right now. But you're gonna have to generate runs. You're gonna have to run. You're gonna have to steal some bases. You're gonna have to be aggressive because they just don't have the lineup to just sit back and wait for a 3-run shot.
Which is what they were when they went to the World Series in 2023. They were what you just said they need to be this year. So that might not be the worst thing in the world. All right, we come back. What should we expect when the women's Final Four descends on Phoenix in April? We're going to talk to legendary ASU women's basketball coach Charlie Turner-Thorne. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20-plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns lost 136-109 to the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. In the loss, Suns forward Dillon received his 16th technical foul of the season. If it is upheld, he will be suspended for the Suns game against the San Antonio Spurs on February 19th. The Arizona Cardinals have found their next wide receivers coach. According to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receiver coach Tony Sorrentino. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. John Lund is in for Wolf today, and we are pleased to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line by legendary ASU women's basketball coach Charlie Turner-Thorne. I could sit here, John, and I could rattle off her resume, but then we would never actually talk to Charlie, so I'm going to let her talk. Charlie, thank you so much for the time. What's going on?
Yeah, well, a lot. Thank you for having me on. Yeah, I've just finished my Mercury scouting meeting.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, looking at everything you have going on right now, in addition to the women's Final Four coming here in early April, that's a loaded question when I ask you what's going on.
Yeah, I didn't know if you really wanted me to answer, but yeah, things are good.
Well, let's start with the women's Final Four. It's going to be here, semifinals, April 3rd and then April 5th for the finals. And for people that haven't been to a women's Final Four before, since it hasn't been here before, what can they expect?
Yeah, I mean, it's, there's a Super Bowl, there's the World Cup, and then there's March Madness, right? And it culminates to the Final Four. And I mean, we have the Waste Management here. It's a huge party. First of all, there's lots of free programming and activity for people. So even if you can't afford to buy tickets, you can really partake in the experience and embrace, March Madness at its best as it comes to Phoenix. So, I mean, I don't know how specific you want me to get, Luke, but they have Tourneytown. So my son, Quinn, who plays college basketball right now, I think he's been to like 12 Final Fours growing up. And he just lived at Tourneytown. Him and my mom, they just went there. I mean, there's just fun, all different little basketball activities. And they have like WNBA players and people speaking and stuff like that. But it's just great for kids. This year, there's Four at All Fest, which is new. We haven't had this in Final Fours, but it's like a street party. It's bands, it's music, it's food trucks. So, I mean, it's going to be 3 to 4 days of just fun activities to, even if you don't like basketball, come down and it's all free. So again, and they have watch parties. So, I mean, I think it's really special anytime you play for a championship, and women's basketball is really at an all-time high right now in terms of fan, engagement and just, audiences and television coverage. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a big party.
Charlie, like you said, I mean, it's the way that women's basketball has evolved. And when you talk about college basketball and March Madness, it's not just the men, it's the women. Last year, UConn, South Carolina, 10 million people watched that final. It was an amazing one. How great is it for you, though, to sit here with your experience, you as far as the Elite Eight and Sweet 16s, and to have it right here in your backyard? I think it's the most West it's been since, Denver in 2012. It's got to be a pretty great feeling for you.
Yeah, well, it's fun. We actually tried to get it here when I was coaching at ASU way back in my early years. And they actually told us we didn't have enough hotels in downtown, which I didn't really believe. I think that was like a nice way of saying you don't get it this year. So that was almost 20 years ago. So now to finally have it here, it's just, I mean, come on, we're a vacation destination. It will be, I mean, these things, hundreds of thousands of people come out for this event, but it will be so well attended because we are a vacation destination. But it's obviously, I mean, I'm not coaching now, but it still will be a part of it. I will speak at it. There's a lot of leadership panels and different panels for people to also attend that are free. And so, yeah, I mean, I think I have college teammates coming in that are staying with me. I have a lot of former players coming in. So I guess I'm kind of hosting it myself a little bit. And yeah, and I'm not all stressed out and having to, do the coaching thing. So it's very, very fun. It's perfect time for me, I guess.
We're talking to Charlie Turner-Thorne. Charlie, yeah, I mean, you did retire a few years ago, and yet it feels like you're doing like 12 different things now. And you mentioned scouting for the Mercury. You also called the ASU game last night. They win their 20th game. Just want to get your perspective, because I think it's going to be a perspective most people can't give on what Molly Miller has already done with the Sun Devils in year one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the landscape's completely different, so coaches, you see it at TCU and different places where people can just come in and, you're actually buying your team. And so you can turn things pretty quick. But let me just back up and say Molly Miller was just a phenomenal hire. I mean, she is the right person for this job. It's not an easy job. And you have to work hard in this community to get your fan base. We've got the legacy of the program, but it's still, you're competing against, the UConns and South Carolinas and UCLAs of the world for kids. So, I mean, unbelievable first year so far. I mean, I don't even care what happens after this. I mean, just incredible, ability to put a roster together, put a really strategic schedule together to build them up and build that chemistry of a entirely new team, to be able to compete in the Big 12. So, I mean, they're looking like an NCAA tournament team, which is, amazing. And again, it's a little different landscape this year, with the way teams are built and how you can transfer and go out and buy your players. But she's a masterful coach. I mean, really good game coach. Anybody that's watched her can see that from one game, and great motivator. And I'm really happy for ASU women's basketball.
Hey, Charlie, for those who don't know, you played under the legend, Tara Vanderveer. I know Tara a little bit, and just the way
Bay Area guy. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the way that things have evolved from when you played to, you just mentioned it, to how players are even recruited nowadays, but it has just exploded from those days too.
Oh yeah. We were so thankful to get a scholarship to college.
Yeah.
Tuition, room, boards, books, and fees. Like that's what it was. And it was simpler game. I mean, the game has evolved. It's positionless. I mean, the players are bigger, stronger, more athletic. It's more like the FIBA game, with the spacing on the floor and how teams play. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's more of a pro model now. I'm sure people know. I mean, you've got NIL and salaries that these kids get. So they get that on top of their scholarships. And, there's all that negotiating with these agents, outside agents, which is not, well, we probably don't have time to get into that. But it's just very interesting.
We can just tell by the look on your face.
I'll tell you what, so I said this on the broadcast. I don't know if Luke heard it. I will say that I think, the sad part is we lost our parity in college women's basketball that we built up for so long, because all of the great players below the power conferences are getting bought.
Yeah.
They're being acquired by the power conferences. Now, what that means is the power conferences are stronger than ever. And you see that this year with all of them beating up on each other. So I think that bodes well for ASU getting into the NCAA tournament, because I just think there's going to be more power conference teams, because, there's so many. I mean, used to be there'd be a lot more great players in mid-major. And we see the same thing on the men's side, right? Last year, all number 1 seeds in the Final Four. Crazy. I don't think that's ever happened, right?
It's very, very, very rarely. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's different.
I want to remind
Changed
everybody.
a lot. John.
We're going to do an hour-long podcast on that answer
Absolutely.
afterwards. I want to remind everybody to go to phoenixfinal4.com for more information. We're talking to Charlie Turner-Thorne. Charlie, I want to get your perspective on just what the Final Four is like in terms of just being a hub for people, coaches, whatever, involved in the game. Even if maybe your team isn't in the Final Four, it seems like it's something where the entire basketball world is going to descend on that location.
Yeah, so because, Luke, it's our national convention. So it is our convention for the year. So that is in conjunction with the Final Four. So the WBCA, our Women's Basketball Coaches Association, works very closely with the NCAA, and they put this event on together. So, I mean, you really should come to the Final Four, whether you're coaching it or not, because there's a ton of professional development opportunities. There's business meetings. They're voting, deciding on future legislation and what we want in the game of women's basketball. They used to have a lot of the conference meetings here, since they're all now at the Biltmore in Arizona, if you're a West Coast conference, in May. But that used to drive a lot of attendance because people had to come for their conference meetings. But it's still a great reason just to come. Really a lot of opportunity just to meet with coaches, learn. I mean, if people want to meet coaches, you can come down here. If you go to the bars, you go to the coffee shops, I guarantee you they're in there. They're picking each other's brains on, just how to get better. Lots of meetups and things like that. So it's definitely a time where coaches, there's some social activities going on, but also really why athletic departments should support their coaches going to the Final Four is it's a great professional development opportunity.
Well, Charlie, we really appreciate this. We're looking forward to April 2nd through the 5th. And again, phoenixfinal4.com for people who want more information. Thank you so much. Good luck in the 97 jobs you have acquired since the last time we talked to you.
I'm gonna go teach my optimal performance class.
I forgot about that one too.
I got to transition to one of my other jobs. But thanks, you guys. Yeah, come to the Final Four. Yay.
Absolutely. We appreciate it. That's Charlie Turner-Thorne right there. Of course, the winningest coach for ASU right there, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of the Final Four coming up here in just about, 6 weeks? 6-7 weeks, where we're closing out quickly. Saturday, February 28th, it's going to be a monumental all-Mexican clash in the Arizona desert when IBF World Super Featherweight King Eduardo Sugar Nunez and WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete meet in the unification battle at Desert Diamond Arena. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or win a pair at ArizonaSports.com. Just click on contests to do that. All right, when we come back, we are going to get into football, and it seems like, at least for the foreseeable future, John, Clint Kubiak and Mike LaFleur are going to be linked around here. Clint Kubiak is now officially the coach of the Raiders. There are some that are still saying he was the Cardinals' first choice. Does that matter? Do you believe it? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, thank you to Charlie Turner Thorne for joining us last segment. It's Wolf and Luke. John London for Wolf. John, I wasn't kidding. We should do like an hour podcast separately with Charlie Turner Thorne on just the state of college athletics. I think
you could tell she had a lot to say. And a couple of times we weren't watching on YouTube, a couple of times she caught herself because she was ready to just like we gave her a runway and I thought she was going to take it and then she stopped because she's like, "Oh, I'm promoting the Final Four. All is well, all is well." But she wanted to go off.
It's been a few, like we had Tommy Lloyd on earlier in the season, and even and things are going pretty great for him. And even he was like, "Yeah, we got some issues in college basketball." And you hear Kenny Dillingham say it multiple times, like, "Don't blame the players, blame the system." And I think it's, I don't want to say universal, but I think it's fairly. Certainly the majority of people that know what they're talking about in college athletics are like, hey, maybe something should get fixed around here.
Well, and here's the whole thing, and I know we got to get into Cardinals, but she was just talking about the haves and have-nots. Think about like a UConn or a South Carolina or the top programs. Mm-hmm. They generate income in that sport where they are, so they can pay these players. Most of them, probably 80, 90%, they don't generate revenue. So when if the girls comes out with her hand out and says, "What are you paying me?" and most of these programs are like, "Nothing." That's why there's such a gap now.
Yeah, it's it's a problem across all sports.
Yeah,
college athletics, obviously. I got a story here from Jason La Canfora, and the title. I'll just give you the title. I'll probably just do this off the title, honestly. Cardinals were desperate to land Clint Kubiak. NFL sources reveal. Now let's just start there, John, because that is the way. I don't know about desperate, but it certainly looked like he was their first choice because they interviewed Mike LaFleur and they had the second interview with Mike LaFleur and he was here for a couple days and then it was like, we're not sure. We're going to wait till we talk to Clint Kubiak. And there's a world where they wanted to talk to Clint Kubiak too. And they knew Mike LaFleur was going to be willing to take the job, even if they talked to their other finalist or however you want to frame it up. But it did look in the moment like, hey, we want you if we can't get this guy. Whether it was that way or not, that's the way it looked. And now Jason La Canfora is saying that's the way it was. Do you even care if that's the case?
Neither of them are proven. Like, you can look at Seattle's offense and say that's great. But as I was watching the Super Bowl, knowing that he was my son's a Raiders fan, and I turned to him and said, Clint Kubiak doesn't look so good right now. And I know the Patriots have a good defense. He's not proven. Now, he had a really good offense. He helped Sam Darnold, there's no question. But they had a lot of good guys on their team. The reason why Mike LaFleur is a questionable hire is because he was with Saul and Jets, and they weren't very good. But they didn't have a whole lot of talent. I've never met a coach in my entire life that if he didn't have talent, they could be really, really good. Like, Phil Jackson never took bad jobs. He took the Bulls. He took the Lakers. Brilliant. Now he took the Knicks and wasn't so good. You've got to have talent. So whether they wanted Kubiak, the deeper thought to me in this whole thing is he wanted the Raiders over the Cardinals. And if you're a Cardinals fan, you're thinking to yourself, okay, wait a minute, we're kind of the two at the bottom. And he chose the Cardinals. He chose the Raiders. Why? Well, they have the number one pick in the draft, so maybe he likes the quarterback situation better there. Who couldn't? And he probably got swayed by Tom Brady to a certain extent. Ben Johnson even did last year. He considered the Raiders before he went to the Bears. So that's what would concern me big. Not so much the coaches, whatever. We don't know who's going to be better. But why did he choose the Raiders over the Cardinals?
That's a good way to put it because it's not like the Cardinals were going after Mike Tomlin and Tomlin was like, Raiders instead. You know, it's not like, okay, so now we've got this unproven guy who might or might not be good, but there's a legend. It's another unproven guy. You know, I mean, even if the Cardinals did want Clint Kubiak, maybe they fell into the right guy anyway. That might just be the way it works out. But to answer your question about why Clint Kubiak chose the Raiders, he did talk about that this week.
The resources that the Raiders have, this building, obviously having cap space, having the first pick, those all go into the decision. And as far as who the first pick is going to be, we got a lot of tape to watch before we determine who that's going to be. But I'm excited to get into that process. But yeah, kind of going back to the last two questions, there's just a lot to love about this organization. Look around this building and the resources that we have, our meal room, the weight room, the fields outside, the coaches' offices. I mean, it's as good as it gets in the NFL.
Yeah, it sounds like he says mail room. I think he says meal room.
Yeah.
What coach?
The mail room.
I love the way you guys sort envelopes. I'll be your coach. So, but it's the other stuff.
He's a blatant liar, by the way.
Yeah,
he's a blatant liar.
I mean,
we don't know who we're going to take at number one.
Well,
really?
Then why'd you take that job?
Exactly.
Like, you just said
we'll
it.
Run
John.
Gino back.
If you want,
liar.
If you want to say, hey, you know what? I'm choosing the Raiders over the Cardinals, or probably, honestly, quite a few other teams that needed coaches, because I get to go out there and I'm an offensive guy and I get to draft Fernando Mendoza. That makes sense. The Cardinals don't have the first pick. They had the same record as the Raiders, but they don't have the first pick. But if you're going to be like, but I don't know, maybe we'll take a kicker with that first pick. Who's to say, really?
The Raiders have taken a first-round kicker
true, so you
and
can't
a first-round punter. The one thing he didn't mention is the guy with the bad haircut. And I don't care that you have Tom Brady, and I don't care that you have the first pick, and I don't care that you have new facilities. You're still owned by Mark Davis. And that would give me major, major pause because other than we just talked about college sports, usually if your business is a mess, the product is a mess.
Yeah.
In business, in sports, that owner is a mess. He is by far not even close of any professional team the worst owner in sports. And I don't care if you use Tom Brady deodorant. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be good. And Mendoza's nice. He's not like over the last 10 years, you're not going to say he's the best one. He could be okay.
He should be good, but who knows?
But as far as what you said about the coach, we don't know. Like Mike McDonald wasn't the first choice of everybody.
Yeah.
Even Sean McVay, who was 32 when he got hired, people went, God, is he too young? Like, we don't know about this cycle. We can think we know. John Harbaugh's got a track record, so we can say, yeah, he's going to do pretty well. But you go down from there, like I like the Saleh hire. You and I have talked about it a lot. Yeah. Arizona, Tennessee, I think that's a great fit, but maybe not. We just don't know. And so when La Canfora writes a piece that said they badly wanted Kubiak, it's not that I don't think it's accurate. It's just that he's never been a head coach. So if you're talking Harbaugh or Tomlin or somebody who's been there and done that, that's a big deal. But Kubiak or LaFleur, who knows?
Arizona sports.
The Raiders just fire Kubiak? What's going on?
No.
Is this good news?
I don't know.
That doesn't sound like good news.
He's not been amazing the past few years, but according to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, right-handed pitcher Paul Sewald has been signed to a one-year deal by the D-backs. It's a major league deal.
That's fine. I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
All right.
Well, that tells you what your closer situation is.
Yeah.
When you have your closers out.
When you're down at least 2, possibly 3 closers, I'm not going to lead a parade up and down the newsroom like I will whenever Team USA scores their first goal today. But I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Look, this is, you know what this is? Because I've been that person many times throughout my life. This is 2 a.m. at the bar and the lights just came on. And it's like everybody's scrambling like cockroaches. And it's like, I'm the last one left. And the girls are looking like, oh my God, this is what's left. Like, that's what's left. Like, what did you think you were going to get? Mariano Rivera out of retirement? I mean, that's what's left right now.
If Mariano Rivera came out of retirement, the Dodgers would sign him. I thought you were going to say you're looking around the bar and people are looking at their phones being like, the D-backs just signed Paul Sewald. Which,
I'm trying to make hey, it's late. The good ones have gone home already. Like, that's it. It's 2 a.m. The lights just came on, man. It's not good.
It's low risk. You're not looking around on February 12th or whatever it is and saying, we'll take Edwin Diaz.
Right.
No, you'll take Paul Sewald. Oh no, we're bringing back Lifehouse. I forgot. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, if Paul Sewald doesn't work out, he doesn't work out. Big deal. If he can recapture some glory, that's exactly what they need. John, I have to explain to you that Rick may have lost his mind, but not because of this. Paul Sewald was amazing for the D-backs when they went to the World Series. Then the next year he got hurt. When he finally came back, the first audio that anybody had talking to him in the clubhouse, this was playing in the background. So now this got played every time we talked about Paul Sewald. Then they finally moved on from him, and I was like, okay, at least we don't have to listen to Lifehouse anymore.
Of course.
And they just signed him back.
What kind of clubhouse do they have if this is playing in their
It's a Lifehouse clubhouse.
Well, this is horrible.
How great is it going to be if the first time they talk to him again, this is playing in the background?
Well, it has to be now. You guys have to go to the press conference and have this on your phone.
Just stand there
and just play it. He'll just look at you like, what the what?
Sewald's
you can explain it to him.
I'm just like, hey,
put it right next to
him.
Or next to somebody's mic. It just has to be.
All right, well,
your reaction was perfect, by the way.
It was insane.
I mean, it's not horrible, it's not great, but that's what's out there right now.
This doesn't cost you anything. I mean, yes, it costs Ken Kendrick some money, but it doesn't. It's not like it's costing him $10 million. If he can recapture some glory, you need it. If he can't, move on.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back. Ooh, over to basketball. Dillon Brooks has acquired some technical fouls this season. I don't know if you've noticed that, and I haven't seen his one from last night get rescinded yet, so now we have a problem. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Is your your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, President's Day is delivering big opportunities all month long.
Absolutely, Dave. Our President's Day savings event is happening all month long. Lease an all-new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month or purchase with $6,000 in savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options as low as $769 a month.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady. Metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem. That's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype, no shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn, designed for everyday use. It supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. So, home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, according to MLB.com's Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are reuniting with relief pitcher Paul Sewald on a one-year major league deal. The Phoenix Suns lost 136-109 to the defending champion Phoenix Suns last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. In the loss, Suns forward Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul of the season. If it is upheld, he will be suspended for the Suns game against the San Antonio Spurs on February 19th. The Arizona Cardinals have found their next wide receivers coach, according to ESPN's Peter Schrager. The Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino. And according to CBS, the Cardinals have interviewed Seahawks defensive pass game coordinator Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator job. For more on the Cardinals, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025.
Hey, it's Gambo without Corbin Carroll, who could see time in the D-backs outfield until he returns. We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, hour number 2 of the show. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. Tim Kirkson's going to join us in about 10 minutes, talk about the Diamondbacks. I know, Rick, you're going to want to jump on and ask him just 15 minutes of Paul Sewald talk.
By the way, very professional update right there. We know how much you detest him, and yet I was watching for any kind of a glimpse of anything, and you just went right through it, gave us the report like a professional.
Hold on.
Well
I
done
don't
by you.
detest Paul Sewald. He is a very nice human being. He has just struggled as of late. I'm hoping for a turnaround for him because I root for people that are nice. And he's a nice guy. So
what did he just call you in the last 20 minutes? Like when he first came out, that wasn't your opinion.
I think I'm being slightly misrepresented here.
Oh, okay.
I will say this. You know, we were out at spring training. What was that now? 2 years ago? It must have been 2 years ago. Coming off the run to the World Series. And I was telling you this during the break, John, but I'm sure Rick and Jamal remember this. You know, Wolf is so big on leadership, and we were asking guys about leadership. Everybody comes up, okay, who's kind of the leader on this team? And at the time, Christian Walker was still on the team, so that name came up a lot. Merrill Kelly's name comes up a lot when you talk to players. Paul Sewald's name came up from everybody. Like, I want to say Alec Thomas told us Paul Sewald. Like, just so in an offseason where the Diamondbacks have added vets that bring leadership, I have to think that's a big reason why they're bringing Paul Sewald back. I would be stunned if they're like, that's our guy, 45 saves. Because if they're counting on that, they're going to be let down.
Yeah.
But he might come in here and he just needs to be decent and be a leader in the clubhouse. And then you didn't lose anything. So.
Plus, having experience, and we're going to get to Dillon Brooks, having experience in that role, the ninth inning is different, no matter what anybody says, and he's got experience. It's a big deal. And the other thing about bullpens, and everybody who follows baseball knows this, you could have a great bullpen one year, and it's terrible, and have most of the guys back, and it's terrible the next. Bullpens are weird, and it happens all the time, and vice versa. You could have a bad one, it could be good. It's just weird. So, and he doesn't have to give him a ton of, like you said, he's not a 45 save guy. They've got to just get some guys back, and they kind of need a bridge.
Yeah. All right, let's get over to the Suns. We've tried to avoid this topic for a little bit, but Dillon Brooks, 16th technical last night. I've checked. He can't serve a suspension during the All-Star game. That would be nice, but he can't. You know, this is something that we knew was coming at some point this season, even though he's had 3, I think, rescinded. And I would say probably rightfully so. I'm not even sure all 16 of these were totally justified, but this is his reputation. It is what it is. Whether he got 16 last night or not, he was going to get it eventually. Here's Dillon Brooks after the game on what the ref said to him.
The ref told me that I played a victim, so I ain't talking no more about that. No more.
He literally said that to you? Was that James?
Yeah. So I'm playing victim all the time, and when I don't play victim, I'm a bad guy. So choose one.
Sounds like the ref is saying one thing. If you're not doing one thing, you're doing the other. How do you handle that frustration?
It's just consistency. You're going to be consistently bad and be consistently bad throughout the whole game. Don't try to fix it during the game. Don't try to be doing any of that. Or try to even out foul call. Where you're going to be bad, you'll be bad. Be bad the whole game.
So, I mean, he's been at war with the officials all season. His career high in technical fouls for a season, I believe, is 18. I asked Jamal this once in the newsroom, and he just knew off the top of his head. So, Jamal, I'll ask you again, what's Dillon Brooks' career high for technical fouls in the season? Like, he just abruptly knew. He wasn't even looking at anything.
Sorry, say that last part again?
What's Dillon Brooks' career high for technical fouls in the season?
18.
Yeah, it's 18. And
you just got to know things like that.
I guess so. Well, now, yeah, I do know. He's technically had 19 this season. It's just 3 of them have gotten rescinded. But the bigger issue, John, because this has been a conversation on this show for a couple months, and I'm in the group of you don't want to mess with what he's doing too much. But then you get the people like, whatever, just let him be himself. Okay, well, now he gets suspended every other technical foul, which at this current rate means he's going to get suspended every week. So something's going to have to get fixed here.
Back to the cut for just a second. He is playing the victim right there. Stop it. Just stop it. Look, I hate when these guys, and I don't like using the word hate a lot, but I hate when these guys say that that's the only way they can play. Draymond Green says that. Rasheed Wallace used to say that. We all have in our lives, we all have stressful moments in our lives, and we can't just go off on our boss. I'm sorry, we can't. I know that's not the perfect comparison always to sports, but you're now. If I'm a leader on that team, I have to go to Dillon Brooks and I have to say, you're letting us down. Stop talking to the officials. You can redline, then stop. You can talk to an official, then stop. He's earned this reputation. Don't give me this stuff after the game that this one official had it out for you. You have earned the reputation. And this is separate from the way that he's playing basketball, which is great, but you can separate the two and they can both be true. He's had a great season for the Suns, but he's an idiot for the things that he's doing, and he's starting to let down his basketball team. Stop it, because now it's every other game. Now it resets in the playoffs and you get the 7. But now, and if I'm Jordan Ott, this is what I say to him. And this is, as a team leader, this should resonate with him. You're letting our team down. Don't give me an excuse about an official. Stop talking to him. Red line as much as you want. They don't just give you a technical normally right away. They give you a warning. They talk to you. They say something. Plus, you know the officials in this league. You've been here a long time. You know who's got a quick whistle. Stop it. You're letting your team down.
Yeah, the Suns, and this has become a disturbing trend here, seem to be on the wrong side of the officials, however you want to say it.
Especially the last couple of games.
Yeah, they don't seem to be in the good graces of NBA officials. Not all of them, but some of them. And I don't care about last night or the Dallas game or whatever. I care more about in the playoffs. Do they have this reputation where you go in and you're like, okay, as an official, I'm looking for fouls on the Suns.
Lack of star power.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what it really is. I mean, honestly,
until I saw Najee Marshall get more free throws than Devin Booker the other night, then I don't really.
Yeah, that's a problem because the league has worked like that for a long time. Brooks is never going to get calls. He's earned it. He's in Draymond Green territory now. You just can't talk to the officials, and you have to adjust your game. We all have to do it in life. You have to adjust your game.
You would hope, because you're right. I mean, the reputation that he has built. He built it well before this year. He has this reputation. You would hope if Jordan Ott gets through to him or a teammate gets through to him or Dillon Brooks just looks around and says, man, the one thing that might hold us back in the final stretch run here is if we can't all get on the court at the same time. And now it looks like Jalen Green's good to go and Book's good to go. And you'd hope Grayson Allen, we have all these guys at the same time. You're not going to have Dillon Brooks every other game the way things are
That's
going.
called an unforced error.
Yeah.
Like that now, those injuries are what they are. That's kind of woven into the fabric.
Mm-hmm.
You can do something about this. And guys who say this is how I play, I don't buy it.
Well, if somebody or he himself fixes it, what you hope is that NBA officials don't keep calling it based on his reputation. Because there have been some calls this year, and we can't hear everything that's said on the floor, but there are plenty of times where Dillon Brooks earns a tech, and there are plenty of times where you can see, okay, his reputation's already pushed him where they're waiting for him to say something. There have been a few times this year where you're like, I'm pretty sure they just called that on him because they saw the name on the back of his jersey. So you hope if he dials it back a little bit, which he hasn't yet, but you hope if he does, the officials also meet him halfway, and they're not just like, oh, you didn't say anything, but I could tell you were thinking something, so here's another tech. Because they can't afford to lose him now every other couple, game or two. All right, when we come back, just how good can the Arizona Diamondbacks be this season with everything going on? You know what? We're going to talk to Tim Kirkjian about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed. 15 plus years in business.
and still family owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for Kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. So, Chris, the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, why are events like this so important to Earnhardt Auto Centers?
I think the most important thing I can say about that on behalf of the company and the Earnhardt family is that we support the communities that support Earnhardt. We wouldn't be who we are and last as long as we have, 75 years in the market, if it wasn't for the communities that built us. We're a lot more than a dealership. We're a community partner. And there's 17 of our locations in the Valley that are community partners who want to be a part of making lives better. And that's not just putting cars on the road and servicing them. It's improving the lives of the families that are in those cars and the families that they touch and they affect. It's part of our culture. It's ingrained in what we do. This particular one is all about Boys and Girls Club. It's all about the kids, and it's definitely something we want to stay behind for a long time.
To learn more about the Earnhardt commitment to community partnership, please visit noble.com/community.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vitalformen.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Arizona Sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Quick shout out to Glendale. What's going on, Glendale? Talk some baseball as spring training is getting going. The first D-backs game is at Salt River Fields a week from tomorrow. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf. And ESPN MLB analyst Tim Kirkjian is kind enough to join us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Tim, thanks for the time. What's going on?
How you doing, fellas?
Doing good. Doing good. Trying to get fired up for the season, and the Diamondbacks are already down like 5 players, it feels like. But I guess let's just start with yesterday's news that Corbin Carroll is gonna miss probably 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, he may not end up missing much of the regular season, but how much of a blow is that to this outfield if he can't start the year?
Yeah, he's a great player, and it would be an enormous loss no matter what. And the worry is with that hamate bone, because I've seen it many times. You start messing with a hitter's hands, his wrists, his forearms. It can linger. You know, you take an awkward swing, you swing and miss, you check your swing or something, and it can really aggravate that injury again. So it's been a difficult last few days in Major League Baseball. So many guys have gotten hurt in a 3-day span here, showing again how easy it is to get hurt playing this exceptionally difficult game. So let's hope for Corbin Carroll's sake that he's back in, 4 to 6 weeks, and he's back the first week of the regular season, and he's swinging really well when he gets back. But that's a lot to ask when you're talking about the hamate bone.
Tim, plus the Diamondbacks were already going to be challenged offensively. I know that they scored 795 runs last year, but that was with two players that they traded at the deadline, one third baseman, one first baseman, that were pretty good. They got a left fielder out with a knee injury. Carroll's got now this injury. This is an offensively challenged team officially now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Gurriel's a good hitter, and he's not going to be ready on opening day from what I can tell. Yep. They're really going to need the first base combination, Santana, Smith, Tawa, to do some damage, and they're going to really need a comeback season from Nolan Arenado, who knows if that's going to happen. I mean, he was such a devastatingly good player 4 years ago, and it's really gone downhill since. So yes, they have some troubles offensively for sure, but there's no telling what can happen in spring training. I've seen teams struggle badly and end up being really good offensively. We'll see where this goes.
We're talking to Tim Kirkjian. Tim, and just your experience around the game, when you look at a team like the Diamondbacks, who are going to be shorthanded to start the year with no Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez and, some of the hitters we're talking about, but those guys should come back during the season. What's the best way for a team to navigate the season? Is it just simply try to survive until those guys come back, or can you go all in and try to add a guy like Zach Gallen? Like, what's the best path here?
Yeah, it's a really tough spot they're in, because you could make a case their three best pitchers, or three of their most important pitchers in Burns and Martinez and Puck, are probably all going to miss at least the first 2 months of the season. So maybe you just try to get through it, you tread water, you win as many games as you can, and then you hope everybody shows up. And most important, when they do show up, that they're healthy. But that's an awful lot to ask for Corbin Burns to come back from his major injury and suddenly just be, throwing that cutter at 97 miles an hour. I'm not sure that's going to happen right away. And same with Puck and Martinez. You're just not sure what you're going to get. So they do have some other depth in the bullpen, and they added some people, Loaizaga, people like that for the bullpen. But, this is not a great start injury-wise for the Diamondbacks.
Hey, Tim, Luke mentioned Zach Gallen. Is obviously with the season he had last year, and he's probably can't come to an agreement on what he thinks he value or what his value is and what a team thinks the value is. Where is he right now, and could he come back to the Diamondbacks? What is that situation?
Well, that's a really good question. We can't forget that he started the All-Star game a few years ago. He's a good major league pitcher, and he's really comfortable in Arizona, and they're comfortable with him. So, yes, to me, it would make an awful lot of sense. But, and we're getting late here because we've already started pitchers and catchers here. We saw Chris Bassett sign yesterday with the Orioles for $18.5 million. He's maybe a 3-starter, but he's a pretty darn good third starter. And I think that's what the Diamondbacks need. They need another guy to fortify this rotation until some other guys get healthier.
We're talking to Tim Kirkjian. Tim, one of the guys that's going to have to step up on offense this year is Jordan Lawler. And, it's not like he's old. He was 23, but he's been the Diamondbacks' top or one of their top prospects now for a few years. And his playing time's been spotty. But, at a certain point, I know everybody's different, but when do you look at a guy going from prospect with all this upside to has to deliver now, or maybe it's not going to work out?
Yeah, that's one of the questions we ask all the time in baseball. The most unpredictable sport in the world. The light goes on and off for players all the time. Sometimes there is no consistency to that whatsoever. Lawler's been around enough, and he's going to get a chance to play. And sometimes that's all young guys need is a chance to go out there every day knowing, I can go 0 for 4 and I'm still going to play tomorrow. So maybe that's but it will take. But again, the degree of difficulty of this game is one of its greatest attributes is that you just never know what a guy's going to give you. You see a great, defensive back at a major college who weighs 210 and loves to hit people and can run. He's going to play in the NFL, but there's no guarantees with baseball. Just when you think you understand a player, you realize, all right, something's missing here. That's what they're going to find out from Lawler and others this spring.
Hey, Tim, Nick Castellanos, anybody who's lacking offense is probably keeping an eye on what's going on. So the Phillies have said don't come to spring training. What's going on with Castellanos?
Yeah, he's going to move one way or another. And, he had a real dust-up with the manager and with a couple of players on the team. And that was in roughly the middle of last season. And I know I spoke to people with the Phillies who would tell me after the season he will not be a Philly again. Now, that sure seems to be the way it's going. But he can hit and he can help a lot of teams. But when someone wants to get rid of someone because they don't want him on the team necessarily, that's a bit of a red flag.
Tim, the Diamondbacks are obviously stuck in this division with the Dodgers, and the Dodgers spend all this money and they win the World Series every year. But last year's World Series was about as close as it gets. When you look around baseball, do you see another team or two that can legitimately push the Dodgers and maybe unseat them this year?
Yeah, this is baseball. Anything is possible. This is not, this is not Jordan's Bulls. This is not, the Kings. I mean, this is not the Warriors with Steph and Katie and Clay who touching the ball in every possession. Anything is possible. But the warning is that the Dodgers won the World Series 2 years ago without a starting rotation. And then they won the World Series last year really without a bullpen. And now they have fortified their bullpen with Edwin Diaz. Their rotation is absolutely loaded. They signed the best free agent all-round player out there in Kyle Tucker. So their offense should be great. I mean, to me, they are the team to beat for sure in the National League. But as we saw last year, Toronto, with the way they played the game, great defense, put the ball in play, all that, push the action. Anyone's beatable in baseball, but this might be the best Dodger team that we've seen during this 6-year run that has been stunningly good.
Tim, always love talking baseball with you. Thank you so much, man.
Okay, fellas.
Thanks,
see
Tim.
you soon.
All right, take care. That's Tim Kirkjian joining us.
That
right
was
there
just great
on the
news,
Arizona
wasn't it? This
Sports
might be the best Dodgers team. Great. Go 2026 Major League Baseball.
I mean, I know
Can't wait.
I know he's right, and I know I asked him the question to lead him there. But
Yeah, it's your fault.
I was hoping he was going to
I'm in
lie
a
to
bad
me.
mood.
I was hoping he would be like, actually, nobody has really looked closely enough at the. I don't even care what team he would have said that wasn't the Dodgers.
They're the back-to-back
Anybody.
champs, and then he just said they're better.
Yeah. Well,
And they're in our division.
But it is baseball. He's right. I mean, the Blue Jays got his. I mean, the Blue Jays had them beat like 4 times last year in the World Series and just.
You
couldn't
trying to
close it
undo
up.
your question?
Yeah. It might take me a while, but I'm going to try. All right, when we come back, the Suns going into the All-Star break with a loss last night. They end up sitting Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Now, they're both working their way back from injuries. Was that the right move? It kind of felt like last night's game was the one time all season they've almost punted a game. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
More reaction to that whooping as we talk Suns at the All-Star break on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Spring is here, and that means it's go time for you and your yard because we all know what's next. The Arizona summer that turns grass into dust. Hey, it's Wolf, and that's why my friends over at Legacy Green Solutions, they want to get ahead of it now before the heat actually hits. They're the local team that upgrades your outdoor space the right way. Drought-friendly turf, rock installs, full landscape design, everything you need to keep your yard looking sharp year-round. You know, our backyard at the Wolfley compound, I can tell you, is a true oasis, man. They came out to our place and completely transformed it. The artificial grass, it looks incredible, and it's built to last. And right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off. Yeah, 15% off. Right now is a perfect time to finally take care of those upgrades. you've been putting off. So beat the heat and lock in that 15% spring special today. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are reuniting with reliever Paul Sewald on a one-year Major League deal. The Phoenix Suns lost 136-109 to the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder last night at the Mortgage Matchup Center. In the loss, Suns forward Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul of the season. If it is upheld, he will be suspended for the Suns game against the San Antonio Spurs on February 19th. The Arizona Cardinals have found their next wide receivers coach. According to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino. And according to CBS, the Cardinals have interviewed Seahawks defensive pass game coordinator Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator job. For more on the Cardinals, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Now the Suns have reached the All-Star break. Who on the Suns needs the break the most? The Burns and Gambo Show starts straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
That's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf on this Thursday morning. Thanks to Tim Kirkchin and Charlie Turner-Thorne, who have already joined the show today. Let's talk a little basketball here, John. What do we got on these TVs now? We got snowboarding, and we've got
We got the crummy skating. It's the long stuff. You need the short track where they run into each other and go flying. When that comes on, like, alert me.
I do like the short track speed skating when there's just a group of them out there, and then one of them inevitably falls, and then they all look at him like, "You ruined my whole life. I've been training."
And then they all
this."
trip, and then somebody has to get up to try to win the silver. And
I do appreciate the endurance of the long track ones.
When is the snowboard cross? I haven't missed that yet, right? You guys know snowboard cross where there's, I think it's four. Yeah,
that's
it's either
awesome.
4 or 5 of them going at the same time down the mountain.
Yeah, there's usually some crashes there.
Yeah, but
That's
that
the
one's that's whenever we get that going.
I really like the big air though, and the snowboard. And the half pipe. Half pipe's great.
I think they're doing the half pipe today. It looks like
the final.
I believe so. Yeah,
I gotta.
They're
figure
definitely.
Out
I'm looking at somebody flying through a half pipe right now with a Burton board.
Oh, okay.
So,
I need to change the channel.
I need to get on that.
No, it's good. Yeah, that's good.
The Phoenix Suns last night take the loss to Oklahoma City. There's no shame in losing to Oklahoma City. They've beaten Oklahoma City once this year, at least, so there's that. But their two most lopsided losses, at least in terms of appearance, have come to Oklahoma City. And last night they end up losing by 27 to the Thunder. But also baked into that, John, is the fact that when we left the air yesterday, Jalen Green was questionable with injury management. And Devin Booker was questionable with injury management. And Wolf was like, I hope they both play. And I mean, look, I do too, but I was kind of like, I think they'll probably play one, right? You know, if you sit them both, you're basically saying, go ahead, Oklahoma City, you're going to win this game. They did sit both. I'm not saying it was the right or the wrong move necessarily, but it was the first time this season I felt like going into a game, they were just like, let's just get to the All-Star break. That's kind of what it felt like. Not that the players or Jordan Ott were, approaching it that way. But when you sit both those guys against Oklahoma City, don't you pretty much know what's going to happen?
Yeah, and it's the league. It's wrong, and I don't want to sound like my day. But
actually, do the rest of the show in that voice if you could.
So, guys actually used to play. I know this is for our younger demographic that are driving around listening. It's absolutely amazing. Guys used to play in all the games.
No.
Owners don't sound like that. So yeah, I have done that before. So they used to play 82 games, and then the whole point of the playoffs was who has the endurance to get through. That was what it was supposed to be, was you're going to play the 82, then you're going to play the playoffs, and whoever wins 16. It's still kind of like that, but what we have in the league now is teams who win championships rest guys because they know they're going to play long in the playoffs, and we've never had it worse, whatever people think of it, at the bottom, because it's going to be a historic draft. There's 3 franchise changers and maybe as many as 5. I love the kid out of Carolina and the kid at Houston, too, the point guard. I think there might even be 5 guys. So what's happening is Utah just got Jaren Jackson Jr. They weren't playing the guys in the fourth quarter, and now he's supposedly injured and he's having some kind of surgery.
This is the stuff that's embarrassing
right.
to me. But
Dallas is doing it. Yeah. Memphis is doing it. So all these teams are saying, hey, we're a business, and there's at least 3 guys who are going to change franchises. We want one of those 3 guys. Obviously, the Suns aren't doing that, but my point is that there's a top that's going to rest guys for playoffs. There's a bottom that's just tanking beyond belief. And then the Suns, and that term that you just used is a recent term that just, it didn't used to get used. So I'm old school. I want guys to play. I understand why the Suns did it, because what they're thinking is we get all this time for these guys, and in the second half when we make a run, there should be no more flare-ups, excuses, those kind of things. So I understand the business side of it, but let me just speak from a fan standpoint last night. Okay, you bought these tickets weeks ago, and no offense to any of the guys who were on the floor, but you got no SGA. Mm-hmm. You got, like you said, guys sitting in beautiful clothes on the sidelines that are worth more than my house. And then I'm watching Luke on the sides. I'm watching all these guys. It's really frustrating. It's bad for the sport. And they've tried. Oh, you're not going to win an award. Like LeBron James can't win an award now. They don't care about winning these awards. So the whole league from top to bottom, for different reasons, does this, and it sucks for everybody, to be honest.
First of all, I hope Jalen Green shows up the next time. Well, hopefully he's not on the sidelines anymore, but the next time he is, I hope he shows up in a shirt that just says, this costs more than John Law's house.
I'm like, wow. It's a fashion show on the sidelines now, which is beautiful.
And look, the only reason we're even having this conversation based around the Suns game last night is just to not be a hypocrite. I mean, I understand what the Suns did last night. It's not like they've been load managing this season. They've had injuries, and guys have come back. There has not been a moment this season where I've been like, oh, maybe they're sitting him just so he's ready for the playoffs, with the exception of they weren't playing Mark Williams in back-to-back games earlier this season, but that's because Charlotte couldn't keep him on the court when he was there.
But isn't that amazing? He's played in 48 of 54.
Yeah. So
that's pretty amazing.
So they're trying to do this in a way to get him to play more. It's not what you just outlined is the load management to get ready for the playoffs, which, again, I don't think the Suns were doing that last night, or if you want to call it that, it was on a very, very small scale because you're talking about guys that have been hurt recently, and one of them's been hurt pretty much all year in Jalen Green. But it's just a slippery slope towards the load management, which I used to think was the biggest problem in this league. But the tanking is just, like, I cannot tell you how much I hope Utah doesn't get a good pick in this draft. And
well, I'm a conspiracy theorist. They won't. They're not sending the best players to Utah.
Well,
that's what I think, but I could be wrong.
Good,
but
they don't deserve it if they're not going to
try.
No, but
I agree with you because the other night against Orlando, for example, when they're up going into the fourth quarter, and Jaren Jackson Jr.'s out, Markkanen is out, they sit everybody, and Nurkic is out. So basically that night, their three best players don't play a minute in the fourth quarter. And one side of me says, it's your business. If you want to tank to try to get one of these top three guys, I get what you're doing. But from a standpoint of, it's not like any other normal business. You're dealing with fans, you're dealing with sponsors, you're dealing with people that, because like last night, for example, how long we have to watch the game, you and I. Mm-hmm. But the average person who has, a significant other that says, the Olympics are on, let's watch figure skating, which you can come on at any time and talk about that. but you know what I mean?
So all of a sudden, figure skating in my house.
So you're gone because SGA is gone. A couple of Suns players are sitting. All of a sudden, you're like, well, this is garbage. This is not what I was promised.
Yeah. No, your girlfriend's trying to put on figure skating, and you're like, the Suns are back within 25. I can't turn this off. If they go on a 25-0 run right now, I'm not speaking from experience at all. Not
trying to left turn us, but how's figure skating been? Pretty nice.
I've seen way too much. That's why I'm really enjoying snowboarding and speed skating being on right now.
I don't know. I like the figure skating. I don't know about the ice dancing.
Oh, you have no idea.
It's just
Luke can tell you a whole story about his house.
I've been forced to watch a lot the first 5 days of the Olympics. I haven't seen the other sports yet, except hockey. I found a way to watch hockey. Rick, are you going to explain to John why you are wearing kitchen appliances?
Yeah, why do you have tinfoil on your head?
So I have a tinfoil hat on because you mentioned, John, that the NBA won't let stars go to Utah, and I am fully of the belief that the draft lottery is rigged.
I agree with you.
I have my tinfoil hat on, with which Wolf laughs me off.
I'm with you.
But
I'm with you.
Do you want to wear the hat?
No, I don't really want to wear the hat. I look bad enough as it is. Although it would cover up my hair, and I'm having not a bad hair day, a bad hair life. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Okay, I'm a
100% conspiracy theorist, and you can go back to Ewing in '85 or whatever. But the league, has Minnesota ever had the first pick? No, and they've been terrible a million times.
They've never had the first.
They've never had the first pick.
Didn't they get Ant with the first pick?
Oh yeah, never mind. One time they got the first pick. That was a short conversation. So, but still, I just don't believe especially when you're talking about stars at this level. These three kids, Peterson's coming out. These guys are game boozer. These guys are franchise changers. They're not going to give them to him.
I don't believe it's fixed, but if it is, they should fix it to make sure teams that are blatantly tanking don't get good players. Right. Like that would, if I were commissioner, and if I were commissioner, I was fixing it that way, I wouldn't even hide it. I'd be like, yeah, we froze the envelope or whatever, Utah. Remember when you pulled all your players because you were trying to lose? You don't get. You can pick as low as possible with your bad record.
Well, and this kind of thought too. Don't you think? And this is kind of like government having their hands too much in what you're doing. Don't you think a lottery in general is just because they're going, oh, we don't want teams to tank. But I just don't trust it. Like that, you can manipulate that. Oh, here's how it came out. Let's just move these around.
Football does it the right way. You had the worst record. You're picking, but I think you could do that for basketball or hockey. Hockey's had this issue too. Not as much as basketball though. I remember it when McDavid was the first pick, but not every year. This idea I've heard a million times. I know they'll never do it. Relegate the bottom 3 teams then. You're not tanking anymore if you're playing in like the G League or Euro League or something.
Could you imagine that?
Utah versus some Slovenian team because they couldn't bring themselves to try all year. All right, when we come back, let's get over to football and talk about the Cardinals and what they may or may not do with the number 3 overall pick. So Field Yates has a new mock draft out. I'll talk about that in a second. But John, you're going in a different direction than almost everybody I know with what the Cardinals should do in April. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time, you filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Michael LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. John, we're well into mock draft season. I think for the Cardinals.
I love it.
We've been here since about Halloween, honestly. With
Yeah.
the Cardinals. But there are certain ones that I highlight above others. Mel Kiper's, certainly. We were looking at Chad Reuters the other day because he does the 3-round. He does the 7-round mock at one point.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Just like I can't even imagine what it's like being in the office with him. And you're like, "Hey, Chad, you want lunch?" And he's just like, "Shut up!
I'm doing a 3-round mock. Do you mind?"
I'm in round 5 and I've got trades between the Colts and the Falcons." No.
Exactly. Throwing trades in there.
But Field Yates is one that I certainly always pay attention to, and he just came out with his first of the 2026 season. He has the top 2 picks going. I mean, everybody has these as the top 2 picks now. Fernando Mendoza, the Raiders, which is, it seems like a lock, obviously. Everybody seems to have Arvell Reese, the edge rusher out of Ohio State, to the Jets at 2. So that almost feels like it's a given at this point in mock drafts. Who knows what happens in the actual draft? He has the Cardinals with the 3rd pick, going with a guy that I know Wolf really likes, and I would be totally fine with this pick. Francis Maui-Noa out of Miami, of course, the offensive tackle. We were talking, though, before the show, and you don't necessarily think they need to go O-line with that 3rd pick.
Well, look, admittedly, it's not sexy, and I know they need it. And if you just got done watching the Super Bowl, you're going, "Oh my God, both those tackles got killed." You got to have them on both sides. But it used to be you needed a franchise left tackle, and 22 of the teams in the NFL right now have a left tackle that's a first-round pick. So everybody does value that, but all of a sudden it became you got to have the right tackle too.
Yeah.
And it's not that I don't think the Cardinals need that. They do. But when you're picking that high, remember, you know what all GMs say around draft time when you ask them, you have that interview thing, and they go, "We don't draft for need. We draft the best player." He's not the best player. Now, if I believe if he's your Trent Williams type and that kind of stuff, then you draft him. But he's not. So there's guys out there like I really like Reuben Bain. I know he's got the short arms, all that kind of stuff. Caleb Downs. Like when we do the redraft, again, everybody loves to do the redraft after the draft. So 5 years from now, if they take that guy, there's going to be somebody else in his place because there's more talented guys. So forget the need for a minute. And when you're picking at 3, you pick the best player, period, and then you fit him in. And the Cardinals need just about everything. There's not a quarterback good enough. Or what you do is you get value and you trade back because there's at least there might be 5 or 6 tackles though in the first round you can get that can man right tackle and be absolutely fine. Thank you very much. I just think from a value standpoint, you just take the best player and you work, and you can get a right tackle in the second round. They're not all that rare. So not only the sexy meter of it of like, tackle, but also just I don't think he's the best player.
I don't disagree with what you're saying philosophically. I think there's a fine line, and probably the really good GMs are able to walk this and the other ones aren't. You're right. I don't think with the number 3 pick, you can go in there and say, we have to draft this guy because this is what we need. Like you could talk me into on draft night, hey, you know what?
But isn't that what that sounds like? Is he the best player? Because you're a big draft guy too.
Yeah.
Like, is that the best player at number 3? I think that's a reach.
Yeah, but the problem with this draft is who is the clear-cut 3rd best player? Like, is Jeremiah Love? I mean, is it something like that? I know a lot of people like Caleb Downs, and that was kind of where I was going with the other side of this. I don't think with the number 3 pick, you can take a guy just because, hey, we need this position, especially when you're the Cardinals and you have a lot of needs. But I think there's a flip side, too, of like Caleb Downs. I'll use him as the example. The Cardinals have a lot of needs. Safety's not one of them. Like, he's the one guy that's really good where I'd almost be like, yeah, I'm not going to use the number 3 pick on need necessarily, but I don't want to use it on something I don't need too. You know what I mean? If he was like clear cut, there's no doubt this guy is the number 2 player in this draft, maybe even the number 1, but Mendoza's going first because he's a quarterback and somebody else going second because it's the Jets and they don't know what they're doing. And here you are, and this guy's the clear cut best player, and just take him at 3 and figure it out. But they have so many needs that I'd almost just drop down the list to whoever number 2 is.
Let me ask you this, because everybody plays copycat in all the sports.
Mm-hmm.
What if you took Bailey out of Texas Tech and you put him right, and now all of a sudden you have the 2 edge rushers and you have Sweat on the other side? How'd Seattle just win the Super Bowl? That's how they just did.
Yeah.
And every time a team that is perceived to be, Brady lost Super Bowls because of the rush. Mahomes, when he lost a Super Bowl, was because of the rush. I'm a huge believer in you've got to get to the quarterback. And I'm not saying you don't have to protect, but it is much harder in my mind to find the elite edge guy than it is the tackle. And that's my point here is when you go by position, you can find tackles. You can find competent tackles. Seattle just won a Super Bowl with a 3rd rounder, Abe Lucas, who they just gave an extension to and is a very nice player. But there is a bunch of tackles in this draft that you could say would be at least passable for the Cardinals. I'm simply look, if they're at 15, I think it's different. But 3 is where you throw out position and you get the most elite player you possibly can, because your goal is to not be there.
Yeah.
So if you're
this should be your last chance to do that.
And it just sounds to me, and every person, and I looked at Field Yates, but I don't know the comments, but I bet within the comments he says they need that position. Whoa. I thought we didn't draft for need. I thought, especially when you're the Cardinals with all the needs they have, don't just say we need a right tackle. Okay, if you need a right tackle, you're going to draft at the top of the second round. Get one there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of looking through specifically what he said, and the first thing he says is they need a quarterback, but you just can't take one
Right.
here at number 3. And that's where teams really do get in trouble of like, well, we need a quarterback, so we'll just take Ty Simpson because we think he's the second best.
Right.
I don't think they're going to do that, and that's good. Nothing against Ty Simpson. Maybe he ends up being good, but I'm not reaching there at number 3. I almost, in this draft, like the idea of if you could trade down a little bit, because I think you could still get a player that's as impactful, at least before we've seen their careers play out, at like 8 or 9 for the Cardinals, if you could also add another pick somewhere down the line. Because, look, Maui Noah might be amazing, but if you were picking 7th or 8th, you could probably get Spencer Fano.
Right.
Or in
That's
this,
what I think.
Or in this draft, this mock, I'm just using this one specifically as an example, like Ruben Bain, who we've talked about a lot. Field has him going 10th to the Bengals, which I'm sure Ruben Bain
That's
would
what's
love.
going to happen.
I'm going to go there, and I'm not going to get paid, and I'm going to have to leave in 2 years.
What do you think? I mean, what do you think at 3? What would you do?
If I was pressed to do it right now, I would go O-line, but if you could convince me, and I think the Combine might help with this, if you could convince me that, like, I can't go receiver either, because that's just they have other much bigger needs. I don't think you go and draft based on one specific need, but the Cardinals have like 9. So just fill one of those 9
Right.
needs. If you could convince me that Jeremiah Love was amazing and this is the next Bijan Robinson, okay, let's have a conversation. I've told Wolf this a few times throughout the playoff. Every time I watch a playoff game, I'm like, every time the college playoff was on, I was like, gotta go O-line. Never mind, take Ruben Bain. Like, you watch
Right.
Ruben Bain, I'm like, just take Ruben Bain.
Well, that's
or
how
Bailey.
Miami got to where they were. Again, they had 2 edge rushers, and
Yeah.
both are going to go in the first round. That
But
are,
I think that's still a need.
Are just they crush you. And I think that's the way. If it's not quarterback, and I know there are the key positions: quarterback, left tackle, corner, edge. I just think if you look at the way the game has to be played right now, is you've got to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
Drake May had no chance. Now, if you're listening to that, because he didn't have an offensive line, I get it. But those guys at Seattle keep bringing in, they're just elite guys. And that's the way I would try to win the game. But again, I'm not going to lock into David Bailey or Ruben Bain or any of these guys. I'm simply saying that, however, let's say it's Reese. I don't necessarily like Reese. Now, maybe he's going to be Parsons, or maybe he's going to be a guy who never could find a position in the league. I don't like taking that high.
Yeah.
If he comes through and he's Parsons, good for him. But we've seen that around here. You don't have a position, but you're a really good athlete. Let's take you high and see what happens. And it's a lot of times, if you don't have a position, you don't figure it out.
I'm all for, and this is where you got to trust the front office and the GM, and this is, they'll either keep their job or they won't on stuff like this. They need to identify who the clear-cut best player is there at 3. And if it's like a tier where it's like, okay, yeah, we have David Bailey and we have Caleb Downs and we have Francis Maui Noah all in this tier, then I would rather.
Then the second thing is need.
Yeah.
Right.
But if you have one guy that's like clear cut, yeah, go ahead and take. I'm totally fine if they want to go defense again. I'm hesitant about Downs because I feel like safety is so not a need. But what would really help is hiring a defensive coordinator because they unloaded all their draft picks last year on defense, and I loved it, and the defense got worse somehow.
Yeah. I tell you, the thing about LaFleur is and this is all young coaches have done this. Mike McDonald did this with Leslie Frazier. McVay did this when he hired Wade Phillips. He has got to get a veteran defensive coordinator so he doesn't have to look over at the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Shanahan just got Raheem Morris. The best coaches who are offensive-minded get defensive guys who are established. He cannot go young at this hire.
No.
He need like a Jim Schwartz, who obviously is going to leave Cleveland. He has got to find that guy. Schwartz has been a head coach before. Get a guy in the building who you can ask questions to, and if he can take over your defense at the same time, that's even better.
Schwartz would be a great hire.
Yeah.
I was shocked to learn that he's 74, Jim Schwartz.
Oh, look at
No.
Is he really?
But and you got to factor in years with the Cleveland Browns too, which are like dog years, like they
my
age you
God.
7 at a time. But that's That's what I was told, but
He's
I don't
74?
care. 74 is not too old.
Not
for it to
ageism
be-
or anything. I'm just
they bring him in. I think that's what they said. All right, we come back. We're going to take through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem
problem? Call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are reuniting with reliever Paul Sewald on a one-year major league deal. The Arizona Cardinals have found their next wide receivers coach, according to ESPN's Peter Schrager. The Cards are hiring former Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino. And according to CBS, the Cardinals have interviewed Seahawks defensive pass game coordinator Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator job. For more on the Cards, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Yeah, so Jim Schwartz is 59, you liars.
Don't look at me when you say that.
No, this is just the collective. Whoever lied to me earlier this week. Because I remember when they said it, I was like,
yeah, it sounded old, man.
Felt like he was like 55, like maybe like the last time the Olympics were going on. I don't know. It's not 20 years ago or whatever. So
yeah,
I don't trust anybody anymore. Rick is here with Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick, I still trust you. What do you got?
Speaking of the Olympics, I mean, Chloe Kim's run just now was insane.
Somewhere Miles Garrett is very happy.
He's right there with her, taking photos too.
They just showed him getting
That's
snowed
pretty
on.
cool that he's there.
Yeah, very nice
jealous.
camera. All right, the Phoenix Suns were crushed by the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. In the loss, Suns forward Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul of the season. If it is upheld, he will be suspended for the Suns game against the San Antonio Spurs on February 19th. How much could Dillon Brooks' inability to avoid technical fouls hurt the Suns down the stretch?
Well, could be an issue now. They got 27 games left, and it does reset in the playoffs. But I cannot say this enough. You get a technical foul or you get suspended after your 16th technical foul. It doesn't then reload until your 32nd. You get suspended at 18 and 20, 22, 24. And the way he is picking up technical fouls, which is basically... Right now, he's picking up like 2 every 3 games. So if that keeps up, he's going to get suspended every week for the rest of the season. So that's not going to work.
And we can separate it out. He's been an amazing player for the Suns this year. Absolutely great. But at the same time, he's got to stop this. And Jordan Ott or whomever it is that he respects most within the organization, maybe it's another player, but I don't know that there's maybe it's Book. They have to sit down and say, dude, you are now hurting us. Like for all these great things that you're doing, missing you every other game when we're trying to get these guys back healthy. And these games, it's the West is always like this.
Yeah.
You're not going to fall out of the playoffs, but I can guarantee you this, that at the end of the season, the Suns will be in a spot or not in a certain spot because of one game. That's just how the West is.
That's
when Dillon Brooks misses because he can't control his anger. That's stupid.
It's also the trying to get everybody on the same page. And we talk about, hey, you got to get Jalen Green back. And okay, now you get Grayson Allen back. Get everybody out there. If Dillon Brooks is missing a game every 6 or 7 games because of suspension, this is the time now going forward. You've got 1/3 of the season left to get everybody on the same page heading into the playoffs. So, yeah.
All right, over to the Arizona Diamondbacks. According to ESPN.com, Steve Gilbert, the D-backs have signed reliever Paul Sewald to a 1-year deal. In 22 games last season with the Guardians and Tigers, Sewald posted a 4.58 ERA in just under 20 innings. What do you guys think about the D-backs bringing back their former closer, Paul Sewald?
Just think it's low risk. It might be low reward. I mean, he may come back and he might not have it anymore. That's entirely possible. But if he does have it, he only really needs to have it as a closer, if he could get to that point, for a couple months until you get A.J. Puck and then hopefully Justin Martinez back. So because it's low risk, I don't hate it. I really, and we know he was such a leader in this clubhouse a couple years ago, and a lot of these guys were here a couple years ago. But I will say, John, they've made a few of these low risk but potentially low reward moves. I kind of feel the same about Carlos Santana. I think there's still a lot of hitting upside for Nolan Arenado compared to the last couple of years, but
we need to say this more. This is awesome.
It is low risk, but we'll see what the reward is.
I mean, what is Santana? 74? What did you just say? Sorto 74?
He's actually
that's old for a first baseman.
Yeah.
That's really old for a first baseman. He's going to have trouble to move. Yeah.
Really good.
No,
really good with the guitar.
Plays guitar and makes plays over at first.
I'm fine with it. What's he, 37, Seawald? I know we're doing ageism today on the show.
He's about to be 36.
Okay, about to be 30. Sorry, we're making everybody older on the show.
Up a few years.
But it's okay. Like you said, ninth inning is just different, and they don't currently have anyone who's healthy who has this type of experience. So not a bad move, and there's not a lot out there. I'm fine with it.
All right, we'll stick with the D-backs. Our Sanderson Ford poll question. It's up now at ArizonaSports.com if you want to go vote on it. How concerned are you about Corbin Carroll's injury? Obviously, he has a hamate bone injury that he had surgery on yesterday. Is it very concerning, moderately concerning, slightly concerning, or not concerning?
I'll say moderately. It's look, he may not miss any regular season games, or he may miss a week or something. I'm not concerned about that. It's more actually what Tim Kirkland said earlier in the show. You're messing with a hitter's hands. And so do I think, if you made me guess right now, is Corbin Carroll still going to have a really good year? Yeah, I think he will. I think Corbin Carroll is built differently, although apparently he has a hamate bone. So he's not built that differently because every baseball player seems to break them now. But you're messing with a hitter's hands. So it's definitely not nothing.
I'm concerned because of Tim Kirkland, and he made us mad because he said the Dodgers were going to be their best Dodgers team ever, and I'm still not over that. And a lot of things, but people have to remember something here. They don't. You can remember what you want. But 4 to 6 weeks until he can start to come back. It doesn't mean 4 to 6 weeks and he's going to be great. Baseball's about timing. We all know that. So he comes back, and now it's how much until he's ready to go. And then Tim Kirkland made us panic because he's like, well, that wasn't a very good Tim Kirkland, but I'm Tim Kirkland. But he just basically just said, hey, you mess with their hands, might have more problems. And it's like, oh, boy.
He's so spot on. Even if Corbin Carroll is fine, you just don't want to mess with a hitter's hands at the start of the season because maybe it takes him a few weeks to really kind of get back to being Corbin Carroll. We have seen him struggle at the major league level. Now, he's such a wide open type player. We've seen him struggle. We've seen him be a borderline elite power hitter. We've seen him be an elite speed guy. He's always an elite runs guy. So if he could put it all together, he will win MVP. But I don't want a situation where he has to spend 4 or 5 additional weeks when he comes back kind of getting his swing right.
Because he doesn't get spring training.
No.
That's the whole thing is he'll be back for opening day. Yeah, he'll start to swing a bat and plus, you know what they're going to do? They're going to be careful with it. Because that's what teams do, especially at the beginning of the season.
Look at their schedule at the start of the year if you ever want to be depressed.
John, the Dodgers are really good.
There you go. He's never going to come on our show.
Much better. Oh, yeah, sure. He knows.
Then Rick will have to do an
Tim
impression.
and I are...
Hey, just do an impression.
Tim loves impressions of himself.
He does.
He finds it.
He does have a great personality.
Yeah,
he's the
great.
best.
He is the best. I'm going to go with moderately concerned here. And moderately concerned leads 42%, very concerned 25%, slightly concerned 19%, and not concerned 13%. So relatively close.
I'm taking that as a victory after the way 2025 was for the Valley sports teams with injuries.
Oh, yeah.
If we can get to a point where our consensus is just moderately concerned, that's progress. That's significant progress. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, what sort of questions do we have about the Phoenix Suns as they head into the All-Star break? And what, from what we've seen in the first 55 games, is sustainable after the All-Star break? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play soon.
This ball is gone!
find them.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Now the script's about to kick off. This party looks whack. Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Tomorrow will be the first Friday without football in a long time, so we'll get into basketball, we'll get into the Diamondbacks, we'll have our typical Friday shenanigans. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to Deer Valley. What's going on, Deer Valley? Oh, look, everybody's happy now. You got the short track speed skating on.
Oh,
for John. Perfect.
Okay, I can't do that. I know that we're going to lose you in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
You're going to lose me right now. I can't wait till there's a crash.
You still got me for another 53
crash.
minutes. I don't think puck drop's till 12:10.
Oh, okay.
Rick's happy because half pipe snowboarding is on. And Rick, I can tell you that the person you share a desk with is like ecstatic out there.
About the snowboarding?
No, because she thought you finally threw away your trash hat. And I was like, no, he's just wearing his trash hat on the air.
No.
So,
What trash hat? It's a tinfoil hat.
That's used tinfoil that somebody cooked pizza in or something.
No, it was not used tinfoil.
Well, it is used because you've had it for 4 months. So now it's officially used.
It's just like any hat you
It's
have.
such a good look. This has to get posted, by the way. It is a good look.
It's
a nice look.
Just like any hat you might have. Like people spend a lot of money on like a cowboy hat or like a top hat or something. Or
Very few people can pull off a tin hat, but you can.
I think what you should do is you should put it in the shape of a top hat. Like get a brim around it and like really.
That would be sweet.
There needs to be a full-on photo shoot.
A fedora.
Oh, that's a good call right there.
There needs to be a professional photographer to come in here.
Can we get somebody who could shape hats like that? A top hat would be
can we get somebody professional in here? All right. Well, anyway, we're all caught up. Everybody's in a good mood now. The Phoenix Suns, we make it through the first 2/3 of the season, John, and they are still right there, right in the thick of not just a play-in spot. They're pretty well locked into at least the 7th seed in the West, but they're not that far out of 6 or 5, or honestly even go even higher. What are they? They're a game back at the Lakers for 6, a game and a half back of Minnesota for 5th, 2 games back of the Rockets for 4, and 3 back of Denver for the number 3 seed in the Western Conference going into the All-Star break. So it raises some questions now as you look at this. One, you got to be happy about this. 55 games in. Like, this is not a hot 2 weeks or a month or whatever to start the season. Like, here we go. You're in this. How much of what we have seen do you believe is sustainable? And do you have any questions here coming out of the All-Star break? Because I would say, I know Dillon Brooks keeps bringing up the defense is kind of slipping a little bit. Dillon Brooks is getting a lot of technical fouls lately. Like it feels like they could maybe use a week here to reset and get going for the stretch run.
Yeah, I think this is really good timing, and I think that's one of the reasons maybe they sat who they sat, despite the fact that you're like, why are we doing this? I don't know if I put in order. If we did these kind of in order, I think Jalen Green has to get healthy. I mean, Booker, let's assume that for a second. I think he's going to get healthy. So
he's come back.
Yeah, he's fine. Jalen Green has got to stay healthy. Everybody's generally got to stay healthy. And then it all of a sudden is creeping up now because Dillon Brooks has 16. And if he can't control himself and it's every other game, and as you look at the standings, you just mentioned it's one game between this team, one game between this team. Right now, if I'm a Suns fan, this has all been great. But now I have expectations. At the beginning of the season, I did not. Now it comes down to I don't want to be a play-in team, and I don't want to get knocked out by the Thunder in the first round. That would not appease me. To this point, I think the teams that are vulnerable in the West that they could reasonably catch, Denver and Houston, I'm not going to put in that, even though they're close. Minnesota is vulnerable. The Lakers are waiting to be a dumpster fire, kind of like the Eagles. I think that they're going to be a mess. Nobody below them can do anything. Clippers just lost Harden. The Warriors have a bunch of injuries, blah, 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 and everybody else is trying to tank. So you're really in this kind of a realm where you could get, I think, as high as 5. And wouldn't it be juicy if you played Kevin Durant in the first round, even if you were the 5 and they were the 4? I think you could get that high, but it has to be what you just said. Everybody gets healthy. Dillon Brooks settles down, but in a good way, just like play with your edge, but stop it. And if they can do those things, I have a ton of belief in Jordan Ott in the way that they play. I think they'll get their defensive edge back just because they're coached that way, and they'll play hard, and they got a bunch of different guys that come off the bench. They're a little bit like the Thunder in that way. Like if you didn't know the Suns and you saw their team and you saw what kind of guys they bring off the bench, they play hard, they play right, they do all those things. But your stars have to get it right, and it's normally the other way. The stars are the ones that are fine,
that's a great
and
point.
The bench is kind of iffy.
Yeah.
They've got the role players. Now, either through health or in Dillon Brooks' case, his head, if they get those guys right, they could get maybe to 5.
Their bench guys are pretty consistent of like, you know what you're going to get. Set aside points. I mean, with a bench guy, maybe he gets hot and he puts up 22 points one night and then the next night he gives you 4 or whatever. But in terms of effort and defense and the other things that they do aside from scoring, Jordan Ott pretty much knows what he has. If he calls on Oso or he calls on Goody or whoever, like he pretty much knows, which is invaluable to a coach. You're right. It's like it's the star guys, or at least on this team, their version of the star players besides Devin Booker. It's like, okay, that's actually, we need Jalen Green to play more. We need Dillon Brooks to stay on the floor now. Here, and speaking of Dillon Brooks, this is what he said they need to do with the All-Star break coming up now starting today?
No, I think it's motivation to be better in the next 25 games. The last game we had no Book, no Jalen, no Grayson, so we get healthy and we play together and we go out these 25 games like we were trying to prove something like we did at the beginning of the year.
Here's Jordan Ott.
Just all of it. I think this is a time where we can evaluate exactly who we are, how we've been. I think even in this last stretch without Book, I just don't think we've been as good defensively, honestly. And that's where we got to get back to. We got to get back to doing what we do defensively, offensively. It's going to change. It's going to change when we're healthy. So evaluating all that and kind of just seeing, like, what did we like, what didn't we like, what can we adjust a little bit. I mean, we don't have a ton of practice time, but there is some time here to kind of dive into it on top of everyone getting the necessary recovery, not only physically, just mentally, a couple of days. But this group is going to be ready. Monday, Tuesday, these guys are going to be back. That's how they're wired. And like I said, we're going to turn this one into a positive, not as a result, but we're gonna see these guys again. We know we play them at the end of the season. You got to go through them to where you want to get to. So these types of games are going to be used in a positive manner.
You know what, though? I believe him when he says these guys are going to be ready coming out of the All-Star break. Sometimes you hear a coach say that, and you're like, that's great. You can talk this up. Let's actually see it. They have consistently been ready. Effort level, that is, how do you measure every team in the NBA against each other when it comes to effort level? I'm sure somebody's out there trying to do it with an advanced metric, but I would put the Suns up against almost anybody, maybe Oklahoma City, when it just comes down to specifically, are they going to be ready to play most nights, no matter who they're playing, no matter who they have in their lineup?
Let me ask you this. So from the beginning of the season to now, your expectations have obviously changed. So as we sit at the All-Star break with 27 games left, what's acceptable at this point to you?
Yeah, it's probably pretty similar to what you said, honestly. I want them in the playoffs, not against Oklahoma City. Like, this is a weird way to say this, but the end of this season should either be like amazing, like on this incredible run, or like it should sting. Like they should be in Game 7 against San Antonio or something, or they take San Antonio out, which I actually think would be possible if they played San Antonio, but it should be a back and forth series. Maybe they take somebody, maybe they get the right matchup in the first round, they take them out, they lose to Denver in 6 or something in the second. This season has been too good to just end with got swept by Oklahoma City in the first round. Like that. The playoff, the actual playoff series should be dramatic.
Well, when you just said that too, what I think, and a big picture thing is change the perception of the organization. There's a lot of people who don't realize what the Suns are doing. And so I think that by the end of the year, because players always want to come here, they just don't want to come to a bad team, but they love the weather. They love coming here. They like the organization. Matt Ishbia, I think, is pointing it in the right direction. Get it to the point where there are guys in the offseason who look at what the Suns are growing and say, you know what, I wouldn't mind being that piece that then starts to take them from, hey, this is a neat story that made the playoffs, because then next year there's going to be expectations and they're expected to make a move. So in the offseason, because they don't have the draft capital, they're going to have to make some moves. So get your team to a point where maybe a big name would think to themselves, I'd like to be part of that team, because right now, they're there, but if they falter these last 27 games, then that's not going to be the case.
You look at the Suns the year they went to the NBA Finals. Nobody expected them to go to the Finals. It was like, hey, can they make the playoffs? And all of a sudden they went on this crazy run. Diamondbacks a couple years ago, it was like, hey, can they make the play? And all of a sudden they're in the World Series. I'm not saying the Suns are going to make the NBA Finals, but this team, I feel like, has that sort of like, you don't totally know what our ceiling is yet, which I like.
Nobody does, right? Because they just haven't been healthy or whatever.
Well, yeah, there's that part of it too. But I like that we're 55 games in. I feel like we know their floor is the 7th seed in the West. We don't totally know what their ceiling is yet. All right, when we come back, Arizona Cardinals appear to be in the market for a quarterback. So which quarterbacks who could be available are we interested in? We're playing this like a game, right? Rick, aren't you spinning some sort of giant
he's
wheel?
excited for this.
All right.
We've got a wheel. They hauled a wheel in here.
A wheel. What are we calling it? The wheel of quarterbacks?
The wheel of QBs.
That's okay. Here we go. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com Steve Gilbert, the D-backs are reuniting with reliever Paul Sewald on a 1-year Major League deal. The Phoenix Suns were crushed by the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. In the loss, Suns forward Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul of the season, and this just in, he will be suspended for the next game against the San Antonio Spurs. The Arizona Cardinals have found their next wide receivers coach. According to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino. And according to CBS, the Cardinals have interviewed Seahawks defensive pass game coordinator Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator job. For more on the Cardinals, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, so Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf today. Should also throw out Tony Sorrentino being hired as the Cardinals wide receivers coach. So they still got a really Italian name, even though they didn't get Campanelli. Yeah. They still went out and got Tony
Who's the best
Sorrentino.
Italian NFL wide receiver of all time? Anyone? I'm not saying he won't be a good wide receiver coach. I'm just saying I can't think of an Italian wide receiver, but that's all right.
Well, this is
doesn't mean he's not a good coach.
This is we always get into the whole like, hey, Tony Sorrentino just worked with Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson.
Oh, that's a good point.
It's true, he did.
They were first-round picks, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, Marvin Harrison Jr. was first-round pick, so maybe,
that's a good point.
Maybe we can do something there.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, Rick.
Good point.
Why don't you explain what this game is to all the listeners and me?
So this game is going to be where I throw out a quarterback that could be available via trade or free agency or the draft, and you, John and Jamal, will give me if you guys want this would like this quarterback on the Cardinals or would be okay with this quarterback.
Yeah, that's where I'm confused. We need like a scale. Like, are we like yes, no, maybe? Like, is it as simple as that?
I think it's a would you be okay with this quarterback or would you not? Like, are you absolutely no?
So this is my favorite grade, pass fail, right?
Okay.
Like
Yes,
we're not
pass,
grading.
fail.
We're just that's
This
how
is
I
a
went. That's how I got
pass,
through
fail.
college. Pass fail.
And of course you guys can give your reasons why. So
this is as the starter.
Pardon?
Is this like to start?
Yes, this would be the starter.
I feel like I'm going to be fail on all these.
This would be the starter, and
looking at the list.
and I'm definitely not choosing any of these.
Okay.
The magical wheel is choosing
all right, where's
all
that
of
wheel?
these.
We steal this from Wheel of Fortune. Are they going to need this back?
The magical wheel of QBs. So here we go.
Let's spin that.
Nice.
Straight from outer
That had to be
space.
expensive.
And the 1970s, it's this wheel.
Oh, bankrupt.
Oh, we won.
Whoa.
What do we get?
Whoa! It landed
Must have been a good
on Kirk Cousins.
No, bye.
Fail.
All that spinning
for Kirk Cousins.
That wheel came all the way from Mars, and clearly from about 50 years ago, just to give us Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. All right. Oh, are you guys ready for the next one?
Hey, hold on.
John,
and let me say this. The list is bad. I know who's out there. The list is bad.
Okay.
And so I'm not. Look, I know we're doing this as pass fail. I'm just saying like this might be like a C if we were grading. It's bad, and I know I'm breaking the rules here, but there's worse. That's all I'm going to say.
So
I think
Jamal
there's worse.
says no.
Fail.
A
Yes.
fail.
Okay.
I say no.
We gotta
You
make
say
this
C.
faster. No,
So
I
this
can't
is
say
why-
C.
this is
I'll say fail. Fine.
None of us followed the same scale.
I know.
Fail, no, and
Okay,
C.
I'll say pass. I'll just say pass. C is a passing grade.
really?
C's get
Fail,
degrees.
pass.
I'll say pass.
All right.
Really?
Cool.
Because I think it might get worse.
Okay.
Where did you find this wheel? This thing is amazing.
It's very modern. Stop it. It's very modern.
Wheel. Oh, wow. It landed on a draft prospect. We talked about this guy a little bit yesterday.
Okay.
How would you guys feel about Carson Beck as the QB1 for the Cardinals?
Can I have a different draft prospect?
See?
How do you say
pass,
fail?
fail.
How do you say fail in Spanish?
Good question.
My problem with the wheel is when it ends, it's like we just won the lottery.
Yeah, it's a really good, and then it's like, oh, no, I'm not a Carson Beck guy. That's a fail. I'm not a Carson
Come on,
Beck.
Luke, you want to say yes.
I would rank it ahead of Kirk Cousins, but
He was a game manager in college. Come on.
Fail. I don't want Carson back.
Okay.
I could be talked into
Fail.
it, but
Fail.
I would need a lot more wheel spinning to get talked into that.
All right, so Jamal, you're out too.
Fail.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All righty.
I think Jamal's going to be the hardest grader of us all. I don't think we're going to get a pass out of you. I'm just
Only
saying.
wants
We
CJ
might not.
Stroud, and that's it.
Well, it's a good point.
All right, here we go.
Big spin this time.
Oh, wow. It landed on Kyler Murray.
Well, so far, this is the best of the bunch.
That is amazing that it did.
Do you want him as the QB1 for the Cardinals next year?
Okay. This is too loaded for a pass-fail. Go ahead, Jamal.
Do you want him, or would you be okay with
We're
him?
playing
Would you be okay with
pass-fail.
him? Yes, sorry. Pass-fail.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
If that's the question, then pass.
Yeah, if it's would you be okay, he's the first one
That's
I'd
broad.
be okay with that you've named.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd put pass based on who I think might be out there. He might actually be at the top.
But this is not going to go well if he's back for
He's
another
passed,
year.
though.
So keep
it's
this
great for
list.
us. That's content, baby.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
The
know.
more important question is, would he pass-fail the Cardinals?
Right.
Right.
No.
Oh, that's a good question.
Somewhere Kyler's spinning a wheel with his people right now.
Yeah.
He's like, fail.
And the Cardinals are not even on it. Like, he didn't even put them on the wheel.
All right.
It's just the Steelers, like
Right,
in every
yeah.
single.
All right, you guys ready for another one?
Okay.
I'm feeling good about this one, boys.
You don't feel good?
The wheel is always optimistic, though, at the end.
Yeah. The wheel's always like, here you go.
Michael LaFleur coached this guy in Los Angeles. How would you guys feel about former San Francisco 49ers quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo?
I thought you were going to say Michael LaFleur play quarterback at
So did
first.
I. Then I thought you were going to
Pass.
say former Niners quarterback Joe Montana. And
Yeah.
I was like, yes. No. Because any of these, like, mid guys like Jimmy G or Kirk Cousins, I'd just rather have Brissett at that point. I'd rather just keep Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, I'd fail Jimmy. Yeah. No, I mean, he's an attractive man. They might sell some more tickets because of it. That's about where it ends.
I wouldn't just fail
It ends
Jimmy.
there.
I would bring Kyle Shanahan in to cut him again. That's what I would.
Oh, come
Wow.
It's definitely fail.
All righty.
I think about
You
the
won $1 million.
person driving around that turns the radio on right in the middle of the spin, and they're like, "Oh, they're off the air."
What are they doing?
Back to the draft. Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson. Get excited, everyone.
Where am I drafting him?
I think he has to go third.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He's going to be gone by the second round, isn't
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, then no. Not at 3. If you're taking a flyer in the second or third round, like I want them to do, then I'm not going to pretend to say that I know for sure that Drew Aller is going to be better than Ty Simpson, who's going to be better than Cade Klubnik. But if I got to take him at 3, do we have like a buzzer sound for the wheel? No.
No, it's a very optimistic wheel. It just says use $1 million.
Oh,
I stand corrected.
Jamal,
Well done.
Where are you on Ty Simpson?
Jamal.
Fire. I figured out how to say fail in Spanish.
What is it?
Fire?
Okay.
God, I probably just embarrassed myself.
Doesn't sound very
But the
Spanish to
important
me.
thing is you only embarrassed yourself and not the rest of us. That's all right.
That sounds more German.
Do you guys want one more? Or do we want
Yeah,
Spin
of
the
course
wheel
we
one
do.
more
This is
time,
the
yeah.
best
One
game
more.
show in the
This is
history of
worth going to
mankind.
break late for.
All right. This one's gonna. I'm feeling like the magical wheel is gonna throw out a very interesting one.
Okay.
Here.
Caleb Williams, yes.
CJ Stroud.
No, but this guy allegedly has a lot of talent. You'd have to trade for him. Indianapolis Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson.
Oh, hold on. Wow, I was getting ready to give a response to Daniel Jones.
yeah.
You took a hard left turn.
He's a free
Daniel Jones was
agent,
on the
but-
wheel though.
How tired
Yeah.
is Anthony Richardson if I sign him? Like, is he like,
I don't know.
okay. That's interesting.
Does he have to be my starter, or can he be like
QB1?
Oh, yes.
This is all about QB1.
QB1. Okay, never mind.
No, I have to
QB2
fail him.
maybe.
Yeah, I
QB1?
wouldn't mind having him in the building, but
QB2.
yeah, he can't be my starter.
Like, I would have him as a backup for Jacoby if you're keeping Jacoby or something.
Yeah.
Maybe that's an avenue people haven't really talked about. You take a flyer on still a youngish quarterback like Anthony Richardson, see if he can.
He's still he's gonna be like 24 this year.
He's the polar opposite of what they need out of this offense.
True. Yeah. No, I mean, he's maybe not the best example, but somebody like that who is like he hasn't quite found his footing. So you start Jacoby, you maybe don't win a ton of games. Maybe you go to that guy or you don't, and you just draft somebody in 2027. I don't know. That was a disappointing wheel. That was
any more quarterbacks?
That was like the wheel
We'll
of
play it again, too, because
sadness.
there's still more names.
Oh,
there's a lot of
tomorrow
names.
with Wolf.
Just roll that wheel right down the 16th Street onto the 15th.
I love this game, by the way, because it's a very optimistic wheel. At the end, it always goes, dee-dee-dee-dee, like you won $1 million, and then you go, Anthony Richardson. Wah, wah,
What a letdown. That's like winning Powerball, and you're like, hey, I think I won. Like, yep,
$1.
Here's your bag of chips that is open. We found in the parking lot.
Yeah, you won, but did you really win?
You won a loss is what you won. All right. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th against Texas Tech and February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Then head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for the information. All right. When we come back, Diamondbacks made another move today. Did they get their closer today? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke. John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. By February, most men notice the same thing. They're still working, still active, but the body isn't responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady, metabolism doesn't cooperate. That's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's not a discipline problem, that's biology. Your body changes. That's why M-Drive exists. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men based on how male biology actually changes. No hype, no shortcuts, no loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn, designed for everyday use. It supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you're already doing. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts, and it's also available on Amazon. Or right now, get 20% off your first purchase at mdriveformen.com when you use the promo code GAMBO.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5000 5231. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, I do think we have to talk short track speed skating for a second, though.
It's awesome.
John Lund is in for Wolf, and I think you just got like your dream scenario in that race.
Yeah, because if people don't know this, they're real tight. They're going really fast, and one guy just bumped another guy off, and then he falls and he jumps up. He kind of did like an NBA flop. Then he jumped up like he's been working his whole life for that, and one little bump, and he's
now
out.
His career's over because some guy bumped him.
And now the officials have to take like longer than the NFL to. It's like he bumped him. I just saw it. I watch this once every 4 years. I just saw him bump him.
Yeah.
Got to be illegal. Let's go. Move it along.
Move it along
no.
like you're reviewing pass interference in like a Broncos-Bills playoff game.
Hey, seriously, the guy's been doing this for like 5 minutes. It's like, dude, I can tell you right now. Give me a call.
My favorite thing about the Olympics is how much I get like angry and like become an expert on like
about
the biathlon. I'm like, screaming about how there was It was the snowboard big air the other day. I was like, the other person touched the ground. We were robbed of the bronze.
Right. Especially when it comes to figure skating, like that's got to be you lose points for that now. I don't know.
I mean, you think about this though, because the short track speed skating, they come right back around. So if you're the guy that slipped and took people out, or you got taken out, they're coming back around in 5 seconds. You can just stare everybody down. Like, well, my entire career's over. I've been training for this my whole life. But this Dutch guy bumped me, so I'm done. But I can stare you down.
I would stand in the infield and wait for the guy to just tackle him. And then all four go down. Then it's like, well, no one gets – if I don't get a medal, no one gets a medal. So we got to start this thing all over again. Like if all guys fall down, then it's like, okay.
And nobody wins. Nobody wins. Everybody wins.
Exactly. That would be my philosophy.
All right, so the Diamondbacks did make a move today, signing Paul Sewald. Is this official? I haven't seen like an official email from the team.
I haven't seen the official email from the team, although I do have a new email. Nope, it isn't that.
Okay. So Paul Sewald is reportedly going to be a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and now
telling you. If you guys don't go down there and play this in his first interview, it's a missed opportunity.
I think this was like this. We, for whatever reason, we talk Cardinals, we just talk. We talk Suns, we just talk. We talk D-backs, somehow we have a song attached to like 12 of their players. And I think this was the original one, wasn't it? Or maybe
call this their walk-up music.
Either this or Wild Thing, or no, it was Fought.
I think it was Fought. Yeah.
Somebody should just go with the boombox and just play this song outside of his.
That's from a movie.
That would be so funny.
Yeah, it is from a movie that Jamal doesn't know.
Because someone has to alert him to this. Like, by the way, this is happening.
Yeah. Well. Or not.
Or maybe.
Maybe it's.
But that's bad clubhouse music, is what that is.
We may though, Rick. We have to at least consider. If he struggles, not playing it, because before the song was ever tied to him, he was like lights out as a closer, and then
because this is what's totally controlling his performance.
It's the only thing I can guarantee has an impact on his performance. Last year, a 4.58 ERA for Paul Sewald between Cleveland and Detroit, 22 appearances. You're not bringing him in to be Mariano Rivera in his prime. You're not bringing him in to be your long-term closer. I'm not even sure you're bringing him in to be your closer necessarily, but you're hoping he could get to that point until you get AJ Puck and or Justin Martinez back, because he has closed for you, and it wasn't that long ago where he was a really good closer for you, and he was a really good closer for you for a good chunk of the postseason that year too.
Having a guy has ninth inning experience is good.
Yeah.
And look, 36 years old, whatever. We've seen guys, and this is how bullpens work. They'll have a bad year, good year, bad year, good year. And a lot of times because they're not throwing major innings, even though they're high leverage innings, you can be older and you can be fine. And that's so. I don't mind the signing at all. I don't. They've got a lot of injuries. It's a major problem. How they were they going to do anything better? Was there somebody sitting out there? It's not like Zach Gallen right now, who I know had a bad year. But if you're a team that needed a starting pitcher and you had an injury, Zach Gallen could easily bounce back, and you could, okay.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of closers out there.
No, and the Diamondbacks had. You care to guess how many different pitchers had a save for them last year off the top of your head?
Oh.
It's slightly more than Dillon Brooks' technical fouls right now, but not many.
Really?
They had 18 different guys record a save for them last year.
That is unreal.
That's not a good number. That's too spread out. And it's not like, we had 17 guys each get one, and then we had one guy get 39. It's a bunch of guys with one or two saves last year. It doesn't.
That had to be the most in the league, right? I mean, 18's a lot.
I think so, yeah. The leader for the team was Shelby Miller, who had 10. I mean, it's not. And Justin Martinez would have led the way. He had 5. He only got to pitch in 17 games. A.J. Puck had 4. He only got to pitch in 8. But those injuries led to a bunch of different guys. And number 4 on the list is Andrew Saalfrank, who's already out for the year. So they needed somebody, to your point, with ninth inning experience. And you can't just go sign Edwin Diaz. Like, you don't get to do that. So
unless you're the Dodgers, and then they just sign everyone.
Yeah, well, that's why you can't
do
it.
Bitter.
They already signed them. So we'll see. This is going to be. This is either going to be one of those things where in July we're like, man, you remember that show in February? And we're talking about spinning the wheel. Yeah, we were doing all this stuff. And what a great move that was. And look at what Paul Sewald's done. And we're going to the All-Star break, and A.J. Puck is coming back, or maybe he's already back, and Sewald had like 16 saves. Or we're just going to forget this ever happened.
Right.
I mean, it's not like he's going to be in position to derail their season.
No, and at this point of the season, to get somebody that you've had before, knows what it's like, players who like him, like you said, players who respect him. He's a leader, which is when you play 162 games and you have all the different kind of players from different kinds of countries, and you're together a lot, and it does mean something. I'm not saying if you have a bunch of good guys, you're going to win all the time. You're not. That's not what it means. But chemistry in baseball is probably more important than any other sport because you're together so much and there's so much diversity in a clubhouse.
I've got a couple cuts here, and I just immediately started feeling bad for Mike Hazen because Wolf asks Hazen who the closer is every time we have him on if it's not clear who the closer is. So there was a stretch in 2023 where he didn't ask him anymore because Sewald was a really good closer. But he asked him a lot last year, and somebody at the first media availability of this spring training asked Mike Hazen who the closer is. This is what he said.
I'll let Torey kind of talk through more of how we're going to deploy. We're still out in the marketplace looking to enhance our bullpen any way that we can. I know that he's going to probably want to have a closer by the end of spring training. We've kind of said that seems to be when we've had our best runs from a bullpen standpoint, so I'm sure that's still going to hold true.
All right, so then they obviously all went over and asked Torey, "Hey, do you have your opening day closer, starter, any of that?"
No opening day starter. I'm sure if things stay the same, I'm sure you could probably figure out the right name that I'm thinking about. But as far as a closer, I know that's always a big question that's asked throughout the spring, and it's known because I've said it to you, I've said it to Mike, and inside of my office, like I work the game backwards. I go from the ninth inning and start piecing it together backwards, and I know some of the moves I make don't work out, but I feel like I have a strategy in the third inning how the fifth inning is going to happen, and in the fifth inning how the ninth inning is going to happen. So I'm projecting the game in advance, and it's just nice to know that you have somebody that can lock down the ninth inning. So they know that, and I think Mike maybe he's even made comments that he knows that's important to me. So I appreciate that. Where that goes and how we take that, I'm not sure. But it would be nice to have a closer because that's just how my mind works right now.
I was really hoping he was going to say, "Yeah, you should probably go ask Mike." Just keep running the reporters around.
You know when someone's just lying straight through their teeth is when they take you on this runaround thing, and by the end of it, you don't even remember what the question was. And I like to work it backwards in the fifth inning, and we do the third inning, the fourth inning, the third inning, the fifth inning, the ninth inning. And you're like, what?
I do like that when you ask a question.
So you don't have a closer, clearly.
Somebody answers it, but not it. They ask, it's like a minute long to nothing, and then you walk away like, man, what a great answer. And then you're like, wait, that's not what I asked. And
exactly.
Then they're already gone.
That's what he did. He just gave us this whole, and it was like, there's nothing. Just nothing was answered. We don't have a closer.
That's
okay?
what we found. But that cut was before they signed Seawald, so now who knows?
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, should the Cardinals hire more names to their front office? Maybe like a legendary name to their front office. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman.
You got some good players, but who stands out? Who's great? That's why I keep saying about this third pick in the draft. I don't want to trade down and get more picks. I'm tired of looking at lists, and the Cardinals don't have what's considered a great player outside of like Trey McBride. I'm tired of it. They need great players.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. And yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are reuniting with reliever Paul Sewald on a one-year Major League deal. The Phoenix Suns were crushed by the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. In the loss, Suns forward Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul of the season. He will be suspended for the Suns game against the San Antonio Spurs on February 19th. The Arizona Cardinals have found their next wide receivers coach. According to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino. And according to CBS, the Cardinals have interviewed Seahawks defensive pass game coordinator Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator job. For more on the Cardinals, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
I'm honored to be the head football coach here at the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the totality of the person, totality of the belief and how he wants to put together the program. And ultimately that led us to making sure that we wanted him to be our guy moving forward.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Arizona Sports, a Cardinal decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf today. John, you brought this up pre-show, and now we're going to talk about it on the air. Isn't that crazy how this works?
I forgot. It's been a long time. What did I say? What dumb thing did I say?
I know you were just looking at how some of these teams, like Atlanta, went out and hired a Matt Ryan. Like there's an iconic Atlanta Falcon. If you live in Atlanta, I'm sure you like Matt Ryan. I would say you love Matt Ryan, but they blew that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So you like Matt Ryan a lot. But you see a lot of teams do this, and a lot of times you see them hire, even if it's not a big name, guys to specific, almost new positions in the front office or positions that you sort of create to, I don't know, diversify ways you're looking at stuff or give just more voices in the room or take less responsibility from one guy to put some more on the other guy. Like there's reasons for this. A lot of people have looked at the Cardinals and said, hey, how about like a team president or whatever? Where do you come out on this?
I think they 100% need to do it because I think the reason why the Raiders, who are a complete dumpster fire, are getting, if you think Clint Kubiak is a quality guy or the fact that Ben Johnson even talked to him last year when they didn't have the first pick or any of these guys, is because Tom Brady has influence. Matt Ryan has influence. And if I look at the Cardinals right now, who sells for them? And this is not even just a sports thing. This is really what happens in business all the time. Do you have a closer? And I'm not talking about the Diamondbacks, which we'll still get into. And by the way, online, people love Paul Sewald. They're just loving it. But anyway, my point is that
you talk. I'm going to look
that
at
you
online.
have to have somebody who can close a deal. Can the Bidwells close a deal with a big name coach or player? I don't see it. Monty Ossenfort hasn't. He doesn't have the credibility. So let's say that there's a Kurt Warner or a Larry Fitzgerald or somebody who is absolutely positively and hasn't been gone out of the game that long, and Kurt's definitely in everybody's eye. They know who Kurt Warner is, to come in there and help sway people to say, look, I know what the history's been. I understand what the organization is, what the perception is, but I'm here to tell you, hey, man, I went to a Super Bowl here. It can be done here, where people can relate, because athletes, and you know this as well as anybody, they don't always relate with the front office guys. They're kind of at war a lot of times, and their agent deals with it. But it's also, how am I going to fit in here? Am I going to like it? Is this team going to win? It seems to me that this process of the Cardinals, it was last coach selected. It's where's their defensive coordinator, which tells me, because that's a massive hire for this team, I'd like Jim Schwartz, but is it realistic to think they could get him? I think the Raiders might. You've got to get somebody out who can sell this team, this franchise, this vision. Brady's doing it, strangely enough, for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan's going to do it for the Falcons. This is starting to be a thing, kind of a liaison between the front office, who basically players they kind of don't like, to then the play. So you make that bridge, and I think Warner or Fitzgerald or somebody, especially for an organization right now where they are, they need someone like that.
Yeah, it would be a nice jolt to the image. We've talked about this at length. I think Mike LaFleur could really end up being the right guy for the Cardinals, but I don't love how they got there, where it looks like, okay, here's 10 teams that need a coach. You pick last. When every other team has their coach, you can get who you want. It doesn't mean you won't get the right guy, and I would rather have LaFleur than some of the guys who got hired by other teams, but you can't. I'm a firm believer, and if you really care about something and you're trying and it's not working, you have to change something a little bit. There's always the caveat of, like, you don't want to overcorrect and change the things you're doing right. But the Cardinals were 3-14 last year, and they clearly have an image issue around the league. And the biggest way to fix that is to just start stacking winning seasons. But it's one playoff win in 15 years, I believe. So anything like that, especially because they have some big name, great players. I don't think you could ever get Fitz to do it, because Fitz is doing Fitz's thing.
Right.
But Kurt Warner, I don't know, Carson Palmer, even. I know he didn't go to the Super Bowl, but he was really good here. Those are very recognizable names. We talked to Edgerrin James earlier this week, and he was talking about what made him come to Arizona, because he was already having a Hall of Fame career with the Colts, right? And he said flat out, as he was looking at coming here, and a bunch of other players, like, they don't go to Arizona. Like, what are you doing? And he was like, no, I look, they got Kurt Warner, they got Larry Fitzgerald, they got Anquan Bolden. Like, there's going to be something there. If you can go down that path where a future Hall of Famer looks and sees how good some of the pieces are on your roster, look, I mean, it almost got the Cardinals the Super Bowl when they all came together. But I don't know that you can count on it. You need to do everything you can to push that along.
Well, and just look, and I know I keep going back to the Raiders. Mark Davis is the worst owner in all of sports, and it's not even close. And he can't even put two words together. He's terrible at it. So who closes for them? Tom Brady does. That's why he's out front. Not so much that he has, I don't think, the knowledge, because people assume that because you played the game, you have the knowledge. LeBron James tries to be a GM all the time. It doesn't work. A lot of guys do. Isaiah Thomas tried. A lot of high-end guys try. It's not as easy as it seems. So I don't know how much Brady is really getting in the bushes and really drilling down on these prospects, but I know what he can do. He can deliver you a coach. He can deliver you probably a DC. He can sway players and free agents to come. He has changed the perception of the Raiders, and I think a Kurt Warner could do that too, and they need the PR.
And Warner actually played here.
Right. Unlike Brady, who, I don't know, I have no idea. I mean, it's one of the worst losses the Raiders ever had. Hey, come on.
Yeah, seriously.
But, hey, come aboard.
Hey, remember when you destroyed our franchise and started a dynasty in New England? Come over here.
Yeah, come do it. But they need it, and since it's happening, it makes a lot of sense. And I just think let's just look at free agency, for example, or let's use the defensive coordinator. One of the reasons they haven't gotten a defensive coordinator is just like the head coach. It's trickling down. There's one in Seattle under Mike McDonald who didn't call plays, so if the Cardinals got him, that would be an upgrade, and he could come here. Schwartz, they need veterans for LaFleur. And if the Cardinals don't get it, they are sunk. I don't care who you hired as the head coach. He's a first-time head coach. If he doesn't get veteran assistance under him, he's going to have a really hard time.
It does feel like you went out and you bought a truck or something, and you're like, okay, you do need to put wheels on this for this to work.
Right.
Like, no, we got the truck. That's good. No, you are going to need 4 wheels for this thing to actually drive. So you're going to need to hire all.
I mean, would you do this? I mean, and again, a president, I don't know how much they'll actually do, but a lot of presidents and companies are great at shaking hands and kissing babies, and that's what the Cardinals need right now, because perception is not good.
Very much on board with changing perception of this franchise, and I mean, with look, you do need to care about what your fans think about you, because you need them to buy in, and not just you're going to yell at them and be like, you should buy in. Like, you actually need to give people a reason to buy in. But the bigger deal to me is how you're perceived by other coaches around the league or players, because when you need them to come here. Yeah, so I don't know if specifically what you're saying would work. I have a cut I can't play right now, though, about Clint Kubiak talking about how much it means to him that Tom Brady's there and how much that influenced his decision. So it's not nothing, and I'm fully on board with changing how you're doing things to mix things up. All right, when we come back, let's talk a little Suns. Our own Kevin Zimmerman's going to join us in here, get his thoughts on last night's game. sitting Jalen Green and Devin Booker, and what he expects in the stretch run when we come back to regular season play next week. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
More reaction to that whooping as we talk Suns at the All-Star break on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Okay, get this. Now at Wendy's, you get to go biggie with new Biggie deals. That means going biggie with the $4 Biggie Bites, biggier with the $6 Biggie Bag, or biggiest with an $8 Biggie Bundle. So now you can choose and customize your Biggie deal. As you should. Sorry, I get fired up when I'm talking deals. More Biggie options so you can get more of what you really want at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Now that the Suns have reached the All-Star break, who on the Suns needs the break the most? The Burns and Gambo Show starts straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Shout out to Casa Grande. What's going on, Casa Grande? It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. Kevin Zimmerman, co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast, is joining us in studio right now to talk about the Suns at the All-Star break. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing good.
Just fiddling with these buttons here.
Just mash all of them,
Yeah.
and eventually I think it'll turn your mic on and cut power to the news stations.
Yeah,
That's totally fine.
No big deal.
No, that's fine. They can deal with that over there. All right, so we're at the All-Star break, which is not at the halfway point. In fact, it's really the 2/3 of the way point. John and I were talking about this earlier. When you look at what's happened through the first 55 games, what are one or two things you look at and say, these are things that are going really well for the Suns, and that's not going to change? Like, we can count on this the rest of the way.
I think they can count on their identity of being this scrappy team that knows it should shoot a lot of threes. It can offensive rebound pretty well against most teams in the NBA. And they're just winning things on the margins, like those offensive boards, getting extra possessions. I think they can take away that all of the role players have been optimized in a pretty good way and can feel good about they know what they can give to this team. But obviously health is the one thing that is going to take this team the distance to the playoffs and hopefully set themselves up to actually have a run there, I think. So
he said a run there. So
Yeah.
from the beginning of the season where there were little to no expectations to now where you say, oh my God, they could get up to 3. They're only a few games back at 3, and then everybody basically behind them is either injured like the Warriors or tanking so that they could get one of the top 3 players in the draft to change their franchise. So there's kind of this middle ground. So now that there is expectations for you, what are they?
I think the expectations are they need to chase the 6th seed or better, and from there I think it's all gravy because you avoid the absolute letdown if you end up in a play-in, you get a bad matchup, have a bad night, or 2 nights in the play-in, you want to avoid that at all costs. But then I think like if you put them in a 7-game series, like I think they could even steal a game or 2 from the Thunder, for example. Obviously, last night didn't.
I was
going to
say based on last night.
yeah. What are you watching, Kevin? But aside from those top 2 teams, probably, I just think that they can compete with anyone. And obviously, just you got to get Book and Green healthy, and that's why last night I'm not like overblowing because. The Utah Jazz are tanking, guys. The Phoenix Suns were not tanking. I think they were just trying to extend Book and Green's just their break and give them a little more time.
Since you brought it up, how is the NBA supposed to fix this stuff with teams like Utah and some of these other teams? We were talking about this earlier, too, and I mean, relegation would be the greatest. I know they'll never do it, but that's like, there you go. Like, nobody's tanking if you're going to get dropped if you're one of the bottom 3 teams. And by the way, Team USA just scored, so no pressure on this answer, Kevin.
I don't know what they can do other than look at like what the Jazz are doing very absolutely and say like, why are you doing that? The Jaren Jackson Jr. injury, even though he's apparently out for the rest of the season, it's like, I've never heard of that injury before. It seems like a really precautionary move if he was playing. That kind of stuff, I don't know how you combat that even, but just the blatant sitting guys in the fourth quarter, that kind of thing. Write me like 3 paragraphs, Will Hardy, after the game about why you did these lineups this way and show me the data that supports that or something.
Yeah.
And if not, then we're going to penalize you. And so I don't know.
They're going to have to do something because this is the start of it getting really embarrassing for the league.
Well, and the biggest problem becomes if this is just an average draft, I don't think we're seeing this. But there are at least 3 players that I think are franchise changers, maybe 4 or 5 that are franchise changers.
Yeah.
And that's why so many teams are doing it. Like Utah's really bad and blatant, like you said, in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But what Memphis is doing to say, I guess we're going to tear it apart now. Let's just do it now. All the teams are doing it at the bottom. They have no interest in winning. And from a business standpoint, non-sports, I get it.
Yeah.
Like you do certain things because in 2 or 3 years you're going to be good. But what you're dealing with now is the public and the fans and paying money for games and all this kind of stuff. And so that's why it's not different, because I've heard people say that, well, it's a business and they can do whatever they want with their business. No, they're leasing these businesses from the NBA. And it's public, and fans are paying money. So even last night, I agree with you. I'm not angry that they didn't play.
Yeah.
But if I bought tickets a month ago and said I'm going to see SGA versus Book, and I get none of that, and by the way, is my $20 bill now $10? No, it's not.
Yeah.
So that's a problem. That's a problem that the NBA has to deal with, because now you're dealing with the fans and corporate sponsors and everything else, and that makes it different.
That is a good idea, actually. Take the percentage of the players who are not playing, or how
and
many
drop
minutes,
the beer by
and
that.
the beer goes
and
down.
And I would be fine with that.
Every player has like a dollar value attached to their
and
contract.
then it's the
last
game,
night you're getting like $10 beer night.
Yeah.
Last night.
Book's not playing, beer goes from 20 to 12 right there. just with that
SGA,
alone.
Book, at Green.
This is a good idea. I'm glad we solved this here.
Yeah, see,
we got solutions.
we didn't. You thought this segment was going to be worthless.
Yeah, you thought this was going to be ridiculous. All right, Kevin. Dillon Brooks, 16 technical fouls now, and the real issue is not that he's suspended for the Spurs game. The real issue, and Team USA just scored again. So every time I ask you a question, they're going to score. The real issue is now every other technical for the rest of the season, regular season, he gets suspended. And when you talk about wanting Jalen Green in the lineup and let's get Grace now and Devin Booker and everybody playing together, it's not an injury for Dillon Brooks, but if he gets suspended 4 or 5 more times this season, that's going to really mess with what you're trying to build.
They're trying to tank. That's what they're.
Yes.
No. Yeah, I think that, to me, where I get bothered more with him, because we're already here, is just it seems like it carries over. The post-game interviews where he's complaining about it, and it's like, man, if I get you're passionate and it comes out in the wrong way and you get technicals, but I worry about it just taking over your mindset and feeling that way all the time. Like, that's probably how he does feel all the time, because that's Dillon Brooks. The lost games are obviously going to be impactful. We might look back and say they're a 7 seed instead of a 6 because of that. But obviously they are where they are, and the only good news out of it is the playoffs. It resets to 0, and then I think it's a 7 tech limit before you get suspended there.
All right, so maybe in the second round you would get suspended there. Okay.
No, but I think you bring up a really good point, which is it's going to be tight. It always is in the West anyway, and now we're looking at it, and you got the bottom teams tanking. I'm not talking about the Thunder or the Spurs, but then in that point, I think all of a sudden, like, just for the sake of conversation, I don't think they can catch the Rockets, but let's say they could, and the 4-5 could be the difference between you getting them here and you have to go there. And what I think has to happen at this point is Jordan Ott or Book or somebody that he respects has to sit down and say, you realize that now you're hurting the team. Somehow you got to guilt them in or whatever. It's not against the officials anymore. You've earned this. This is going to keep happening. You always get warned first, or 99% of the time they warn you and say, hey, that's enough.
Yeah.
Next time you're getting one. So when he's already had a warning, he gets one. At some point, I love the season he's having, but you have to differentiate between the season he's having and now he starts to hurt the team. So somebody during this break has to sit down with him and say, you've got to stop.
Yeah, and I think that's a team-wide thing too for this squad. Book's kind of fallen into that in the past where he makes comments about it. You see he reacts on just trying to draw fouls sometimes too often, and he'll have periods where you can tell his frustration. I just, when I watch a team go into those times where they're just worried about the officials, to me, this is not me being in the locker room ever as more than a reporter, but to me that distracts you from like, okay, they're reffing us this way. We just got to adjust. We got to go get fouls because the foul differential the last few games, I'll tell you, maybe it's on the refs, but it's also your personnel is not people who can get downhill, draw fouls, and all that good stuff. And that's partially a roster flaw, but it's also, hey, how can we do that? How could we get Mark Williams on rolls attacking the basket? Also, even though he's not a good free throw shooter, how are we going to implement Jalen Green when he comes back? Because he's the best downhill player they have. So to me, the response should not be let's complain about the officials, to your point, because it's distracting, you're hurting the team, but also like how do we increase our free throw numbers so that differential is in our favor?
Yeah. Kevin, I have a lot more questions for you, but I think we'll have more time.
Did they score again?
They look like they tried to pull that. It was a Quinn Hughes goal, and they reviewed it.
Yeah, he was offside.
They took it back.
Whoever somebody was offside. I don't know if it was
back
Quinn
to
Hughes.
1. That was a wild interview. It was when you walked in, it was scoreless. Then it was 1-0. Then it was 2-0. Now it's 1-0 again. Kevin, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thanks, appreciate
it. That's Kevin Zimmerman joining us right there in studio. When we come back, when does Corbin Carroll think he'll be back? We're going to react to what he just said earlier today. Next, it's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
It's it's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger. You will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Love is in the air this week for Valentine's Day at Shady Rays Sunglasses. Give the gift that your loved one will cherish this week and save big. Stop by the Shady Rays store at Curlin Commons in Scottsdale and get 40% off when you buy 2 pairs of Shady Rays sunglasses February 12th through the 15th. All their popular styles. Shady Rays Golf, Aviators, even their cutting-edge snow goggles. Shady Rays, incredible UV protection and lens technology backed by 100% customer satisfaction guarantee.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with 0 taxes and 0 penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are reuniting with reliever Paul Sewald on a 1-year major league deal. The Phoenix Suns were crushed by the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. In the loss, Suns forward Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul of the season. He will be suspended for the Suns game against the San Antonio Spurs on February 19th. The Arizona Cardinals have found their next wide receivers coach, according to ESPN's Peter Schrager. The Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino. And according to CBS, the Cardinals have interviewed Seahawks defensive pass game coordinator Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator job. For more on the Cards, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles, don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lunn in for Wolf. John, this is what we've determined during the break. Kevin Zimmerman.
He's got to come back.
Yeah, he can't leave because he walked in here. The Team USA game was starting. They quickly scored. They scored again to go up 2-0. Then it got taken away. He left, and Latvia scored. Latvia.
Right when he walked out, too.
Yeah, so we'll allow this. We'll see where the next goal is. But if Latvia goes up 2-1, Kevin's going to have to come in here and just sit in this studio through the first half of Burns and Gambo, too, until things get back on track.
You know what's funny is, and this was against the Cardinals. If you remember this a couple of years ago, Larry Fitzgerald had scored a touchdown on Richard Sherman, and I think he had 3 pass interference calls like in a quarter, and the game was in Santa Clara. And I was up in the radio booth, and the guy who runs the broadcast network for the 49ers, they start coming back on the Cardinals, and I was about ready to leave the booth just to go to the bathroom. And the guy turned to me, and he goes, "Where do you think you're going?"
Yeah,
and I go, "I got to go to the bathroom." And he goes, "Nobody moves." And he's the boss. And so we all had to sit in this radio booth because the Niners are coming back against the Cardinals. Yeah. They ended up beating them. And the guy was like, so "Nobody moves." Fault. And I'm like, I can't sit in here for an entire half and not go to the bathroom because you know how we are as media. We take free food and drink and everything. So I got to go. And he's like, "No one leaves." And we couldn't. And he's a big dude with a deep voice. And he was like, "No one leaves." And we couldn't.
And it worked.
It worked. They won. But they were down at one point like 16-0. It was like 3 years ago. Cardinals had them like 16-0.
I wonder how many times that has happened to the Cardinals over the last 5 years that don't involve you. Like, hey,
no, it wasn't me.
They got Tennessee beat, and then all of a sudden nobody can leave the press box, and Amari DiMercato just throws the ball away at the goal line.
He would not let me leave, and I was not happy. So I was like, we could do that with Kevin. I mean, it happened to me. Technically it's kidnapping. But whatever.
He can walk out during, commercial breaks or the intermission's 18 minutes long. He's got plenty of time. And I'm sure he would say he has important work to do. Yeah, sure. But things have gone rapidly downhill since he left. All right, Corbin Carroll spoke today. So instead of trying to piece together what happened to him on Tuesday from other people, let's just hear from Corbin himself on the play or the swing, I guess, that he got hurt on.
Took a swing, didn't feel good, and then just kind of moved my hand around, felt something wiggling around in there, and figured probably should get it checked out.
Did you know right away that something was broken?
I'd say pretty quickly after the initial assessment.
To hear Torrey talk yesterday, he said he was just kind of walking between the fields, and Corbin walked by, and Torrey's like, "Hey, Corbin, what's going on?" And Corbin's like, "Hand's broken." And Torrey's like, "What?" Like, "You're joking, right?" And Corbin's like, "No." Corbin was also asked about surgery yesterday.
So surgery right away on that? Is that what happened?
Yep, had surgery yesterday. With Dr. Sheridan.
And naturally, he was asked if he's been given an estimate on a timeline.
Yeah, I think it's a common enough baseball injury where you have somewhat of an idea, but I think also a little bit more flexible, just with how this thing heals, and just take it a day at a time.
Could be worse, but it's not good news.
They're saying 4 to 6 weeks, and they've got that amount of time before the season starts. But then he's got to ramp up and do baseball stuff, and it's a timing sport, so it's going to take a little bit longer. So it could be worse in terms of the timing of it. Couldn't it have happened in the winter at some point? But the thing that stinks as a fan is that this is the most optimistic time of the year. Except for when, by the way, I'm upset at Jeff Passan, and Jeff Passan comes on and goes, "By the way, we're probably going to have a lockout in 2027. It's like, can you stop? Can we not talk about that right now? It's supposed to be the most optimistic. So if we just throw the Dodgers aside and 2027, it's supposed to be...
Can we just lock the Dodgers out in 2027?
I know, exactly. But you're supposed to be optimistic, and you kind of just mentioned how... he's walking by Torrey and it's like, oh, I just broke my hand. He had to have probably at first thought he was kidding. Getting that
Torrey said he thought he was kidding
Yeah.
at first. Like, can you imagine if he was kidding?
Yeah.
That's such a mean joke
Right.
to play on your manager after all the
So,
injuries you had last year.
Yeah, it's not great. And, you made the trades you made, so you lost some bats last year. And it's just, look, whether they want to make this a plan or not, it's going to be young guys or bust.
Yeah. Corbin was also asked about missing the World Baseball Classic. He was obviously supposed to be playing for Team USA, and that's coming up here in just a couple weeks. But that's now off the table for him.
Very, very disappointed. Was something I was really looking forward to. Spending time around such quality players and getting to represent the country obviously would have been one of the biggest honors of my career. So definitely bummed to miss it, but at the same time happy this is something that's happening mid-season, miss a bunch of games. So
I can't imagine. Corbin Carroll feels like one of those guys where you're like, you tell him he has to go sit still for 4 to 6 weeks, and he's like, can I just work out every other part of my hand somehow? Like, can I still play? Can I do something? Like, is there anything? I don't know. I mean, they're going to have to tell a guy who likes to get in baseball shape and work on baseball things year round. I mean, position players don't even have to be there yet, and he got hurt. They're going to have to tell him to sit still for 4 to 6 weeks. Good luck.
Yeah, it's not. He'll find other things to do. So we asked Tim Kirchin this question. What's going on with Castellanos? And Nick Castellanos got released today by the Phillies. He got in a fight with a manager, got in a fight with some players. They didn't want him back. He's owed $20 million 1 year left. Nobody's going to pick him up. So the Phillies are going to be on the hook for that. Then it's going to be, do you want to pick him up? Do you want to put him in your clubhouse? We just talked about chemistry in a clubhouse, and people, okay, you don't like Seawald, whatever, but it does matter in a clubhouse. Would you kick the tires? Would you talk to him? Would you call him? What would you do? Because they need sticks.
I would want to know what happened first, where he was not only fighting the manager, but players of the team. I would at least kick the tires on it, but I'm operating under the assumption that Corbin Carroll is going to be back pretty quickly when the season starts.
But your outfield, even with him, because now we're saying, okay, it went from Jordan Lawler being like, it'd be really nice if he'd have a solid year, to now he has to.
Yeah.
Or a couple of young guys that you don't really want to bring up right now. They may have to. And look, fans are always like this. Bring them on, bring them on, bring them on. They don't care. They just look at the numbers.
Yeah.
And I tend to be like that sometimes too. So I would absolutely make a call and find out, because even Kirchin didn't know exactly the details of it.
Yeah.
But this is a guy that, remember, last year wasn't great. He had a sub 700 OPS. But, in 2023, just a couple of years ago, this guy's a 100 RBI guy with an, over 850 OPS. That's not that long ago.
It feels like he's going to be 30.
He's 33, I think, yeah.
He'll be 34 before the season starts. I mean, I feel like they've already kind of added a couple bats like this. You know what I mean? Like if money wasn't an issue, I don't think he would hurt the team. But I almost feel like you're in a spot with your lineup where like you're sort of pot committed to some of these young hitters being good if you're going to make the playoffs this year. Like Jordan Lawler needs to be serviceable at least this year. I would rather take that money and spend it on a starting pitcher, because I am nervous about the starting pitching.
I would agree.
I don't think it's bad starting pitching, but it's just like last year was frustrating because everybody got hurt. But you could go into the season, you could say this team could be special. Like you got Zach Gallen basically as your number 2. I know he started opening day, but basically as your number 2. Corbin Burns your number 1. Like Merrill Kelly's your number 3, and you got Corbin Carroll, and at the time you had Josh Naylor. Like you had all these things where it's like, here's guys that could take over and just get hot for a week as a hitter or a month as a pitcher and just maybe single-handedly win you some games. You have less of those this year, I mean, you look at the rotation, and I'm the biggest Merrill Kelly fan. I'm as big as anybody. I mean, with ASU, too, and he's been great for the D-backs. I'd love it when he was my number 2 starter. If I'm asking him to be the number 1 starter, then who's my number 2 starter? Okay, that's Ryan Nelson, maybe. Okay, well, I love it when Ryan Nelson's my number 3 starter.
Right.
So, because you're in a division with the Dodgers, like you
throw them out.
Yeah. Okay.
You're in a division with all the other teams that aren't going to win their division. Unfortunately, that's what it is.
But you have to finish ahead of all
right.
of them.
So you're a wild card team, but you also look. So you're in a division with the Giants, the Padres, whoever doesn't win the East. So either the Phillies or the Mets. You're in a division with the Cubs, the Brewers, and the Reds. Like that's unfortunately with the Dodgers. And like you said, that means you still have to win. I mean, what did the wild card? You're in the upper 80s or low 90s is what you have to do.
Yeah.
And like you said, the pitching right now, and I whether people want to like this stuff or not, like I looked at baseball perspectives and that, and they do the projections. They had the Diamondbacks rotation as 7th worst, and they had the relief pitching as 4th worst.
Yeah, see, and a year ago at this time, their rotation was projected as one of the 5 best.
You're right.
And it made a lot of sense when you looked at what they had, and then the injuries hit. All right, when we come back, we'll close things out with a look at football and a look at the Cardinals and a look at maybe what they should do with their first-round pick, because I would say, John, you disagree with most people on this. So we're getting to that next.
You are wrong.
It's Wolf and Luke. Wait, am I wrong that you disagree, or am I wrong about the pick? I think the U.S. just had another goal disallowed, by the way. Like, what's the record for disallowed goals in the first period of an Olympic game? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You know what Jordan Lawler's got to do? He's got to make sure that Lourdes Gurriel doesn't come back and play left field. That's what he's got to do. Go play well enough to when Gurriel comes back, it's like, you don't get your job back. Lourdes Gurriel is a good baseball player. Sure. Not a star. No. Not a great player. He's a good baseball player. Can you be better than that? One of the top prospects in this organization the last 4 years. You got to beat out Lourdes Gurriel. That's it. Yeah. I'm not asking you to beat out Corbin Carroll. Now, if Jordan Lawler's batting .240 and he's striking out a bunch, when Gurriel comes back, he plays. So if I'm Torrey Lavelle, I'm like, make sure that this guy doesn't get his job back.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. We are well into 2026 now. Maybe you had a goal this year of doing something big, like maybe buying a new home. Well, what if you found the new place? It's your dream house. And what if you could just move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first, and then you just do everything from there. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline without any showings or bending your family's schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers who just walk through your house and tell you how much they don't like it. Such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing that again. You don't have to either, because then the Orchard experts are going to handle repairs on your old home, help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way, so it's nothing new to them. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com, because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Diamondbacks reportedly signing former closer Paul Sewald to a 1-year deal. Cardinals reportedly interviewed Seahawks Carl Scott for their open defensive coordinator job. And Vinny's view centers around how health will define the Suns' success or failure after this All-Star break. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, final segment of the show, Wolf and Luke. John Lunn in for Wolf. John, yeah, we might need to get Kevin back in here because the U.S. has had 2 goals disallowed in the first period.
Jeez.
So
it's like the Latvian mob.
Everybody just
That's
celebrating
disallowed.
goals. And, hey, it's 2-0. No, it's actually 1-0. Okay, well, now it's 2-1. No, it's actually still 1-1. So that's where we are right now. First period, U.S. and Latvia. We were getting into this earlier, and I think there's probably still a lot here to talk about, actually. Looking at, I'm just using Field Yates' new mock draft as sort of a reference point. He has the Cardinals going out and taking Francis Mauigoa with the 3rd pick in the draft. Many, I should say, maybe not most, but many mock drafts have the Cardinals going O-line with their first pick. I've seen Spencer Fano in a few of these. Mauigoa seems to be more of the consensus in the sense that maybe he should be taken over Fano. Fano had a pretty good year. But we were talking about this earlier. You're like, yeah, maybe not so fast on just going offensive line.
Well, I think that the 2 things are at play. Number one, Cardinal fans are thinking to themselves, yeah, we need a right tackle, which I get it. And so everybody drills it in your head. Then number 2, you look at the Super Bowl and you see the way the Seahawks overwhelmed, especially their left tackle, the rookie Will Campbell. But that's what makes me scared is Will Campbell wasn't the best player at that spot.
I don't want Will Campbell right now.
And that was a need pick by the Patriots, and every team says the same thing. We never pick for need. We pick best player. No, you don't, because quarterbacks get pushed up. Why? Because you need one. Tackles get pushed up because you need one. Those key positions, they get pushed up. And I just think when I look at these mocks, almost every single one of them, and I'm a mock addict. Like there's not one I could go by and not look at. But every one of them says they need. I don't want to hear need. And I think there are players that are better. I think I'd flip to the other side of what Seattle did. David Bailey out of Texas Tech is a monster. Put him across. And all of a sudden, you're talking about with Josh Sweat, you're talking about you're getting after the quarterback, you're pushing the pocket, all these things that helps your defensive backs. There's all these things. I'm not saying they don't need a right tackle. I'm saying if he's not the best player, and I don't think he is, then you don't take him at 3. You have a high 2nd-round pick. You have a high 3rd-round pick. You can get those guys there. There's going to be 7 or 8 tackles. Well, usually in the offensive line, there's a Penn State guard that's going to be in there. But there's probably going to be 5 or 6 tackles taken in the 1st round. So they're out there.
So I have the lists. Boy, if it was earlier in the show, we could spin the wheel on this. But
come on, just spin it for the heck of it, just to let people know that that's going to be a regular thing.
One more time, right there.
There we go. What does it land on? Come on.
I didn't
tackle
set this
does it
up
land
very
on?
well. It's not just tackle. These are players mocked.
Listen to
the
the end here.
Cardinals the most, and one of them is Reuben Bain Jr.
Oh, see, I'd take that. But I mean, just you and I are sitting here just talking, and those players come up. Bain Jr.'s name comes up, and Caleb Downs' name, and Bailey comes. Aren't those players better? Regardless of position, aren't they better? And isn't that what you're supposed to be doing in the draft, especially when you're the Cardinals and you need a million things?
Philosophically, what you're saying, I agree with, because you need a million things.
But there's a but.
Well, in this draft, I don't know. Is Reuben Bain Jr. definitively better at what he does than Francis Mauigoa? I can identify what Reuben Bain Jr. does because he's so disruptive. I'm not an offensive line expert, though. But, we're not hearing a ton of like, oh, Mauigoa or Spencer Fano are like generational can't-miss guys. But it doesn't mean they're not good. You know what I mean? Like the problem with using this year's draft as an example, because I agree with what you're saying philosophically, but in this year's draft, it's not like a couple years ago where it's not like Bijan Robinson's in this draft or like Saquon when he got drafted. Like everybody knew this guy was insane. It's just a matter of do you need to take a running back right there? I don't know if Jeremiah Love is that guy from Notre Dame. He might be. I don't know, but it even in the moment back then, like you knew Bijan Robinson was just absurd.
Yeah.
Like you watch him at Texas, like he couldn't be tackled. If there was a clear cut, like, hey, this guy's better than Francis Mauigoa at number 3, I would take him. I agree with you there. you can't draft for need. You and I are saying the same thing. We're just coming at it from different angles because I'm saying you can't draft specifically for need when you have 10 needs. You know what I mean? Like just fill one of the spots you need. I just don't want Caleb Downs because it's like the one thing they don't need is a safety.
I guess what I'm looking at is, like you said, positional value is part of it, but also quarterbacks are rare. That's why they get pushed up to number one. I don't know that Mendoza's the best player, but he's a quarterback and there's value. At tackle, what I'm saying is there's a lot of them. It's a supply and demand issue. Taking one at 3, unless he's a 10-year Trent Williams type, is not what you do. Because that's what New England did last year with Will Campbell, and they thought he was, and he wasn't.
It worked out pretty good in the Super Bowl, didn't it?
Yeah, it was awesome. If you like Seattle, it was the best pick the Patriots ever made. But there's positional value. There'll be 6 or 7. There'll be a guard. The kid from Penn State's going to get taken and about 6 other tackles. You have a high pick in the second round. Make sure, if you think he's the best player, fine. I don't trust the Cardinals, so not fine. But I want the best player. And then if you want to take a tackle later because you don't want your quarterback killed, that's fine. But I just don't think the positional value is there. I don't think that he is an elite 10-year guy.
I agree with you in the sense of, like, if you have identified somebody else is the best player, take that guy at 3 because you do pick so high in the second round. You can address this also through free agency. If you went out and got a solid tackle in the second round and you already have Paris Johnson Jr. and you went out and signed a guard in free agency, which shouldn't cost you a ton. I mean, you get what you pay for, so you're probably gonna have to pay up a little bit to get a good guard, but you could do it that way. You could, and then you'd feel a lot better about the offensive line because you have Paris Johnson Jr. and you would have, in theory, a pretty good guard that you just went out and signed that you already know what he is, and you'd have Yelda Froholt in the middle, and you'd have to still probably address the other guard spot, but then you would have a guy you took with a high second-round pick as your other tackle. You should feel pretty good about your offensive line, and that still preserves the number 3 overall pick to take the best player available. Just, to your point, make sure you identify correctly who that guy is because you shouldn't be picking this high again. But the problem is
the point.
We heard that 2 years ago when they were picking Marv at number 4, and this is actually higher than number 4.
Yeah, but I think the thing that people have to look at too is you mentioned the value and all these different things, but also how are they going to be run? Well, they're going to do it like he just came from Sean McVay. When did the Rams go from good to really good? They fixed their offensive line. When did Seattle go from 10 wins last year to they picked Gray Zabel? But you can get those things, and they addressed their line. Abe Lucas, their right tackle, got healthy. I'm not saying it's not big because it really is. And the one thing the Cardinals need to do if they come out of this draft, it's about the offensive and defensive line. Seattle is awesome. The Rams are awesome. The Niners aren't right now, but generally are, and they'll get Bosa back and Mikael Williams back. They care about the lines. So drill the lines. I just think that an edge rusher there, and I think Bailey is that good. I think Bain, short arms or not, whatever, I think is that good. I think there are guys who you could really dominate and you could address the tackle later because there's enough of them.
Bailey is really interesting. I mean, I like Bain too. Bailey is really interesting. Just I saw him more in the context of ASU in the Big 12. Bain I mostly saw in the playoff. I saw him in a couple, I guess, games earlier in the season too. You know what? I was going to read you this list, but we're done. So that's it for us. Thanks.
I blew it.
Thanks.
That's on me.
Thanks to, well, you know what? I'll send you this. I'll email you this list, or it's also just online. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For John Lund, thanks for filling in for Wolf, buddy.
Thanks, man. That was fun. Thanks, you guys.
I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Low T? Start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat, because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing power and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Equipment can be expensive for families with kids participating in youth sports, but you can help. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Arizona Sports is proud to partner with Earnhardt Auto Centers for this year's Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for the kids at Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. All February long, we're asking our listeners to donate new or slightly used sports equipment during this year's drive. You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers or give online. Text GEAR to 620-620. We'll send you the link. That's GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Stop panic buying chocolates. This Valentine's Day, give her something she'll actually love. Welcome to the annual Valentine's Day sale at Mo Money Pawn Shop. From now until February 14th, get up to 50% off silver jewelry, 45% off diamond jewelry, which will save you hundreds from the mall stores. Need a last-minute miracle? We've got you covered. Gold jewelry at only $15 over melt value. Our amazing selection of handbags are 25% off. Don't wait. Make her heart skip a beat with Mo Money Pawn Shop in the heart of Phoenix at 12th Street and Indian School, or momoneypawn.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed another reliever today, and we have actually seen him before. According to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing relief pitcher Paul Sewald. Sewald was on the Diamondbacks during their run to the World Series in 2023 and now returns to the Snakes in 2026. The short-handed Phoenix Suns lost to the defending champ Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul, which means he will be suspended for the Suns' next game a week from today when they take on the San Antonio Spurs. And according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino as their new wide receivers coach. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo. How we doing?
Burnsy, what's going on?
Good.
I'm messing with Lauren. She's got to fix. I was standing up. She has to fix the camera to kind of find me. She's like, "What are you doing?"
Lauren's like, Mitch is out sick today.
Like,
I don't have enough going on in here. And even though Jamal's in. You in for the whole show, Jamal? Or you just in for a little bit? What's going on? What's the plan?
No,
Jamal?
just a little bit, couple hours.
Oh, a couple hours? Okay, that's fine. You have to adjust the camera on the fly for Gambo. He's standing, he's sitting, all that stuff.
And no member of our video team is at their desk, so I'm course correcting.
Yeah, you're like, stand still, you idiot. It's like a barber trying to cut your hair. Don't move. Don't move.
Yeah, you have a hard enough time sitting still during the show anyway.
I know.
As people on the YouTube chat have noticed from time to time.
I am constantly in motion. Even when I sleep, there's parts of my body that are actually moving when I sleep.
Really? You've been told this is something that Chelsea's told you about?
Sometimes I'll be like I have these twitches in my body.
Okay, wow. Okay.
Like even when I sleep, I have twitches, my head, my hand. You ever see me go like this?
I see you go like this, and I see you sometimes go like this with your head. Yeah,
there's some wires that have been crossed over the years that just, that...
Well, you're doing the best. We're all, whether it's Lauren with the camera, whether it's Jamal in his 2-hour stint filling in for Mitch being out sick, you, me, we're all doing the best we can. Gambo.
We are. Mitch is out now. Damn. Mitch is sick.
Except for the Phoenix Suns. Was that the best they could do last night?
Yes.
Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
Cancun on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cancun!
That's what I think. That's what Tom said at the post-game show last night. That was a bloodbath. Oklahoma said that was just one of those games where the Phoenix Suns are like, We don't want to be here. We don't really want to be here. Like, can we get the young guys in the game? And they were getting blown out. I mean, there was a point, and you know me, and I always take meticulous notes. There was a point sometime in the second quarter. I'm like, just screw this.
I was gonna say, tell me you
just
stopped.
Screw it.
I'm
done.
Tell me you stopped at the latest halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah, the only thing.
This is a waste of my time watching this game. Right?
I continued to watch the game, knowing that the young guys were going to get into the game, and I wanted to chart that. I wanted to chart the plays and see how they played. So, in my email, you could see the play-by-play action that I put out there on the young. So I was more interested in the fourth quarter than any of the first three, except for the Dillon Brooks technical foul, which we'll get into later. But it was a blowout. You should have expected it. No Book, no Green, no Grayson Allen. They had won the game the night before. It was on a back-to-back. I know they didn't have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but it didn't matter. The Suns' effort level was very, very low last night. It was almost like the All-Star breaker's here. We're where we want to be. Let's just get this freaking game over with and get some rest.
Yeah, Dillon Brooks, who picked up technical number 16. We'll talk about that in a little bit after the game. So we have to come out of the All-Star game like we have all season.
No, I think it was motivation to be better in the next 25 games. The last game, we had no Book, no Jalen, no Grayson. So we get healthy, and we put it together, and we go go out these 25 games like we're trying to prove something like we did in the beginning of the year.
So here's what happened with me last night. I was watching that game, and like you, by about midway through the second quarter, it's like, okay, fine, this is a waste of my time.
Yeah,
but
right.
But there was also that realization that I'm going to want to circle back to this, because in the fourth quarter, they're going to give Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming and even Kobe Brea. Some run. And even though, we're not Rasheer, I don't know. I there's still a little voice in my head saying Rasheer Fleming is going to contribute at some point this season and get more PT than he is now. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just kind of a guess in my head. Just wanting to see how those guys do against NBA competition was the only reason to keep hanging on and watch that
you're
game.
right.
It was the only, and you know what? They played decent in the fourth quarter.
If I wouldn't have watched that game last night, and I watched 99% of the games live, but every once in a while you have to watch a game the next day before the show. So that's 1% of the time. If I would have woke up today knowing what I knew, I would have only watched the fourth quarter. I would have went to see at what point Dillon Brooks got. I would have went to see what Dillon Brooks did to cause the technical. Although the camera faded away, you didn't see it.
Nope.
He fouled the guy. They showed the guy on the floor. Dillon gets the technical while they're showing the Oklahoma City guy on McLean on the floor. So you didn't really see their interaction with the ref that got him a technical. But if I would have woke up today having not watched the game, I would have said, I just want to watch the fourth quarter. Let me see what Malawach, let me see what Fleming, and let me see what Kobe Brea knocked down his first NBA three-pointer, knocked down another one, and oh my goodness, I know that's a super small sample size. That stroke is unreal.
He's got a sweet stroke.
Those 2 3-pointers hit nothing but the net.
Yeah.
Nothing but the net.
He's got a real sweet stroke. Fleming played the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah.
He finished the fourth quarter with 6 points. He was 2 of 4 from the floor, 2 of 3 from 3. Kaman Malawach played the entire fourth quarter. He also finished with 6 points. He had 6 total rebounds in that quarter, plus minus of +5. Kobe Brea, as you mentioned, 2 for 2 from deep. He played nearly 8 minutes of the fourth quarter. Fleming, for what it's worth, played 20 total minutes in that game.
He had played before the fourth,
8 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. He was a +12 when he was on the floor. Can
I tell you what I like about some of the things that I saw out of them last night?
Sure, yeah, please.
Okay, I loved Brea coming in and knocking down the 2 threes because you could just tell that stroke is unbelievable. This is a kid, you have to develop this kid. This kid could be special. Like he can be. He could be a sharpshooter off the bench. I liked that. His stroke is unreal, and he's got the confidence to shoot it. He didn't hesitate at all. Fleming, I want Fleming to be able to hit the corner 3, and he did last night. He hit a corner 3 because they're going to leave him open. They're going to leave Fleming open. So I like the corner 3 at the 6:40 mark that made it 123-100. I thought that was pretty good. I thought he was real active. What I liked about Malawach, there was a sequence in which he followed a missed shot by Bouye with 3 minutes left, and he put it back in. Then he ran the court, and he blocked the shot by Aaron Wiggins, all in the same sequence.
I remember that
and
sequence,
at that point, I'm like, bravo, young man. Just bravo. That, to me, as you're watching the game, and you know you're not going to win, and nothing matters, the only thing we're looking at is these kids and whether they can play a little bit. When Malawach scored that basket after the missed shot, and then he got back on defense, blocked the shot, following Wiggins and blocking the shot. That was a tip your cap. That's a really good play. That's going to get you noticed in the NBA. So I thought that there were pockets of play from each one of those guys that was impressive, that made me come in here and be somewhat excited about talking about the Suns, even though they got blown out last night, if it makes any sense.
No, it does. It does. And I still think because there's just not a lot of players on the roster with his physical makeup, I still think Rasheer Fleming can contribute this year. I will be curious to see when we get out of the break if Rasheer Fleming will get more opportunities to cut into playing time a little bit, because physically there just isn't anybody on the roster like him at all. And you're right. You're right about him. He's going to get left open in the corner
Gotta
threes.
hit the corner 3.
And if he can hit enough of them, he can justify, I think, being out there. One more from Dillon Brooks, and this is something we'll talk about a little bit later too. The defense, he says, has been slipping.
Yeah, that's big time on me. I lost blow-bys, I ain't getting defensive rebounds, and coming back off the break, I'm going to definitely set the tone on that.
Yeah, it's something that Jordan Ott mentioned after the game, too. And it's not just because they got blown out last night by Oklahoma City. They're going to do that to a lot of people. But that has been one of the trends on this team in February. And last night certainly was no exception. Their defense has noticeably slipped this month. It's something,
tired, exhausted, waiting for the break.
Whatever. I mean, yes, but something that needs to be addressed and needs to be dealt with when they come back from the break, because that is their secret sauce.
Yeah.
That is the thing that makes them different from last year's Suns team. And if they don't get that back, this slip that we've seen from them, it might continue until they start to get back to that high-level defense they were playing.
This is going to sound crazy. I think the second most valuable player on this team is Grayson Allen.
He's extremely important to what they do.
I think he's the second most valuable player. Book number one, but after that, this team is not the same when Grayson Allen doesn't play.
Yeah. Join us on April 11th. It's Pat's Run. It's presented by Tech Systems, 4.2-mile run/walk. Iconic event honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. The Diamondbacks, do they have a new closer, or is it just a reuniting of an old friend? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
More reaction to that whooping as we talk Suns at the All-Star break on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
Tip of the cap to the folks in Buckeye for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Hello, Buckeye. We appreciate you.
You have to root for the Buckeyes if you live in Buckeye?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I think it's a Band-Aid.
Just curious.
I imagine there are plenty of Michigan fans who live in Buckeye.
Oh.
They probably hate the fact they live in
Right,
Buckeye.
right.
They probably hate
Go
it.
Big Blue. Where do you live? In Buckeye.
Yeah. Should change that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one kind of took me by surprise today. And I given what they paid and how long the contract's for.
Yeah.
I don't know how much to read into it, but Paul Sewald is back. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed former closer Paul Sewald to a 1-year deal. It is a major league contract.
Yep.
It is worth $1.5 million. He obviously pitched for the Diamondbacks 2023, 24. He hit a wall halfway through 24, lost his job.
That's when I was on vacation,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
I
You were
totally
gone.
remember that. I had left, and Paul Sewald was like 11 for 11 in save ops.
With an
He
ERA
was
sub 1. He was like
unbelievable.
0.92 ERA. Yeah.
I come back from vacation, and Paul Sewald's benched, and I remember like, what the hell happened? And it's like, blown save, blown save, blown save. Get him out of there.
And even the ones he did convert, it was like, hold on to your breath. And it was home runs robbed at the wall and just crazy plays to maintain the lead. Oh, it fell apart so quick. It was stunning how fast it happened.
I totally remember. I think I was in Norway, and I came back from vacation, and Paul Sewald was like, and the Diamondbacks, and I was like, wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
That time difference and everything that, the game. So I didn't really know. But I know when I left, like, he was lights out. I come back, and you're like, yeah, he stinks. They're going to change. They got to get him out of it. They ended up benching him. They ended up benching him.
They had no choice.
They pulled him from the closer
and
spot.
And while you were gone, most of those blown save opportunities, if memory serves, Dodgers and Padres. It was almost all NL West.
I remember.
There was a Braves mess in there, too.
Blown save, blown save, blown save. Like, what the hell happened? I didn't know. I didn't know.
When he came back in 2024, it was 11 saves that he had converted with a 0.54 ERA.
Then he couldn't get anybody out.
Couldn't get anybody out after
He
that.
imploded. Then he had a neck injury, and I think they shut him down.
Signed with the Guardians in 25.
Yes.
Played 18 games for Cleveland.
A lot of shoulder injuries there.
Traded midseason to Detroit. He appeared in only 4 games. He missed a bunch of time last year, as you mentioned, to right shoulder strains. Fastball velocity has decreased from 92.2 in 2023. It was 90.4 a year ago. So he's lost more.
And the whiff rate went from 30.8 to 16.7 with the Tigers.
Ooh, I just got to chill up my spine. You citing whiff rate.
Oh, his whiff rate.
Wow, whoa. Gambos, welcome to the analytical.
Good night,
Gambo.
everybody.
Woo!
16 point. He was at 30.8. It went to 16.7. His velocity was, in that 90.3 to 91 range with Cleveland and Tigers. Doesn't have the same. Look, it's a flyer on a guy that's not going to cost a lot of money, that has a lot of experience. I'm not expecting him to be the closer, but he's pitched in big situations before. He could close a game for you. He could be a 7th or 8th inning guy, I think is best suited for. He's going to be 36 years old, I think, at the start of the season or right around there. It's not a terrible signing. I know people are like, oh, what are you going to say? It's $1.5 million. You're going to have to take some gambles here. Okay, you get what you pay for. You're not getting a $15 million closer. They don't have the money for that. They don't have the money. So you're going to have to take some shots on Loaizaga and take a shot on Paul Sewald and take a shot on this guy Stroud that you got from the Orioles, who you don't know enough about, except he was good in September, but he hasn't pitched very much. He's 28 years old, and he's barely pitched in the majors. It's really a crapshoot.
Yeah.
It's a crapshoot. You're hoping these guys will be good, but you just don't know. To me, The key is still Ginkel and Thompson. I think their own guys are the key because we know how good those guys can be.
Here's Tori Lavello on Paul Sewald. This was from just about an hour ago.
I know Paul's out there and available. I'm not sure. Nothing has come across my plate at this point, so I don't know that answer. But I know that Mike and company are always constantly looking to advance our team and make it better. So whatever that looks like, anything's possible.
Okay, so clearly that's Torrey towing the line a little bit. It's not official. He doesn't want to talk about it until it's official. It's being Steve Gilbert from MLB.com was the one who reported it, but the Diamondbacks haven't said they've done it yet. So Torrey doesn't want to say anything until they do. Torrey then was asked a question about who's he looking at for late inning situations. How's that kind of shaping up?
Yeah, I'm looking for anybody to emerge, right? I know you're probably targeting some newer names, one that probably got here about a week ago, right? I don't know what that looks like, but I'm gonna act accordingly based on what I see and what I'm getting from these players. I do like the stability of Ryan Thompson. He's throwing strikes. He doesn't beat himself, but we're gonna find 8 guys down there that are going to complement one another. And right now, we've got to figure out roles. Maybe find a closer. I don't know what's going to happen. It's all very, very gray. And I don't mind that. We got to figure some things out, but we got to watch and observe.
You mentioned the 2 veteran guys, the ones that we know very well, and you're not wrong. I mean, it starts there because we've got a basis of kind of knowledge with them and a foundation with those guys. I'm super intrigued by the players they got in the trades last year. And to see which ones of
Garcia,
the Brandon
Hoffman,
Garcias, the Hoffmans, the Burgoses,
eventually
Drake when he works his way through, how they impact this equation. Because I think in hearing Mike Hazen speak about this enough, he's referenced them quite a bit. Like, I think we've got a lot of arms in the system who could do it, who could have those roles. And I think when he's referring to that, he's referring to those guys.
So short leashes on all these other guys. If you pitch 10 games, like Paul Sewald comes out, if he pitches 10 games and his ERA is 6, goodbye.
Yeah.
Like, we have to play, because I'll try Garcia, I'll try Huffman, I'll try
Trey Jameson, who's a holdover from a year ago. Right. Like
I think there's short leashes on a lot of these guys.
I think there has to be, and I think that the audition period for the Diamondbacks bullpen is not just going to be spring training, man. It's going to be the first month of the season where Torrey's going to be mixing and matching a lot of different things, and we're going to see risers and fallers. Was it last year, Jalen Beeks? Like, Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller very quickly last year. Very, very quickly. Like, oh, no, more him. More him. More that guy. More of him later. More of him in high leverage. I think the test this year will be to see is who is that Jalen Beeks? Who is this year's Shelby Miller? The guy who by the 2 weeks into the season, you're like, oh no, we've got to give that dude more high leverage situations because he's good.
And are any of those guys last year's Joe Manaply? Joe Manaply pitched 10 games for the Diamondbacks last year. He had an ERA of, you want to guess?
Hold on.
Joe Manaply, 10 games with the Diamondbacks last year.
13.
15.83. See ya.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Like, I think it's going to be like that. You're not spending a lot of money on these guys. If they come out of the gate and they can't pitch, then you get rid of them and you try somebody else because they've got, I don't know about quality, but they've got quantity.
Yeah.
Right? You want quality, not quantity. Maybe the Diamondbacks have quality. Time will tell. They certainly have quantity.
Corbin Carroll met with the media today after breaking.
He was freaking throwing today.
Did you see him? He was
throwing the baseball.
The bone he broke in his hand was on his non-throwing hand.
Right.
So he's throwing that baseball as hard as he can up against the wall to keep working on his arm strength and his throwing arm. He's throwing that baseball. Here's him today.
Took a swing, didn't feel good, and then just kind of moved my hand around. Felt something wiggling around in there, and figured probably should get it checked out.
Did you know right away that something was broken?
I'd say pretty quickly after the initial assessment.
He was asked if he had the surgery. He was asked if he was given an estimate on how long he'd be out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a common enough baseball injury where you have somewhat of an idea. but I think also a little bit more flexible, just with how this thing heals, and just take it a day at a time.
He already had the cast off. If you were looking at that video, right?
Yeah.
Like, so he had like a soft cast on his hand after the surgery. Here's Torrey about whether he's optimistic for Corbin returning for opening day.
It's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, he had the procedure yesterday. I know the timelines, and I don't know when Lindor or Holiday procedure happened. There's a timeline now. The three of them, it's going to be a race, and you might see A ahead of B. I don't know. We do what we do here, and we're going to stick with our plan. I don't know what that looks like yet.
Because there were two other injuries, Holiday and Lindor, like, okay, it's common, but I think, and you could sit there and say these injuries are similar, but I think what Torrey's saying there is like, our guys will determine when he's ready to play, and it doesn't matter what Lindor and Holiday do. We've got a 4 to 6 week evaluation. If he's good to play, then he'll come back and play.
We will see when it comes to that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Cardinals reportedly wanted to hire Clint Kubiak. They didn't. But now, how can they make sure they don't miss on their DC hire? Because a new name has entered the fray. I'll tell you who it is next on the Burns and Gambo show on this Thursday.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
M-Drive is the daily supplement I take every single day, and I've been taking it for well over a decade as I start to age a little bit. Matter of fact, I always start the show. We've got a YouTube audience. I always say hi to the YouTube audience. I do this flex for the camera, and there's a lot of people commenting like, Gambo's, jacked. I didn't know he was that big. Maybe it's AI. It's not AI. That's me. That's just me. I work out hard every day. I push myself, and I use M-Drive every single day. But at the beginning of the show, there was a whole bunch of people commenting, on me. And thinking it might be AI, but it's not. It's really just me. I take M-Drive every day. It's a supplement that I use to help me because I work out hard. My endurance, my stamina, my recovery. They've got a lot of great products. I use M-Drive Elite. There's also a great product for those of you that work out a lot but still want to lose a few pounds called M-Drive Boost and Burn. And if you go online, I can save you 20% right now when you put Gambo in the promo code. It's a big savings. 20% off M-Drive? Are you kidding me? That's a huge savings. Go online at mdriveformen.com, put Gambo in the promo code, and get 20% off.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transformed my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks incredible. And listen, spring is the time to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed another reliever today, and we have seen him before. According to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing relief pitcher Paul Sewald. Sewald was on the Diamondbacks during their run to the World Series in 2023 and now returns to the Snakes in 2026. The short-handed Phoenix Suns lost to the defending champ Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul, which means he will be suspended for the Suns' next game a week from today when they take on the San Antonio Spurs. And according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino as their new wide receivers coach. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and come schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Thursday. Before we get into the rest of everything that's going on with the Arizona Cardinals, they believe they announced this today. I saw this on Twitter from a couple of different sources. The Cardinals will break ground on their new headquarters a week from today. For what it's worth.
Nice.
Yeah, week from today.
Nice.
They'll break ground on their new headquarters.
That's a good moment. It's time. It's time to have a new headquarters.
I think it's actually a fairly significant development in the timeline of the organization.
How much is that project worth?
The 217-acre property was purchased at auction for $136 million by an affiliate of the team. The new performance center and business operations will anchor the development site, occupying 30 acres and over 250,000 square feet. The footprint of the team's current facility is 14 acres and 156,000
square feet. It's going to go from 14
feet.
Acres to how many?
To 30.
That's double the size.
14 acres to 30, 156,000 square feet to 250,000 square feet.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. The second they get this facility built, you're not going to have the same grades where they're constantly pulling D's and F's.
Totally.
They're going to have a new state-of-the-art facility. It's going to be twice the size. Everybody's going to love it. It'll be a big change for the Arizona Cardinals. It's needed. It's needed. Look. I got here in the mid to late 90s when I moved here, and I remember sitting under that. You'd have to go find this one tree to go do interviews with Jake Plummer. And guys like that. I remember that Boomer Esiason.
The interview tree, yeah.
The interview tree. It's like the only place you could get shade in the whole area was this one tree. Let's go under the tree and talk. The facility is completely outdated. It's small. There's no parking. It's time. It was time for them to get a new one. This is a good step for the Arizona Cardinals. This will really, really help them in the future. Just the perception of the Cardinals will change once this facility's built.
No question about it.
That they put all that money in. It will be a state-of-the-art facility. It'll have everything will be new, not just the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it will, I think, dramatically change the perception of the organization and hopefully move them up to kind of a different class and a different level. So congratulations to them on being able to break ground on their new facility. I haven't read how long they think it's going to take. I would imagine a couple of years, and then it should be ready. In the meantime, the Arizona Cardinals have interviewed a new candidate for their defensive coordinator's position.
I like this name.
I do too. It's Carl Scott He is the defensive backs coach and passing game coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks.
Not a defensive coordinator.
No.
He is not a defensive coordinator.
He is not, but neither was Aubrey Pleasant,
Right.
from the Rams. He has, according to Matt Zenitz from CBS Sports, Scott has received interest for a few defensive coordinator openings the last couple of years.
Cincinnati this year?
I didn't read that. Did you read where he got?
I think that or the Commanders. I'm sorry, it was the Commanders.
Okay.
Yeah. He interviewed for the Commanders' defensive coordinator position. He didn't get it, but he did interview for
What's
it.
interesting about him to me, and I don't know why I find this interesting.
Saban?
He was hired by Pete Carroll.
And kept.
Yep. By the defensive guru Mike McDonald.
Kept him, loved him.
That speaks to me a little bit.
Yeah.
That kind of says something to me like, oh no, this guy, I got to keep this guy. He's good. What were you going to say?
He was under Saban for years at Alabama.
Oh, okay.
And so, Saban and that defense at Alabama. So before he got to the NFL, he was on the national championship team at Bama. He had some roles there. So I like that too. So there's to me, there's a lot to like. He's 40 years old. But if you go back to the time that he was at Bama, he was there 18, 19, and 20.
Okay.
And I think that, spending 3 years, learning under Nick Saban. At that point, he was a defensive backs coach, but you're still learning under Saban. Then you go to the NFL, defensive guy in Pete Carroll. You learn from him, defensive guy in McDonald who keeps you. I think that there are some good signs that point to him as a guy who I think could be very intriguing.
Yeah, and I'm also intrigued by him, selfishly, because it's taking from another division rival. Now, how much that weakens the Seattle Seahawks at the end of the day, I don't have the first clue. I don't know, but it can't help, right? It can't help when they go losing a coach. It can't help when the Rams go losing their offensive coordinator. I'm sure they've got guys in the pipeline, and they're prepared to lose guys like this defensive coordinator, like Mike LaFleur when it happens. But there's a part of me that likes, and you're not just drawing from one team within the division if you hire him. You're taking your new head coach from the Rams, potentially your new DC from the Seahawks, right? I like
pieces,
the cherry picking aspect a little bit. It doesn't mean it's going to make you competitive in the division right away. It's going to take a lot more than taking the defensive backs coach to the Seahawks. But it can't help. It can't hurt when you're doing such a thing.
To your point, the Arizona Cardinals, the first step that they have to make is to be more competitive in the division.
Yes.
This going 0-6 in the division every year is it can't last much longer. Okay, so if you are taking guys from the Rams and the Seahawks and trying to build a staff, your goal is to beat those teams. Because I'm tired of getting my ass kicked by Seattle and San Francisco and the Rams. I really am. I'm tired of it. Gaddon's first year, 0-6 in the division. Gaddon's last year, 0-6 in the division. It's not fun to get your ass beat by these teams every single year. You can't be that bad in your own division. So the first thing they've got to fix, got to be more competitive in the division.
Yeah. There was another report today, and I don't know what to make of it because, to be honest, it's not coming from one of the traditional NFL insiders, but it's coming from somebody who used to be one of the traditional NFL insiders.
Yeah.
Jason La Canfora. Remember La Canfora?
Yeah, of course.
Right, he used to be with CBS Sports.
What happened to him?
He writes for Sports Boom now.
Sports Boom.
Sports Boom. But the name sounds familiar, and I saw a link to this story on cardswire.com, so I thought, what the hell, let's bring this up.
K-Ray would love that.
the Sports Boom Room.
Boom!
For La Canfora. He writes, quote, Arizona was incredibly high on Clint Kubiak and, like the Raiders, were willing to wait until after the Super Bowl to hire him. The franchise, notorious for being beyond frugal when it comes to coaching expenditures, were also willing to make a significant allotment to his salary and his assistants. But Kubiak chose the Raiders instead, a decision that was not particularly difficult, according to some involved in the process, close quote.
Okay.
Now, again, considering the source,
yeah.
What do you make of that? You make anything of that?
Am I surprised that the Cardinals didn't get their number one choice? No. Are you?
No.
Did they get a guy that they were really high on? I'm sure when even if you take Jordan Ott, right? There were 4 guys that they liked. They settled on Ott, but there were 4 guys that they liked. Mike LaFleur was one of the guys that they really liked, but they might have liked Kubiak more. They probably did like Kubiak more. But Kubiak had a better opportunity to go to the Raiders. So, I mean, I don't think anybody should be surprised if the Cardinals went after Kubiak, weren't able to get him, and then responded the next morning by offering the job to LaFleur.
Yeah.
I don't think they offered they certainly didn't offer the job to LaFleur until after they had interviewed Kubiak. So they probably were interested in Kubiak, and he probably said, I'm going to go to the Raiders. And so they pivoted very quickly to get a quality guy in LaFleur.
I had a slightly different takeaway from it.
Okay, tell me.
I think for the Arizona Cardinals to shed the reputation they have of not wanting to pay head coaches top dollar, they need to offer top coaches more than top dollar. They need to pay a tax on being the Arizona Cardinals. And I think is it good for them that word would get out that, hey, they financially made a big offer to Clint Kubiak? Does that help them change the reputation within the coaching community about their willingness or lack of willingness to pay big coaches to come here? And I know they didn't get John Harbaugh, and I know they didn't get Kevin Stefanski. I know there's a reputation, rightfully so, that very much works against the Cardinals when it comes to this. The way for them to change that is to, A, win games, but also, B, spend their way out of it. Give guys money to show, no, we're serious. We're not that. We're not them anymore. We're not that anymore. We'll write the checks.
How much of that has to do with LaFleur's budget to pay the assistants?
Well, a lot. I mean, I don't know what that budget is.
But, like, that could be a big thing, too.
Of course. I mean, like if it's blank checkville for Mike LaFleur to pay his assistants, then that's another way for word to get out. Hey, things are a little different over there. They're paying. They're not being frugal. That might have been their reputation before. Maybe it's not anymore.
How many coaches have we heard of this year that were staying with their current teams because they got a big raise? Quite a few.
Quite a few. I mean, there was
quite a few.
Yeah. Trying to think of the head coaches who decided that they were staying put because they got a big raise.
Just had the guy that the Cardinals interviewed for the defensive coordinator.
The Texans
job.
guy, yeah. The Texans guy stayed because he got a raise.
So there's a bunch of those like that. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. If you end up with a good young coach and you want to keep him, make him one of the highest paid at his position.
Yeah. I just wonder. I wonder if they're starting to slowly make inroads when it comes to that. Coming up on the Burns and Gambo show. Didn't take that long for it to happen. And because it didn't take that long for it to happen, I think it's fair to wonder whether it's going to happen again very quickly. Dillon Brooks, suspended for the Phoenix Suns. First game back from the All-Star break. We'll give you the latest next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1?
What happens to Kyler Murray?
Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Let's keep up with your next decision, and I hope it's going to be to make this phone call right now to Lifeguard Imaging and get a complimentary coronary artery and heart scan absolutely free. It's a $600 value. It's yours absolutely free. Early detection can save lives. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They take a lot of pride in saving people's lives every day. They offer scans for the heart, lungs, chest, abdomen, pelvis, and colon. They can even do a colonoscopy right there with a scan. But they also offer for you right now the ability to prevent a heart attack, stroke, and heart disease by getting a complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's, trust me, as somebody who had it done many, many years ago and realized that my arteries were clogged, I had plaque all over them. Thank God, because my doctors were able to put me on the medication that was able to save my life. And I just had another imaging done by Lifeguard Imaging not too long ago just to see where I'm at. So you got a baseline, you get checked every once in a while. We'll give this to you for free. All you have to do is call this number and set up your appointment, 602-755-5003. I'll give that number to you again. Just call up and say, hey, I want to set up that free coronary artery and heart scan. Call 602-755-5003.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move. is their mission.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vitalformen.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
After our show's done yesterday, Gambo, you took off, and I was just hanging around talking to Lauren for a couple minutes after the show. The YouTube chat comments during our quarterback draft yesterday for the Cardinals.
Yeah?
They were hilarious because everybody was nauseated by the names that we were throwing out there. Everybody was like, oh, God, this is making me sick. Oh, God, I want to vomit, right? Like it was.
I'm vomiting right now. I'll join you. Like, lots.
Wow.
Lots unhappy with the names.
So
That is hilarious.
The 4 of us had a draft yesterday, 3 rounds, snake-style draft on who we think is going to be the QB1 week 1 for the Cardinals. And then Gambo had the brilliant idea, not only to do the poll, which was a great idea, or to do the draft, which was a great idea, but then to do a poll question to see who won. I've been thinking about it all day. Like, just serious, like, just curious to see what everybody thinks of the teams that we drafted and who's in the lead. So, Lauren, if you would, quickly recap everybody's team that they drafted
absolutely.
yesterday.
I will say this poll question gave me the biggest struggle in my character limits.
To fit all
on
of them in,
X,
I could see that.
Trying to figure out, okay, you're a Jones, you need a first name to prove you're not this person, but we made it work.
Okay.
All
Bravo.
right. Here is the question and our teams. Which team is most likely to have the Arizona Cardinals a week 1 starting quarterback on?
Oh, here we go.
Gambo's team of Malik Willis, Kirk Cousins, Daniel Jones.
Okay.
Burnsy, your team of Jimmy Garoppolo, Mac Jones, and Derek Carr.
Okay.
Mitch's team of Jacoby Brissett, Will Levis, or Ty Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
My team of Kyler Murray, Zach Wilson, or Tyson Bagent.
I just gave you the retweet. I just gave it the retweet just to see where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
And?
Mitch is leading the way.
Jacoby Brissett.
40% of the vote for Jacoby
Brissett.
All right.
That's got to be the winner. If he
Yes.
was still on the board by the time it made its way around to me, that's who I would have taken. That's who I think
He
it's
was
gonna
the
be.
third player taken, though.
Yeah.
He wasn't first or second.
I
I
know,
went with
but
Malik Willis first.
I went with Jimmy G
You
second.
went with Garoppolo second.
I should have gone with...
Some bold picks from you two
Yeah,
right out the
If you
gate.
could do it again, you would have taken Brissett?
1,000%. 1,000%. I would have taken Jacoby Brissett instead of Jimmy G.
Yeah.
And then Lauren and I talked about this.
Yes.
Assuming Mitch then takes Kyler next, Lauren would have taken either Jimmy G or Kirk Cousins?
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this today. Like, I'm thinking, because I came in,
Okay,
I'm totally second-guessing myself.
So say that again, because I'm looking at it now.
I should have taken Jacoby Brissett
So you
second.
take Brissett second.
I assume Mitch takes Kyler third.
And then Lauren goes
either Cousins or Jimmy G.
Okay. I saw something today that said the Cardinals have interest in Kirk Cousins.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
I told Brother, hey, look at this.
Who's in second?
Gambo.
Okay.
With 35% of the vote.
Okay. It's cool. It's close.
Bernie,
It's close.
You and I right now tied at 12%.
Okay. Interesting.
I had the number one pick. I went with Malik Willis.
I thought that was bold as ever.
I thought so
Well, I mean,
too.
why not?
No, I agree. Why not?
I mean, why not? Why not go get Malik Willis? Go get him. Go get. You got ties. Your brother knows him well. Your brother can sell you on him. He can sell Malik on his brother.
Yeah.
Go play for my brother. He's going to be great for you. You'll be a Pro Bowl player. I mean, if Shedeur Sanders can be a Pro Bowl player, so can you.
We'll talk about this a little more in depth at 3 o'clock. In the meantime, that is the poll question. You can find it on our X page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Jordan Ott, reaction to another Dillon Brooks technical foul.
I mean, we know what happens at 16. We've known this for a while. I didn't see the interaction. I mean, I saw the interaction, didn't hear it. It was across the court, so, we'll see what happens.
League made it official today. He's been suspended. He won't play for the Spurs. He won't play against the Spurs, in 1 week from tonight. So there's been no rescinding of the technical
That's the
foul.
next poll question. How many games will Dillon Brooks miss because of suspension this year?
Well, I mean, honestly, and I know you've said you believe that
He'll calm down.
He'll calm down.
Yeah.
Man, he went from 14 to 16 in a New York minute.
But now you're going to start hurting your team. Now you're going to start hurting your bad. I'll tell you this. I think, how many games are left?
27.
3 tops. I'll take 3.
But that's still a lot.
That's
if they're the wrong 3
It's
games.
one more suspension. That's it. It's only one more.
Oh, I thought you said 3.
3 more technicals.
Oh, I thought you meant 3 more suspensions.
No, 3 more technical fouls is the most he'll get. He's not going to get more than that. He's too smart of a player. He's not.
Give you credit, man. You've got more optimism. You've got more hope in him than I do. I don't know if he's got the self-control. Like, I would have thought...
You're going to start hurting your team now.
But I would have thought when he got to 15... it would have been like, okay, I'm 1 away. Let's chill out.
Okay.
He did it the very next night.
But you know what changes that? You know what changes that? When you're sitting your ass on the bench watching your team play the Spurs, and you can't help them. And it's your fault. It's your fault. You did this to yourself. And now you're hurting your team. And they could use you. So he's going to watch that game against the Spurs, and he's going to realize that I'm an idiot and I can't do this anymore. And I'll bet you he gets 3 or less the rest of the season.
I hope you're right. After the game, here's what he said about the tech.
The ref told me that I played a victim, so I ain't talking no more about that. No more.
He literally said that to you? Was that James?
Yeah. So I'm playing victim all the time, and when I don't play victim, I'm a bad guy. So choose one.
Sounds like the ref is saying one thing. If you're not doing one thing, you're doing the other. How do you handle that frustration?
It's just consistency. We're going to be consistently bad and be consistently bad throughout the whole game. Don't try to fix it during the game. Don't try to be doing any of that. Or try to even out foul call. Where you're going to be bad, you're going to be bad. Be bad the whole game.
Here's where I think your theory gets put to the test a little bit.
Okay.
Dillon Brooks was asked if he could play his game without talking to the officials. Quote, yeah, I probably could. Probably could. Close quote.
Yep.
Could he?
Yeah.
Is he the same guy? Is he the same Dillon Brooks when you sand that rough edge off of him and you ask him to
Just
not
don't talk
be
to the
that
officials. Doesn't mean you can't play hard. You can't talk to the players. You can trash talk play. Listen, he's not. He will get another tech. I'm just saying they're gonna come out of the gate second half, and they're gonna play the Spurs, and he's gonna have to sit and watch, knowing that he can't help his team, and that hurts for a guy that cares as much as he does, and is so team oriented and wants to win. You hurt your team. Your actions hurt your team. You can't play, especially if they lose that game to the Spurs. I'm not saying he's going to be on his best behavior, but I don't see any more than 3 technicals the rest of the way, because I think because up until this point, there's been no consequences. Technical. You haven't had to miss any games.
Right.
Now you're going to miss a game, and when you're sitting there on the bench, you're going to now understand, if you hadn't already, just how much you're hurting your own team.
Also, keep in mind he's a flagrant foul away, 2 flagrant fouls away from a different suspension.
Yes,
from a separate suspension pool that he would qualify for. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I'm not going to bet you on it. I'm not going to make a lunch wager or anything.
He'll be smart.
I hope you're right.
And they'll talk to him too. Like, we need you.
Well,
this is the stretch run here. We need you.
I would have hoped, honestly, that they would have talked to him before last night. That having 15, it's the speed in which he went from 15 to 16 that has me so concerned. And I understand what you're saying. When he's sitting on that bench, I think they play in Austin, not in San Antonio a week from tonight. When he's sitting on that bench, not playing, I imagine it's going to sink in.
Yeah.
I just don't know if he knows how to do it any other way. I just don't. And
but he said I can
he said
do
he
it.
can,
I can.
but there's a lot of people who say they can do one thing. You know, I like to sit here and say I can't eat Reese's peanut butter cups compulsively. I can't. You know, like if you put them in front of me, or are you going to put them in front of me right now? What do you got there? Trader Joe's dark chocolate sunflower butter cups. Yeah, I could probably say no to those.
Oh, you could. Okay.
Yeah, I could probably say no to those. But you know what I mean?
Yes.
I gotta see it. Before I believe you, before I'm like, yeah, you know what, Gambo's probably right. He'll probably self-contain and he'll self-control. I gotta see it because I haven't seen it yet.
He's not getting 10 more technical fouls. He can kill his team. Now, listen, here's another thing, and I want to talk about this even if it's for just 30 seconds because I know we got a break.
Go.
I think it'll be interesting to take his 26 shots off the board with Jalen Green back now. I think that could be a little blessing in disguise in the San Antonio game. Dillon takes so many shots, and now you're going to have a game in which he doesn't shoot the ball. And now let's see. I'm not saying that just in a roundabout way, this might jumpstart Jalen Green. Because now those 26 shots have to go to somebody else.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I could see that.
Okay.
I could see that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, should the Arizona Cardinals punt on finding a quarterback this season and just focus on next year?
Yes.
Well, then they shouldn't go get Malik Willis then, should they?
No.
That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. It's up to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
From Stan the Man Lund to Lisa Lund, family owned and operated. What an incredible company, the Lund Mortgage Team. I love giving my business to local companies. I truly do. Whether it's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center or Pro Smile Dental or the Lund Mortgage Team or Sanderson Ford. I love giving my business to local companies right here in Arizona. Christian Brothers, 50 years in business. Well, the Lund Mortgage Team has got over 35 years in business right here in Arizona, helping people with all their mortgage needs, refinancing new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. They're simply the best when it comes to taking care of you and all of your mortgage needs. Now, right now, rates are real good. They've come down quite a bit. You want to refinance? You could probably save yourself some money. Maybe you could pay your house off quicker. Maybe a 15-year mortgage might be the way to go for you. Whatever your decisions are, contact the Lund Mortgage Team. 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed another reliever today, and we have actually seen him before. According to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing Paul Sewald. Sewald was on the Diamondbacks during their run to the World Series in 2023 and now returns to the Snakes in 2026. The short-handed Phoenix Suns lost to the defending champ Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul, which means he will be suspended for the Suns' next game a week from today when they take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin. And according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino as their new wide receivers coach. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Burns and Gambo.
All right, the latest on the Cardinals' decision. They interviewed, according to reports, Seattle's passing game coordinator on the defensive side of the ball to be their DC. No word yet on whether there's been a hire or not. We'll let you know. We'll pass along something as soon as we possibly can. In the meantime, kind of coming off of our quarterback draft from yesterday, and if you missed it, we had a lot of fun with it. You, me, Mitch, Lauren all got together, and we had like a snake-style draft to pick names of who we thought was going to be the QB1 for week 1 next year for the Cardinals. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was, for some in the audience, it was a little nauseating because some of the names weren't that great. But there is also the school of thought, and one that I know you've talked about many, many times, about how the Arizona Cardinals should be very unaggressive when it comes to pursuing a quarterback this offseason. And if the goal is to find your QB1 of the future, don't go looking for him this year, because you're not going to find him this year, and wait until next year in the draft when you can go get what you, in theory, and I know we say this every year, and it's not always true, should be a decent quarterback class in the draft next year.
It should be, and that's why I punt on this year. I'd rather go with Brissett or somebody and take my lumps and try to get in a position. Now, there's some early 2027 NFL mock drafts that come out, and sometimes you take a look. One was by Walter Football. They do a good job. They had 5 quarterbacks in the first 21 picks of the draft next year. 5 in the first 21. Arch Manning, John Mateer, Avery Johnson, Lenoris Sellers, and the UCLA kid, Nico, how do you pronounce his last name?
I can never say his name.
Amaliava.
Yeah, so they've got 5 in the top 21. I was looking at another one that had the C.J. Carr, the quarterback from Notre Dame, in there. Dante Moore as well in there. So I was looking at another 2027 mock draft that had 5 or 6 more quarterbacks. They had Arch Manning going 13. And so I start to look at this, and you project ahead a little bit. They're anticipating that next year's quarterback class is going to be really good. Their anticipation that it's going to be a really good quarterback class. Now, the games have to be played. There's a whole season that has to be played that could move these guys up. That maybe some guys who aren't on this list will jump into the first round. Maybe some of these guys that are going to fall out of the first round. It all depends on how these guys play and how their teams play and injuries and things like that. But all indications are that next year's draft is going to be pretty strong. Mm-hmm. And I don't really feel like I want to get a quarterback this year, unless I could get Mendoza because I like him. But I'm not going to rush and go get another quarterback if I can try to put myself in a position next year to get one of these top quarterbacks.
Then why did you draft Malik Willis number 1 yesterday?
But this is what I would do. I got to anticipate what they're going to do. I have to anticipate what they're going to do.
I'm just asking why you took Malik Willis number 1 in the pick because
I heard Michael Bidwell say that I want to turn this thing around in 1 year.
Okay.
He does. So do I think that Michael Bidwell would? Can you sell Michael Bidwell on? Hey, look at this quarterback draft next year. It's going to be pretty good. You mind if we go 3-14 again?
Well, like we've talked about this before, I think broad picture, that's the play. I just don't know if Monty Ossenfort's in a position where he can do that or not. Has he been given those kind of assurances? Does he feel like he has to win this year in order to keep his job? There are a lot of people who think he should have lost his job along with Jonathan Gannon. Given the we're going to talk a little later on in the show about how empty the cupboard is. There are people around the NFL who believe the cupboard is very, very empty when it comes to the Cards and the talent that they have. And so if Monty is feeling the pressure of having to win now, he might feel like he has to do something like a Malik Willis. If he's been told in closed-door meetings, hey, look, we all know the situation. We know this isn't a one-year thing. We know we've got some work to do here. Then, yeah, absolutely. But is that what he's being told? Is that how he's operating his job? Or is he operating his job like, I'm under the gun? I have to produce dramatic improvement this year in order for me to justify getting another year and getting to be the one, quite honestly, to choose that quarterback, right? Think about it.
Yeah.
They go 3-14 this year. Fast
Back
forward
to
a
back
year
years
from
of
now,
3-14.
we're going to be like, are you sure you want Monty
Unless you
Ossenfort picking a quarterback?
unless you guys are in agreement that we're going to lose games.
Well, that's that, and that would have
like
to
Michael,
happen.
we could go, there's so many guys. One of the mocks I'm looking at, they got the Salin kid from Ohio State in the first round. They've got Sorsby, the Texas Tech kid, in the first round. They've got Mensa, the kid from Miami, in the first round. There's a lot of quarterbacks that could be in play next year.
As opposed to this year, where there's just
to your point. You go to Michael and say, how seriously are you about trying to turn this around in 1 year? Because this quarterback class is not very good. We're not going to get the next future Arizona quarterback for the next 10 years in this draft. We're not. And in free agency, it's a crapshoot. So, but next year's draft, all indications and everything I'm seeing and everything I'm hearing, it's going to be a great draft. So what do you want to do? You're the owner. Do you want to just put somebody in, stopgap guy, be in the same position next year and draft somebody who could be here for the next 10 years? Or do you want to go get a free agent and roll the dice and see?
Yeah, and I think the in-between here, too, is that if the players that Monty have drafted, if they play better next year, and I'm not talking about the quarterback position, I'm talking about all the other players that Monty has drafted. If they play better, that's going to make us feel better about his ability to draft the quarterback, right? Like the draft classes of 2024 and 25. 24 is a complete mystery. 25 saw some flashes, but if those two draft classes play very well next season, I don't know what that's going to equate to when it comes to a win-loss record, but that will give us faith in Monty's ability to be the one to pick that quarterback. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
Right?
I think that would help. I think it would help, but I also think you have to like.
But if they don't, if the 2024 draft class doesn't pan out and 2025 and year 2 isn't much better, it's going to be really hard to justify Monty Ossenfort being the one to make that pick. It's just no matter what agreement.
If you've had 3 years of drafts and you got like 2 good players,
if you've had 3 years of drafts and you've had 2 good players, it's going to be almost impossible to justify Monty Ossenfort being allowed to make that pick, right? I mean, it just how are you going to have faith in that if you're a Cardinals fan, no matter what the plan was?
I hate to say this word, but the reality is, like, if you guys are aligned the way Ishbia talked about him and Gregory and Bartelstein and Ott, or the way the Diamondbacks are aligned with Lovello and Hazen and Kendrick and Derek Hall, like, if Monty is aligned with Michael and with LaFleur on, we're going to suck this year, but that's going to put us in a position to get one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the draft next year.
But you just can't ignore 2 years of unproductive drafts. You just can't. Not in this division. You just can't, right? Like, I mean, no matter
it's hard.
No matter how aligned you are, if you get and I don't know if they're going to get nothing out of 2024, and I don't know if they're going to get nothing out of 2025.
Yeah, but you could get something out of 24, and your quarterback play is so bad that you still win 3 or 4 games.
Of course. I mean, that's the
win-win.
Would be the justification in allowing Monty to make that pick. But if 2024 draft continues to spin its wheels in the mud, and 2025 doesn't get a lot of traction in year 2 for the Nolans or the Birches or the Will Johnsons of the world, I just don't know. I don't know how you would trust Monty Ossenfort with that pick. I don't know how you could. You can't. Because
you need Walter Nolan to play well.
Absolutely.
Look, Will Johnson, I think, is a good player. We're going to go over the rookie grades later on in the show because they're out for the NFL.com did them for the Cardinals and every other team.
Mm-hmm.
I totally get your point. It's just like if I'm the GM, I'm going to go to my owner. I'm going to say, here's the options at quarterback. They're not that great. Or let's punt on this year. Let's run it back with Jacoby. We'll win 3 or 4 games, and we'll be in a position to get a top quarterback next year.
I'm not debating the logic of the plan. I'm debating on the job security of the general manager at the core of the plan.
I know, and it's fair. It's fair to say.
That's what I'm debating.
I get it.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports After, I remind you about how we've teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. The Suns did not get Jeremy Sohan. So, who are the Suns, if anybody, waiting for? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. And right now, check this out. The President's Day sale is coming on. 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $27,495. That's right. They got a beautiful demo unit right now for just $27,495 on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben. There's $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash right there. So that is a great deal for you as well. So take advantage of that. You also could take a look at the Ford Explorer ST line, which includes a $6,000 model line bonus cash and a big Sanderson discount. You can get a Ford Explorer ST line for $42,395 at Sanderson Ford. And how about a 2025 Ford Maverick truck for just $26,495? And that is a great way to go about getting yourself a good deal right now at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Luke. What's the most interesting part of NBA All-Star Weekend coming up? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Honestly, it might be Matt Ishby in a celebrity game. That might be the most interesting part.
Listen, get a technical, Matt. Get teed up.
I meant to send this in the show email
Throw the ball at the ref.
I forgot all about it. I saw a video of Chris Mannix on Rachel McAdams' pod. And he was saying the same thing that we'd been talking about with Dillon Brooks. Like, you want to make the All-Star game better? Invite Dillon Brooks. He'll make it competitive. He'll dial it up to another level. He'll make it. I watched about 3 minutes of that video today.
Did you see Nick Wright on Bill Simmons' pod? His suggestion.
Oh, I heard about this and I just cringed.
I won't even talk about it.
It's
so stupid.
I just cringed. I'm like, come on, man, seriously.
You brought it up now, but it's the dumbest. This is why this guy's an idiot. Like, this is why this guy's an absolute idiot.
I saw Jamal's laughing in there
because it's stupid. Let's play the black players against the white players. Like, come on.
That was it, and that was
that's
his
what he wants to do.
suggestion.
Like
the white guys against the black
country
guys.
even more.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Stupid. Just an idiot.
It's a great idea.
Just an absolute idiot.
Yeah.
Got to be one of the worst guys doing a talk show in the country. Has to be one of the bottom 3 in the country of what he does.
I watched the first 10 seconds of that video. And it was just like, oh God, off.
To peel back the curtain here, Mitch walked in yesterday and he goes, I was going to send this to you on Twitter, but I wanted to see your reaction in real time. So look at this.
Yeah, okay.
That guy's an idiot.
Thank you. I'll take a pass on that. If that's what it's going to take, to just scrap the whole thing. Honestly.
I've never watched the guy's shows. I've seen his comments. They're all ludicrous.
If that's what it's going to take to make this an interesting event, then the event itself cannot be saved and is unsalvageable, and just scrap it.
Right.
In the meantime, did people stop asking you finally on Twitter and social media yesterday about Jeremy Sohan?
Well, I was able to provide an answer. I had to get done with the show and get home and work on it. But I did provide the answer last night. And what I said about Jeremy Sohan was I said probably not. I'm going to go with unlikely. They're not interested.
Signed with the Knicks today.
He signed with the Knicks today.
Signed with the Knicks
and it came out today. But last night, at about 8:53 last night, I was able to, find out that they were not interested in him. So any chance the Suns sign Sohan? I said
Sohan.
no. Sohan. I said probably not. I'm going to go with this is unlikely. They were not interested in Sohan. He's a very athletic kid, but he doesn't shoot the ball very well. He's got good size and athleticism, but he's not the best rebounder out there. He does play hard, so there's some things to like about him a little bit, but that was not something that they were going to do.
By the way, I was remiss in saying hello to our audience in Phoenix. We appreciate you joining us on this Thursday afternoon, Phoenix. So with the buyout market now clearly in gear, is there anything they would want? Is there anything we want them to want?
Yeah, they're going to hold a spot for a buyout guy. Whether they use it or not, I can't tell you. But you got to see who's out there. They're not going to have Cole Anthony play with them. And there's no resolution on this now, but just they're not going to have him play with them. So they haven't waived him yet, but I'm expecting that they will waive him. It hasn't happened yet, but I got a lot of people asking me, what about Cole? I don't expect that he will play with Phoenix. And I said that the day they got him, that I didn't expect he would play for Phoenix, and he hasn't showed up yet. So I'm going to stick with what I've been reporting, is that he's not going to play for Phoenix. Now you take a guy like Bouye and you give him a standard contract. You've got him and Isaiah Livers. You give one of them a standard contract, and it leaves you with one more opening that you could use on a buyout guy. One more opening on a buyout guy. I can't tell you who that's going to be right now, but as guys come available, we could track it down and figure it out if a guy's interested or if they're interested or not interested. But that's what I think. I think Bouye gets a standard contract, and I think they hold a spot and see if somebody they like pops for the buyout.
It seems like positionally the only spot they would look for is at power forward.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like
it's the only fit
they've got so many 6'6" guys, they don't know what to do with all of them. And they've got plenty of centers and a decent center rotation that I don't think they need any fixes there. And unless now I believe Rasheer Fleming could/should get some playing time moving forward, and so maybe they don't have to hold. They're going to hold a spot, but they don't have to be super aggressive in looking for one, because I think truly that Rasheer Fleming should be getting some playing time here pretty soon, because I just think he gives them something they don't really have anywhere else on the roster.
He just doesn't have the experience that a buyout guy could have.
Of course.
Yeah,
and so if there's a Chris Boucher out there, who gives them some experience and who could give them 12 minutes a game at the position and bring a little more size and a little more oomph, that's really it. That's the only spot they need. They don't need anybody else in the backcourt. They're plenty deep there as it is. Their center rotation is good. We talked about it yesterday. It's solid with Mark Williams and also Iguodaro. They haven't even worked in Kaman Malawach. It's it. It's power forward. It's all it is. And so that's why the Sohan thing was at least mildly interesting, because he could have filled a role in that spot depending on how quickly he develops. So I think, and you tell me, you're the source guy on this one, that any conversation about where they look on the buyout market starts and ends with the power forward.
I agree.
Market. After that, there's no reason to look.
I agree. They don't need anything else. They're good at guard. They're good at center. And you may like Fleming and feel like he needs to play more, and I don't disagree with you. But if you are saying what can help me in the playoffs, you're going to look at a guy that has some experience at the power forward spot, and you could rely on that guy for 15, 18 minutes a game.
Jordan Ott, after the game, on what they need to evaluate after the break, after they, night like last night where they got blown out by the Thunder.
This is a time where we can evaluate exactly who we are, how we've been. I think even in this last stretch without Book, I just don't think we've been as good defensively, honestly. And that's where we got to get back to. We got to get back to doing what we do defensively. Offensively, it's going to change. It's going to change when we're healthy. So evaluating all that and kind of just seeing, like, what did we like, what didn't we like, what can we adjust a little bit. I mean, we don't have a ton of practice time, but there is some time here to kind of dive into it, on top of everyone getting the necessary recovery, not only physically, just mentally a couple of days, but this group is going to be ready. You know, Monday, Tuesday, these guys are going to be back. That's how they're wired. And like I said, we're going to turn this one into a positive, not as a result, but we're gonna see these guys again. We know we play them at the end of the season. You got to go through them to where you want to get to. So these types of games are going to be used in a positive manner.
No, the players are going to take some time off, and I'm sure the coaches will take a little time off, not a lot.
He said mentally,
but
I like that.
You can hear him expressing a certain level of concern about how they've slipped defensively. And it's been fairly obvious. And last night was last night.
Total reset right now.
Yeah, last night was 1-2-3 Cancun, right? But it was.
Why does it have to be Cancun?
I don't know. I think Cancun's just a very.
Why's it got to be?
It's a very popular destination.
Why can't it be 1-2-3 Finland?
Who's going to Finland in the middle of winter?
1-2-3 Croatia.
Croatia? Because
1-2-3 Italy. Why does it have to be Cancun?
Because Cancun's a 4-hour flight.
1-2-3 Hawaii.
It's a 6-hour flight.
1-2-3 Alaska.
Alaska's freezing cold. Why would they want to go there?
Northern Lights.
You really
Does
are.
it have to be Cancun? 1-2-3 Jamaica. 1-2-3 Bahamas.
Okay.
I'm just asking why it's Cancun.
I'm exasperated. I don't have an answer for you. I don't know.
See?
I don't know.
Wanted to know. The next game they play is on Thursday. So it's a full week of mental break.
Yeah,
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's 7 days to rest, recover, get healed, get treatment, and mentally just discharge. Just hey, you know what it's like. You know, me and you. This is behind the scenes. You know, when we go at it really hard for like 5 straight months, and then you get the first thing we look forward to is just kind of disconnecting from sports, just disconnecting for a week, just kind of right. You know what it's like. It's just to refocus a little bit, recharge the batteries. I'm sure it's the same thing for players. Like, let me get away for a week. Wherever you go, Cancun is fine, and just reset your mind.
You got something against Mexico? Is that what it is?
No. My wife's Mexican. My wife's dad's from Sinaloa.
I was just curious. Cancun's lovely. Yeah. Well, me and a bunch of friends went down to Cancun for our 40th, and it was a blast. We had a great time down there. It was a lot of fun.
I had my cousin in.
It's close. It's like a 4-hour flight, and you're there. Piece of cake.
My cousin had sent me a picture of me from when I was like in 6th grade, and I showed it to my wife. She goes, "You look Mexican." I didn't take offense to it. Like, come on, like nobody's ever said I've ever looked Mexican ever. She goes, like, "What do you have against Mexicans? You married one." I'm like, "I don't have anything. It's just nobody's ever said that I look.
I feel like
Mexican.
I should be turning your mic off for you.
No, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything.
Like at some point, there's going to be something uncomfortable.
My wife's dad's from Sinaloa. Chelsea's Latina.
I'll tell you what. I'm just going to read the tease for the next segment here. Excuse me.
If you can, you want some water?
Yeah, no, I'm all right. Could an MLB salary cap happen because of the LA Dodgers? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, You want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed another reliever today, and we have actually seen him before. According to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing Paul Sewald. Sewald was on the Diamondbacks during their World Series run in 2023 and now returns to the Snakes in 2026. The shorthanded Phoenix Suns lost to the defending champ Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul, which means he will be suspended for the Suns' next game a week from today when they take on the San Antonio Spurs. And according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino as their new wide receivers coach. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more, all in stock at the Window Depot, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, this is Jarrett. There's no more football. Basketball is on break, and every one of our favorite baseball players is getting hurt before their season even starts. We'll talk about all of it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Morata Mornings. Wazoo!
I don't know. We try not to look at the Dodgers too much. They're a great organization. They've reaped all the success from the way they do business. It's a mountain for us to climb. It's a goal for us that we set. We're going to keep shooting at that. It is what it is. We're in the division we're in. I like being in this division. I think it best prepares you if you get into the playoffs to compete in the playoffs for having to go at it day after day. And we'll see. They're not going to get any weaker. They never do. So we're going to have to go take them down.
That is the voice of Mike Hazen, the general manager manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks on the MLB Network back on December 8th. So around the time of the winter meetings, being asked about the LA Dodgers. That was before they went out and got Kyle Tucker. Maybe before they did the bulk of their heavy spending and their heavy lifting this offseason.
They just brought back Kike Hernandez.
Oh, did they just re-sign him? Yeah,
1 year,
okay.
$4.5 million deal today.
Okay, yeah.
Popular utility guy.
There was a story in the LA Times today from Palm Beach, Florida. And as the story goes, and I quote, as major league owners meet here this week in Palm Beach to consider a probable push for a salary cap, I asked one of those owners, one with a team that competes against the Dodgers in the National League West, what he hears from fans on that score. Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick said, quote, I think all of us recognize that fans are not happy when they see their team not being able to be as competitive as they would like. That is a widely known situation. Ken then went on to describe the Dodgers the way he's described them with us in an interview he did with us a couple of years ago, I believe. Quote, they are the 900-pound gorilla.
Yeah.
I think it's obviously widely seen that way by everybody who has any interest in our sport. They are seen as that. Quote, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way at all. They are playing by the rules, close quotes.
The Diamondbacks need, to be more competitive, they need more revenue. The year they made to the World Series, they made $50 million. They made $50 million in revenue. This past year, they lost $60 million. But the year they made it to the World Series, they made $50 million, and then they went out and spent every penny because I've always say they run a cash flow neutral model. They do well in corporate sponsorships like naming rights, signage, TV, radio. They're near the top 10 in corporate sponsorship revenue. They're not as good in ticketing. They can't charge as much. The D-backs are 30th in average ticket price, but 20th in ticket sales. So they can't charge as much as, say, other teams can. So the average ticket price for the Diamondbacks is 30th in the league. Their ticket sales are 20th. So they're not top 10 in sales, and they certainly can't charge as much, which is why one of the reasons why they lost, a lot of money last year. So, that's just what you're dealing with. But I'm not saying they don't. They do well in corporate sponsorship. Their naming rights deal is good. Their signage is good. Their TV deal and radio deal are good. They're near top 10 in those, but they really do suffer in the ticketing because they're 30th in the average ticket price. If they could be higher, I don't know if more people would go, but it's very reasonable to go to a Diamondback game. But because it's so reasonable, they don't make that extra revenue. That hurts them a little bit.
Yeah, but I also think that the Dodgers have so many other revenue advantages that I don't know if it would matter that much more if another 5,000 people went to a D-backs game. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars.
5,000 per game over 81 games?
Yeah, but I'm talking about their, hundreds of millions of dollars that they make in their local regional TV deal that the Diamondbacks just can't. No. They just can't compete with that, and the fact they've got the most marketable player in the world in Shohei Ohtani, and they're printing money off of having him there. What Ken points out in this story, and I think this is obvious to anybody who kind of knows what's going on. He points out in so many words that, look, the last time we played them in the postseason, we beat them. We swept them. And when you get to October, when you get to that crazy part of the schedule where anything can happen, we beat them last time, right? And the Dodgers almost lost the World Series last year to the Blue Jays. And the Dodgers almost lost a playoff series a couple of years ago to the San Diego Padres.
They're beatable.
When it comes to October and the randomness of October, they're beatable. When it comes to the regular season, the Diamondbacks have no chance. None.
No.
They have no chance.
They cannot compete with the Dodgers. Their broadcasting rights, their ticket sales, their sponsorships, their overall revenue, their fan base is tremendous. So they can charge a lot for their tickets because the demand is there. They spend about 75% of their money on their payroll, so they're always reinvesting. But their revenue streams are much different than almost every other team in baseball.
Here's what Kendrick said about that quote. We have competed against them, I think, on a regular season basis, and I'm trying to be honest about the competitive atmosphere. They are a more competitive team than we are. That doesn't mean we can't end up playing for the championship because we just did it, close quote. So he's saying, I think what we all know to be true. You get the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers in a best-of-7 series, a best-of-5 series, a best-of-3 series? Hell yeah, of course. Yes. They did it, right? I mean, that was before they went on their crazy spending spree, but they did it. The Dodgers, it's not like they rolled to the World Series the last couple of years. They were challenged along the way.
And take that away, the last time they had been to the World Series prior to that was 1988.
Yeah.
They were, they were not in the position. They signed the richest TV deal in the history of the sport, $8.35 billion over 25 years. $8.35 billion. Nobody's touching that TV deal.
That's why I'm saying it doesn't matter if they sell an extra 5,000 tickets every single game.
You're just trying to get more competitive.
You can't compete with that. I mean, especially when your regional sports network went up in a puff of smoke, right? And you're trying to figure out how you're getting your games to your fans every single. So look, the broader point of this is, I think the Arizona Diamondbacks deserve a tip of the cap, and we've given them such for trying, right? They signed Corbin Burns. They signed back when they were a little more flush with cash based off of the postseason success and season ticket sales. They reinvested that money. But I think what Ken's acknowledging is what got everybody in the sport so worried. I mean, these owners' meetings that are going on right now, this year of baseball that we're about to enjoy, you know this, I know this. Everybody's scared to death about 2027. Everybody is scared to death about the future of the sport and how far the owners are willing to go to make it that much harder on the. And I don't know. I look into the crystal ball. I like to think that they're not that dumb, that they wouldn't do something to really hurt the long-term outlook of the game, especially when it does seem to be resonating with younger fans, and the pitch clock has worked.
It's helped a lot.
And the rule changes have worked, and I think it's brought in a younger audience that likes the quicker pace and the games that move a little bit. God, it'd be crazy for them to undo all of that, and it would be major work stoppage next year.
It would be just to stop the. You know what would help? The Dodgers not winning the World Series this year. That would help. Look, they're beatable. Like, they're not this 900-pound gorilla. Like, they're beatable. So I think it would help if they got knocked out in the playoffs.
Would have helped if the Blue Jays had won.
It would have helped if the Blue Jays had won.
Or if the Padres had knocked them off 2 years ago. That would have helped.
The Dodgers' average ticket price is $87. It's like it's high. Their gate revenue, because they've led the major league in attendance for the last 4 years. Their average gate revenue is $4.3 million per game. Per game, they make $4.3 million per game just on the tickets. So there is a huge advantage they have in being able to spend more than these other teams. Now, the question really becomes, the owners have more money than the players. As rich as these players are, the owners have more money. Would the owners be willing to shut it down to try to get this salary cap that it seems the players will never give them? And I don't know that I don't know. I think there's concessions to be made, but I don't think we'll ever see a salary cap.
I don't believe we will either. And I think the owners would be shutting down the game in vain, waiting for that.
Just hurting the game?
I don't think the players will ever bend on that.
I don't think so either. There's no reason for them to
Even though
bend.
the owners can outlast them, I don't think the players will ever bend on that.
I'll give you concessions, but I'm not giving you a salary cap.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, right before he takes the court in the celebrity basketball game as part of the All-Star festivities, Matt Ishbia sat down and talked about this iteration of the Phoenix Suns and how we got here. A couple of things that popped to that conversation we'll share with you next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Pitchers and catchers, now Cactus League play soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Ford trucks and SUVs move the people who move this nation from job sites to open roads. And this President's Day, our Desert Ford dealers salute them. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, let's put some presidents back in our wallets, because right now it's the perfect time to bring home a brand new Ford, like the 2025 Ford F-150 truck, where every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart tech. And you know what's smart? When we get 3.9% APR financing right now for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. SUV, hey, we recently bought a new Explorer. Now there's a 2026 Ford Explorer with 6 available models. And even better, get 3.9% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford Explorer. It's the Ford President's Day sales event, but it all ends February 16th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th, and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Hey, it's Luke. Should the Cardinals hire a former head coach as their defensive coordinator? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So on Friday night, Matt Ishbia is going to be in the celebrity basketball game as part of the All-Star festivities.
Get a technical.
It might be the thing I'm looking forward to the most.
Throw the ball at the referee. Throw the ball at the ref.
Couldn't even tell you who's in the dunk contest. Three-point contest looks good. There's some.
If he doesn't dive for a loose ball, he can't come on the show anymore.
Really? You're going to ban him?
We're going to ban him. You have to at least dive on the floor for a ball. You expect it of your players.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, so be it then. If he's banned, you're the rule maker over there. If he's banned, he's banned. You know, you gonna tell him that?
I think we need to see a real hustle play, and if we don't, I don't know. Maybe we don't put him on anymore.
Wow.
I think we got to hold his. Look, we got to hold him accountable.
Pretty harsh talk there, Guillermo.
I mean, you got to walk the walk and talk the talk, or whatever that thing is.
He did a long sit down with Sam Amick over at The Athletic. Matt Ishbia did. And because we have the benefit of having Matt on the show many times, a lot of what he talked about, we've talked about many, many times. Resetting the culture, hiring Brian Gregory, hiring Jordan Ott, the decision to be more in control and change the tone and get back to the Suns' DNA and et cetera. But there were a few things that stood out in this article that I thought were very interesting. Number one, you remember when Stephen A. Smith called him the worst owner in the history of basketball?
Of course.
Okay, right?
Of course.
I think we all remember that.
Yes.
The irony of all of this is that the media, and I'm reading directly from Amick's story, the media personality who once called him the worst owner in the history of basketball, who once ridiculed Ishbia from his massive platform, and who would have publicly apologized days later for what he said, empowered him to put his personal stamp on the Suns more than ever before. And I quote, Stephen A. Smith was like, if you're going to be who you are, be who you are. Ishbia said of his private discussions with Stephen A. So now I'm leaning into, I'm unapologetically Matt Ishbia. I'm going to be who I am and do what I believe in, close quote. Now, we knew that about him and wanting to put more of a stamp. I didn't know that was inspired, at least partially, by a conversation with Stephen A. Smith. That's interesting, given how toxic it seemed like that relationship was for a while, that the fact that two had a private conversation and Stephen A. offered him some advice, and he literally took that advice and ran with it to, in part, make some of the changes that I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. I really don't know how much of it is true. I think.
You think Matt's making that up?
No, I don't think Matt's making it up. I think Matt spoke with a lot of different people, and I think Matt came to the conclusion that I came into the league and I had a proven general manager, and I tried to do it the way that everybody wanted to do it, and it didn't work, and it backfired. And so I said, okay, I'm going to do it my way, and nobody liked the way I was going to do it my way, but I was going to hire people that were aligned with my thoughts and my beliefs, and we were all going to work together. And every owner has say. Every owner has final say in what goes on. Nothing does it. Paul Sewald being signed by the Diamondbacks today didn't catch Ken Kendrick by surprise, okay? Every owner has the ability to sign off on everything. Matt is involved as an owner, but he's also needed to hire the people that he trusts to be able to run the team. And so I think the transformation from what Matt was the first few years to what Matt is now had everything to do with I was trying to do things the way I thought it worked in the NBA. I was letting James run and everything, and I was just trying to be supportive. And you want to do this? Okay, we'll do that. You want to spend this? We'll spend that. And now he's like, I'm going to have more of a say in it. Yeah. Like, I'm going to have more. I think I know what I'm doing. I'm going to have more of a say in it. I think I know how I want to build my team, and he did that.
I believe that. I just didn't realize Stephen A. Smith was at least a partial influencer in that.
Interesting.
I think that's interesting. When he decided to hire Brian Gregory as his GM, Brian Gregory was like, quote, "You're going to get blasted for this," said Ishbia. And I said, F it. We're going to do what the right thing is. I got blasted when I did everything everyone wanted me to do. Give them the money, you make all these big splashy trades, do all these nice things, and I got blasted for that. So if I'm going to get blasted, I'm going to get blasted with what I believe, and what I believe is that you are the best guy for the job, close quote.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. And I think that's, again, he got to the point where I don't care what Twitter says about my hiring of Jordan Ott. I don't care what the national media says about this and that. Now, he's had some fun with it, the Bill Simmons thing, and people predicting that they were going to be terrible, and he's enjoying it. But his goal was to come in and win multiple championships. What everybody's got to realize about Matt Ishbia, he is going to own the Phoenix Suns longer than anybody else did, longer than Jerry Colangelo did, longer than Robert Sarver did. He is going to own this team longer than anybody else has ever owned the team. And you're going to look back on those first couple of years, and it's just a bump in the road where he learned his lesson. And I think that he's committed to winning. I think he'll bring a championship to Phoenix. I really do at some point. It's not now, but I think eventually he will because of how committed he is. But you got to make mistakes along the way. In those first 2 years when everybody was all over him for the way the team was playing and how disappointed he was, it's those days are beyond him now. It doesn't mean he's not going to have more bumps in the road. He will, but I think he learned a lot from those first 2 years.
If he could do it all over again, what might he change? He said, quote, "I would have paused and said, let's define this first. You could blame me for not defining and setting the culture up front because at the end of the day, that's the leader's responsibility. So what would I have done differently? I would have said, let's do this the right way." Here's the quote that stood out to me. "But I got excited. I bought a team," close quote. And he's talking about the Kevin Durant. I mean, the ink wasn't even dry on the contract for him to purchase the team. And he gave the go-ahead on the Kevin. And he didn't say Kevin Durant specifically. But he said, quote, "The transactional mistakes wouldn't have happened if I had set the cultural staff because, no disrespect, the type of players and the type of people we were looking to have, it's different now. I would have said, does that meet my identity? Is that the definition of what we're about? And we wouldn't have made those moves potentially," close quote. And I think it's easy now to look back and say, I wouldn't have done Durant. I wouldn't have done Beal. I wouldn't have done those things.
Mm-hmm.
But
he did.
He did because, in his words, quote, "I got excited. I bought a team." And he was like the rest of us. And I was a slave to the moment. Like I remember when I remember exactly where I was when it was official. He bought the team. 24 hours later, Kevin Durant's his son, right? Like he was like, "All right, let's go. Let's do it. I'm going to be on the phone all day long with the general manager of the Brooklyn Nets, and we're going to get this deal done, and we're going to hammer it home," because he wanted to make that splash.
And the previous group that owned the team and with James there, was not willing to give up 5 first-round picks, Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges, and Jay Crowder to get Kevin Durant. And they stuck to that. They're like, you could have one or the other. You could have all the draft picks, but not the players, or you could have the players and not the draft picks, but we're not going to give you everything. And when Matt came in, they were like, let's go for it. They had never won a championship, and he decided to go for it.
I think the article asked this question too, and it doesn't really answer it. I think the curious thing to know is, like, what happens next for the Phoenix Suns under Matt Ishbia? We're all thoroughly impressed with the job that he's done and Brian Gregory's job, and certainly the job that Jordan Ott has done. They've reestablished the culture. They've established a very clear identity of who they are. They're just so limited in terms of how they can make this better. It's just going to be so hard. They don't have the picks. They don't have the traditional means of being able to improve their roster, unless they're going to make choices of guys they've got on the roster. And obviously not this year because the trade deadline has come and gone. But when it comes to the offseason, do they take some of their veteran players like the Graysons and the Royce O'Neals and trade them?
That's it.
Do they take their younger players, the Kaman Malawatches, who maybe could still have a future with the organization, but we don't know given how well Mark Williams played. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Do they trade those guys for picks? Like, what risks do they take to take that next step as an organization? Because asset-wise, they don't have anything outside of the players they've got under contract.
They have like 3 first-round picks, but
they can't trade any of them.
They can't trade any of them.
They can't trade a first-round pick until 2032.
Right. I think you re-sign Colin, you re-sign Goodwin, you re-sign Mark, and I think next year there will be expectations for this team that weren't there this year. But I think, to your point, the only way you're really going to be able to do it is, okay, I'll take Grayson and I'll take somebody and I'll trade. I mean, you're going to have to. Like, I don't want to trade Malawatch and Fleming, but like if they have some value, you're right. You're going to have to make a jump somewhere. How do you make the jump when you're limited with resources? That's $1 million question.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, reset time, in steps Lauren to tell us what's going on in sports next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
At the gym yesterday and ran into a couple of friends, John and Renee, and they're like, hey, tell me about that LASIK surgery. Tell me about Dr. Jay Schwartz. And I sat there and John was showing me his phone. Can you read this? I'm like, I could read that from anywhere in the gym. I can't read this from 2 feet away. My vision's terrible. And Renee was saying the same thing. He can't see at night now. He's really struggling to see at night. So they wanted the info for the Schwartz laser eye. And I said, I tell you what, I'll have them reach out to you. I contacted Dr. Jay Schwartz. I said, I got 2 guys here that are dying for LASIK surgery. They really want to get LASIK surgery. So he set it up. He had the office call them. They've got their appointments. They're going to go in, get that free evaluation to make sure they're a candidate, and get their eyes fixed. Because when your eyes start to go, you're miserable, right? I mean, anybody out there that's seen your vision change, you know what it's like. It sucks to not be able to read, to not be able to drive at night, nearsighted, farsighted. It gets frustrating. You're like, I've never worn glasses in my life. Now I got to start wearing all these glasses. No, you don't. All you have to do is call Dr. Jay Schwartz at 480-483-EYES. Set up that free thorough eye exam and find out what vision correction procedure is right for you. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at tmidoc.com.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com. Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed another reliever today, and we have seen him before. According to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing Paul Sewald. Sewald was on the Diamondbacks during their run to the World Series in 2023 and now returns to the Snakes in 2026. The short-handed Phoenix Suns lost to the defending champ Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul, which means he will be suspended for the Suns' next game a week from today when they take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin. And according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino as their new wide receivers coach. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. Let's see what's happening in sports. Let's turn it over to Lauren. She's on the other side of the glass right now. She can tell us what's up. What's what?
What's up?
God, I gotta turn my headphones down.
Mine, luckily, were down.
Down, yeah. Remember that commercial?
It was okay.
Yes, I do.
What
Thank
commercial
you
was
for
that?
I knew
was
what
that
you were going
Budweiser or Bud Light or something?
It was a Super Bowl commercial,
What's
wasn't
up?
Super Bowl commercials this year? Lame.
it? Totally
Terrible.
sucked.
Lame.
They were awful.
The commercial, except for the Dunkin' Donuts one.
They were really bad.
That one was kind of funny.
The Dunkin' Donuts one was weird, though. The use of AI, like in everyday life,
I
is
was just
so
telling
odd.
Campbell, I don't like it.
Did you see what AI did to my photo on Twitter just now?
Well, somebody with AI did.
Yeah.
Get that photo.
Those are different. The AI didn't become its own conscious
Right.
being.
Not yet. I mean, at some point, AI.
Mission Impossible has discussed
Exactly.
this.
At
We're
some
not
point,
there.
AI will do this on its
I'm
own.
scared to death of it. I read a story the other day, like in 5 years, all of 50% of the jobs are going to be wiped out.
So
AI's taking the
someone
ball.
took this picture of you when you were 12, and turn it into like an AI video of you putting on boxing gloves.
Yeah.
And it's cute, but at the same time, it's like, no. I'm good. I'll take a pass on that,
a young
please.
Gambo with his whole life ahead of him. My cousin had sent me that. I don't have a lot of pictures of me when I was younger, but I got that one right there.
And there's no transition.
There's no transition. There's none
like,
whatsoever. Nothing else to say other than tell us to what's going on in sports.
All right. Well, we're going to start with the Arizona Diamondbacks because Paul Sewald has signed a 1-year, $1.5 million deal to return to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I mean, Tori didn't want to talk specifics about it because it wasn't official. I can't imagine Paul Sewald walks in the door and is the closer again when he's throwing 90 miles per hour. I'm sure he's going to have to work his way like everybody else in that bullpen in some sort of a spot. I'll be curious to see what he's got left. He missed most of last year with a bunch of shoulder stuff.
Can we be serious here?
A dip in velocity, all the things.
The last time he was good was before he got benched by the Diamondbacks right around
June of 2024.
June of 2024.
June of 2024.
The last time he was good. He was 11 for 11 in save opportunities.
Yeah.
And one thing Torey Lovello would talk about today with the media is if he feels like Corbin Carroll could be ready for a return before opening day.
It's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, he had the procedure yesterday. I know the timelines, and I don't know when Lindor or Holiday procedure happened. There's a timeline now. The three of them, it's going to be a race, and you might see A ahead of B. I don't know. We do what we do here, and we're going to stick with our plan. I don't know what that looks like yet.
It's not a competition.
Which guy can get back first?
It's not a race between Jackson Holiday, Francisco Lindor, and Corbin Carroll to see who gets back. I don't care about that.
I'd probably turn it into a race if it was
you.
me.
I'm sure you would. Yeah,
I'm going to beat those guys back.
You're so sickly competitive. You would probably do something like that. Just opening day, a week after opening. Like it doesn't. This is really. I just don't think this is that big of a deal. As long as he comes back in a relatively timely fashion. I would agree it's going to take him a while to get his timing back, and it might get him a little while to get his power back, because I've read that some guys who have this broken bone kind of saps them of their power a little bit. Okay, I acknowledge that's a little bit of a concern. But in terms of the when he's going to be back, I don't think it's going to be that long.
Don't miss 30 games. Just missed a week. We're fine.
We're fine. Missed 7 games. It's not that big of a deal.
And Nick Castellanos has been released by the Phillies.
This story's fantastic.
And in the weirdest plot twist ever, he posted photos of handwritten notes that he wrote talking about his time with the Phillies. It is part thank you, part explaining a Miami incident in which he explains his side of the story as he brought beer into the dugout after being benched.
Yeah, in which he ripped manager Rob Thompson in front of the players for placing him in the field.
Yep.
Quote, as a veteran of the game of baseball, there are rules, and I broke one in Miami after being taken out of a close ball game in front of my friends and family. I brought a Presidente beer into the dugout. I then sat right next to Rob and let him know that too much slack in some areas and too tight of restrictions in others are not conducive to us winning. Castellanos said his teammates prevented him from taking a sip when he was in the dugout.
It's
crazy story.
Yeah, this is a make or break season for the Phillies. And they don't want any clubhouse issues. Like, this is a make or break year for them. They've got to try to win. And he's a malcontent. He's 34 years old. He's not even good anymore. He's not even a good player. That year the Diamondbacks made it to the World Series, he was so good, but he's not a good player anymore. So a day after pitchers and catchers report, they decided, it is time. They didn't, after what he pulled last season, they tried to trade him. They couldn't. They just want to get rid of him. Addition by subtraction. That's what it is. It'll cost them $20 million. But they think that they'll be better by getting rid of him.
$20 million.
Yeah, so it'll cost them the last of the $20 million on his 5-year, $100 million deal.
Just nuts.
But they think it's worth every penny to get rid of him. They'll pay $20 million just to get rid of him. He's such a pain in the ass.
And not the craziest story coming out of baseball, but still a crazy one. White Sox GM.
Okay, this is crazy.
Chris Getz.
This is crazy.
I'll play the audio for you, and then we can explain it after.
he's got a lot of potential. He can play all over the diamond. He's a strong defender, base runner, switch hitter. He can do a lot of different things to help you win.
I want to bring someone in that you're excited about, right? And our evaluations on Acuna are very strong. For the reasons you stated, very strong defensively, switch hitter. He can run. He's got great instincts.
Okay, here's the problem with that. That is not Acuna's strengths, and he's not a switch hitter.
He's not a switch hitter.
No. White Sox GM.
There was 4 times.
Talking about someone
Four
else.
times he did an interview where he talked about Acuna being a switch hitter. The guy's not a switch hitter.
He's a right-handed hitting bat.
There's a general manager who brought him in and doesn't realize he's not a switch hitter. But 4 separate incidents, he's on video doing interviews talking about, we love him, we did all this work on him, he's a switch hitter. We love him, he's a switch hitter. He's not a switch hitter.
Yeah, he did. He got called out on this, obviously. Gets told the Sox machine, quote, so I probably have been getting carried away describing his versatility. Why does it have to stop there? I called Luis Angel and told him that even though he's just right-handed, we still love him, close quote. So he's laughing it off, and a week from now, most people will probably forget it. But if I'm a fan of the White Sox, I'm petrified that my general manager thinks that he has signed a switch-hitting player when he's in fact signed a right-handed hitter.
I hope he doesn't call down to the dugout. Can't you just have him bat lefty against this righty? Well, I brought him here because he's a switch hitter. Why is he batting righty against the righty?
He can laugh it off all he wants.
It's terrible
He
luck.
clearly didn't know.
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
No.
And I'm sure White Sox fans aren't feeling reassured at all in the fact that Jerry Reinsdorf still owns their team, and you just saw what he did with the Bulls. So
wow, crazy.
Crazy story.
Crazy.
Fun story, though. I got a big
Yeah,
laugh.
no,
I got a laugh out of that.
Terrifying if he's the general manager of my favorite team. I mean, I swear to God, if any general manager of a team that I love is that incompetent, it's like, oh, forget it. We're screwed.
I mean,
we're screwed.
Think about it. It's like Mike Hazen bringing in, I don't know, who's the player that he brought in at the not a Nolan Ara, Carlos Santana, and saying he's a switch hitter. He's or Santana's been around, but a younger player that he doesn't know. He doesn't know that the guy's. It's terrible. It'd be a terrible look.
Yeah. All right. Well, moving over to the Arizona Cardinals, 2 pieces of coaching news coming out today. The Arizona Cardinals interviewed Seahawks DB and passing game coordinator Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator position. And then ESPN's Peter Schrager is reporting that the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrenti as their new wide receivers coach.
I mean, the more Italians on your coaching staff, the better chance you have to win. So I'm not surprised at that. I'm intrigued by the defensive coordinator guy because of his track record of being with Nick Saban for 3 years, being with Pete Carroll, and then being retained by McDonald after Carroll was let go. It's an interesting name. It's a very interesting. He's never been a defensive coordinator before, but it's an interesting name.
It is. Our own Tyler Drake tweeted out that he contacted a source, and the source described Carl Scott as the real deal. I saw where Mina Kimes was also very, very complimentary about him as a defensive coach. And, of course, the fact that you're, once again, potentially taking from a division rival. I don't know how much of an impact that has on the bottom line, but it can't hurt. So I like that, too. As far as the receivers coach, Marvin Harrison Jr., go fix that guy. That's your job. Go fix him. Go figure that out.
100%.
Somebody go figure that out.
100%.
Italian or not Italian, go figure that guy out.
Get more out of this guy.
Yep.
Get more out of Marvin Harrison Jr. It's a huge year for Marvin Harrison Jr. Huge year.
And in NCAA news, Kenny Dillingham's base pay will be $6.4 million this year.
Hot damn!
That's a $400,000 increase from what was already due. He'll be the highest-paid state employee in Arizona history. ASU also agreed to pay the cost of in-state tuition for Dillingham's children to attend ASU undergraduate or graduate degree programs.
Why not? I mean, if you can get it, why not? Like, why do you need to have your kids' education paid for when you're making $6 million a year? But if you can get it, you get it.
It's funny. I mean, a $400,000 bump, given the interest from Michigan, it's not that much. It kind of speaks more to what he was trying to achieve big picture with
But
his
there are
program.
bonuses that aren't included
of course
in
there
there.
are. I'm
that
sure there
bumped
are.
their- Like he made well over $7 million last year.
But it was also about the staff and the infrastructure
Yes.
and the commitment and all that. And a $400,000 raise speaks more to me about that than it does about what Kenny got individually in this deal.
I'm going to hit him up later. Maybe he'll go half with me on a villa in Lake Como.
Maybe he will.
I mean,
maybe.
I'll take it half the year. You take it
You
half
think
the year.
Kenny's
Let's
ready
do
to? You think Kenny can afford to spend half the year in Italy? He's
just a habit. It's there. Whenever you need it, it's there.
All right.
Just the option, Gambo's saying. All right, and finally, this last piece of college basketball news. North Carolina's Caleb Wilson has suffered a fracture in his left hand. He has no timetable to return. He was currently projected to go 4th overall.
And a
in the
lot of
NBA
people
draft.
thought he was pushing Boozer for number 3.
Who did they lose to the other day after they beat Duke? They lost the next
Miami.
game. They lost to Miami
Miami at Miami.
after they had beaten Duke.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big
It's a
loss.
big letdown game.
It's a big loss for them with him, and that's another kind of wrinkle in this whole NBA draft timeline, right? Between Darren Peterson, his wavering availability, and now this with the hand. Yeah, it's for all these teams that are tanking. You're seeing some of the guys they're tanking for take some hits the last couple of weeks.
Especially because there is no timetable to return for Wilson
Yeah.
on this one. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Good stuff, Lauren. Thank you. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball games on February 17th against Texas Tech and February 28th against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for the info. How can the Phoenix Suns become a serious threat in the West? How? We'll find out next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinal decision on a head coach has been made. As Coach LaFleur puts his staff together, the next Cardinal decision is coming due.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
What's next for Kyler Murray as Cardinals QB1? Keep up with the next Cardinal decision at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, the President's Day event. It is going on this month at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Get up to $9,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV, or you can lease it for just $749 a month. The Terrains right now, incredible deals on those. 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month, or you can purchase it for $6,000 off. The 2026 Canyon, really cool truck, just $299 a month at Liberty GMC, or get up to $12,250 in savings on an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 trucks. SUVs, you name it, they got it. They got the inventory, and they got the deals at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Since 1929, Shane Company has helped millions of customers find their dream engagement ring. I still hand-select every ruby and sapphire center stone, choosing each one for its unique color and life. We're proud to offer the widest selection of beautiful colored gemstones for your engagement ring and fine jewelry, because a friend wants you to have nothing but the best. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's
has a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only with special low interest rates. Their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Corbin Carroll frustrated to miss WBC, but relieved injury won't linger far into regular season. Diamondbacks reportedly signing former closer Paul Sewald to a 1-year deal. And Cardinals reportedly interviewed Seahawks Carl Scott for their open D.C. job. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, shouting out the folks in Peoria. Thank you for joining us on today's edition of Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Peoria. Hello, everybody out there on the YouTube audience as well. We appreciate you watching us. If you haven't already, you should subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube. You can watch our shows whenever you want. I was watching Bickley and Murata a little bit this morning. Like having them on the office when I'm doing some work. Yeah, getting a little work done. Have Bickley and Murata on in the background so they can tell me what's what and doing all that.
Yeah,
so, good. We appreciate all of you, whether you're watching on YouTube or whether you're listening in Peoria. Phoenix Suns are into their All-Star break. The rest of the NBA, I think there's a handful of games on the slate tonight. We'll join them
there are some,
this evening. I think the Thunder
Oklahoma City played tonight.
Yeah, they play today. There are a few games, and then everyone shuts it down for about a week. Suns won't be back in action until next Thursday when they take on the Spurs. They'll do that without Dillon Brooks. He has officially been suspended for that game. Okay. The NBA announced it today. For the Suns, they've got to figure out now a lot. Yeah, they do. You know what? It's and not because they lost last night as badly as they did to the Thunder. That's fine. That was like we said earlier, a Cancun on 3 game, 1-2-3 Cancun. Their defense has slipped. Their commitment to the bit, I think, has slipped a little bit. It just doesn't look the same.
Do you think that they know who they are? Do you know that they know what their identity is?
I think they know what their identity.
It's a matter of getting back to it.
I think they know who they are and they knew how they need to win basketball games.
Yes.
I don't think they've expended the same amount of energy into it.
I think they've gotten tired.
The way that they had from November, December.
It's hard to keep that up for a full season, I think.
Yeah.
I think that, but this will be a good reset. They've got a week off. They don't play again until a week from today on Thursday. Reset, recharge the batteries, mental break, physical break. Just get away from it. Come back refocused, and it's the stretch run, right? You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. You come back and you're like, okay, there's like 2 months left in the season, and then it's playoff time. So I think you could see it, and I think you'll be able to refocus now. I think when you've got that All-Star break in the middle of the season. As you get to this point, these last week or two, you're almost focusing on that. When you come back from it, now you're focusing on the job ahead, the task ahead, which is let's finish this season strong. Let's put ourselves in the best position. I think they'll be able to redefine themselves very quickly because I think they know who they are, and I believe they know what their identity is. And now I think after this break, they'll be able to refocus and get back to it.
Jornot was asked after the game last night. And again, it's really hard to count last night's result into this, but if you want to, knock yourself out if you're out there listening. Jornot was asked about the things they need to evaluate at the break after a game like last night or a stretch like they've had recently. And you'll hear Jornot in the first 10 seconds of the soundbite explain to you what he doesn't like about his team right now.
Just all of it. I think this is a time where we can evaluate exactly who we are, how we've been. I think even in this last stretch without Book, I just don't think we've been as good defensively, honestly. And that's where we got to get back to. We got to get back to doing what we do defensively. Offensively, it's going to change. It's going to change when we're healthy. So evaluating all that and kind of just seeing, like, what did we like? What didn't we like? What can we adjust a little bit? I mean, we don't have a ton of practice time, but there is some time here to kind of dive into it. On top of everyone getting the necessary recovery, not only physically, just mentally a couple of days, but this group is going to be ready. You know, Monday, Tuesday, these guys are going to be back. That's how they're wired. And like I said, we're going to turn this one into a positive, not as a result, but we're gonna see these guys again. We know we play them at the end of the season. You got to go through them to where you want to get to. So these types of games are going to be used in a positive manner.
About 13 seconds into that soundbite, quote, we have to get back to doing what we do defensively.
Yeah.
Close quote.
It's their identity.
It's slipped.
It's who they are.
It's just, it is slipped. And they've been able to get away with it to a certain extent. You know, when you play teams like the Dallas Mavericks, right? Like it slipped against Dallas and they were able to recover because it's Dallas. But they have to rediscover, I think, that commitment. And hopefully, you know, you said it best a minute ago. This style of basketball demands high energy output at all times. It's hard to play like this all season.
For 82 games.
It's really hard to play
but
like
it'll be
this
easy
all
to
season.
it'll be easy to refocus. It's like anybody. Any of you out there, you work for 6 straight months and then you get a 2-week vacation. Think about just how when you come back, you're refreshed, you're recharged, you're ready, like, you know, you're recommitted. So I think it's the same thing. These guys are going to get some time off. They're going to go away. They're going to come back, and they'll recommit themselves to what they do best.
This is going to sound like a negative,
okay?
And I don't mean it that way. Have they peaked? Have they peaked?
I'm not going to say yes. You know why? Because early in the season, when they were 3 games over 400, 4 games over 500, do you think they'll ever be more than? You think they'll ever be higher than this again? And we would like, no, and then they just kept going.
I don't mean relative to the standing. I don't mean relative to 500.
As to who they are
I
as a team?
just mean in terms of their threat level in the Western Conference.
No, I'm going to say no.
Have they peaked?
Jalen Green has barely played. I'm going to say no. Jalen Green was the leading scorer on a number 2 seed Rockets team, and he's contributed nothing to the Phoenix Suns this year. There is another level they can get to, but it's really dependent on his ability to be a great player. He was the leading scorer on the number 2 seed in the Western Conference, the Houston Rockets last year. He's a good player. We haven't seen anything out of him. I think that the next level they could get to is very dependent on what he does.
I'm worried that the problem with that is the hit they'll take defensively as the cost they have to pay for being better offensively with Jalen Green. I still worry about that. And maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's not, that defensively it doesn't seem like they've played it well as of late, and Jalen Green's been back. I don't know if that's the correlation or not. I don't know if it's fair to say that. But if we can all agree they haven't played as good a defense as of late, part of that does coincide with the return of Jalen Green.
It's only been a couple of games, though. It hasn't been a lot of games.
He's been
played.
back
3
for
games?
a week. I mean, they've only played 6 games in February.
I think it's 7 now, right?
Okay, 7 games in February.
What's he played? 3 of them?
3. I'm just saying that.
So you think they could take a hit defensively for what he brings
offensively?
offensively?
They make offensively with Green. I wonder if they're going to take a step back defensively because of Green.
I mean, maybe. I don't think I worry about the defense of Ryan Dunn, of Oso, of Mark Williams, of Dillon Brooks, of Goodwin. I think that they've got a lot of good defensive players, and they can probably afford to. Look, Jalen's got to play defense or he doesn't play. Like, if I'm Jordan Ott, I'm like, you got to play defense. So, like, if you don't play defense, you don't play. So I think that should be the message from Jordan. Like, a lot of it is effort. A lot of defense is effort. You just got to put the effort in. So I understand what you're saying, but I think if he is letting guys blow by him, then he doesn't play a whole lot.
I'm wondering if they've peaked. I'm wondering if they've taken this about as far as it can go in terms of their, like, how much of a threat they are like a real threat in the Western Conference. I'm not saying definitively, but I think about it from time to time. I think like this has gone about as far as it's going to, and which is great, fantastic season.
Do you think they get out of the play-in if they're in the play-in?
Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah, I think they get out of the play-in.
I do.
I don't.
But if you match up with, look, I'm going to tell you right now, if you match up with Oklahoma City or Denver or Houston in the first round, I'm not picking the Suns to win.
Yeah.
I'm going to hope they can win 2 games and, scare some teams and, and win a couple of games and give us some more hope for the future.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how would we grade the Arizona Cardinals rookie class last season in the midst of this rebuild? It's a very important question that we'll try to answer next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And down to 15 seconds left. Jamari Bouye brings it into the forecourt, and he's just going to dribble the rest of the clock out as the Suns fall tonight to the Thunder. Final score 136-109. Oklahoma City gets the win.
More reaction to that whooping as we talk Suns at the All-Star break on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Take a bite out of Shade Week at All Pro Shade Concepts. They're clearing out the warehouse February 9th through the 13th. And if you've been thinking about your shade for your patio, now is the time to get the lowest prices of the year. Retractable awnings and roll-down patio shades, all in stock, like new, many still in the box. Marked down up to 50% off retail. Visit the All Pro Shade showroom Monday through Friday this week, 9 to 3 all week long. For details, visit shadeweek.com. That's shadeweek.com. Don't let these deals swim away.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Stop panic buying chocolates. This Valentine's Day, give her something she'll actually love. Welcome to the annual Valentine's Day sale at Mo Money Pawn Shop. From now until February 14th, get up to 50% off silver jewelry, 45% off diamond jewelry, which will save you hundreds from the mall stores. Need a last-minute miracle? We've got you covered. Gold jewelry at only $15 over melt value. Our amazing selection of handbags are 25% off. Don't wait. Make her heart skip a beat with Mo Money Pawn Shop in the heart of Phoenix at 12th Street and Indian School or MoMoneyPawn.com.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed another reliever today, and we have seen him before. According to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing Paul Sewald. Sewald was on the Diamondbacks during their run to the World Series in 2023 and now returns to the Snakes in 2026. The short-handed Phoenix Suns lost to the defending champ Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul last night, which means he will be suspended for the Suns' next game a week from today when they take on the San Antonio Spurs. And according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino as their new wide receivers coach. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Hey, it's Luke. Should the Cardinals hire a former head coach as their defensive coordinator? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
B-. NFL.com grading the draft classes of 2025. So for the Cardinals, Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, Cody Simon, Denzel Burke, Hayden Connor, and Keaton Crawford. B- is what they gave him.
You know what's interesting is I quickly, just because you had talked so much about Seattle the other day and how they built their team, I'm like, I'm just gonna for the hell of it, I'm gonna go look. And I looked at Seattle, they got an A.
Of course they did.
Seattle got an A. And I started to look like the Bears. Bears got an A for their draft class.
Of course they did.
They got an A. The Browns got an A. Seattle got an A-. New Orleans A-, Giants A-. I just started to look at the teams in the division and everything and how they did. The Patriots, who were just in the Super Bowl, got a B+. And you just start to go down and like, it's so many other teams did better as far. Now, it's easier to grade it after the first year. People always give draft grades after you make the picks. It's the dumbest thing in the world because it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
But after the first year, you get a really good indication. After 2 or 3 years, you get a better indication.
Yeah, it still seems a little unfair even after a year to do it. And in this class in particular for the Cardinals, I mean, you do what you go with the information you've got, but Walter Nolan missed a bunch of time. Will Johnson missed time, right? I mean,
Walter Nolan, 0 starts.
Yeah.
0 starts for your number 1 pick, 16th overall. Your number 3 pick, 3rd round, Jordan Birch, 0 starts. So no starts for Nolan, no starts for Birch. Now, Birch played in 17 games. Nolan played in 6. The guy who you look at the most is Will Johnson. 12 games played, 10 starts. Cody Simon, 16 games, 9 starts. Denzel Burke, 17 games, 8 starts. So you can see where they got some experience for some of their key guys.
Yeah, but even a class like 2024, we're 2 years into the 2024 class. I don't know what grade I would put on that other than incomplete, which is...
the Marvin Harrison Jr.
cop out. Yeah, the Marvin Harrison Jr., Max Melton, Darius Robinson draft. I mean, I don't know what the hell grade to give that draft.
So funny you said that.
Played.
On our YouTube chat, we were talking about how it's a big year for Marvin Harrison Jr. And some guy said, you guys said last year was a big year for Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, it was. It was. This year's different. Because if we have another year where Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't like pop, he becomes DeAndre Ayton. He becomes just a good player, but nothing great, never going to be a superstar, just an okay player. This is a huge year for him because this will determine whether you want to pick up the next that 5th-year option. This will determine whether you feel like he could be a number 1. If he goes through this entire year and he's behind Michael Wilson and he doesn't pop, then I think 3 years in, I mean, if he's not a number 1 wide receiver by now, he's probably not going to be.
We've talked a little bit about Monty Ossenfort today, and part of the reason why, and I doubt he said this on the record, I can't imagine he would, but part of the reason behind the coaching change has to be, at least to a certain extent, look.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I have drafted good players.
Yes.
And I don't feel like those players have been developed or coached to make them good players at this level. So we're going to change coaches if for no other reason than to not to validate me or the choices that I made, But I believe these are good players that we've drafted.
Yeah.
I believe these are good classes, and we've failed to make them good NFL players. If
100%.
Mike LaFleur and his new staff fails to do that with the players that Monty Austin Ford has selected, then it's the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can only go through so many coaching staffs to prove that these players belong before you realize you didn't choose the right players. And so for Monty, that's why there was to kind of combine a couple of stories that we saw. I saw one today on ESPN in which they overhaul tiers, NFL overhaul tiers. And they put all 18 teams that didn't make the playoffs into different categories and said, here are the teams that don't need to panic. They're fine. It's the Ravens and the Lions and the Chiefs. Here's the teams that are a few moves away. You go all the way down to the bottom of the article. The teams that are in full-blown overhaul. Cardinals, along with the Raiders, the Dolphins, and the Jets.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
Now, if the Cardinals are in full-blown overhaul mode, it means that Monty Austin Ford didn't draft very good players, which is why you make the coaching change to make sure to find out, did we actually not draft very good players, or did we draft players who have a future in this league? Because if you did, and the new coaching staff comes in and unlocks things that Jonathan Gannon's coaching staff couldn't, then you're not in a full-blown overhaul. You've actually got some usable parts there. Right now, we don't know if you do or if you don't, in part because of injury and in part because of performance, right?
I think there were times when, you know, Steve Keim drafted guys and you wanted to play Isaiah Simmons, and you just got to play him. You got to play him, and you don't play him. And then you realize a few years later, you know what? The guy can't play.
Yeah.
But there was a time when it's like, you're not playing him enough. You got to play him. Like there was a big interception he had in a game when he was here. Like, you see this athleticism, and there's a freak athlete at Clemson. And then the coaches aren't playing him. Why aren't the coaches playing? But the GM's like, you got to play the guy. Like, the only way we're going to really know is if you play him. But after a few years, it's like, okay, the guy couldn't play. Hassan Reddick was another one. You know, Keim really believed in Reddick. I think he ended up being right on Reddick, because Reddick ended up being a really good pass rusher. They just weren't playing him in the right spot. So the disconnect between the front office and the coaching staff sometimes leads to that, which is what you're kind of hinting at maybe with Monty and Gannon.
And I don't want to get hung up on this detail, but Steve Keim didn't draft Hassan Reddick to be a pass rusher. They almost kind of accidentally stumbled on the fact that he was a pass rusher out of necessity and injury and things like that. He never wanted Hassan Reddick to be a edge rusher. He thought he was an inside linebacker. So it wasn't like he drafted Hassan Reddick to be an edge rusher and the coaching staff was like, no, he's an inside linebacker. We're not, no.
By the time you started to play well, it was too late.
Yeah, I think if you believe the Cardinals are in full-on overhaul, tear-it-down mode, then it means you don't believe at all in Monty Austin Ford's draft picks for the last 3 years.
There's a really good logic to this that we'll figure out. How many of these players will LaFleur get rid of? Not Monty, but LaFleur. How many of when Gannon came in with Monty, they got rid of Zach Allen. Mm-hmm. They got rid of Byron Murphy. They got rid of a lot of players.
Yeah.
We are going to overhaul the roster. And they did. But how much will this roster be overhauled compared to back when they took over?
The difference was that Monty was getting rid of Keim's players.
Yeah.
Now he'd be getting rid of his own players.
But unless LaFleur doesn't think they fit his system.
Well, and if that's the case, then already there's sort of I don't think you drafted very good players.
First guy you think about when you think of, will this guy work with LaFleur?
Oh gosh.
I'll go first. Trey Benson.
Okay. That's the name that was there on the tip of my
tongue. Trey Benson.
Trey Benson.
He may not be LaFleur's type of running back.
He might not be.
And they might go draft one and sign one, and all of a sudden he's done. He's done. His Cardinal days are done.
Perhaps.
The Cardinals drafted him to be the replacement for James Conner. He was going to fast track to be the number one guy.
I got stuck on Marvin Harrison Jr. because that's not the answer, but he's immediately the name that pops into your mind. But that's not the answer to the question. Trey Benson's a good answer to the question. A lot of it depends on the new DC too. Is Darius Robinson,
right?
Is he the type of player of the new DC? Is Max Melton the type of player for the new DC?
Yeah, these new guys are going to come in.
New guys come
we
in
don't
and
like
say,
this
we
guy.
don't like this guy very much.
Oh, I like him. We don't like him.
Yeah.
He's not going to play for us. Get rid of him.
Yeah.
Trade him.
Trade
him. Get something for him.
And it's just such a weird spot the organization find themselves in, because here's Monty, he's on head coach number 2, right? And if after a year from now, his draft picks don't get any better and there's not much improvement, now you put yourself potentially in that awkward spot of having to get rid of a general manager but keep a coach. And now a new GM comes in and it's not the coach he hired, and now you're in that weird, awkward space.
Which is why he probably has a couple. If I'm Monty, I'm selling Michael on, I need a year. I need a year.
He probably does, but it doesn't mean it's going to be it's going to be a comfortable year if his guys that he drafted don't work out. And if a new coaching staff can't unlock the guys that he drafted, it ain't going to be a very comfortable year for Monty Austin-Fort.
And if they do it right, they're going to have a lot of free agent money this year. How many of those free agents are going to pop and help them?
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Did the Diamondbacks offseason make us any more optimistic this season? Not according to one website. No, actually it didn't at all. Next, Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
You know, one of the best plumbing departments out there is Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. They do a phenomenal job. They helped me recently with some plumbing issues that I had. I had a toilet bowl that wasn't flushing properly, and Christian Brothers came out. They did a repair. It was absolutely fantastic. They did a great job for me, and I always use them for plumbing and electrical. Matter of fact, I used them for electrical not too long ago as well. I had some new plants put in the backyard, and I wanted to get some lighting around those plants. And I didn't want my landscaper to do it because he's not an electrician, but I wanted Christian Brothers to do it because they're electricians. I had Ozzy come out. Man, what a phenomenal job he did. All the outdoor lighting now, popping on my backyard plants. I didn't go with the landscape because, again, it's electrical. I mean, I don't want to be issues, and I want the guaranteed work. And so I got that with Christian Brothers. If you have any plumbing needs or electrical needs, call Christian Brothers. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, EVs. If it's on the lot, it's marked down thousands off MSRP. And for 4 days only, Friday through Monday, we've partnered with Landings Credit Union for exclusive special financing rates. We're working with all credit types, and our goal is 100% approval. During the President's Day event at Santan Ford, enjoy simple, transparent pricing for everyone. Hurry in for the best selection during this 4-day President's Day event at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Ends Monday. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular cellular-level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally. And today, those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here with our poll question, but real quick, before you do that, Gambo just said something to me 10 seconds ago.
Trinidad Chambliss has been granted a 6th season of eligibility by a state court judge in Mississippi. Received the injunction today, which paves the way for him to play in 2026 after the NCAA ruled he was eligible. It ruled he was eligible. The NCAA can now appeal.
The NCAA had ruled he was ineligible.
Yeah, ruled he was eligible. Yeah, he worded it wrong.
Okay, yeah.
But a judge has said he could play.
The
judge probably went to Ole Miss.
I was just going to say, did he go to Ole Miss?
Did you see, by the way, that they came out last weekend and said that the Alabama player can't play?
Yeah. The new judge reversed what the old judge said and said the old judge was...
Did you see there's a guy in Montana that's getting a 9th year of eligibility in football?
No.
No, I did not see that.
He's got like 3 kids. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
Job.
There's a guy, there's a football player that's just been granted a 9th year. He's like 26 years old, and he's got like 3 kids. And he's just been granted a 9th year of college
Do
eligibility.
you know his name? I really want to Google it.
Just type in Montana player gets 9th year of eligibility, and you'll blow your mind. How does a 26-year-old guy keep playing college football? You're going up against 18-year-olds.
I don't know.
Yeah. Am I right? I'm not wrong, am I?
No, you're right.
The he's got like 3 kids. He's probably going to be a grandpa soon.
I don't know about the 3 kids thing. That did not pop up.
I saw it. He's got like 3 kids. He's a father of like 3.
College football is just...
crazy.
It's
crazy.
Starting to lose it for me, man. It really is. It's just getting...
How do you give a 26-year-old... How does a 26-year-old... Like, unless you went on a Mormon mission, I could get that for 2 years. But every time somebody gets hurt, you get another year of eligibility?
Yeah. I mean, the COVID thing messed everybody up because they gave everybody... I know, they gave everybody an extra year because of that. But still, Lauren's reading up on this.
Oh, yeah, she's fascinated by
mystery
it.
Montana
I am
man.
fascinated by it. Okay, 2018, he didn't play. He had an injured foot. 2019, he had the same injured foot, wasn't ready to play. 2020, he had a knee injury, didn't play. 2021, he had the same knee injury, didn't play. 2022, he plays for USC. In 2023, he re-injures that knee, misses that whole year. So he has played 3 complete seasons of football in 8 years.
Yeah, the guy was in high school in like 2016 or something.
That's crazy.
How is this guy still... Right?
Yeah.
How is this guy still playing college football? I agree with Bernsey. Go get a job.
Yeah.
Go get
Lauren
a
said
job.
that. Lauren's the one that said go get a job.
Go get a job.
Go get a job. It's time.
Like, stop. This is nonsense.
College is over. All right. That doesn't have anything to do with our poll question. Our poll question is based off of our QB draft from yesterday, the one in which we try to take a stab at who QB1 in week 1 was going to be for the Cardinals. Lauren, take it away.
All right, well, here are the teams. Gambo, you have Malik Willis, Kirk Cousins, and Daniel Jones. Bernsey, you have Jimmy Garoppolo, Mac Jones, and Derek Carr. I have Kyler Murray, Zach Wilson, and Tyson Bagent. Mitch has Jacoby Brissett, Will Levis, Ty Simpson.
We did a snake-style 3-round draft on this.
Okay.
All right, so who's leading the way?
It's tied.
Okay.
We're tied?
Tied. 36.5% if we want to get really real with it.
Okay.
You and Mitch are tied
Wow.
for the lead.
When's the last time we had a tie?
It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I don't remember the last time that we've tied.
So 36% like Mitch's team, 36, that's 72.
You have Malik Willis and who else?
I got Kirk Cousins.
Oh,
I got Malik
You
Willis.
don't say that with so much pride.
I know,
Cousins.
I know,
got
but
Kirk Cousins.
I'm trying to
And
figure
Daniel
out
Jones.
why Gambo's tied for the lead, and I hate to say it, but I think it's the Kirk Cousins effect.
It's Malik Willis and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, because there was a story today on NFL rumors.
I saw
The
it.
Cardinals are expected to have interest in Kirk Cousins when released.
And then I think,
7 hours ago.
I think Mitch is in the lead for Jacoby Brissett.
Okay.
And then I'm in third with 17%. Burnsy, you're bringing up the rear with 10%.
With my Jimmy Garoppolo, Mac Jones, and, well, who else did I have? Derek Carr. Yeah, okay. Congratulations on winning. I mean, I'm not really.
We got
not really sure.
We got a lunch on this. It's a typical. Well, we got lunch tomorrow.
Are you bringing in pizza?
I'll bring in the pizza. Yeah, I'll bring it in.
Little Jets pizza.
Whatever you guys want. Yeah.
Whatever he wants.
Yeah.
It's not
Whatever
what I
you,
want.
whichever pizza you want, you order it, and I'll pick it up.
So I'll order it. You'll pick it up. I buy.
Or whoever.
Yeah,
if somebody orders it, tells
We'll be here.
Well, we'll get.
Have it ready at 1 o'clock. I will pick it up tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Roger
and
that.
I'll be here at 1:10.
Done.
I'm
Lunch.
really glad that
1
we went
o'clock.
over this on
But
air.
somebody order it, and I will pay for it when I get there.
I will order it, and we'll have pizza tomorrow to celebrate Seattle's win.
Yes.
Really? I don't think that's what we're celebrating. Thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. You can find it on the
Probably
Burns and
shouldn't tell
Gambo
the fan base we're going to celebrate.
We're
Seattle's
not.
win with
We're
pizza
just
tomorrow.
paying off a bet.
Yes.
That's all we're doing. We're just paying off a bet. D+ for the Arizona Diamondbacks in the Athletics offseason grades for their offseason.
Wow.
D+.
It's really hard, and I think we saw the perfect example today. The Diamondbacks still trying to work out their bullpen. Went to the soon-to-be 36-year-old Paul Sewald, who hasn't been good in a couple of years. Has gone from the Diamondbacks to Cleveland to the Tigers, now back to the Diamondbacks. Fastball velocity's down. You take a flyer. It's not a bad risk by Mike Hazen at all. It's $1.5 million. It's not a risk, but you just don't have the luxury to go spend $15 million on a closer. The Diamondbacks' biggest problem is that $60 million of their money is tied up to guys that are injured. And if all those guys were not injured, the Diamondbacks wouldn't need to, they'd be fine. If Corbin Burns was starting and Lourdes Gurriel was in left field and A.J. Puck and J. Mart were healthy, they'd be fine. But when you've got $60 million tied up, it's not like you get a waiver where you get that money back. You still have to pay that money, which means that they were in like payroll purgatory. They didn't have a whole lot to add to the roster, and people are looking at what they did, and they said, you got Nolan Arenado, probably past his prime. You got Merrill Kelly, he's good, but he's like 37 years old. Like, I don't think anybody loved what the Diamondbacks have done.
What do you think the expectations would be for the Diamondbacks? And this is an impossible hypothetical, and it's not going to happen. Had Corbin Burns, A.J. Puck, and Justin Martinez.
Corbin Burns is an ace.
Yeah, I mean,
he's an ace.
It's the first wild card spot in the National League, isn't it?
They would get it.
Maybe the second. Everybody would be predicting an 88, 89 win season for the
They would probably make the playoffs if everybody was healthy. It sucks.
I think so too. Tim Kirchin was on Wolf and Luke today and was asked about how they navigate through a season until they get some of these guys back.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot they're in because you could make a case their three best pitchers or three of their most important pitchers in Burns and Martinez and Puck are probably all going to miss at least the first 2 months of the season. So maybe you just try to get through it. You tread water. You win as many games as you can, and then you hope everybody shows up. And most important, when they do show up, that they're healthy. But that's an awful lot to ask for Corbin Burns to come back from his major injury and suddenly just be, throwing that cutter at 97 miles an hour. I'm not sure that's going to happen right away. And same with Puck and Martinez. You're just not sure what you're going to get. So they do have some other depth in the bullpen, and they added some people, Loaizaga, people like that for the bullpen. But, this is not a great start injury-wise for the Diamondbacks.
Martinez is the one I'm the most worried about.
Because it's the second Tommy John surgery?
It's the second Tommy John. It happened the latest. He told reporters yesterday, August, maybe even late August for a return. Yep. That's the one I just don't know how much I'm going to bank on his ability to contribute this year. And even in 2027, I don't know. It's going to be hard to trust Justin Martinez given just the nature of his stuff and how hard he throws it, with 2 Tommy John surgeries on his resume, every time he takes the mound, it's going to be kind of a hold your breath sort of thing. I don't know if that's ever going to go away for Justin Martinez.
I know that Daniel Hudson had the 2 Tommy John surgeries and ended up having a phenomenal career. Just a phenomenal career with 2 Tommy John surgeries. But not everybody does. Not everybody does.
Yeah. And Daniel didn't throw as hard as Justin Martinez.
Oh, he threw hard. He was 98. He threw hard.
I mean, Justin Martinez freaky hard.
Yeah, he maybe a little, but Daniel Hudson threw freaking hard.
Okay.
He had a popping fastball, but and he was able to change too a little bit. Like you're gonna have to change, right? You're not gonna be able to just throw 100 miles an hour every time. You're gonna have to learn how to pitch a little bit more.
When we come back, the timetable for Corbin Carroll's return and more on the Diamondbacks dipping back into their past and signing Paul Sewald today. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's a crazy world out there sometimes, and sometimes you just need a little bit of a break from it, right? A place where you can go, just kind of chill out, relax, get away from it, feel like you've escaped the world for even just a half hour or so. Look, I know at V's Barbershop, you can get a great haircut. You will every time. You can get a hot lather shave, which is one of the most relaxing things you can do if you're a dude and you just want to get away from it for a little bit. But I'm telling you, every time you walk into a V's Barbershop, any of the V's Barbershop, it's like you've walked into a little place where you're going to get a break. It's a little bit of a sanctuary. It's a little bit of a, hey, you're not checking your phone constantly. You're not thinking about everything that's going on out there. And you're not thinking about the world or the heat, the middle of the summer. You get to relax, kick back, get a great haircut, and just get, be in a different environment for a while. You'll see. You'll notice the difference right away. It's one of the benefits of going to get your haircut at V's Barbershop. There are so many. I can't tell you enough great things about V's. Next time you need a haircut or a hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed another reliever today, and we have actually seen him before. According to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing Paul Sewald. Sewald was on the Diamondbacks during their run to the World Series in 2023 and now returns to the Snakes in 2026. The shorthanded Phoenix Suns lost to the defending champ Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul, which means he will be suspended for the Suns' next game a week from today when they take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin. And according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino as their new wide receivers coach. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
I just know I'll do what I can. Looking into some recommendations. Like I said, not an uncommon baseball injury. So just asking a few people what they did and had success with, and go with that.
Corbin Carroll meeting with reporters today. Yesterday he had surgery to repair the broken bone in his hand, the one that's expected to keep him out 6 weeks. Remember, this is the same player who suffered a chip fracture in his wrist last year. That was expected to keep him out a whole lot longer than it did. And he just kind of taped a couple aspirin to it and said, okay, let's go, and played through the pain. And there were moments.
Throwing today. He was throwing against the wall today.
It wasn't his throwing hand that he suffered the injury to, but he was out there thrown up against the wall, working on his arm strength. Yeah, if there's a guy who will do whatever he can to come back early. I think we learned last year watching him play through that chip fracture in the wrist. It's Corbin Carroll.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
leader of the team by example, man.
That
Leads
was
by example.
Supposed to be a multi-week injury for him, and I think he missed the minimum, 10 days, 15 days, and he was back, if I remember right. So,
and there's no indication that this is a long-term injury. Everything is 4 to 6 weeks. We expect he's going to not get at bats in spring training. He's probably going to miss all of spring training. He'll have to, once he's cleared to play, he'll have to get some work on the field, see some live pitching and, and some practices and things like that, hit off a tee, work on that stuff. But by the time he plays in a game, now, and I'll try to find this out, do you just play him right away? Do you send him for a little assignment where you can get where you can see some live pitching in AAA?
Yeah.
I'll ask about that and find out, but we've got time before we have to figure it out.
Last year, he suffered a chip fracture in his wrist midseason. He ended up missing just over the minimum 10 days before returning to play. Yeah. And it was supposed to be a lot longer than that. He was asked about if he's been given an estimate on how long until he could be back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a common enough baseball injury where you have somewhat of an idea, but I think also a little bit more flexible just with how this thing heals and, just take it a day at a time.
Torey Lovullo?
It's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, he had the procedure yesterday. I know the timelines. I don't know when Lindor or Holiday procedure happened. There's a timeline now. The three of them, it's going to be a race, and you might see A ahead of B. I don't know. We do what we do here, and we're going to stick with our plan. I don't know what that looks like yet.
It's not a race, Torey. It's not a race.
Yeah.
It's nobody's keeping score to see if Lindor comes back before Carroll or if Holiday comes back before all of them. How are they going to cover for Corbin, though? Here's what Torey said about that today.
I shared a little bit of that yesterday with AT moving potentially to right a little bit through the early part of the season. I don't know. I haven't yet had conversations with any of the other position players, but we're not going to go out and get players. We're gonna stay internal. That's what we do here. And these guys in player development have been preparing and probably dreaming about this opportunity. You know, guys like Barroso are going to get more innings. He's going to get more time out there. I mentioned Lawler. So, you know, we're two down. We have our starting right field, and our starting left fielder that are hurt. So it's time for somebody to step up.
So right now, starting left fielder's out, starting right fielder's out, ace pitcher is out, two of your top relievers are out. It's like it's a tough way to start. It's a tough way to start.
Well,
now,
you're bringing the good news today, aren't you?
It sucks. I mean, my passion for the Diamondbacks is really high. I love this team. I want them to do well. I enjoy baseball. Look, baseball's my favorite sport. It's your favorite sport. We don't shy away from that. It is our favorite. It's tough, but Carroll's not going to miss a lot of time. Gurriel's going to be back quick. AJ Puck talked about coming back quick. To your point before, like, I do think that J Mart is the one that you just can't count on this year. If he comes back in August, to me, it's just going to be, can you get a few innings in, feel confident, and then be ready for the next year? That's what it's going to be. I don't expect that he's going to be able to help this team very much. It's can you pitch in 10 innings? You know, by the time, can you pitch 10 innings, 10 different outings, 1 inning each time, and feel confident that you're good to go for the next season? The other guys, I think, can come back. Burns is going to be a little bit different. By the time he comes back, can he get them 12 starts? And where are they? Where are they when he comes back?
Right.
That's going to matter.
Torey was asked today, and I got this off Alex Weiner's Twitter account. He was asked about Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s timeline. And Torey said today, quote, he said opening day to me yesterday when I saw him. That's how good he's feeling. It is not going to be opening day. I can assure you that. Where that is, we don't know yet, close quote. So put Lourdes Gurriel Jr. on the list of guys who thinks he's going to be back a little sooner than he actually is.
Right.
Now, as far as the news of the day, it hasn't been announced officially by the Diamondbacks yet. So when Torey was asked about the return of Paul Sewald, Torey didn't have a lot to say about it today.
You know, I know Paul's out there and available. I'm not sure. Nothing has come across my plate at this point, so I don't know that answer. But I know that Mike and company are always constantly looking to advance our team and make it better. So whatever that looks like, anything's possible.
You know what's funny about that? What's funny about this Paul Sewald situation to me?
Okay.
Is so today in baseball, Chris Bassett signed
1-year deal, $18 million?
$18.5 million, I think, with the Orioles.
Right.
And that was noteworthy to me because he was one of the few starters that were out there other than Zach Gallen, and I was kind of curious the dollars he got. So I did a quick search on the available free agents list, and I was just kind of scanning the list. And this was at 8 o'clock this morning. My eyes stopped at Paul Sewald's name, and I thought, wonder what he's up to these days.
No way.
No, I swear to God. I looked at him, and I just thought, Paul Sewald, God, I haven't thought about that dude in a while because last year he was kind of off our radar. And then 4 hours later, he signed
Should have just tweeted out. What do you guys think about Paul Sewald coming back?
I should have. I would have looked like a genius.
Yeah.
1 year, $1.5 million major league deal that he signed. So it's not a lot of money, not a lot of risk.
No.
There's also not a lot of fastball velocity there with him. It's been so what he can bring to the table, we'll find out.
Well, I'll say this. When he got traded from Cleveland to Detroit, he was with A.J. Hinch in Detroit, and he pitched in a few games for Detroit. They declined his option, which is why he's a free agent. He had an option. They declined it. He had a 4.15 ERA with them. They decided not to use him in any of their postseason games. He was not even on the roster for the AL Division Series. He was not used in the first round, and he was not. So they had 8 postseason games. He didn't pitch in any of them, and he wasn't even on the roster. So they didn't think very highly of him. But what I will say, you take a flyer on a guy like this because he's got experience. He's closed games before. Maybe you knock him down a peg or two where he's a seventh inning guy, eighth inning guy. I know the fastball velocity has gone down. The whiff rate has, with the Tigers was really down. It was down to 16.7. But you're hoping to catch some lightning in a bottle with a guy that he knows how to pitch. He knows how to pitch. It's not like he had an ERA of when they got rid of Joe Mantiply last year. He had an ERA of, what did I say it was, like 15?
15, you said it was 15.
Paul Sewell's ERA with Cleveland and with Detroit was in the 4s. It was 4.70 with Cleveland. It was 4.15 with Detroit. It's not great, but it's not terrible. The guy knows how to pitch. It's worth it. I understand why they took a flyer on a guy like this because they don't have $15 million to spend on anybody else. So you try to find a guy like this that can come in and help you.
I think people see the name Paul Sewell and they just assume he's going to be a closer for the Diamondbacks. I would not make that assumption.
I don't believe he would.
I don't think anybody should make that assumption.
Seventh inning guy.
Yeah,
seventh inning guy.
Yeah, I think it's just because of the fact that he was. I think people jump to that conclusion. I would not jump to that conclusion.
And I'll say this before we break: the Diamondbacks are still looking at Zach Gallen. The last thing I was told was, it's quiet, but if there's a creative way to get something done, they're interested. If there's a creative way to get Gallen, my guess would be, it probably has to be in the $15 million range with some of that money deferred. And that's a lot less than a qualifying offer, but I think they are still trying to see if they can get something done, but so far, still quiet.
Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text the word GEAR to 620-620. Dillon Brooks has been suspended for one game. Can he control himself the rest of the year? And what does it mean for Jalen Green and the Phoenix Suns? We'll explain next on Burns and Gambo.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley. All next week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team.
At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Tomorrow will be the first Friday without football in a long time, so we'll get into basketball, we'll get into the Diamondbacks, we'll have our typical Friday shenanigans. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tell you what, I bet the folks out in Waddell, Arizona weren't very surprised to see Dillon Brooks picked up his 16th technical last night. Or maybe they were. I don't know. But either way, the folks in Waddell, like everybody else, have to deal with the fact that Dillon Brooks is now suspended for a game. The league made it official today. They announced that he will be suspended for next Thursday's game against the San Antonio Spurs. He won't play. He's hit his 16th technical and now gets to the point where every other technical he picks up from here on out will cost him another game. So the next one he picks up is a fine. The one he picks up after that, he's suspended a game.
Now it's real. And now it's real, and I'll tell you, this is when I think Dillon Brooks understands how how important he is to the team. Number one, he's not going to play against San Antonio. He's going to have to sit and watch that game. He's let his teammates down. By not being there, he's letting his teammates down. These games are of the utmost importance. You're trying to get out of the play-in and trying to get to the 6th seed. You desperately want to get there. I don't think we're going to see a lot more Dillon Brooks technical fouls from here through the rest of the season. My guess is he'll have 3 more all year long. What is that, 29 games left?
27.
27 games left. My guess is 3. He'll get 1 every 9 games, and that would mean 1 more suspension. He might not even have 1 more suspension. I think he'll be on his best behavior because now, you were able to get to 16 without being suspended. Now you know you hurt your team.
But can I pause you for a second?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I hope you're right, but I also hope that Dillon Brooks on his best behavior doesn't take away what makes Dillon Brooks so special.
You just got to stop arguing with the referees over things. You're not going to change anything.
In some ways, Dillon Brooks' superpower is this thing that keeps getting him in trouble. He just plays with such an edge, with such a I'm pissed off at everybody attitude that if he is being careful, I do wonder if that takes away the thing that makes him so special and competitive. Like, you know what I mean? It's a fine line for him to walk now.
The technical last night was saying something to the ref.
Yeah.
He got a foul. Right. A lot of it is the refs. So you just have to stop that. Stop talking to the refs. Stop. Play as hard as you can. If you get a technical because you got a technical, okay. Because of a play on the court. But, man, you can't give it away by arguing with the referees. You're hurting your team. Now it's real because now he's going to have to sit and watch his team play without him. So now it's real. Up until now, he was able to get the 16. But when he sits against San Antonio, it's real. You're not playing. Yeah. You hurt your team.
You're being way more optimistic about this than I am. Just in that, one, I don't know if he can control himself. And number 2, if he can, I worry that he's just not quite the same player when he controls himself. Yep. Being that as it is, You made a really interesting point about Jalen Green at the end of the segment the last time we talked about this, and I want to talk about this one for a few minutes because this is interesting to me.
I think that Dillon missing that game could benefit Jalen Green. Jalen Green needs a game where he can get going and go get 20 shots. It's hard when Dillon Brooks is taking 26, you know? So with Dillon Brooks off the court, now I'm not saying permanently, but for one game, you could go to Jalen Green. Okay, let's get going. Let's get hot. Let's get you back to where you are. We need you to replace the scoring of Dillon. We need you to take those. Somebody's got to take those shots. We want it to be you. They need to get Dillon going, not like Dillon fitting. Jalen. They need to get Jalen going, not like, can Jalen fit in? Can he play? It's like, let's go. Let's go. You know those games last year when you used to drop 30, 35, 40? Go hit one of those right now. Dillon Brooks is out. That's a lot of shots that's out there for somebody to take. Let's make it Jalen Green against San Antonio and see what he's capable of.
It would do wonders for his confidence, I would think.
I think so.
I think
and if I'm playing on that.
I think Jalen Green's confidence right now is a little shaky. I think he thinks he's going to find it, and that eventually he'll get it back. But I think just reading some of his comments and watching him play, he's looking for it.
Dillon's out. We need you.
He's looking for a little bit of a boost in confidence and a little boost to his own self-esteem. And maybe you're right. Maybe this provides that for him.
Why not?
With Dillon not playing. Keep in mind, too, Dillon Brooks is also flirting with the flagrant foul suspension, which is a totally different deal. I think he's 2 flagrant 1s or 1 flagrant 2 away from a 1-game suspension as well. So he's in it.
Flirting with disaster again.
He's flirting with it. And we'll see. We'll see now that he has been called to the principal's office on so many occasions.
Right.
If he actually has what it takes to be the same kind of guy without being all the way the same kind of guy. I don't know.
You lose that game to the Spurs. You got to realize you're hurting your team now. And this isn't about you anymore. It's about your team. And they need you on the court. You're one of their better players. So at some point, you've got to realize what's best for the team is for me not to get these technical fouls. I think it'll change in the second half of the season.
You had reported last night, no Jeremy Sohan.
Nope.
We found out today he's headed to the New York Knicks. He signed with them.
There wasn't any interest from the Suns. I put it out last night that no, I'm not expecting him to have interest. Probably not going to sign him. They like him a little bit, yeah, but what we reported last night was no, they weren't going to get him.
I'll be curious to see if there is somebody they're interested in.
Yeah,
if somebody comes along and piques their interest
me
at
too.
all. Me too. Because they're in a position where they can add. You know, it's not like in years past it felt like we were so into the buyout market and who they might add because we were looking for that one piece that maybe could be the champion. You know, especially when they were the big 3 and the rest of the roster was kind of cobbled together with these vet minimum guys and these guys who were just okay, right?
We get Torrey Craig.
Right, we're like, exactly. Like, remember all the conversations we used to have about it?
Yeah.
This year's a little different because they're deeper, but because there's also one position that they're just so thin at, that power forward spot where they're just lacking that size and that bulk and that physicality. I got to imagine if there's a very specific type of player that becomes available, that they should pounce, that they could look at that very specific type of player.
I would think that they do. I think that they, as I've been reporting all along, I think Cole Anthony is not going to play for them. I don't expect that Cole Anthony's going to play for them. I think he's going to get waived. What day, I don't know, but I've reported from day one, I don't expect that he's going to suit up for them. But I did say that Amir Coffey would. I think they're going to convert like Bouye into a standard contract, and then that would leave one spot open. You could either convert Livers to a standard contract, or you could use that spot to get yourself in a position to have somebody in the buyout market. So I do think that they will explore the buyout market. I really do.
Yeah, it's just a question of who comes along and if anybody moves the needle with who comes along. But this team right now, they need the break. Just about every team in the NBA does. Everyone's a little fried right now and could use a physical and mental break. But the Suns in particular, their defense has slipped. Jordan not said as much last night. They look tired. It's been a rough couple of weeks for them. And it's fine. They've navigated it okay. They've won enough basketball games. They haven't lost any ground in the standings. They're fine in that regard. But I think anybody, the eye test will say, and this doesn't count last night and what happened against Oklahoma City. I mean, that's like whatever. I think the eye test over the last couple of weeks, this looks like a team that needs to refocus on its identity a little bit because it feels like it's kind of slid out of view a little bit.
It did. Dallas coming back from, down 30-something. Golden State you're up 14 against Golden. Close them out. Close them out with your defense. And they weren't able to close out Golden State. They lost that game. And they let Dallas, come back and make it a 6-point game where they needed a shot by Dillon Brooks in the final minute to kind of finally put him away. That's not who we've seen all year long. I totally agree with you. They got to get back to that identity.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, boy, this might be a tough ask here. The Arizona Cardinals, worst to first next season? Yeah, no, I don't think so. But we'll talk about what one national website had to say about that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Pitchers and catchers, now. Cactus League play, soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, locations all across the valley when it comes to your banking. Why I'm a member of Global Credit Union, why I think you should explore the benefits of becoming a member at Global Credit Union is because they are committed to you keeping your money in your pocket. I mean, like crazily so, in the sense that Global members, low to no fees on their accounts, checking accounts, savings accounts, better interest rates than you can get at the bank. Okay, that's awesome. Access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. At Global Credit Union, like tomorrow's payday for some of you, it's Friday. You'll wake up, there's going to be a paycheck in your account. That's great if you have direct deposit set up with your employer. You bank with Global Credit Union, you can have access to those direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance with Global Credit Union. So payday for you doesn't have to be Friday. It could be a Wednesday if you need it to be. Those are just some of the benefits. There are many more. Explore all of the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and you've been hearing about the big President's Day sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, but this weekend there's a whole lot of extra muscle behind it. Landings Credit Union is on site for 4 days only. With special low interest rates, their goal, 100% credit approval. Every vehicle in stock is priced just 1 cent over invoice. It's all happening Friday, February 13th through Monday, February 16th at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. A few restrictions do apply.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
At the UPS Store,
We know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
I am Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented
Sports
by Parker
keeps
and
kids
Sons.
active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment.
I am Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have signed another reliever today, and we have actually seen him before. According to Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing Paul Sewald. Sewald was on the Diamondbacks during their run to the World Series in 2023 and now returns to the Snakes in 2026. The short-handed Phoenix Suns lost to the defending champ Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Dillon Brooks received his 16th technical foul, which means he will be suspended for the Suns' next game a week from today when they take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin. And according to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Cardinals are hiring former Minnesota Vikings assistant wide receivers coach Tony Sorrentino as their new wide receivers coach. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Boy, this is a bright sunshine story here.
It's a bright sunshiny day?
Yeah, it's a bright sunshiny day when The Athletic ranks the 18 teams that missed the playoffs this last year.
Yes.
And then ranked them in their order of making the playoffs next year.
Yes.
And they had the Arizona Cardinals.
What do we got?
18th out of 18.
We're number 18.
We're number 18.
Yeah, that's not really a good thing.
No.
There was some things that I looked at. There was something else that kind of irked me today. I was looking at the 2026 NFL free agency top landing spots for the 5 best interior offensive linemen. Like Tyler Linderbaum, who's a freaking stud. Landing spot, Seattle. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, come. And they're like, yeah, he's going to Seattle. Like, really?
Yeah, there's
like, if they get him, like, he's like the number 3 ranked free agent in all of football. And they're like, he's going to go to Seattle. Like, oh, God.
There's no way to spin this into the positive. There's no way. And so what I'm about to say here is going to sound like I'm trying to, and I'm not. But if there's one thing we've learned about Arizona sports the last couple of years, all right, is that when expectations are at their lowest and when expectations are at their worst, oftentimes those are the moments that surprise us a little, you know? And whether it's, AS.
I kind of like where you're going with this.
You see where I'm going with this? Like, okay, so
ASU with Kenny Dillingham.
ASU with Kenny Dillingham in year 2. The Suns with Jordan Ott in year 1. The Arizona Diamondbacks, even the season they went to the World Series, there weren't high expectations for that team going into that year. Like it does, and we said this a lot with ASU going into this year. When expectations changed for them and when they were so high, it was pointed out more than once that ASU typically struggles when the expectations are there for them, right? Like those are the years they don't do very well. And I just think observationally over the last few years, the stories that we've enjoyed the best are the ones that kind of feel like they come out of nowhere a little bit. Like we just weren't expecting. The bar for the Arizona Cardinals could not be lower in 2026. It could not. There will be no expectations on this team, no matter what they do this offseason in terms of the draft or a quarterback.
No matter what they do?
I don't think there's anything they can do this offseason.
Roster's is going to be at least 20 to 25% different.
Okay, that's in a division with Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams?
I'm not disagreeing with you, but it is interesting, to say that now, before the draft, before free agency, before trades, before they've done anything. You're probably right.
So let me be clear about this then.
Yeah.
There's nothing they can do, in my opinion, there's nothing they can do this offseason to dramatically change our outlook for the Arizona Cardinals. Like, you can think they're going to go from 3-14 to 8-9. Okay, that's actually reasonable, right? Like that. But I'm talking about like a 3-win team to hey, they're fighting for a playoff spot.
Like what the Patriots did.
Like what the Patriots.
Turnaround.
I just don't think there's much. Because there's nothing out there quarterback-wise that really moves the needle, unless you're going to go get Malik Willis or Mac Jones or somebody like that.
But I like Malik, but he's still a relative unknown.
He still is a relative unknown.
Very few passes.
If they go get him, then maybe there's some hope they can turn it around. But I just think between
Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams,
and the uncertainty of your own roster and the uncertainty of who your quarterback is.
Stafford coming back next year?
Yes, he's already said he's going
it,
to.
right?
He's already said he's going to. Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to take it on. This is why I would punt on next year. I know people don't like it, but I still would.
Well, see, and that's what I mean, is that, I'm not trying to be I'm just trying to be a realist about the situation. And honestly, I felt the same way about the Phoenix Suns. Now, you felt differently, and the Suns obviously have proven you right. I mean, even more right than you thought, right? Like, they're going to blow past what you thought they were going to be.
But the reasons were different, right? The reasons for me to believe in the Suns is because I was
addition
at
by subtraction.
Yes, yes. People don't realize how bad Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal brought the Suns down.
Okay.
And they didn't unless you're around the team a lot. And I was at a lot of games, but what those guys and to no fault of their own, but just who they are, and Budenholzer too. I was adamant that they were going to be better just by getting rid of those guys. I don't know that the Cardinals situation is just. Right now, it's just lack of talent. And some of that is because of the injuries, okay? If everybody got healthy and played to their capabilities, maybe that could have a big turnaround. But right now, you're just looking at a void. Like, we don't know who their quarterback is going to be. We don't know who their running back is going to be. We don't know who their number one wide receiver is.
We don't know who their right tackle is going to be.
We don't know who their right tackle is going to be.
We don't know who their cornerbacks are going to be. I mean,
right. I mean, I know Will Johnson will be one, but is Max Melton good enough to be the other one? Like, they are the uncertainty at so many of these positions is different than the Suns. The Suns are like, you'll be better just by getting rid of those two guys.
Yeah,
because they're not good for your team.
Yeah, and again, it's not like I'm trying to be a downer on this. It's a big task in front of the Cardinals, and it'd be a whole lot easier if they played in the AFC North. Or maybe that's a bad example. It'd be a whole lot easier if they played in the NFC South. If they played in the AFC South.
Yeah, like the Patriots benefited from playing against the Jets and the Dolphins and an average Bills team this year. If they had a remarkable year.
They're in the land of the Giants. And they'll have their losses. Seattle their roster will change. San Francisco's roster will change. Like all of these things, right? But I feel like that just about no matter what happens this offseason, whatever happens at quarterback and with the rest of the roster and the draft and the rest of Mike LaFleur's coaching staff, I believe we're going to go into next season for the Cardinals with fairly low expectations. Fair?
Yes.
No matter what they do over these next couple of months.
I already said I'm not going to pick them to win more than like 5 or 6 games.
Our expectations are going to be low.
Right.
All I'm trying to do is point out that in moments like that, oftentimes are the pleasantly surprising seasons. Are the ones that kind of went, oh, hey, didn't see that one coming.
Didn't see them.
Right? Hey, I didn't see ASU playing for a Big 12 title game. Boy, that's kind of cool. Didn't see the Suns, being the 6th seed in the NBA's Western Conference. Oh, that's kind of cool, right? Like, no matter how much you subscribe to addition by subtraction, nobody thought they were going to be the 6th seed of the Western Conference. And they might not be, but they could. They still have a chance for it. So with all this doom and gloom and with all this uncertainty and I'm trusting, it's just, this is going to get like oppressive after a while with story after story like this. Just keep in mind that if there's one thing we've learned over the last few years here in Arizona, sports still has the capacity to surprise us every now and then, Yeah. In a pleasant kind of, oh, that was cool. That was a fun season. I didn't see that one coming. It happens.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to happen here, but it could happen.
I mean, it would be because in order for the Cardinals to do this right, I think they got to build it slowly. But, maybe they can have a little bit of a jump and they, kickstart. I still think you're 3 years away from being able to have this team be a contender. And part of that has to do with these other teams not, taking a step down.
3 years. Oh, my Lord.
I don't think that you could turn this around. Okay, look,
That's more depressing than anything I've said in the last 10 minutes.
Take a look at the 18 team. Just take a look at the NFC. Okay, do you really think you could win the division in the next 3 years? Okay, in the next 3 years, do you think you could win this division?
3 years, it'd be given the strength of the division. No,
you take the 18 teams that didn't make the playoffs. They got the Lions at number 2. They were 9-8. They got Tampa at number 4. They've got the Falcons at number 6, the Commanders at number 7, Minnesota at number 8, Dallas at number 9, New Orleans at 10. You see where I'm going here? The Giants at 13. My point here is that they've got everybody else that didn't make the playoffs ahead of the Cardinals. There's you take all the teams that didn't make the playoffs, and they've got everybody else as this team has a better chance to improve than Arizona does. Now, again, that they're not counting on what the Cardinals are doing in the draft. They're not counting on what the Cardinals are doing in free agency. They're not counting on what a coaching change, all of that stuff will matter. And if everything clicks, they'll be better than expected.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, is it the Dodgers World Series to lose again this season? And just how badly are we all rooting for them to lose in the World Series this year? The season hasn't even begun yet. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. One of the things I really believe in for all of you out there, is to have a financial plan. I think every one of you should have a financial plan, a retirement plan, an estate plan, a tax plan for your future. Now, I don't care if you're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. There's never a bad time to call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, the same guy I use that's helped me with my plan, to put your plan together. Now, he offers a free portfolio review. You meet with him. You go over everything. You're going to walk away with this knowledge of information and be so happy about it. And there's no obligation. If you don't want to work with them, don't work with them. If you guys don't hit it off, don't work with them. But if you feel like, okay, this is the guy for me, this guy can help me the way he helped Gambo, then go ahead. By all means, work with him. He does a great job, a really great job of making sure that he understands what your needs are, what your wants are, and helps you put a plan in place that you can execute. You want a plan that you can execute, and he's done that for me. Call him at 602-877-PLAN for that free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz. You can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Locally, there is nothing on tonight. Nothing.
What do you got on any of your top shows?
So my wife and I are a couple of episodes behind on The Pit.
Okay.
And we need to start season 3 of Shrinking. We're kind of waiting for a few more episodes to drop before we get caught up on that one. We like it very much. And that's about it. That's where we stand right now.
Okay. I like this show on Apple TV called Tehran. Really good show.
Okay.
Really good show. I like it.
Yeah, didn't you say you were going to watch that when you were sick?
I mean, I did.
You said you were in bed watching that.
I watched. There is a Game of Thrones spinoff on HBO Max. I don't know if it's any good. I watched the first 10 minutes of one episode. It looks stupid.
It's getting rave reviews.
My son,
is it really?
My son watches it. He's a big Game of Thrones fan.
Okay, me too.
And he likes it, but he says it's kind of goofy. Like it's really
the first 10 minutes is like
lighthearted,
this goofy guy.
And it's not like all serious and dark and deep like Game of Thrones is. That it's very kind of lighthearted. Like there was a movie. Remember the movie with the late Heath Ledger called A Knight's Tale? Where it was like knights in shining armor.
Tale.
He says it's a lot like A Knight's Tale.
So it's goofy.
It's goofy.
I don't like goofy.
Yeah. It's
just
kind of a departure from Game of Thrones. Yeah.
And the guy's like the main character was like a klutz. I'm like, I don't know. So I shut it off. I watched something else. I might have to go back and try it again.
I've heard it's goofy.
And it is hard to watch. What's her name from Game of Thrones in Ponies? What's her name?
Emilia Clarke.
Emilia Clarke. It's so weird to watch her
do
play
anything else
besides be the mother of dragons wanting to kill everybody.
It's like the Daniel Radcliffe theory.
Oh,
it's
I know.
Like he's Harry Potter. Sorry.
He's on, and I'm not going to watch a minute of it, but he's on that new show with, was it Tracy Morgan?
Oh,
right? Yeah. And it's like, no, you're Harry Potter. You can dress it up with a beard and do other stuff, but you're never going to not be Harry Potter.
Right.
Good luck.
It's weird to watch her in another show.
Sorry about your career. You're typecast. That's how it's going to be.
I'm watching this show. I'm like, if you want to kill the Russian guy, just get your dragon and kill him. Like, why would he do in here? Like, just call your dragon and give him the code and boom, and burn the guy to death.
Poor
Let's
Emilia
go.
Clarke. She's been typecast for the rest of her life.
Yes. I mean, it's honestly like 11 with 11 from Stranger Things. Like, how could she be anything else?
That'd be tough. It'd be tough for her.
Like, you're 11. Have your nose bleed right now and send that guy into a wall.
Yeah. I would imagine 11, like a lot of those kids, made so much money off of Stranger Things, they probably don't have to do a thing. And whatever they do for the rest of their life, they can do whatever they want to do. Like, they're not financially tied, I would think, to the success of whatever it is that they do.
Also, she'll be extra fine. She just married into the Bon Jovi family.
Who did she marry?
She married
Jake,
John Bon
his son.
Jovi's kid.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they adopted a kid already. They're like very young.
She'll be fine.
You know who the worst one, I'm just going to say this. You remember watching the Fonz on Happy Days?
Yeah, of course.
And then, like, he did a bunch of movies afterwards, and he was, like, geeky. And, like, how could you turn the Fonz? Like, he was the Fonz. You can't make him a geeky guy. He had a motorcycle and a leather jacket, and he got all the chicks, and he would hit the jukebox, and it would play. Like, you can't turn him into some geeky guy.
One of my favorite movies as a kid was a movie he did right when he was just about done with Happy Days, in which he did exactly that. He played a shy, nerdy, a guy who works at a morgue. It was Night Shift. Ever see the movie Night Shift?
I love
Night Shift. Night Shift is hilarious.
Henry Winkler.
Night Shift is hilarious.
Night
It's
Shift
hilarious.
is Michael Keaton's
Michael Keaton. Oh my God! Right, like
soundtrack to that movie, by the way,
is A plus. But Henry Winkler plays like a nerdy loser dude, and it's weird. It's weird watching him play that guy, but he's not bad at it. You know,
Yeah.
it's just
weird.
It's just weird. It's just it's just how it goes.
You're the Fonz. God, I used to wear a T-shirt
Don't be
that
the
said,
Fonz.
you should be the president.
That's acting, folks.
Right, exactly. He can be the Fonz one day. He can be a nerdy dude another day. That's range again, but we call that range.
I don't have any range.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I got no range.
You play pretty much the same character every single day.
I'm me.
Yeah, you've got no range.
I had no range.
There's some meetings going on right now in Major League Baseball. Not like anything earth-shattering. Owners' meetings in, I think, Palm Beach, Florida is where I saw the story from the LA Times, and they dispatched one of their baseball writers there basically to cover owners' meetings in which is this the beginning of the end, right? Are these meetings sort of the place where, hey, what are we going to do? What are we prepared to do?
Over one team.
The LA
teams.
Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, it would have helped if Toronto won the World Series. It would help if they didn't get, the hard part is every year they seem to get somebody how did you get Kyle Tucker?
How did you get Kyle Tucker?
How did you get Freddie Freeman? How did you get Mookie Betts? Okay, you got Shohei Ohtani. Then how did you get Yamamoto, right? And who was the other guy that wanted to pitch against them? Didn't they get him too?
The other guy who
wasn't there a guy that wanted to pitch against them? Was
I don't.
The Japanese pitcher.
Roki Sasaki?
Sasaki?
Is that what it was? I don't know. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it was Sasaki. And you're like every time, they keep getting everybody.
Yeah.
So it's like, damn. Okay, you get Ohtani, you get Sasaki. Now, they have more revenue than anybody else. They've been number one in ticket sales for the last 4 years. They make somewhere around $4.5 to $5 million a game in ticket sales, just in ticket sales. They've got an $8 billion 25-year TV contract that nobody else has. There are teams that are close. The Yankees are close. The Mets are close. The Red Sox. But nobody makes the revenue they do between between selling out their games and signage and TV. They spend about 74% of all the money they get in on their payroll. So they're willing to spend to put a winner out there.
And if I'm a Dodger fan, of course, you're not going to complain about it. But God knows I'm not a Dodger fan. Look, in some ways, that's why a lot of people thought that they went out and got Kyle Tucker when they did. Like, we know next year we're not going to be able to do this. Whether there's a salary cap or not, there are going to be tighter restrictions in place. They're going to make it more punitive for the Dodgers to do things like signing Kyle Tucker or deferring all the money the way they're deferring. They're going to change the rules. So let's go get all these dudes now while we can, because in future off seasons we're not going to have those avenues to do it. And I can buy that logic. The Dodgers are not going to fail in the regular season. They're just too good. They're too deep. They're too everything. They will win 100 and whatever games during the regular season. The hope is that they fail in the postseason, just to remind everybody in baseball, hey, it's still possible, you know? Because in a best of 3, in a best of 5, in a best of 7, I mean, hell, the Diamondbacks beat them 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The Padres almost beat them a year ago.
That year, right?
The Padres almost beat them a year ago.
Blue Jays.
Blue Jays